And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, with Planet.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at that!
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go. Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.
Good morning and welcome to Starbase Tech is getting to launch the fourth flight of a fully stacked Starship launch vehicle. This is NSF. We are a crazy dedicated group of news gatherers and rocket chasers, and we are proud to be live. Well, I was going to say this morning, but right now it's 11:13 local, but depending on where you're watching from around the world, it might be the morning. So we're proud to bring you this feed live this morning from Starbase. I'm Jack Byer. I'll be your host for part of the stream tonight. I'm out here in Starbase setting up cameras and whatnot, so forgive me if I'm a little bit adrenaline-addled. But yeah, thankfully, you're not just going to have to listen to me. We also have our ever-competent cohort of commentators. Of course, starting off with Mr. EJ. EJ, how you doing this morning? It's a big day. Soon, TM. Also joining us on the start of the stream is the one, the only, the Bergenator, Chris Bergen, founder of NSF. Chris, how do we have you?
Good morning. Yes, exciting times. Hopefully we're going to see another first-time launch. Again, I've always been saying I expected several before the actual point where they could commit to launch, but we've been getting to the point now where we can probably expect an actual launch on time. We do know the time has been updated now to 7:20 a.m. local time, so set your alarms accordingly if you're taking a short nap between the start of this commentary and the actual launch itself. But yep, it's going to be exciting times.
Indeed. This is a big day, and hopefully today SpaceX can make it to orbit, parentheses, technically not actually orbit, but it doesn't matter. If you guys have any questions while we are broadcasting for this, feel free to type into chat at NASASpaceflight. We'll see your questions pop up in some software that we have running in the background. So there you have it. Oh man, I mean, this is going to be hopefully a very nice launch and a very nice looking one. I don't want to jinx anything, but the conditions tonight and today have been much better than they have recently. So yeah, hopefully we get some nice clear skies, some nice clear air, and we get to see this thing launch in just about 8 hours.
Tell you one thing we could do, Jack, is we probably give viewers a quick roundup, a very short roundup compared to the linked article at the top of chat right now. For if you want the in-depth overview of everything that's happening on this test flight, there's a link at the top of the chat to the news site, and Adrian Byle has basically written 2,500 words on what this mission will be. But for people joining and thinking, what's this? Big silver rocket, what's it all about? It's basically going to try and get through objectives that were completed on the third flight and try and progress a little bit further. So if you remember the third flight, we saw the ship separate, the hot stage, and everything went well, 33 engines all the way uphill, the boost back burn.
Right.
And then we saw the booster coming down way too fast, and it hit the ocean at 1,000 kilometers an hour. This time, they're going to try and do a very soft landing, a pinpoint landing, and if that works, Elon has suggested that Flight 5 will be a catch by the tower itself. Now, that's yet to be seen. The second part and the biggest objective is to try and get ship through reentry, at least further through reentry. To get fully through reentry, which is called entry interface, we like to call it, would be a big ask. So we're just looking for an improvement. We're looking for more control and a way of getting this ship through with the TPS being tested. Now, a lot of people asking about the two-tail in purpose. Obviously, they would have replaced it otherwise. And that will provide them data on what it's like without TPS and no spots on the vehicle itself, because it'll all be instrumentation. It'll have the downlink via Starlink, so they'll get all the information they need on that. And that is what was called, we used to call a detailed test objective, and that basically what this could be. We don't know for a fact because no one's actually said anything, but we know that SpaceX would not be now thinking, you know what, guys, we've forgotten something. We've forgotten those two tiles on the ship. Oh, no. They obviously did it on purpose. So I fully assume this is an objective to see what data they get from a vehicle where it has two tiles missing. They know to check those two spots and basically see how it performs during re-entry.
Right. Thank you for that, Chris. Because, when you're down here setting things up and running around and, trying to get some last imagery of the stack before launch, it's hard to sort of keep track of everything. So I wasn't sure if those tiles had been replaced before the final stack or what the status is. So thanks.
You're welcome. By the way, can I just do a quick thanks, Jack? Sorry for interrupting and probably interrupting the flow of this, but we did a countdown to launch show earlier and we did miss one of our supporters, and I want to make sure that when we can, even though it gets very busy, that everybody who supports us gets a thanks. So I'm going to give a quick thanks to Binary Glue, who did a tip earlier and with a message, always love watching the streams, keep up the great work, guys. I just think it's very important that we thank people who are supporting what we do, because we have up to 25 cameras ready to do this, film this launch, and that is a record for us, I do believe. So that is a lot of money involved, and thanks to people supporting us, that allows us to do these things. So thank you to everybody who supports us.
Yeah, absolutely. The members, the people who buy the merch and display the prints on their wall, the people that do the super chats, everybody that supports us in whatever way you can, even if that just means showing up to the stream and hitting the like button, we appreciate you so much, because we have the coolest job in the world covering rockets. Not just this one, but this one is the biggest rocket in the world. But rockets anywhere we can get a lens on them, and it's truly an honor and truly humbling, and we thank you all for the support, because holy cow, we couldn't do this without you. All right, well, I suppose we should get into what we expect to see today, just in terms of how things are going to go in general. So who wants to jump on that?
Well, first of all, I got to make sure that everybody can hear me. Jack, Chris, can you guys hear me? Stream, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you 5x5.
Okay, you guys can. Can the stream? Okay, all right. We got 5x5 on the stream. Sorry about that, guys. Fixed something else on the back end. In case anybody's wondering, I'm doing just fine. But anyway, Jack, what are we going to see? A lot of excitement guaranteed, I think, sir. What about you, Chad? Are you guys ready for this? I'm ready for this. This is great.
Yeah, hopefully no issues with the count. I did note, I said it was hard to pay attention to exactly what is going on while you're running around here down in Starbase. But I did see, was there a tweet from Elon earlier that launch is now targeting 7:20 a.m. local?
20 past. Yep.
Excellent.
And also,
right,
Jack,
well,
it's probably worth mentioning, Jack, that it's a 2-hour window. So if, unlike the Starliner launch earlier, where it was a instantaneous window because it was going to the ISS, Starship does have that allowance of 2 hours. So even if it doesn't launch on 7:20, say there's a hold, which there are often with Starship countdowns, then they have the ability to push it further into the window to the point of 9 a.m. local time is when the window ends. So there is plenty of opportunities to launch this, even if they have some troubleshooting to do with things like the tank farm and what have you. They do have that 2-hour window.
Right, and just based on the wet dress rehearsals we've seen, fueling should start somewhere around 50 minutes before launch, so sometime around 6:30. But we'll see plenty of activity at the tank farm well before then to indicate that SpaceX is progressing into the flow. So that will be quite exciting once that activity starts to pick up. But until then, we're hanging out and answering your questions and generally just having a good time, because any day the world's largest rocket launches is a good day. MXR Spade with an interesting question, asking / saying, I was thinking that maybe they will test the chopsticks with a virtual booster while the booster does the opposite. I assume they mean while the booster attempts its own soft landing in the water. So maybe they will do both at the same time. I don't know. What do you think? EJ, do you think that they will do sort of a virtual catch with the chopsticks while they do the virtual landing with the booster?
I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't, but also at the same time, you might want to like wait until you actually go to catch the thing. I mean, non-integrated, like non-contiguous testing like that. I mean, you could. I don't see why you wouldn't. I don't see why they wouldn't do that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, because you gotta think like they gotta do some kind of testing. Are they just gonna go for the full house right there on 5? I mean, that's what Elon said, that they're gonna just do a catch attempt. There has to be some type of testing done to validate the movement, this type of movement on the chopstick. So I don't think that's the most far-fetched idea, right? Like,
right.
I don't think.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
the most far-fetched idea,
I sort of expect it.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't know that they will do it. I'm not going to say for sure, but yeah, I sort of expect it. It's kind of a no-brainer, right? Like I agree with basically what you're saying, EJ.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know, Chad. You guys tell me. My gut's telling me that they probably won't, but you never know. I mean, the big man, Chris. You were saying that we have like 25 cameras out there, so believe me, guys, if they do, one of them is going to catch something. So we'll definitely get it.
I think the interesting thing here is that they are basically modifying the chopsticks between these flights. So what's happening here is they've modified one of the chopsticks arms to move really fast now, which is probably in preparation for a potential catch on Flight 5, but have not yet modified the other side. So if they did any kind of like mirror experiment, then it would be a case of having to modify the second chopstick arm as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I mean, like, Chris, I'm not sure. Like, I don't see why they wouldn't do it, but yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like turn it over. Sorry, guys, my sleep schedule's all screwed up, so bear with me here. I'm just trying to run through in my mind. The processor isn't working, as it's 1988, hardware here, so it's going to take a second. Especially with not as much sleep. We've had other rocket launches that I've been keeping track of. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean,
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Starliner did the thing today, huh?
It did the thing. It did do the thing, yeah. Yep. And
I'll tell you what we'll do, AJ. We'll go through some questions here because we've got quite a few good questions. One of them is from Joanne, who asks, more data from the heat shield is good. If they survive all the way through, good for them. Now, I would bring up a few things here. One, Elon's almost strange point he made, which was in relevance to the fact that if they lose one tile, it's like disastrous for them. And I was like, hang on a minute, that doesn't sound right. I'm sure he worded it badly. It's probably about a critical point on the TPS. They want to lose some tiles, which makes more sense. And I'll bring up EJ the shuttle example. The shuttle example being that you have had tiles missing from the vehicle, but obviously it survived through. Now, you lose a critical tile like an RCC panel, then obviously that is going to end up being a disaster like Columbia was. So it is about where you lose the tiles, and I think that's why the 2 tiles missing from aft, which is probably less heating, is where they are testing this DTO.
So, Chris, you think those tiles are intentionally off?
Yes, I do.
Really? Well, I mean, okay, so, like, you got to remember, like, okay, so we cast our mind back to the shuttle. It wasn't necessarily the tiles coming off. It was the reinforced carbon on the wing leading edge, right? On the left side wing, right?
Yes.
That's where we had a failure point. So, Chris, I know you know this. I'm saying this for the rest of the chat. So it's important to understand that those reinforced carbon wings were designed to have the plasma knife flow over them, as Sir Peter Beck would say. The plasma knife would go over those. That's because at different hypersonic speeds, you're going to have plasma flowing at different points over the wing, which is why you have a stripe of RCC on the shuttle's front leading edges, right? And it lost that, unfortunately, on Columbia, it lost that critical component, right? Now, with the tiles, I don't know. I mean, the way Starship is supposed to re-enter, it's supposed to basically belly flop through re-entry too. So the long axis of Starship is going to be perpendicular to your velocity vector, meaning the bottom of that thing is going to be hitting the most amount of the re-entry heat. And if you look at Starship from the front, obviously it's cylindric, right? So that has you're dealing with hypersonics that are more like early Vostok capsule or something, if cast our mind back to the early parts of the space program, right? So it's more of a circular shape. A cylindric shape is going to be going through entry, so you won't really have those hypersonic boundaries going over any critical edges. But it's not going to be like the shuttle. Starship's wings are too stubby. They're little stubby wings, right? Comparatively to the shuttle, those big honking delta wings on the shuttle. So I don't know, man. Those tiles, if they're intentionally off, that area is going to get heated pretty hard. That basically what I'm trying to tell you guys is the belly is what's going to, the belly of Starship is the place that it's going to get the hottest. And it's very interesting that if those tiles are off, they're going to do some, I guess we'll call it some destructive testing here, to see if the back end of this can take the heating. Now, we talk about the shuttle's tiles. The shuttle and Starship are using different methods of tile adhesion. So they glued the tiles to the space shuttle. The space shuttle has aluminum or aluminium. That was for you, Chris. You'll never hear me say that on any other occasion.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. So it's an aluminum hull, and the tiles are glued to the aluminum. I mean, there's obviously it's a little more complicated than that. But Starship has glue in some spots, but it's using mechanical adhesion. So the tiles are bolted, or they're kind of pressed on, they clip on. So, I mean, also Starship's made out of stainless steel. They're using SpaceX's proprietary stainless steel alloy. I think it's X or derivative of that type of stainless alloy. So yeah, I mean, Starship might be able to handle a couple tiles coming off because it's stainless steel. So with the shuttle, right, you're losing any of the thermal protection system. You're aluminium, right? You're exposing that to entry heating, to plasma. Aluminum doesn't do heat very well. It doesn't do that very well. But stainless, you can absorb a little bit more heat. So maybe with these tiles being out, it might not be that big of a deal with Starship, right? Especially, method of adhesion, what you're bolting it to. You're bolting it stainless as opposed to the shuttle gluing to aluminum, right? It might be different. So, I mean, it might be able to make it through with missing a couple of tiles. It's not like with the shuttle where, their shuttle had case circumstances where they did make it through with, some tiles missing. But that was only because on STS-27, that was only because there was a steel reinforcement plate that just happened to be where the tiles that came off were, and that steel was able to take the heat. There was a gap in the armor, so to speak, right? So the shuttle could, sorry, can't speak, too early. The shuttle could go through reentry. There were case circumstances where it made it through reentry with some tiles missing. And that was with an aluminum hull. So maybe Starship will make it through without it. We don't know. I mean, remember, the objective is to get past peak heating here. I mean, per Elon on X, right? It's to get past peak heating. So, I mean, the flip and burn is there. It's part of the descent, but who knows if they're going to make it that far, especially with those tiles missing. Sorry, that was a long one.
It was a long one, yeah, because I was going to interrupt halfway through and just note that it's also quite interesting how they got the views all the way down. It was made a big point, the fact that it's a much larger vehicle and the shuttles there was. When we saw the space shuttle re-entry, we never saw an external camera of it. Through the plasma, we saw on board with the camcorder videos. we didn't see our external. This was the first time we'd seen it. That's why everyone got really excited, and rightly so. So that is also in play. It's a different kind of automotive line, as they used to call it. But it's going to be fascinating to see what we get this time round, because I'm very excited about a controlled re-entry with those external views, with a Starlink downlink, showing the plasma and seeing how far it goes with that video feed and how far the vehicle survives. But yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch that. I do believe, actually, we've got a cool video to show you next. Maybe if Jay wants to press play on button on the VHS player, then we will see that video. We've seen they are actually preparing that area of the launch site where Pad B used to be for the second launch tower. It's been quite fascinating to see the build-up of the sections that are built at Roberts Road at SpaceX, and then now starting to transport them across. A lot of them are already there, but they actually got a barge full in Florida at the turn base and at KSC right now with the carriage system, 2 more tower sections, and the chopstick arms for Tower 2. So before long, we're going to start seeing that second tower rising out of the ground. Elon has said they'll then modify the first tower. Doesn't mean making it taller. A lot of people are thinking about catch towers and taller towers. No, it's going to be the same. It's going to be modified, that's all. But the second tower will then be joined by the first tower again, and we'll have 2 towers at Starbase, along with the tower at 39A, along with a potential tower at 37B, if they take 37B. There's lots to come yet. We're going to start seeing this rocket launching with the cadence that's been promised, which is many, many, many times a year, to the point now maybe every week and then in days. We'll make Falcon 9 Starlink launches look small in comparison, I can guarantee that. I just want to quickly thank some people, by the way, AJ, if that's all right. Coco Cats, gifted memberships. That's one thing you'll hear a lot of today, and that is a cool thing that YouTube recently implemented, where people can actually gift memberships, and that allows people who may be in this stream, maybe long-time viewers of this stream, especially because they're allocated it on that kind of basis, a gifted membership for a month. And what a month to be gifted, because you never know. We won't just get this flight, we might get close to flight 5 if things go very, very well. I've been optimistic there, but you never know. And that month will cover you, so that's really cool. A massive super chat from Brock Burrs, who's said, shout out to every mod and all the team in the field, both Florida and Texas. Go Starliner, go Starship, go NSF. Wow, that's amazing, by the way. It's $200. Brock, that's crazy. I very rarely see super chats that large, and even though even people who don't even super chat, just happen to watch our streams all the time, are absolutely fantastic and help us progress. That is just a huge bonus to get everything progressing on far what we do with cameras and how the things with tricks. There's so many things I don't understand about the cameras we have at Starbase. It's ridiculous. I keep seeing behind the scenes and people working on these control panels and solar and antennas and specialized cameras and control systems. It really was nothing I could even expect to understand. So it really is a lot of work involved and a lot of equipment. And thanks to people like you, we're allowed to go out there and spend the money on those things, which help you get extra views as we progress with this channel. So thank you. Captain Crunch became a Padbrett member. Zephoid Beetlebox, I rings the name. Red Team member. Fire Alarm became a Red Team member. Liz McQuaid gifted 10 Red Team memberships. That's amazing. Todd Johnson, thanks for the coverage. Go IFT4. And Eric says, on topic, Starliner status. Helium leak still okay? Okay, should we quickly digress into the funness of Starliner? Because that is an interesting situation. I think the latest we got Philippe Sloss to write up the latest communication between Mission Control and the Starliner crew. I know we're talking about Starship, but we'll quickly cover this because it was launched then. It's a big crew launch. Butch and Sonny have now begun.
It's fine. It's got Star in the name. It's good.
Butch and Stunny have now begun their sleep portion, the timeline just after Mission Control handoff for the overnight team. While the crew rest, Mission Control will be working on a problem with the helium leaks. They were detected in the top helium leak 1, the port helium 1 manifolds. 2 manifolds. One they knew about on the ground, the other one didn't know about. These are separate from the port helium 2 manifold leaks seen before launch as well. Before the crew went to bed, the ground had them close the 2 helium manifold valves and reconfigure the propulsion system to maintain attitude control while the teams work the problem. So this is where they're going to find out tomorrow where they stand on the status, because they do need that. So that is going to be a very interesting situation. I do believe we have Mr. Scott Manley joining us. What the heck? I've just seen in the background. Scott, are you with us?
Hello. I hope I'm with
you.
Well, I just want to make sure, this thing might not be working, and maybe it was built by Boeing.
You know what, Scott? I was just reading off the latest drama surrounding our favourite Starliner, basically the situation, and then I got the ping saying Scott's joined us. Well, Scott,
I've been listening. And the thing is, they've got a small leak, but it's not just that they need it to get to the space station; they need it to be good through their entire time on the space station, and for return.
Yeah, this is what I mean, Scott. You're probably the best person to describe this. Why do they need helium? We're talking about helium pressurization, things like
right. It's a tank. Use it as a tank pressurant because it is inert and it is very light. And the problem with helium is that it wants to sneak through every gap. It's as we say in the business, a sneaky bugger. It will go where it shouldn't, and so helium leaks abound. And it's very likely just that during the launch, probably shifted some channels through some gasket, and now there's a small leak. And the question is, how big that is? I don't know. But of course, Starship doesn't use inert pressurant anymore, right? It's all supposed to be, autogenous and stuff, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, God willing, I guess. Right? We hope it works like that.
yeah, that's the intent. But I'm just glad that it got off the ground, and we've got humans flying in space. And I don't know what this is in the service module as well. So this is the stuff that is not reused. This is the stuff that's disposed after every flight, and they land and they replace that part. Because the service module is what contains all the propulsion for on-orbit operations. It contains extra batteries, extra supplies, and there's an umbilical that goes between the service module and the capsule, which is, of course, the thing that returns to Earth. And it would just be very nice. I'm disappointed that it never launched on its original schedule, because then it would be coming back home at night. And as it is now, it's not going to do that. Because there was actually a chance that I would have been able to see it entering, but now the schedule has changed. That's not going to happen.
You win some, you lose some, right?
Yeah. And it was like one of these things that I've just got the lights on my plane now, so I can fly at night. And so I'd be like, oh, great, able to fly up to altitude and maybe see further across the horizon. No, not happening anymore.
They're cleared. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
No, keep going.
I was going to say they're cleared for white sands, right? But there are contingent landing sites, Scott, right?
Well, right. They're cleared for Utah as well, the Utah test range. I thought that was actually where they were planning.
Yeah, that's right. They're going for Dugway. That's right.
Right, so they've got those, and I think, is Edwards possibly one? Probably not. I mean, they've got the lake bed, but I would imagine that it's a fine contingency site if the weather's no good anywhere else.
There are other landing sites. I think one of them is in Arizona, if I'm remembering correctly. I mean, it's just anywhere on that 51.6 degree inclination, right? Like, I mean, there is cross range from the capsule, but not as much as some other vehicles that we really
appreciate. And the weather's got to be good. I mean, the thing is, actually, Starliner can handle better weather conditions than Dragon, because Dragon needs stable sea conditions. So Starliner has actually been designed with some things that should do better than Dragon if it works. If it works, right? Let's stress that part. That working part needs to be a thing. It's also interesting.
We need that part.
Yeah, like Starliner has modern, like, precision descent and targeting capabilities that can put itself down in quite a small area, like the Dragon. Whereas Soyuz, for example, it comes down and it can be with like 100 miles off course, and that's totally expected. Like, when it comes down, as well as having problems with, like, ballistic entries, it opens its parachute up at, like, 30,000 feet or something and falls for a really long time. So, I don't know if you know, there's this story about how in the 1980s, the Soviet Soyuz capsules, they were radioed up landing times so that if there was a disaster on orbit, they could descend. And these landing times were, like, in Australia and the USA, because they needed big flat areas.
Yeah, and isn't there an agreement, or wasn't there an agreement at the time between, like, the U.S. and the Soviet Union that, hey, if some of our spaceflight hardware lands in your territory, you need to just give it back to us? An agreement there.
It was more that the astronauts had to be given, proper treatment. That was the sort of thing.
Okay.
I don't know about the space hardware. It's like, yes, we gave it back to you. We happened to disassemble it in the process, but we gave it back.
Yeah, we gave it back. It was in one piece. It was in one piece when it landed. It was one piece when you got it. It's fine.
You heard the story about the CIA, like, disassembling a Luna spacecraft in Mexico. Yeah, they arranged for it to be the last one to leave, and they diverted it to this, like, facility where they took it apart, put it back together again. And the main thing they were interested in was, like, looking at all the seals on the hardware to figure out what factories the parts were coming from. But they also could figure out the mass of the spacecraft. And since they had got the capabilities of observing the telemetry, they could now figure out how powerful the rocket was because they knew how heavy the payload was.
Yep, there you go. Some reasonable extrapolation right there. That's
right.
Smart,
we do this all the time.
Right?
We do this all the time with Starship. And that's why there's all this discussion about how much will the mass of the hot staging ring, what will that do? What will that change? Will that give them the margin that they need to get down safely?
Yeah, actually, we were talking in here a second ago, Scott, about tiles, and I mean, Starship blatantly has two tiles missing near the aft end on the belly side of things, and how that's going to affect it. Elon has said that they're we're gonna
they don't need vacuum engines for landing.
Yeah, it's fine.
I noticed that it's like
fine.
Inside the rear section where the engines are. It's not like further forward where there, say, might be some propellant.
Yeah, that's interesting place to do that. I wonder why they're just cool with that area as opposed to like the payload bay or the fuel tanks or something. Yeah. I mean that aft end's going to get pretty hot.
Right, but it is far enough away from the edge that it shouldn't be getting too much in the way of edge conditions. So, like, it's on the curved surface. It's more or less straight on. Yeah, I don't know. Are they going to... I don't really know what we're going to see from that. But honestly, we probably won't see it because there'll be no camera there. There might be a camera on the inside of in the engine bay that maybe is recording something. We certainly aren't going to see the outside.
Yeah, SpaceX is, known for their optics, right? They're very, very straightforward with this stuff. I mean, on IFT3, we saw shots inside of the payload bay. We saw when they opened the payload bay door, we saw it depressurized. I thought that was the coolest part.
Right. Especially the light coming in and creating that shimmering pattern.
So
I remember seeing that. It's like, is that liquid? No, that's the gas. Right. That was amazing.
So maybe they got more cameras teed up. Maybe they got something up their sleeve here. Either way, I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be great.
Yeah, like cameras are super cheap, super easy to understand engineering tools. You can stick them, you can find things you didn't expect. But the problem is they generate tons of data, and you need to somehow get that data back. And sure, Starlink is going to be their way of solving that. But how long they'll be able to use that during the descent is a good question. I wonder, like, are there going to be Starlink satellites that are well positioned to look down the entry corridor as it's flying over?
I mean, there's 6,000 of them up there. There's got to be one that has some. Got to be one of them, right? It's got to be one or the other, right? Or another, or another, or another.
Or it's like how many per degree? That's like what 20 satellites per degree across the Earth, and that means what 10 degrees apart. So we're talking, I guess like like a few degrees around. Okay, I could believe that.
I mean, the shuttle, they were able to get communications through during reentry with the shuttle because if their reentry corridor had a TDRS site,
right.
Retrograde relative to shuttle reentering, they could get a good signal because the shuttle antennas are on the back. They're actually on the very top of the flight deck, like where the two windows are at the top of the shuttle. They had their short band antennas in there, and they could get a signal through TDRS through reentry. So,
and they didn't realize that until much later.
Yeah, right.
Right. Yeah, they flew a bunch of missions that are like, wait, we're still getting signal. We didn't expect that.
Oh, this is great.
Or somebody suspected that, but they hadn't, nobody believed it. Just like they didn't suspect that, losing or what a piece of foam could do, right?
Oh,
let's not go there.
We were talking about that too. Like, we were talking about tiles missing. I made it a point to say that, the shuttle's wing leading edges were RCC, they reinforced carbon because they have to deal with that plasma knife coming through reentry. Starship has those little stubby wings. It doesn't so much have to, deal with the same kind of conditions, but
it doesn't because the shuttle wings are going edge on into the flow, and Starship wings are coming flat on. So you're stagnating. So basically, it pushes the stagnation point further out, and therefore you're getting less heating. I think the areas I'm worried about are the little shoulders near the hinges, right? The hinges around those. That's the bit that's going to get the most heating. And you're probably going to get some weird transient effects or like weird, focusing effects going on there with the flow. But honestly, that's like some hardcore CFD stuff that's beyond me.
Right. I mean, isn't a sphere, like a spherical shape, the best, like technically like the most efficient for like an entry vehicle? Like the Russians had Vostok, right? And that was just a sphere coming right through.
Well, it was the easiest to solve for mathematically, right?
Right.
Physicists love spherical cows because we can do the math on it. Unfortunately, cows generally aren't spherical.
Yeah.
We use them all the same because it's better than having no approximation at all. And so, the shape of Starship can be approximated as a cylinder, right? Which is like a circle extruded in one direction. So actually, the math on that is mostly pretty simple. Although I say it's simple, I presume somebody's done it, and I presume that it's not that complicated.
Right? Yeah, because something I was trying to tell people a little bit earlier is that Starship is going to basically enter belly first. The pointy part is going to be 90 degrees offset from the velocity vector. So this thing is truly going to belly flop through reentry. So, if you're looking at reentry that way, it's just a cylinder getting plasma from the side. So it's that's why I brought up the sphere.
Right, with a 9-meter radius. And so the radius of curvature is what defines how far away your plasma stagnation point forms. That's like, or where the shock wave forms, sorry. So that's where the air is coming in and it's hypersonic because it hasn't seen the spacecraft then, and it suddenly meets this point where it slows down to subsonic speeds relative to the body of the spacecraft. And that moment where it transitions, that's a shockwave that forms because it's going, it's changing velocity very, very rapidly. And that's where almost all the heating is. And so that gets super hot. It glows, white hot. But because this happens some distance away from the body, the superheated part is just sort of shining radiation on the body rather than having the heat flow directly onto the body. Does that make sense? And so the sharper you make your thing, the smaller the radius of curvature, the closer that point gets to the surface. And if you look
stays there, right? The plasma just stays. It'll stick there unless you like shoot it away with your engines or blade it away with a heat shield, right? Like, it's just going to stay there.
Right. So the heat, the ablation is more about the surface interface where you've got convective heating coming down and you form this. So convection is where you've actually get physically hot material, and radiation is where it's just the photons coming in. Everyone following this?
Yeah, you guys. I'm following. Everybody here following?
EJ Scott, I tell you, I am just sat back listening. I'm enjoying this. We've got questions and stuff. I'm thinking I'm not going to interrupt him. I'm just going to talk.
Oh, okay.
This is what I watch a live stream for.
So anyway, the radiation part is like 20% of the heat flow, and the rest is just like physically hot gas impacting the surface. As you go faster and faster, it becomes more about the radiation and less about the convection, because like the stagnation, the shockwave point gets hotter and hotter and hotter really rapidly. And that's why, for example, if you look at the Apollo spacecraft, one of the reasons why they wanted the back of the Apollo spacecraft to be reflective is because it would actually reflect the radiation coming in from around it. So that was a good thing. Similarly, on the shuttle, the backside of it is white because it's mostly light shining in from the hot plasma tail rather than gas flowing into the back of the shuttle. So it was white, whereas the bottom was black because you wanted it to cool down. Anyway. And
it looked cool too, just saying.
It looked really cool. Yeah, I know. That's real aesthetic. Black and white in patches like a cow.
Oh, yeah.
Like a spherical cow.
Yeah, dude, love spherical.
The Great Space Cow. The Great Space Orca. That's what it is.
Now, here, I'm gonna steer it right back into what you guys see on the screen here. Now, Starship's backside is reflective too. You think we're gonna see some of that phenomenon here as well?
I think that, if once we start seeing this come down, they'll probably have some interesting shading and coloring just from the high temperature environment. The backside, it makes total sense to have it be shiny stainless steel because that'll reflect a lot of the radiation. Like if they polish it up a whole lot, that could help even more. Could you imagine like a lunar like a translunar starship that's coming back, say after doing Dear Moon, which isn't happening? It would be so much better to have it be super polished up and reflect more of the heat, right? Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah, during reentry, I can't imagine what type of thermals you're going to endure when you're on orbit. You need one heck of a radiation system to I mean, we are reflecting, right? But you might, I don't know, man. Those tiles are gonna absorb a lot of heat too. But I'm not gonna say it's not gonna look cool.
Tiles are designed to absorb heat. Yeah, so that's not a problem.
Yep.
I mean, tiles basically what they do is they slow the rate at which heat comes through to the inside surface, and ideally, your inside surface doesn't get any hotter than its melting point and conducts heat away, right?
Yeah.
And for the fuel tanks, there's a lot of mass in there for it to dump mass into, and the stainless steel can get pretty hot before it starts to fall apart.
Yeah.
On the space shuttle.
That's what I was wondering, right? Yeah, because we have stainless versus aluminum. Go ahead. Keep going. You're going.
Well, so the space shuttle had an aluminium shell.
Yep.
And the tiles were on that. So when it had a failure on STS-27, I think, it burned straight through the aluminium really quickly. And thankfully, there was a steel plate on the back there.
Exactly. Yes. I was just talking about this before you came in. Yes. All right. We're on the same page. I'm super happy about that.
Awesome. Yes.
By the way, quick update. We're actually got police at the Richardson roadblock. And I do believe we've got a video showing what that actually means. This roadblock here is the police, but we've got a video showing where the roadblocks are ahead of a Starship flight. So, have you got to play the video, Jay?
Okay.
The timeline of events ahead of a Starship launch begins several hours prior to liftoff. County Police in coordination with SpaceX security. At the same time, Boca Chica Beach is also closed for public protection ahead of the launch. During this time, Starbase, Boca Chica Village, and essentially every location within the blast danger area is evacuated. This includes not just residents, but also non-essential SpaceX employees living and working within the area. Highway 4 will also be closed off at 3 different locations. The furthest away from the launch site is called the soft closure point, and it's located several miles up the highway near Brownsville. From this point, only residents and SpaceX personnel are allowed down this road, and everyone else will be turned away. Another roadblock is set up right outside of the blast danger area on the intersection between Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue. This location is the hard roadblock point for the launch, and only essential SpaceX personnel and law enforcement are allowed through it. Closer to the launch site, another roadblock is set up in the early hours of the road closure window to control access to the launch site. This roadblock, located past the intersection between Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard and Highway 4, is the usual roadblock that's set up for static fires and other smaller-scale tests at the launch site. As launch time approaches, this roadblock will be vacated as it won't be needed anymore, and law enforcement can move up to the safer roadblock location at Richardson. During this time, SpaceX teams will complete closeout work at the pad, performing final checks on the hardware and systems ahead of full clearance of the launch site area. At some point, the chopstick arms will open up and reveal the fully stacked rocket ahead of the propellant load sequence. For this to happen, though, the ground tank farm will have to spool up. The tank farm systems will begin chill down about 4 to 5 hours prior to launch, when the now famous Pope stack vent will become active. The liquid oxygen and liquid methane subcoolers will also start to fill with liquid nitrogen ahead of their use during propellant load operations. For this flight, a new set of liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen horizontal tanks have been installed, while the old big vertical tanks have been turned offline. This means we'll also see tank farm activity from these tanks as liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen flows from the ground tanks through all the lines and other launch pad systems. As the conditioning process continues, we will see lots of venting from the subcoolers and the tank farm in general. This is expected and has been seen on previous flights before, so don't worry and enjoy the show. During the conditioning process, SpaceX begins the load of carbon dioxide on the booster for the vehicle's own fire suppression system. This will be evidenced by vents coming off from the tower-facing chines on the Super Heavy booster. Once the tank farm is chilled down and conditioned, there will be another conditioning and chill-down process, but this time it'll be of the propellant lines that go to the launch mount and up the launch tower. This will be evidenced by the OLM and tower vents, which will be made visible during this time. The OLM vent will first start weak and will progressively become more active as propellant load approaches. This final state is what we call the waterfall mode. As for the tower vent, it'll appear and disappear twice before propellant load starts, but for that, all systems and hardware need to be ready to go.
Very cool. The glorious tones of Alicia there. Always welcome on our videos. I'm going to bring Scott back in. You know what? I'm just going to let Scott and EJ talk because it's far more fascinating than me reading out. We do have a lot of super chats. We do have a lot of questions. Yeah. If you've done a super chat, do not feel like we're ignoring you. We have a very long stream. It's a long way to launch it. It's another 7 hours and 20 minutes. We will make sure they're all read out. Don't you worry. But while we've got Scott on, I don't want to waste the time we've got with him by just running through super chats. I think we should just let him talk. And in fact, there's a question for Scott here from Kaden Coupland who asks, are you ready for launch? I'm sure you are. And have you been to Boca to see a flight?
Wow. Well, yeah, I'm ready for launch. But here's the thing. Every time they launch, it's something where I am pre-booked onto something. So I actually was supposed to be in a bit earlier, and I couldn't because it's my son's birthday. So we're like, I'm going to cut the cake. Okay, we're done with the cake. We're coming through to get on NASASpaceflight. So I couldn't get out. First launch, I was at ThinkerCon. Second launch, it was like my wife's best friend's 60th birthday that I was supposed to be at. Then the other one was Pi Day, and I'd have been committed to some, like, youth education things. It's like, come on. One of these days they'll have an event that I can actually get to. So, no, I have not got, but I would love to get down there. But I'm a very busy person because I do have a day job. It turns out I have a bunch of really important meetings tomorrow.
Wait, you have a life? Wait, what does that mean?
I don't
understand. Chris, you understand that?
Well, yeah. A life. That's one interesting way of putting it. I do more things I do things other than making videos on YouTube. I'll say that. I know. I have a family.
What?
I'm teaching my daughter how to DJ properly after all these years. Yeah, vinyl turntables, beat matching, the whole thing. Oh yeah.
Old school. So yeah, real vibe.
Yeah.
All right, now we're talking. That's great.
Going to be at Open Source in a couple of weeks, which is San Francisco, makers event with other space people are going to be there, Joe Barnard and stuff. So yeah.
Oh, Joey B.
Yes,
love that guy.
That's right.
Cool. Well, hey, tell your son some random other space influencer on the internet says happy birthday.
I will. He'll be very happy because he's easily made happy. No, he'll be very happy because he's just hopped up on energy drinks because he's studying for his final few tests, and he brought out a giant chemistry book. He's like, "Dad, this is what I'm going to be doing next year." It's like, great. Let's talk about chemistry. Do you want to talk about chemistry?
That's the dude. I'll talk about chemistry. Let's talk about, we talk about pre-burners, right? When you take gaseous methyloxide, gaseous oxygen, and combine them and throw them into an injector, into a combustion chamber, staging.
Torch igniter. Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that. That'd be great.
Yeah, you go fuel rich. You go fuel rich, and you go ox rich, right?
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
It is interesting. We all talk about full flow stage combustion, but that's not something you can do with every fuel type, right? You can't do that with Keralox because if you go fuel rich, then you end up polymerizing the kerosene and you end up just producing black gunk and you gum up your engine. So chemistry matters when with fuels.
Yeah. Yep.
But anyway, yeah, we're talking about making this tower bigger, right? Or retooling it.
Dude, I'm in. Let's make it bigger. Rocket.
I'm just like,
it's not pointy enough.
I just remember it was supposed to be like 459 feet with a 10-foot tall lightning rod or something. And I remember saying that, if you made it a 20-foot tall lightning rod, it was 400. It would be 489 with that, and that would have been 420 plus 69. I'm just like wondering if that ever happened.
Those are the meme numbers.
I know it's mad.
It's not a coincidence, man.
You know what, EJ, you've mentioned also, Scott mentioned one of my magic words, which is I have a big fascination with ground support equipment.
Yeah, me too.
I like to reference the fact that when hot stage to the stack on Starship, that rate the ship quick disconnect could be, and they basically put it on a booster seat. It probably cost them
they
a couple
put it on a
$100
seat, yeah.
When they went from Block 1B modifications for mobile launch platform.
They just built a new one.
We're going to start building another one, which is what
because we don't want to hold up the blisteringly fast launch cadence of SLS by having to build a new tower, right? Between launch 3 and 4. No, we will have to have them switch over and get going fast.
And that is
with
literally just because of the...
That's going to say with all the swiftness
European
constellation drift.
Yeah, it's literally because the US, the new upper stage, it slightly makes it taller, slightly, and they basically say, well, we're not going to raise where the umbilicals are on the tower. We'll build a new tower to cater for the umbilicals where they need to go. And the question being what to do with Mobile Launcher 1 after that. But with Starbase, I think they're learning that they don't have to do too many things to cater for the changes, because obviously the vehicle itself will go through V2 and V3 alterations, configurations where it's going to be advanced for its future roles. But I do like this question because it's on topic and it's something both of you, I really want to hear the answer from both of you two. So I'm going to ask this question. It's from Nemo, asks, what's the plan for Starship and Hubble? Now it's only got one gyro. So we know we've got problems with Hubble again with the gyros. The last time it was serviced was STS-125. Elon did actually reply to me in a tweet once about retrieving Hubble and bringing it down from a museum. It could be done. But as far as servicing missions, Jared has proposed that with the potential of taking a Dragon out there and reboosting it and doing a servicing mission, probably not to the level of the space shuttle with the 5 back-to-back EVAs and all the equipment the Mule brought up with it. But there's a potential that they could do some kind of servicing with it, but NASA's kind of hands off, saying we don't want non-NASA astronauts touching it. What's your thoughts on that, Scott?
Well, first of all, I don't think... First of all, it actually has 2 working gyros. It's just they're going into single gyro operation. So they'll actually have a backup gyro still. So they had 3, and then now they're like, okay, we've only got 2, single gyro. It means that they can't point... they can't slew to targets as quickly as they used to because they need to spend more time settling it. But once they're there, they can still hold it with roughly the same precision. They can't track fast-moving objects like asteroids. But anyway, I first of all, what I say is, regardless of what the plans are for servicing, I think the first thing they should do is boost it to a higher orbit. And that will give you time one way or another. I do not believe that we should let that fall into the atmosphere. Even if we're just boosting it up into a higher orbit, served for inspiration to future generations. At this point, I wonder whether it might just be cheaper to, build a new one. We all know that down in Sunnyvale, there is a Hubble factory, and I'm using finger quotes because that's where they build these big spy satellites. I think it's Sunnyvale, and if you're building these things already, how hard could it be to build more? Right?
Yep. Yeah. I always like to tell people that Hubble is the spy satellite that's pointed backwards.
It is pretty close.
That, but yeah.
Hubble was oversubscribed, and James Webb is now here. It's oversubscribed too. So it's not like you can stop Hubble doing. It's not like James Webb took any load off of Hubble by any means. It just had a whole new set of demands. Yep. I really think that Hubble needs to be preserved. I'm not sure we'll ever service it. I think the amount of time and effort and money that it would take to service Hubble with what we have now would require so many pieces of bespoke hardware that we would be better actually just building new telescopes and using the new launch capabilities, the new heavy lift launch capabilities that are coming down the line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and, I'm kind of with you. On that. I like the idea of boosting it as well. I mean, even if you're not going to service the thing again, that would be fine. There is a grapple point that was installed after the last Hubble servicing mission. They installed a grapple point on it, so you don't need an RMS to a remote manipulator says you don't need an arm like the shuttle to go and grab at that thing. You could. Scott, I think that's a very poignant thought. Like up until that point, I was like, let's go service it and try to get more life out of the thing. But, with that rocket that you all see on your screen, it might be a better idea
to capable,
right? You have a Starship in the future, mount a Hubble in the payload bay and leave it up there for a little while. Oh, we need to do an upgrade. Instead of sending a servicing mission up, you just bring it back down and then you fix it and then you send it back up again. Starship has down mass capability. That'd be an awesome mission. I'm here.
Yeah, I think it would be cool to just leave it in space and make it part of the the first space museum, right?
I'm here for this. Yeah, I want to be a part of this plan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, there's the NASA Great Roman Space Telescope, which is it's being built. Mm-hmm. I don't know what its current spending is on that though. Isn't the Roman leftover DoD satellite?
It is
leftover.
Yeah, right. We're like, we don't need this. Here, you can have it. It's like, what? All right, cool.
So yeah, if you figured out the prototype for that or whatever, figure out how to produce those more rapidly on the production line and just launch lots of them, that would be a much better solution.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That I want a constellation of James Webbs. Let's bring on Luvor. Let's go. We need more of these.
Yeah, Luvor. Yeah, I mean that's cool. I can see that.
Yeah. Just launch more. We want more. We're greedy here.
But yeah, I mean, I think my sort of opinion is that the Hubble servicing missions were absolutely amazing, but probably for the amount of money and effort that was spent, you could have launched another telescope each time.
I mean, it really only makes sense. Hubble only makes sense if you have a shuttle to service it. Any other way.
What's coming down the pipeline as well is China's about to launch their space telescope, and it is going to periodically dock with their space station for servicing.
Huh. That sounds a lot like Space Station Freedom dual keel. We should do that. That was a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea.
You don't want to have the telescope mounted on the space station because people moving around just cause too much vibrations. But if you have it free flying and have it occasionally come back home so you can change out the instruments. That makes so much sense.
Yeah. I mean, so for the people that don't know, the dual keel space station was a part of the Space Station Freedom program. That Space Station Freedom eventually became the ISS. But there was a time where they were talking about, with Space Station Freedom, having a gigantic, basically a dry dock for spy satellites built into the design on the truss segment, and you could basically send out a space tug, go and grab like Hubble, bring it back to the space station, work on it, with the relative security and low risk of being next to the space station, right? And then let it go and send it back on its way. Space Station Freedom was originally supposed to be in a 27-degree inclined orbit because
that's where the shuttle could get to.
Bingo, exactly. And that's where Hubble is. Coincidentally, it's in I think it's actually a inclined orbit.
Yeah,
so,
it's basically the lowest inclination orbit you can get, the most efficient orbit for the space shuttle out of Florida.
Mm-hmm. Yep, just right out of the Cape, and them being in the same inclination means that there's low delta V to be able to go and fish it out. You could just go grab it and bring it back for a relatively low delta V cost. Nowadays trying to get to the ISS to Hubble, no, we don't. Yeah,
there's too much. But also, if you compare it against the actual spy satellites, those are in higher inclination orbits because they actually want to get views closer to the poles at times.
Right? Yeah, those are sun synchronous, right? 97 degrees inclined.
Are they?
It could be. I don't know.
They're in sun sync. I don't know actually where they are. I just know that they're not like 27 degrees. Well, here's the thing: when they start out in one inclination, they can't go very far, right?
Right. Yep. Well, we don't know. We don't know that. That could
be another spy satellite there. Yeah, they have some maneuvering capability.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah, and then of course the International Space Station moved to its 52-degree orbit so that Russia could come on board and be the great partners that they are. Which is why I find it. I get great amusement from the fact that are supposed to be collaborating with China, and China went and launched their space station into an orbit that Russia can't reach. Yeah, it's like, we're collaborating, but you have to fly on our spaceships.
Yeah, they're like, hey, can you check the inclination of your station so we can get to it? And China was like, no.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, we're not doing that. And they're like, oh, yeah. Okay.
They could have reached it. They had the capability, right? It was just like, they were like, nope. It might even have made it a better space station if they pushed it up at that thing. Of course, by doing that, it meant that the connection, because space ISS and Tiangong are in different orbits now.
Mm-hmm.
I was just trying to figure out the other day, like, if you knew how to fly the Soyuz, could you figure out how to fly a Shenzhou with no knowledge of Mandarin?
I mean,
I'm going to have to ask some Soyuz experts.
Yeah, no, but they should have relatively similar degrees of freedom control. I mean, every capsule, even the shuttle had the 6 degrees of freedom controls. You have a joystick that's designed for yaw, pitch, and roll. Oh,
I think
Jack?
I'm back.
Hello,
Jack.
Can you
Jack's
hear me?
back.
Jack.
Do you have the combination?
Okay, I have so many questions for you two. I've been listening to your conversation, and it's so I really, before I even forget, I have had very little sleep, and I might forget these questions. So stand by, put a pin in it. Chris, Mr. Bergen, the Bergenator, I think we're going to say goodbye to you for a little bit. Thank you for covering for me while I ran around like a chicken with my head cut off. I don't know if we still have him. Oh, thank you, Chris. And thank you for founding NSF. Chat, I want to see thank you, Chris.
Yes.
Wall to wall.
The
B-Man.
Okay. First off, here we go. You guys were talking about imaging Starship reentry from Starlink earlier, right?
What an awesome idea.
Wait. Hear me out. I'm going to blow your mind. Get ready for this. You know how bullet time in the Matrix was accomplished? A ring of cameras. You know what a bunch of Starlinks in orbit are? A ring of cameras. So I propose, I'm so hyped about this. I don't know if you can tell. So I propose orbital bullet time of Starship reentry. If anybody can make that happen, it's SpaceX. I don't know. Chat out there is probably like, what the heck is he talking about? But
Even better, use NERF, right? Orbital, use all the
oh my
cameras
god,
to
make a
construct
giant,
neural
make a
radiance
giant Gaussian
fields.
splat. Yes!
Yes!
Scott, I love you.
Yeah, I'm here for
Man,
this. This is
that
great.
would be cool.
It's a good idea. We should do this.
Amazing.
Yes,
should
all
have
right,
to
so
do
resolution sucks, but whatever.
all right, so we're out here innovating. Good. Thank you. I just wanted to get that off my chest before I completely forgot that harebrained idea. But
It's
thank
not
you.
a harebrained idea. It needs to happen.
No, yeah, they should do that.
I mean, hey, if anybody has a line for Elon's number or whatever, Tim, if you're out there listening right now, orbital bullet
you should
time.
try
please.
that from the ground. You guys at NASASpaceflight, you guys have the audience. The next time there's like a big jellyfish launch, get everyone with their iPhones to get their coordinates logged, shoot it at the same time, synchronize all the shots from all the people, and construct like a massive, 3D computational tomography version of the giant jellyfish.
I'm so here for this. I am 100%
Right, we just gotta
here
get
for this.
thousands of space nerds shooting on cameras, recording the video, and pass it off to somebody that can do the math. With computers, obviously.
I'm here for it. I'm here for the nerddom that's going on in here. Yeah. It's pretty good.
I'm just glad I didn't roll in here and say something stupid and have both of you guys go, what?
It would have to be really stupid for us to dismiss it instantly.
We were talking about
it's a good idea
earlier.
All right.
So.
I can do stupid. Hear me out. Starship, but with feathers instead of tiles. No, really don't.
I did Starship with dragon wings once.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a Kerbal Space Program challenge. Big, leathery giant dragon wings popped out and it flew.
Amazing.
Was there an arm coming out of the back of its neck or something?
Did it do any burninating that you're aware of?
Yes.
Burninating the entry.
And consummate V's.
Consummate
V's.
Amazing.
Yes! Oh god, there's people in the audience that are too young to understand this.
Yeah,
It's okay.
if you have no idea what we're talking about, you need to watch every single Strong Bad email that exists.
It's a lot.
Hey, I'm gifting them the joy of laughter.
Starrunner.com.
Yep.
Yeah.
From the old internet.
Let me thank some folks real quick. I'm just gonna do a couple of these here. Goldwolf, thank you. They say love you guys, keep up the good work. And we have I'm being told there is an update on the roadblock. It has now set up. Where's that location? That's right there by the Astropub. Yeah, so that's the standard, final roadblock before the launch site, and that is a good sign. Now, here's the thing. You may have noticed I started the stream, and then I was not on the stream, and then now I am back on the stream.
Welcome back.
Somebody may have been driving during the time that they were not on the stream, and that person may have been driving around the time that we expect to see roadblocks. There are no roadblocks on Highway 4 right around midnight, so which is interesting. I think previously they've set them up a little bit earlier, but there is now that one going up there, right there at LBJ Avenue and Highway 4. So hooray!
Yay!
Everything progressing along. Okay, here's a question.
Proceeding as according to the plans.
Yeah, I feel like you need to be. People can't see you, but I can see you. You need to be doing the.
Can you see what's on my mug?
I cannot. This is the worst audio. Skywalker Ranch, nice.
Yeah.
Better than Skinwalker Ranch, I'll tell you that.
That's right. I may have been talking to some people there that know about recording sound.
Oh, interesting.
Anyway.
Let's see. We have a question here from Callius asking, shouldn't they be focusing on demonstrating controlled reentry first and test failure scenarios? I mean, that's basically what the point of this flight is, right? Is to survive peak heating and get through reentry. I wonder if they're asking about the missing tiles that we were talking about earlier. I have a fun theory about that. This is another one of my bugbears that I filed away while I was maybe not driving and listening to you guys talk earlier. Those missing tiles are on the aft skirt, you guys were saying. What's right on the other side of the aft skirt in many places?
Vacuum Raptors.
Correct. What do you not need for landing?
Vacuum Raptors.
Excellent. Thank you, Scott. I'm going to need to add Vacuum Raptors to my soundboard now, just so that I can forever relive that exact intonation. That's priceless. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's. I think, they're clearly not going to clear all the requirements to be able to do a full mission on the next flight, because they're not doing an on-orbit relight. If everything's as I remember, right?
They're not doing an on-orbit relight on this flight.
Right.
Correct.
So that means they need to do at least one more suborbital flight after this one.
Yeah, correct. That would be my read as well. I know a lot of people are expecting the first catch attempt to be Flight 5, and it very well could be. It of course depends on how Flight 4 goes and how the virtual catch of the booster goes. But because there's no on-orbit relight this time around, I do sort of wonder. I know that's the ship and not the booster, but I sort of wonder if maybe we won't see catch on 5, even if everything goes perfectly today.
Dude, I still think they will. I think they'll go for a catch on 5. It just the spacing between Flight 4 and Flight 5 might be a little bit longer than what we've seen in the past. But I've always said that they could do Artemis. You could do the entire Artemis profile with expendable starships. On orbit refueling, you could do the whole shebang bang with an expendable starship. You really can't get that done with expendable super heavies. That would be very, very difficult.
That's a drone flying through, right? So I say that, they're not going to try and go for a catch until they have 2 towers.
Yeah.
Or they're pretty sure that the second tower is ready to go. That's what I would say.
Well, how do you... we can get in the weeds here real quick, because I'm a nerd. How do you define ready to go?
As in, the time between this flight and the expected next flight is less than... is comparable to the time it'll take to finish out the tower and get it ready for another flight.
But
even then, if you looked, as soon as they were finished, they were already starting to stack new hardware. So they need the tower right away.
Yeah,
you don't want to risk not having the ability to stack and test.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the time between now and the second tower becoming operational for its first use, because it's not just the tower, right? Remember, it's also the orbital launch mount, which takes for frickin' ever to build. And unless they're going to somehow barge the second one over from Florida, the one that they have there outside Hangar M, I don't see Pad 2 at Starbase being ready for at least a year.
Well,
and maybe I'm being a crunchy.
The tower might be ready to catch without an orbital launch.
Oh no! Are you a catch-only tower person, Scott? Are you?
You're
not both catch-only. No,
that just occurred to me as you were talking about it. I haven't thought it through.
See, here's the thing. If I ever take a stand against something like, say, Ship 26 being bad, then of course Ship 26 is going to go on to do all the coolest stuff. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe the second tower will be a catch-only tower. I really, 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 really don't think so, even if just at first. But we'll see.
How many boosters have they got in the pipeline? Right. They start launching them every 6 weeks. How long till they start running out of boosters?
That's a very good point. They need to be able to reuse Super Heavy. That's a key part of this program. I just think, I don't know, I think we're going to see a catch attempt a lot sooner than many people, including myself, frankly, expect to see it. And if that's only when they have the one pad in Starbase, so be it. It'll be good data. Sure, why not? Because they'll find out exactly.
I think that I would look to see the results of this flight.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think you're going to decide. Was the biggest failure on the re-entry side of things? If that is, then don't risk another catch until you're further down in solving your problems with the re-entry of the Starship.
Yeah,
because you you need to be able to fly and push that those boundaries out.
So while we're talking about it, didn't the FAA license that dropped say something about that license being applicable for other, like, additional Starship launches should they fly the same exact profile? I think I remember seeing that in there in one of the statements they released.
Yeah, I don't know. I know there was something that was highlighted that certain types of failures would not require like an investigation before the next launch. And there were things like,
Right.
well, we expect this to break up on entry, therefore, if we fly it again, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the 3 failures. I think one was a failure during reentry with high heating. One was a failure during landing. And I forget what the third one is. Forgive me. But that pertains to the mishap investigation that we've seen happen on all of the launches thus far. There was an additional little nugget of news. I'm sorry, I'm like frantically searching for it here, about the launch license itself, separate from the mishap investigation stuff. Just saying, hey, Flight 5 could come pretty darn quick after Flight 4, provided one, they don't, they fulfill the requirements to not need the mishap investigation to be completed, and 2, that they don't need a launch license modification again. They'll already have it. So interesting. It'll be interesting to see both when Flight 5 happens and when the first catch happens, and maybe they'll be one and the same.
Yeah.
Philip wants to know what everyone's favorite space shuttle is. Scott, what's your favorite shuttle?
Discovery, I guess.
You guess? That doesn't sound very...
I'm trying to think what... I actually really like Enterprise.
Hey, all right.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, because it was just like such a pioneer, that whole like flying thing. But yeah, obviously it wasn't an actual space shuttle.
Hey, Enterprise has a real orbital number. It's OV101. It's a real
one
shuttle.
that had the big probe sticking out. It was the only one that flew with a lance.
Yep.
It was jousting like a knight of the sky.
I do love me a good air data boom. Nothing wrong with that.
Yep. Anyway, I mean, my favorite shuttle is Challenger. The reason why is because in the early parts of the shuttle program, NASA and Rockwell took what they learned from the orbital flight tests, OFT 1, 2, 3, and 4, so STS 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they applied those lessons when they made Challenger. Challenger to Columbia is like Falcon 9 1.0 to Falcon 9 1.1. It is a very different orbiter. Challenger, for instance, has way less tiles. It is way lighter, way less mass than Columbia. Columbia was heavy. It was overbuilt because how are you going to test fly this without people on board? So they overbuilt it on purpose. So all subsequent shuttle designs, Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour, are all based off of Challenger's design rather than Enterprise and Columbia. So Challenger's my guy. That's my favorite.
Good deal. Yeah, I mean, solid answer. I'm going to go with Atlantis just because it did a whole bunch of spooky NRO and or DoD stuff. So, plus, I mean, Atlantis, come on. It's a cool name.
Yeah.
Good deal. We have a question here from Curveless Sphere. Interesting choice of name based on
depends
prior
on
topics.
the curvature of space-time. A sufficiently curved space-time will make a sphere look like it has no curvature.
Nice. They're asking, how does everyone think this mission will play out? I think the booster will be a full success, and the ship will fail on the flip and burn. EJ, I'm gonna let you go first while I take a massive bite out of this pizza here.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something else. What kind of pizza you got?
You really?
No.
You have to ask.
This is a flame trench. You
really have to ask. It's bacon pizza.
Oh my god, you're the best. All right, so is
with
it gonna
pineapple,
make
right?
No, Scott, no, don't do this. Anyway, all right. So I think
focus.
Are we gonna get past peak heating? Well, yeah. I mean, IFT3 made it past peak heating. It's just the business end was flying first, so that's probably not going to get you very good entry, descent, and landing data if the engines are flying first. That they don't really want to do that.
Hey, really quick. While you're answering, we see some cars leaving the pad right now.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Ooh.
So, I mean, if they can get the attitude control problems figured out, and there's no way that SpaceX isn't like, okay, it has to steer correctly in space. We really need to get that done. There's no way they haven't really made sure that those thrusters are going to work correctly, right? But then again, you never know with these iterative test flights. But I'd say if the attitude control systems are working correctly and Starliner goes through, Starliner, nice. If Starship, there's too many stars, dude. If Starship goes through reentry correctly, yeah, I think it'll make it past peak heating. Now, flip and burn, I don't know, man. If it makes it through in one piece, I don't see why it wouldn't be possible. I mean, SpaceX has pretty much proven that they can feed propellant sideways, because that was the real hard part about doing those flip and burns in the beginning, because Starship is coming down with its belly facing towards the ground. It's coming down parallel to the horizon, right? So, unlike Falcon 9, which is coming down in vertically, it's very easy to settle the propellants at the bottom of the tank and then just turn the engines on because you're decelerating from aerodynamics. Starship is a little bit of a different breed here because you're coming in sideways. You're 90 degrees off from like where a vertical landing would come down. SpaceX has proven that works. Now here's the real question. They did it with SN15 with Raptor 1s, right? Arguably a different motor, right? Can it be done with these Raptor 2s? Can these, I think that's possible. I think that, if it's going to work with Raptor 1s, it should work with Raptor 2s, but probably doesn't really usually work well in spaceflight. It probably works. But I mean, then again, flip side of that is that it's iterative design. So SpaceX, probably work. It didn't. All right, let's try something else. So
I love how we keep talking about flip side of the flip and burn.
Yeah. See, I've been hanging around with Sawyer too much.
Or not enough. One of the two.
I don't know what it is. Yeah, right. So I think if it makes it through peak heating and it gets below the Kármán line, I think the flip and burn will be just fine. I think it'll do it. It depends on how scorched this thing is going to get coming through entry, descent, and then hope all the way up to landing.
Scott, what do you think?
I mean, look, I'm pretty much on the same thing. I think that the booster is one of these things that should have been solved, and I think that unfortunately they've had issues with the relights, and they had issues possibly with the ring detaching. So with those things addressed, well, now we're actually going to see possibly where the rubber hits the road or the booster hits the ocean. So I think that they got to make sure the engines don't fail, because that's what we keep on having. Now, Starship, we know it can get to orbit. They will almost certainly have figured out their attitude control problems, because, that's what they're going to focus on. What other problems will they encounter? I don't know. I think they might get through re-entry. And then this will be the time when they actually have to demonstrate they can do this whole, the flaps, the controls. They have to demonstrate that at hypersonic speeds, because they've only demonstrated it at subsonic speeds and subsonic loads, and that's potentially a completely different environment. So that's where things could start going wrong. They might learn something new. They might encounter problems with their heat shield. They might have, gas intrusion where they didn't expect it. So this is where I think that they might have a problem, and I will not be surprised if Starship doesn't make it all the way down to the ocean. I think it'll be a miracle if it gets to the point where it actually tries to light its engines, because there's a lot of other things that can go wrong before there.
Yeah. The transition from reaction control to aerodynamic control that was tough for the shuttle. The shuttle never just didn't flip off its RCS and then just start using the elevons, right? It was a slow and gradual change over time as you're going through hypersonic into supersonic down to subsonic. That's a good point, man. That's a balancing act for sure.
Well, Starship should actually have. See, the thing is, the space shuttle didn't really have much aerodynamic control authority during that hypersonic regime, because it was like a 40-degree pitch up. So you can't really do much with the elevons in that orientation. Mm-hmm. So that it needed the RCS, but it would transition by dropping the nose. Whereas Starship, those control surfaces, they work all the way through the speed range, but they've never really used it at hypersonic speeds, so they could encounter problems they've not predicted. And that's what I'm saying. I think that's where I think we will see potentially problems. That's where I would look for problems.
Yep.
It's really interesting to see so much talk about hypersonics these days. And, you think of a missile, or you think of a small little thing. Hey, what's hypersonic? Starship.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anything falling down fast through the atmosphere can be hypersonic. The question is it doing anything useful, or is it just falling like a rock? Because falling like a rock has been a solved hypersonic problem for a long time.
Yep.
Yeah, just look at shuttle.
Yep. Just
Luca is asking, since it's so humid here, giant vapor cone ? I hope so. We've seen a little bit of vapor on previous launches, but maybe, you never know. Sometimes you see a Falcon 9 launch and you get that donut. Sometimes you get a little vapor cone, sometimes you get no vapor, sometimes you get the full rainbow donut. You know what I'm talking about?
Right, yeah, it depends on the moisture distribution within the atmosphere, right? So and I, being a pilot, should know all this stuff, but actually I'm drawing a blank on what it does to rockets.
Actually,
let me bring out Firefly and take a look at the winds aloft.
Excellent.
So, Jack, something to consider is that, the atmospheric conditions at sea level might not be the atmospheric conditions where the vehicle's going transonic, right?
Good point.
That all changes. One of the things that if people wonder what the range is doing, range is green, like what we saw with Starliner, they're not just monitoring the temperature and the wind down here, right? And obviously, if you're up in the vacuum, there's not really much meteorological data up there other than, radiation, which they do monitor as well. That's actually something that not a lot of people know, but it's all about what's in between there too, right? So the wind at 30,000 feet might be different than the wind at sea level, right? And not only is it going to most likely be different, how much of a difference are we talking here? So, temperature and pressure obviously varies. As you go up, it's going to go down, but temperature and humidity will absolutely vary throughout the window. That's why we see that vapor cones sometimes on Falcon and sometimes we don't. It all depends on the humidity and temperature, where the vehicle is breaking the sound, or not breaking the sound barrier. That's not exactly right. Where it goes through the transonic regime of flight. It's not breaking the sound barrier. Vapor cones aren't sound barriers.
So yeah, right now it looks like at 33,000 feet, the wind is going to be at 16 knots, and if you go up 6,000 feet to 39,000, it goes up to 62 knots. So there's a bit of wind shear.
A lot of vertical
that happens in that range. And then it drops back down as you get up to 54,000.
Yeah, now, that kills the rocket. That's not good for it.
Yeah, okay. There's a lot to unpack here because Scott said wind shear. Okay, first off, wind shear bad for rockets, as we know.
It's not that
arguably killed or contributed to killing the two shuttles that had their mishaps. So it's not something to trifle with. But it's not super bad, you're saying, Scott. It's just there is shear. There's typically always some amount of shear, but it's not super
bad. Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, and maybe this will make sense, maybe it won't. What would either of you most want Tim to ask Elon in their next thing they do? Because one thing I really want to know is hey, what's the wind shear limit? Hey, what is the winds aloft limit? Any kind of constraints like that we sometimes get to know with other launch systems. I would really like some nitty-gritty details about hey, what's the shear limit? I don't know. If either of you has a pet question that you would ask, what would it be?
Scott, go for it. I'm thinking.
Oh, God. I'm really asking things.
I can thank some people.
I would actually be asking
about
redundancy in their control systems. That's where I'm sort of interested. Their electronic stack, because we hear so little about the avionics stack in these things. Because we see all the structural stuff we can infer, but we really don't know anything about the control algorithms and what other sensors are on there.
Yeah, that's fascinating. That's a really good one.
It's the only thing we can.
Jude, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's the thing we'd actually have to ask somebody about.
Right. EJ, any bugbears you got? You can say pass.
I need some time to think about this. I'm rifling through, like, is that a good enough thing to ask? If I was gonna shoot my shot, right? Like, it has to be a good question. I don't want to be like, well, why is the tower tall, or something? Like.
Yeah. No, trust me, I get it. I just saw my favorite director doing a screening of his new film, and there was a Q&A after, and you want to go up and be like, hey, thanks for your work. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. That kind of thing. But you don't want to get annoying, right? It's always so hard. But yeah, you try and think of a good question. Like, what's a good question I can ask so that they think I'm not just annoying? It's hard.
I suppose.
While you think, I just want to note, we are seeing the tank farm spooling up a little bit. Cars are continuing to leave the pad. So significantly more activity going on at the tank farm. You can see some vapor there. And that's exactly what we want to see at this point. In the evening, with about 6.5 hours to go to the opening of the window. Hooray.
Yeah. So start of the window, we're also expecting some clouds. Just so we know. I know they will burn out very, very quickly, and then the winds will come up. We have about a 17% chance of rain during the window. So I'm just looking at all this stuff. I'm not sure about humidity.
I appreciate it.
It does show unstable air, so you could get like thunderstorms potentially forming if given the heat and the humidity. So, but
Scott,
maybe
looking
not.
at the Brownsville METAR,
I'm more than the METAR. I'm looking at the whole weather prediction for that area. But Brownsville is the one, because Brownsville is big enough. They launch the balloons, so they actually get the winds aloft, right? Because most of the other stuff you can predict from the ground.
It's always fun when you're driving down Highway 4 towards Starbase. There is, of course, Brownsville Airport, and right next to Brownsville Airport, there's a giant radome on a stick, which is the weather radar, and right next to that is some sort of, it looks like an astronomical, like a telescope dome. That's a very small one, but it's right there. And I have seen people come out of a shed next to that, basically, and release those weather balloons. Like, when you drive by at the exact right time. It's pretty nifty. And even, it's been a long time. I would say it's been, 2 years, maybe 3 years. But I've seen them release those balloons at Starbase, like basically from the production site. I think that was back when they were doing one of their wind studies, or the wind investigation that they had to do as part of the environmental impact statement. So more cars leaving the pad.
Yep.
Jenks, you on the coke?
Yep.
Excellent. This is perfect. This is exactly what we want to see. Clear out the pad. Get the launch site ready to begin propellant loading on this thing. It'll be some time before they start loading propellant, but there's a lot to do to get the tank farm ready to load that propellant, right? Like, you have to condition all of the lines so you don't do any thermal shock to any of your very critical propellant lines that will be flowing thousands of tons of volatile propellants into this vehicle.
Frankly, the rate that SpaceX moves propellants into Starship is astonishing. Even the ground service equipment, the pumps. Shout out to the GSE team at Starbase.
Yes.
Right? Unsung heroes. Unsung heroes. I mean, it's stupid. It's what? It's like 5,000 tons of propellant in 50 minutes. 1,000 tons of propellant in 10 minutes. Like, I'm sorry, I have no other word for it than that's stupid. Like, I don't understand how that's possible.
Well,
yet simultaneously, I understand why they destroy so many pumps at the orbital tank farm. Go ahead, Scott.
Oh, I'm going to just say, think about it. They're pumping the fuel and the propellant out of there at an even faster rate.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. Yeah, I mean,
what is a rocket but really fancy plumbing?
Really fancy plumbing with a bit more fire.
I mean, I was actually, wondering like what the flow rate is. Like, if we can extrapolate that Starship is going to, like super heavy will drain most of its fuel after like a 4 minute ascent, right? Like how much, what's the flow rate of these pumps that tank the vehicle? I'm sure, that's pretty basic math.
Right. It's like 15, 20 tons per second of propellant between fuel and oxidizer in that first stage.
That's wild. That's wild that they can do it with cryogenic propellants, everyone. Like, that is crazy.
I mean, to be clear, once they're pumping it, when they're pumping it into the engines, it doesn't matter that they're aggressively pushing it through and heating it up. But actually, when you're loading the densified propellant in the first place, you don't want it to heat up as well. So you don't want to have too much turbulence, right? Because that will cause you'll be putting energy into your stuff, and you don't want that. But on the way out, it's less of an issue.
Yeah. Yeah. That's when you want that to happen, right? Like,
yeah.
So yeah,
I was just
we want
watching
the big fiery bits to happen later.
Yes.
To get hyped up today for launch. I was watching the most recent Cosmic Perspective EDA video. With all the insane,
So good.
utterly bonkers slow-mo. Absolutely check that out if you haven't already. But I was watching that, and I was just struck by how the vapor from the condensation on the booster itself gets like venturied into the engine compartment and then belched out in between the Raptors. It's the amount of just sheer human ingenuity and brilliance in just the aft section of this vehicle. It's insane.
Yeah, that's not the first time we've seen stuff like that. If you go back and, I mean, there's famous footage out somewhere around on the internet of Apollo, like a Saturn V liftoff on the pad, and you have camera E8, which is basically looking at the business end of Saturn V during ignition, or at least the top of the business end. You could see during the initial overpressure when the engines turn on, it blows carbon soot out, like up the flame trench, and then it gets or up the
sucked down.
Gets sucked right back down and creates a huge vacuum. It's crazy.
Yep.
Well, and then,
I've got a couple slow-mo shots from static fires that do the same thing, and it's mesmerizing. Go ahead, Scott.
Well, and then we're talking about the rocket sucking the gas down past it, and then once it's traveling up, and reaching supersonic speeds, you get the reverse effect where you're now punching through the atmosphere so hard that you're creating a vacuum, and it sucks the gas from the engines forward up the side of the rocket.
Right. Sometimes with a shuttle launch, like you'd see some like burning basically on the underside of the external tank. Yeah. And it's like, no, external tank's fine. That's fine. They anticipated that because
it's just like a little bit
physics.
Of entrained flow there.
Mm-hmm. Right. Super cool.
Hey,
all right. Well, we've got some more really.
Exist. Yep.
I mean, hey, rockets are pretty cool. I don't know. I might be going out on a limb here. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. Rockets are pretty cool. We have some more questions, and don't forget, if you have questions at NASASpaceflight, we'll be happy to answer them as much as we can. Here is one from Michael. We were just talking about fueling. Michael is asking, how much do you think they could reduce fueling time, and is there a limit to it? I mean, given that it's already insanely fast, I'm not sure, but I don't know. Never say never. I mean, this goes into what Vaquero is saying in chat. Put a turbo pump on the tank farm.
I mean, we
have some Raptor powered. That's it, dude, right?
Yeah,
you just have the pre-burner section.
Yeah, exactly. Just the pump part. I was gonna say that's why I was thinking about like calculating flow rates. Like, could you do that? I mean, I don't know, man. Like that. Like what they have is already moving propellant pretty quickly. That's like on par with like some small rocket engines, like flow rates going in like a tiny little engine. Like they're on par with those things with their GSE, which is kind of crazy to think about. Like that's all right.
It is electrically powered, right? They're not burning fuel to load it, right?
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, mass isn't a concern. You just get a big honking electric motor. I mean, dude, what if there's a Tesla motor in there, with like a fluid impeller attached to it?
Well, I'm just wondering how much electrical power does it take, and can they actually move that amount through? Because I know for a while they were limited by getting electricity in there and stuff. Right.
Yeah, for Flight 1, if you remember, for Flight 1, they had, oh man, I think it was like 4 or 6, maybe more, semi-truck sized generators right there parked at the loading area for the orbital tank farm. I'm trying to remember like what the megawatt equivalent of that was. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it was a significant amount of power just parked right there at the orbital tank farm in the form of giant semi-truck sized generators. Now thankfully they've run some high voltage lines down the side of Highway 4 over the last, however many months. So the infrastructure, the grid can support getting the launch site the power it needs. But yeah, to your point, Scott, it's got to take a lot of power.
Yeah. I mean, we all talk about, occupy Mars and stuff, but guess what? Just getting the infrastructure in Boca Chica is hard.
Yep. Yeah, right. Exactly. We got a lot of mission parameters need to be figured out before we go over there. But hey, if anybody has the chops to do it, it's the company whose rocket you see on the screen, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Man.
Okay, Khalid is asking, what are you worried about the most before and in flight? I guess I'll go first. I'll let you guys come up, think of your answers. What I'm worried most about before flight, I'm going to be honest, and I can't say the word because it's not good mojo.
Don't do
but
it. Don't
yeah,
do it.
I don't want unfortunate things to happen. Like, I want this thing to launch. I'll say that. So I'm worried about it not launching. That's the way I can avoid saying the word. And in flight, I'm most worried about a pad fallback because I'm about change from the pad. We did the calculation. It's about 16 seconds until the blast hit. I'm pretty sure it would be fine, but I'd rather not find out. And more importantly, I don't want any delays to this program. I want to get boots back on the moon as soon as possible. So yeah, those are the two things I'm most worried about. Because one would delay the progress here even just a little bit, and two, there's another launch, the Virgin Galactic, on the 8th, and I really don't want to miss that. So hopefully this goes today, and I can scoot my car down to New Mexico and capture that. But we see some more cars, speaking of, leaving the pad. Always good to see at this point in the morning, passing through that final roadblock there, which will be moving back to the other roadblock location at Richardson, as we were seeing in that video earlier, once they get into fueling or get close to fueling. So they're progressing, and about 6.5 hours to go. All right, EJ, you're in the hot seat.
Oh.
What are you most worried about before and in flight?
I mean, you're always okay. Super Heavy is 33 engines down at the business end. They've proven that you can do it over the last 2 flights. Still, sequencing 33 engines, 33 full flow stage combustion cycle engines in 3 seconds and making sure that everything releases down there still gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'm not saying that SpaceX can't do it. I'm just saying it gives me the heebie-jeebies. That is an extremely complicated event, and they've proven that they can get it done. But also, if I had to pick one, that's the part where I'm like, okay. I mean, that is a lot of stuff happening very, very quickly. I mean, we've been talking about ground launch sequencers lately because of other rockets. Can you imagine what the sequencers look like for this thing? 20 hold down points, 33 engines getting ignited, and you have to stagger them because if you try to light them all at the same time, bad stuff happens. We could get into the details. Let's just say bad stuff happens. Yeah. So, if I had to pick one, that would probably be it. Now, in flight, it would be what we were talking about earlier. Scott, you brought up good points with control. I would be wondering about that. I think it'll do it, but yeah, once again, if I had to pick a point, that would probably be it. What is this going to look like going Mach 5 at, 350,000 feet up? What is it? That's a very untested, a very unknown with SpaceX. They have the flip and burn. We know they can do that. And they've gotten through peak heating, albeit backwards with the last flight, but that's the unknown. That would be the part where I'd be like, okay, probably figure that one out.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, and I'll say for me, getting started, I do just worry that they'll not have all the engines ready to go, and they'll get some problems, and we'll scrub. That's all I worry about, because I have to get up at a 5 a.m. thing. I'm gonna have to get 5 hours of sleep and then get up and then go to work.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get some sleep. I've been up for a ridiculous number of hours already.
Yeah. Yeah,
Fair.
me too.
Fair.
Been up since Starliner coverage started. That was not recent.
Gosh, yeah. But and then, yeah, again, in flight, I'm going to be worried about lighting those engines again. And it is the same thing. It's just all these engines lighting and firing. That I think that is still immensely complicated. I don't know what's the word momentously. That's not a word.
Sure it is. It is now.
It is now. The English language, we can just make up words, right?
Yep. For shizzle.
We can steal them from other things. Yeah, I think we are just looking at the same problems that we've had before. And I think I'm more worried long term because they've taken this booster and it's clear that they've heavily reinforced it in various places. They've done a bunch of stuff to it. They've got this detachable ring now just because they want to get a win on the booster front. We all said landing the booster, that's a solved problem. Well, it looks like it's not quite as solved as we expected because we've had a booster explode, we had a booster explode, and we had a booster disintegrate or whatever, or explode on the way down. So, yeah, I think that the fact that they've had to do so much to the booster bodes ill for getting the booster down to mass. And that's sort of the long-term risk that I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's like I was saying before, that thing is in the critical path. That is the critical path for SpaceX, for Starship's biggest paying customer right now, for NASA. That booster needs to work. You need to get those back. You can't lose 33 engines every time. You might be able to get away with 6 for Starship every time, but I mean, we heard Elon in the past be so adamant about making sure that they can produce enough Raptors, right? Like, I don't even think, his best efforts could, afford replacing 33 of those things every single flight on like a weekly cadence. That is a really good way to go bankrupt.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. Well, that was a really good question.
Yep.
It's always a good question when we ramble for a little bit about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually going to have to be headed out really soon because I do need to do some more stuff with birthday.
Okay, excellent. Well, Scott,
so if there's any more
tell
questions,
your son happy birthday.
I will.
And thank you.
Yep.
I'm always glad to come on here, and it's great because you know what? The reason I can put together a video in like a few hours and get it out there is because I have these conversations with smart people that put my brain in the place where it needs to be to analyze this. I don't come up with my conclusions all on my own. I'm paying attention to everyone in the world, especially you guys out there that are taking these photographs, getting these angles, and thinking through the problems. So I'm hoping we have a great flight tomorrow. I'm hoping it's exciting and spectacular. And also, while we're here, I hope Starliner makes it to the space station.
Yeah, me too.
Right?
Because that's going to be happening. Yeah.
Well, Scott, once again, thank you so much for taking time on this day, this special day for your son. Thank you so much. And everybody, if you don't know Scott, what are you doing here? You should know Scott. Go check out his channel. Thank you so much, Scott, and fly safe.
Fly safe. Bye.
See you, buddy.
EJ, I can't wait to clip that vacuum Raptors. It's too good. It's too good.
If Kevin wants to spam that during Flame Trench, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, can we instead of the Ship 26 stinger, can we get the Vacuum Raptor stinger?
Vacuum Raptor.
It's too good.
Raptor.
Speaking of too good, I think do we have an Alex? Do we have an Alex yet? Alex is going to jump in place of Scott. Oh, we have a playback next, and then we have Alex. Excellent. Let's watch a video.
To avoid the issues found on the previous test flight, SpaceX has put together a set of improvements on Ship 29 and Booster 11 that will hopefully allow them to complete their planned missions. For one, Booster 11 is attempting a simulated catch over the ocean. Also, Ship 29 needs to have proper attitude control while in space and re-enter through the atmosphere in one piece. One addition that will be crucial on this upcoming flight is the addition of extra roll control thrusters on Ship 29. These are located above the vehicle's methane tank and could act either alongside the existing roll control thrusters or as a backup set to these. This will ensure that this time the ship does not lose attitude control during its coast phase in space and re-enters in the correct orientation. Of course, re-entering in the right orientation is not all that's needed to succeed during this upcoming flight. SpaceX is aiming for the ship to survive re-entry, which means taking special care of the vehicle's thermal protection system. Ever since Flight 3 took place, we've seen a substantial overhaul of Ship 29's heat shield tiles, especially in the places where these are glued rather than tacked on. This included a complete replacement of thermal tiles on the ship's nose cone tip. The process involved removing the tiles, then grinding on the metal surface of the ship, and then installing new tiles back. The tiles in this location are glued onto the surface, and it would appear SpaceX changed the type of glue that they used in this location for a new, different material. We saw a similar process in other locations where glue is used, like on the surface of the aerodynamic flaps or the joints between barrel sections. Additionally, SpaceX also thoroughly tested the adhesive properties of each of the tiles over the course of the 2 or so months since Ship 29 completed engine testing. This adhesive testing was also performed on Ship 28 prior to its flight, and it involved teams going all over the vehicle with suction cups, pulling on the tiles at a certain fixed force and seeing if they come out or not. For those that didn't pass the test, SpaceX simply replaced them for better ones that did. Ahead of every Starship flight, we tend to see Elon outlining and emphasizing on social media the goals of that Starship flight. As mentioned before, this flight is all about the re-entry, and Elon has mentioned that there are locations on the ship where a loss of a tile could mean the loss of the vehicle. Of course, those changes relate to the ship, but Booster 11 also presents changes as well. For this and future boosters, SpaceX says it has added hardware to the inside of the oxygen tank to further improve propellant filtration capabilities. This will hopefully avoid the continued issues with filter blockage as seen on Flights 2 and 3 of Starship. Additionally, SpaceX says that, quote, utilizing data gathered from Super Heavy's first ever landing burn attempt, additional hardware and software changes are being implemented to increase startup reliability of the Raptor engines in landing conditions. That is essentially saying that now that they know what happens when Raptors try to relight for a booster landing, they've been able to tweak both hardware and software so that this time the landing burn is more successful. Another set of improvements seen on Booster 11 relate to structural reinforcements. These may not necessarily be due to what was found on Flight 3, especially because some of these reinforcements were already seen well before that flight, but SpaceX may have added these just for peace of mind and to improve the overall reliability of the booster during flight. For example, we've seen structural reinforcements on the vehicle's methane tanks with a substantial addition of stringers compared to previous boosters. Other locations with reinforcements are grid fin frames, the liquid oxygen tank, and even on the cowbell vents as well. Going up to the top of the booster, the hot staging ring has also had an interesting change as well. This change was spotted quite a while ago by our own Mary when Booster 11's hot staging ring was being staged next to the Mega Bay prior to its installation on the vehicle. As you can see, the ring has not 3, but 4 guiding pins on the top. The shape of these pins allows SpaceX to guide the ship down to the booster when stacking it on a pad, while a clamp in the middle of these pins holds onto the ship and joins both stages together. Up until now, there were only 3 of these pins, but this hot staging ring has 4. However, the added pin does not have a clamp, and it appears it is more just for extra guiding of the ship down onto the booster than for holding them together better. You can also see a strange piece of hardware that was added next to this pin, which we still have no idea what it's for. Frankly, it could be multiple things, from an added camera to some extra sensor to just a useless added appendage to the side of the ring. While on the hot staging ring, you may notice another change that has been introduced, or rather removed, from the booster, which is this pipe over here. This is the engine chill pipe extension for the ship. As you probably know, Raptor uses cryogenic propellants, meaning that both liquid oxygen and liquid methane are at incredibly low temperatures. In order to not damage the engine when running it, the parts that will see flow of these incredibly cold liquids need to be conditioned ahead of the startup of the engine. This conditioning sees a small amount of liquid oxygen flowing through the oxidizer side of the engine and a small amount of liquid methane flowing through the fuel side of the engine. This cooling of the engine results in the oxygen and the methane heating up and turning into gas. The gaseous methane is reclaimed when the ship is on the ground and then vented overboard through these pipes while it's in space. The gaseous oxygen, on the other hand, is just dumped overboard through these other pipes, and that is what this extension on the booster's for. It just simply allows the gaseous oxygen to exit the ship at a safe distance, and the shortening of these extensions may just mean that SpaceX doesn't think that they're needed to be that long in the first place. After all, whatever amount of mass that they can shave from the booster's dry mass, that's an increase of performance. We can see this new shorter engine chill pipe extension in work on this epic drone shot that SpaceX took. It almost looks like a movie poster. While dozens, hundreds, or perhaps thousands of other changes might have been performed on these vehicles, these are the changes that are most visible and that we know of. Hopefully these will all cooperate today to make sure that both vehicles have a successful flight. So good luck to Ship 29 and Booster 11.
See our faces now, and also we have Alex. I'm pointing the wrong way. We have Alex. Welcome, Alex.
It's a pleasure. Back for a Starship launch again. This is amazing.
Indeed, it is going to be a really great day because it's a day where they were launching Starship. That's a good day, right?
I already had my coffee. I couldn't sleep at all. I'm so excited and nervous. Like, oh boy. And it's like 6 hours away, and we're already. I don't know. It's like a lot of emotions. It's like that Simpsons meme of like every emotion trying to pass through.
Trying to get through the door. So you're saying you're like Mr. Burns. Okay.
Exactly. I'm overwhelmed right now. It's like I cannot. I'm trying to be right now professional for the stream, but I don't know how much longer I can contain that.
All right.
Look at your company. Believe me, it's fine.
Yeah, sure enough.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I rolled back into the stream freaking out about my orbital bullet time idea, so I think you're doing fine, Alex.
That's a good idea, man.
I was like, I kept literally the entire time I was maybe driving, maybe not. I just kept repeating it over and over in my head. I was like, do not forget this. If this is an idea that just gets lost to the ether, I'm going to be real mad about it. But you know what I'm not going to be real mad about? Is Starship launching today. What? No, what's funny? What's funny, EJ? Go ahead.
No, I could just see you driving a car. Don't forget the cameras. Don't forget the cameras. Don't forget the cameras. Don't forget the camera. Like, I can picture that. I just had that picture in my head. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, right, if I wasn't covered in flop sweat right now from the insane humidity and heat, then I would have been like writing it on my hand, but it would just be a blur at this point if I had written anything on my hand. All right, well, we have Alex. Hooray. Alex, where are we at and what are we going to see next? This is always the question I ask you because you know.
Yeah, and we've been live, I guess, for 2 hours already almost. Like, it seems like it was nothing at all. Already 2 hours have passed since we started the live stream.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. There's another
guess,
Simpsons reference for you. Go ahead. Yes. Go ahead.
So I guess we got an update, right, on where we are. Right now, the road is closed, both at Richardson and also here at LBJ intersection at Highway 4. We played a whole video about, where those locations were and everything. So that's the status right now. Road is closed. Launch pad is still not clear, but it's getting there. They're clearing the pad. They're rolling out all those cars out from the launch site, away from it, and trying to get everybody out from the launch site area. Once that happens, then we can start through the spool-up sequence of the tank farm, where they condition all of the lines and fill up the subcoolers with liquid nitrogen, etc., etc. And so that is essentially the next few steps that we are expecting to see. And hopefully, within a few hours, we should see that spool up. We have this amazing vent that we call the Pope vent, because it is like this vertical white vent that comes out from the stick. And so it looks kind of like when they announce a new Pope, and it's like this white fume coming out from the chimney. And so it's like sort of like that. So we call it the Pope vent because it's kind of very clear what it looks like. But yeah, that's sort of the first indication that conditioning is already starting on the tank farm, and that's the first indicator that we'll be looking for. And hopefully, if the launch is on track for that 7:20 a.m. Central Time that Elon posted a few hours ago, then that will mean that we are about 2 hours away, more or less, from seeing that Pope vent appearing on the launch pad. So hopefully, cross your fingers, all your rituals about, good luck and everything, so we can see that on time and get ready for that launch in just less than 6 hours and 10 minutes.
It It is crazy. Each time one of these launches, I feel like even when we know the date well in advance, it sort of sneaks up on you, and you work really hard, and you set up a bunch of cameras, and you get ready to do the stream. Alex, I know you and Adrian and Kevin and a bunch of people are working your tails off, getting the stream ship shape and content for it. So one, thank you for doing that, and thank you to everybody that's part of NSF that makes this thing work. But also, it's just suddenly now it's 6 hours away. Like what? I could have sworn it was like 2 weeks away for like a month and a half, and then it was a month away for like another month. Anyways, but yeah, let's talk about this vehicle in particular, Ship 29 and Booster 11, and what are some changes that have been made to these particular vehicles as compared to, say, Flight 3.
Yeah, we had that excellent, summary from Alicia. I wonder who wrote that video. And as she was explaining, there's changes on the ship, there's changes on the booster. We're probably going to talk about the changes to launch, but as well later down the line, especially once the tank farm starts pulling up and everything. There's going to be some few changes that we'll probably spot. But essentially, the whole thing with Flight 3 was the ship lost control and the booster failed. Like, we saw it surviving through the boost back burn. We thought it was okay, but the boost back burn was not finished properly. So a lot of the changes that we have seen, at least, and some others that we haven't seen, but we have been told by SpaceX at the very least, those are essentially to be able to not repeat those issues from Flight 3 and potentially upgrade other stuff as well. Like, for example, on the video that we played before with Alicia and everything, it was mentioned that there's structural improvements on Booster 11, such as the methane tank, for example. It has a bunch more stringers. They have reinforced sections on the grid fins and the cowbell vents and things like that. Some of these structural upgrades we actually saw even before the second flight of Starship. You can see actually, you could scroll back, I guess, and you could see that there's a picture of Booster 9 and Booster 11 that you took, Jack, by the way. I took that because it was a really good picture of like Booster 9 and Booster 11. And even that, you can already see the differences in the construction of these two vehicles separated like two apart, right? It's Booster 9,
Right.
10, 11. And you could already see that there was a lot more stringers and things like that. And precisely that moment, obviously Booster 9 was still around, so that was obviously before Flight 2 happened. So a lot of these improvements seem to be pretty much essentially, some kind of peace of mind kind of thing, where they were like, okay, we know that these improvements need to be done anyways, even though we haven't flown yet, let's do it. And then there's another portion as well, as I was mentioning. For example, for Flight 2 and Flight 3, they had issues with filter blockage on the liquid oxygen tank of the booster. So SpaceX, on the latest update after Flight 3, they said that they have improved that on Booster 11 and future boosters as well. So that is another one of the sort of changes that they have been able to do. Ship changes, we've talked about how the ship was not able to control its attitude in space. We had a whole discussion before as well with EJ and Scott Manley, talking about the control of the ship in space and everything, and trying to get through reentry. That is a really important goal for this flight. Getting through that reentry. You cannot do that reentry if your ship is tumbling and doing all sorts of things. There are two new roll control thrusters, this time coming out from the methane tank instead of the liquid oxygen tank. So they have two sets of roll control thrusters. If one fails, they can switch over to the other one, or maybe use both sets at the same time, whatever you wish. We really don't know how they're actually going to be operating them, but either way, they have a backup system, so to speak. The heat shield
Redundancy is good.
Yeah, exactly. We've talked about also the heat shield. A lot of people talking about the missing tiles. It seems like it is an experiment. Elon confirmed that on X. So that is essentially what they're doing here. They're putting, a thin tile. Like there was like one tile you could see like the hole, and it was not empty. There was black on it, and on close-up pictures and things like that, you could see that it's just like a very thin tile that they have put there, and then another 2 spots where the tiles are just completely missing. But as the whole conversation before was talking about precisely about how that location, it's on the engine section, and behind it there's just a RVAC. And after reentry, well, if the RVAC gets damaged because of a burn through or something like that, it's not going to be used, right? It's just for the landing burn, because that's another change for this flight as well. They're doing the landing burn with Ship 29, so that's going to use the center Raptor engines. So that's going to be those RVAC engines will not be used. The Raptor vacuum engines will not be used after reentry. Only for the ascent portion, when hot staging happens and everything, and it goes into that near orbital trajectory. But after reentry and everything, only the center engines. And so, hopefully we get to see that. I cannot wait to see another flip and burn. I don't know about you, Jack, because you actually were there for the flip and burns, right? You were actually there at Starbase, and I just cannot wait to see one of these, but from orbit, and with the Raptor 2s and everything, and with all of the new changes, and now the methane header tank is not even on the same location that it was for those flights, for example, and a lot of the plumbing has changed. We have also on the plumbing, we have the Raptor vacuums and all that, even though they're not going to be used and all that jazz. But still, it's quite exciting, right? That, we may see an attempt at the very least today, if all goes well. So hopefully, again, crossing fingers and everything, we get to see all of that. But anyways, if we have any questions or something, let's get through it, because I think I overviewed already all of the major changes. There's another change that we can talk a bit later, leaving for later.
Yeah, let's put that on the shelf. But you're right. I am very excited to see a flip and burn again. I can't complain, because I'm glad that SpaceX ultimately made the choice that they did to curtail the low altitude flight tests and just move straight to getting the orbital pad built and straight to full stack flights, because hey, now we're already on flight 4. But at the time I was like, man, you did the flip and burn what, four times? 8, 9, 10, 11 and 15. 5 times? Come on, do a couple more. Just make sure you can stick it. But clearly SpaceX was confident enough. My question though is, how will we see it? And how will we see it? Will it be an onboard camera on ship? In which case, I mean, they had enough trouble getting onboard views from Falcon 9 all the way down, although it's been pretty reliable now. But Falcon 9 doesn't do a flip and burn. And 2, would it be maybe a camera on a boat out in the middle of nowhere? Who knows? Maybe it's bullet time from orbit. Who knows?
Anyway, the interesting thing, I did the pose. Now we're with cameras, so I can do it.
Oh God, you're right.
One of the interesting things is that people were asking, does it actually have newer type of engines? Did the engines change? Yes, that's the thing with the hubs. It was with the Raptor 1 design. It was, we saw, at least for example on SN9, there was a lot of there was one engine that failed, and so it just flipped and it just bonked against the ground.
Right.
They were also having issues with the pressurization system and things like that. Now they have flown 3 full stack flights. I really hope they have understood a lot better the whole pressurization stuff. Man, there's so much progress since
I feel like SpaceX completes these incremental flight tests, and it's like a progress bar filling up, right? The first time they fly, something fails, and the progress bar goes up a little bit. And the second time they fly, something fails, but the progress bar goes a little bit up, and eventually gets to the point where they're landing Falcon 9s left and right, and you're not even thinking about it. But you can look back on a time where they were filling up that progress bar and incrementally getting closer and closer to getting a Falcon 9 properly landed. And I can't help but wonder if the flip and burn progress bar is full and it's a solved problem and they're good, or if they just sort of deferred filling up that I'm killing this metaphor, but if they deferred working on that to get through reentry first. It'll be interesting to see. Either way, I cannot wait to see the onboard cameras from today's flight. It's going to be amazing, and I'm just my mind was blown on Flight 3, right? I'm sure for both of you it was the same way. Like, EJ,
Is that
were you... Hopper, you mean?
Oh, I have it here. There.
No, that's Boosty. That's Booster 11.
Don't Boosty. No, we're not doing this again.
I'll
Booster
do what I want.
11 and Starhopper.
Good deal.
What were you saying, Jack?
Nothing. Moving on. Let's do some more. Let's do some more questions.
Let's
do some more questions. Here's a really good one that's sort of on topic from Tristan. They're asking, how much different could the flip and burn be or look from the suborbital flights, with the RVACs and shielding shifting the ship's center of gravity? Also, are they attempting a payload door test today? So first off, no payload door test on this flight, right, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, even if they wanted to, right now the door is locked. They have these locks on the door that, you know, they just screw them on or bolt them on. I don't really know how they actually secure them, but they have these locks on the payload bay door. And so right now the door will not be able to be opened even if they wanted to. So they will have to actually destack the ship and have to remove those locks to be able to do that. But also on the other hand, as you were mentioning, the flip and burn, it's actually interesting because I think my internet had a small hiccup. But anyways, so the interesting about the flip and burn is that the timeline that the SpaceX gave says flip and then land and burn. Whereas when we did, you know, we saw the landings, the ascent hops, it was like first you ignite the engines and then you flip and land. It's like it takes, you know, on top of that, it takes like 10 seconds. Which is
they used the gimbaled engines
does it take 10 seconds?
They used the gimbaled engines to help do the flip, right? And so maybe they're trying to accomplish the flip with just the flaps? Question mark. Before they ignite the engines. I mean, that would certainly
easier to. It'd certainly be easier to load up your to feed your propellants that way. Because part of what I was talking about a little bit earlier is that, you know, when Starship's coming down doing its belly flop, and don't get me wrong, when I was given this explanation, I was still putting my hands up, even though the cameras weren't on. Sorry about that. You're coming in parallel to the ground, and you're trying to feed propellant this way into a rocket engine. The engines are over here, right? Trying to feed the propellants right to do that flip is very, 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 very complicated. You run the risk of ullage gas ingestion, which is what happened to them. That's why one of the engines decided it wanted to go engine rich and shoot engine parts out the back, right? So if they were using the aero surfaces to do the flip and then firing the engines, that could be advantageous to make sure that you have a more well understood case for relighting an engine of a vehicle that's coming back down.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's exactly what I was thinking. You know, you don't want that propellant sloshing around while you're trying to land, and flipping with the flaps first would certainly be a way to accomplish that. And I sort of wonder, maybe the way that they did the flip and burn for the low altitude flights was precisely that, because it was low altitude. You know, they would mitigate a large blast danger area by igniting the engines lower to the ground. I don't know. Who knows? But either way,
go ahead. If Starship is, I mean, they put Starship like, I don't know, what was it, like 40,000 feet up there. That's not close to the ground. I think the reason why they had it come down from such a high height was to make sure that it hit terminal velocity.
Right.
So, you know, which is what you would most likely encounter. Like, I mean, I don't know, maybe hopefully that doesn't get damaged. Like Scott and I were talking about, you know, making it through EDL, right? That's most likely mimicking the landing conditions. So I'm not sure about like firing the engines near to the ground, but I mean, it's very clear that they have changed something because of the timeline, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, speaking of timelines, we are way behind on thanking people for support. So I do want to I do want to run through some support here from everybody. So thank you. I mean, we have the coolest job. We really have the coolest job. And the only reason we can do this stuff is because people come out and watch the streams and support what we do. And I just have to caveat the massive name, the massive list of names that I'm about to read of people who came to the channel by saying, please don't feel bad if you cannot support or do not choose to support us monetarily. It does not have to be a monetary thing. Just hit the like button. Just tell your friends about us. We want to keep this channel growing. We want to keep growing what we do so we can do more cool stuff. I mean, if we had a blank check, the things we could do, you guys. So to that end, thank you so much, everybody. Here we go. TN Sportsman, thank you for supporting us with a super chat there. Musical Wolves, thank you as well. Zathirs, wow. Thank you. That's a hard one to say. A lot of people too are saying things like Zathirs here. You know, thank you guys so much for this and always inspiring me like that. I can't adequately express how sweet that is. And you know, people coming up to us down here in Starbase, thanking us for what we do. It's amazing. So Gold Wolf, thank you for the support. Musical Wolves, thank you so much for that. Musical Wolves always coming out. Musical Wolf says, did Starliner line the Starlinks for Starship? I had to do it. It's Musical Star Wolves. The Mad Scientist, thanks for the support. Joshua, thank you. Captain Crunch, thank you. They're a lifetime L2 member. Hit up L2 if you want even more stuff. There's so much stuff on L2. It's amazing. Yet another way you can support NSF and what we do. Check out the L2 paid section of the NSF forum. If you didn't know that exists, suffice to say there is a plethora of awesome stuff there. Thank you so much, Captain Crunch, for doing your first super chat. Space Ignorant, thanks for the support. Hamster Space Nerd 3000, I feel like they should get a sound effect. They say, sounds like y'all could use some coffee. I wonder if DoorDash goes that far. Fun fact, no.
Now, despite what you might think, I am actually not in the field here. I know it might be difficult to tell. So
really?
I have a gas station down the street that I can go. Yeah, I mean, Alex, I don't know about you. You got 24-hour gas stations over there? They got the Red Bull stock in that place. Oh,
it's funny because I'm actually here and I'm sitting in a shipping container with clutter behind me because I'm a monster and I haven't cleaned up. And you guys aren't here, but you have the Starbase background, so that's pretty funny. David Lane, thank you for the support. They said, at least I got the patch this time. They said, guys, I've been here since Gemini, waiting on you guys to be born and be here. Thank you so much, Dave. That's amazing. I met a guy that was alive.
That's a long time to wait for me.
I met a guy who was alive for Apollo 17 a couple days ago out at Rocket Ranch. Shout out to Rocket Ranch. And he made a custom shirt that said it's orange, you know, from our intro, with a picture of the orange soil on it. I was like, wow. That's dedication.
It is indeed orange.
It is. So am I.
It's orange.
Echo Deal,
Like
thank you for the support. Benny, grabbing something from the store. Thank you so much. Boot, thank you for the support. Tommy, QC, thank you so much. They say super excited for IFT4. Thank you, NSF, for the awesome coverage. Although, Alex, are we still calling it IFT? Is SpaceX still calling it IFT? What should I be calling this?
They never called it IFT. That's my take on it, and I will not. Yeah, I will essentially just stick to it. It's just Flight 4. This is just fourth flight. No IFT or anything.
Yeah, I've kind of just been going with Starship Flight 4. Yeah. At this point, all the flight tests will be integrated, so it's a useless word.
Yeah.
It's almost like, I mean, this one I feel much less strong about, but orbital launch pad. I mean, we don't have suborbital launch pads at the launch site anymore, so you can just call it orbital pad. And then when the second one comes online, it can be orbital pad 1 and orbital pad 2. Nice and simple. Crafty.
Can I just, make it a thing and just call it pad A and pad B? Like,
into it.
Can we do that? Can we make that a thing, chat?
Yep.
How do you call in the Starship pad at 39A? Is it like 39A Starship?
39AB.
39A super heavy, like.
Well, we'd have to. I mean, you know, if 39A, if it's number, you know, letter, right? You know, that would mean that the next character would have to move into Greek, so it'd be 39A Alpha. Yeah. All right.
Well, yeah.
39A Bravo.
39
Beta.
ashes, because it's like 39 ashes.
All right, moving on.
Hey,
Crafty Geek,
heavy
thank you
Yeah,
so
Starship.
It'll work.
Crafty
Sorry,
Geek with a
Flight
$10 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Yet another way you can support what we do that doesn't go through the YouTube overlords. It goes straight to us. So thank you so much, Crafty Geek, for choosing to support us in that way. Now they say, any idea if there will be any WB-57s or other air assets observing the launch? I have no idea. I've been in remote camera setup land and stress land. So Alex, I'm going to look at you and say, question mark?
Let me check the schedule. I think they were originally intended to be for the first attempt on June 1st, but the schedule no longer says anything for today. So, for Flight 3, I don't remember they actually went up there with a WB-57. So,
to my knowledge, they did not.
Yeah.
Although I'm pretty sure there were some air assets that were deployed. I don't know. But yeah, no W-57s.
Planes in the area, at least by all accounts from Flight
Speaking
3
of planes, I know we have 2 hours of support. I didn't even make a dent in it. But speaking of planes, you know what we didn't see today? Speaking of differences in planes, can you guess where I'm going with this? What didn't we see today as compared to previous Starship launches?
We haven't seen yet. There's 5 hours, 47 minutes, and 28 seconds to go. There could be a chance that they still do a flyover, and I know what you're talking about, the Polaris crew.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah,
Jared Asik, man.
Yeah.
I knew where you were going.
I had like like Pavlov's dog. I was like, except instead of a bell, it was plane sounds. And the whole entire time we were doing remote setup, I could like, plane sounds, grab camera. But no flyover today. Because for Flight 3, they flew over during remote setup. So it was, yeah, go ahead.
Also, during the launch countdown, we saw them passing by from a hotel cam. I think it was a hotel cam.
That's right.
They passed with the 2 jets. It was 2 in that case, because I think they also have like another 2 more. And when they did the first flyover, it was 4 of them. But the one that they did during the countdown, it was like 2 of them. And yeah, that's the hotel camera. Right now, obviously, it's middle of the night, but that was like as soon as the sun rose a little bit, we saw the planes go by. It was cool.
Heck
like
yeah.
I was in commentary at the point. I was like, was that a Jared flyover?
Gotta love it. Brandon Turner, thank you for the support. Tommy QC becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you so much to all of our membies. Roger S gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Holy cow. Thank you, Roger. And if you want to get a gifted membership, just be active in chat. I think that's kind of how YouTube bases who gets the gifts. And I think it's a setting you have to turn on. So if you're wondering like, I'm in chat all the time, why didn't I get gifted a membership? Make sure you have that setting turned on. I don't recall exactly what it is off the top of my head, but you're smart. You'll figure it out. RP1 for breakfast. What? I'm having faith in our audience. They're smart. They'll figure it out.
They will. No doubt. Benny Chat's going to.
RP1 for breakfast. Thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Tim Fields gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Bob Bright, thank you for the $20 tip for coffee. Moldy Space. Oh, Moldy Space. Why do you have to be in California while I'm in Texas? Hopefully soon I can be in California while you're in California. But either way, thank you for all the support over the years, Moldy. You're the best. Andrew, grabbing something from the store. What did they get? Ooh, they got the hoodie. They got the Flight 4 hoodie. They say, go Starship. Hoodie number 4 for the collection. Nice. Alan Buckley gifting a Red Team membership. Tommy with another super chat. Tommy coming out with a lot of super chats today. They're asking, did they fix the missing tile at the bottom of Starship? Define fix.
No, I don't think they. I don't know. I don't think they did.
It is not a fix, yeah.
It's just a really tiny. One of them has a tiny tile, a little thin boy, and then the other 2 are still no tile, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Fields, thank you so much for the support. Oh, what, Alex?
Marcus House is in chat. Hi.
Hey, Marcus.
What's up, Marcus?
G'day, mate.
I think do we have Marcus on commentary in a little bit?
Shh.
Oh, whoa, leaks. Tim Fields, thank you for
the surprise, man.
I blew it. Oh, geez, I'm sorry.
More coffee,
Tim,
dude.
I have Red Bull here, but I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if it's coming through on cameras, but let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 visible beetles right now. I'm being attacked by beetles. If I get carried away by beetles in the middle of this, then yeah. So I can't really liberally drink the coffee because it's full of beetles. Tim is asking or saying, been subscribed ever since the most popular crane stream of all time when they were building Mechazilla. Love everything you all do and keep up the amazing work.
Yeah.
Here's a question that this excellent bit of support has me wondering. When they bring in the, what is it, LR 111350, something like that, it's a
Nice
it's
crane.
a utterly massive crane, the same crane I presume they used to build Orbital Pad 1. Do you think we'll get Franken crane again and it'll be all Rasta colored like the last time, or do you think it'll be a configuration that is just all one color?
That's it's actually a good question. A little bit of okay, so there's going to be some crane nerdiness coming here.
No, you need to nerd out hard on cranes for like a minute solid, so I can spray my face with bug spray, but not on screen, so that chat can make gifs of me spraying my face with bug spray. Because again, beetles. So please tell us about cranes, EJ.
Okay, so the question was whether we're going to get that Skittles colored crane that's going to come back. So first of all, what is that thing? That crane is it's a Liebherr. I think it was a 13,000 with a power boom attachment. That's what it's called. It's where the boom of the crane bows out. So what types of cranes are these, and why was it all different colors? These cranes are lattice crawler cranes. So lattice cranes meaning that you can configure them. It's like playing with Legos. You can configure them, which is why it's a bunch of different colors. Believe it or not, it's like 3 or 4 different cranes. 3 or 4 different lattice cranes that are all made by Liebherr, and you can just string them together and make the power boom attachment, right? Now, for building the second pad, so that crane was rented as opposed to the Liebherr 11,000 that SpaceX has right now. They bought that crane with a certain amount of attachments. Like you can buy it a la carte, right? You can add more attachments to it, like a jib or a mast or I forget what the other pieces are off the top of my head. Sorry, it's also very late. I haven't slept in a little while. So
Novatronians?
Novatronians, yes.
Yeah.
We might see the it's possible that we'll see, to move those tower segments, that we'll see the 13,000 with the power boom attachment, because that power boom was needed to basically handle the weight of these cranes, or weight of the tower segments. The cranes were able to handle the weight of the tower segments. So yeah, it's possible. I mean, that crane was rented. It's not SpaceX doesn't own it. But then again, that SpaceX didn't have their Liebherr 11,000, which is also once again a lattice crawler crane. They did not have those. They did not have that when they were originally building the tower. So, I mean, SpaceX could maybe buy more attachments. Like I said, these crane parts are a la carte. You can just keep buying pieces to it, and it's like Legos. You could just build a bigger crane if you buy more parts. So it's possible that SpaceX could have brought that in-house, or we could see the Skittles crane come back. I mean, or the Rasta crane. That was cool.
Rasta crane.
I actually like that. I like that name better. So, yeah, it's possible. Or SpaceX could just purchase the attached pieces that you need to make the power boom. Alex, what do you think?
One of the things that, so the whole reasoning of the parts being different colors when we had Franken crane at Starbase was precisely that they had, they rushed to get that crane together, and like all the parts were from different colors because it was like different models. I actually checked, and it's like an LR 11,350. So it's a little bit over the one that they have, but not the full one. It's like 13,000. Like that's the biggest of the biggest.
13 is a big boy.
Exactly. That's the big one. But this one is like a little bit lower, but still larger than the 11,000 that they have. But
basically, there's only so many of those, right?
Exactly.
And so if somebody like SpaceX calls up somebody that owns these cranes to rent one for a job, you're like, hey, we need this exact configuration. They'll say, okay, we can do that. And then they call all the other people with parts of that crane, like, hey, are you using a super boom right now? And they're like, no, we got 2 of them. And then that's how you get Rasta crane.
Yeah. But then when they built the tower at 39A, that one, the crane was all yellow. And actually, then they transported that crane all over to Slick 40. That crane built the launch tower for Starship at 39A, and then it was moved to Slick 40 to build the crew access tower at Slick 40. So that crane, it was all yellow and no different parts. I guess for that one they actually hired that on time, and they didn't need to
Right.
rush to get different parts of different cranes, and so they were able to use it for both towers, which is quite amazing. Maybe we see something like that this time around, because they've been planning segments for this second tower at Starbase have been appearing at Roberts Road for 2 years at the very least, I think. So it must have been in the plans for a long time.
Yeah, that crane, I'd like to add, Alex, that crane, the one that built 39A and 40, that also built the service structures at 36 as well. Those power booms are needed to lift the heavy subassemblies for the pad GSE. So Slick 36, a blues pad as well. The crane's all over the place. It's been getting some mileage.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harry knows. Yes, Harry's like 36. Where? See him pop up in chat.
Good old,
Yeah,
good old
so
Harry knows.
What's up,
hey,
Harry?
maybe soon we see a new Glenn on the pad, like an actual new
Fingers
Glenn.
crossed. I'm
But
so
yeah,
excited to
we'll
see
see.
New Glenn launch.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Starship is cool, but there's a lot of other cool rockets out there, and
It's okay to
we gotta
love more than
enjoy
one,
them.
dude. Yep.
Exactly. Cannot wait to
Absolutely.
see more.
Black Hawk New Zealand gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much, Black Hawk New Zealand. I hope everybody that gets a gifted membership thanks the person that gifted it to you. It's just a cool thing. It's a really cool thing. I'm glad YouTube implemented it. You're supporting us by gifting the memberships, and you're giving something like a surprise. It's like a surprise. Now you have extra content. So that's really cool. So thank you, Black Hawk New Zealand, for doing that. That's another one of those names we see pop up all the time. So thank you. It's again, we have the coolest dang job, and the only reason we can do it is because y'all support. Let's see. Farsidious, thank you for the super chat. Blake Alexander, yet another common name. I love seeing our buddies pop up. Gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Speaking of the memberships, I think we have a little video detailing what you get at each membership level. Do we not?
Would you like to know more?
Yeah.
I would. So yeah, at Padrat, your name is highlighted in chat. You get members only emoji. At Red Team, you get all the Padrat perks, and you get access to exclusive content on YouTube. At Capcom level, you get access to the Discord, which is really great. At Launch Director, you get your name at the end of every NSF Live and Flame Trench. And the same thing goes for Flight Engineer, plus, of course, the Discord access, plus, of course, all of the other perks, all the exclusive content, all that good stuff. So, oh yeah, and there's the members multi-view. So if you don't like the sound of our voices, you can go watch the multi-view, which doesn't have our voices.
It's running right now. Yeah.
Or you can go watch the multi-view just to see all the camera angles and also watch us and hear our voices if you don't hate our voices. But yeah, all kinds of extra photos that don't get posted on the socials or you just wouldn't see otherwise. It's pretty great, the
Behind
member
the
program.
scenes, before shows, sometimes on Discord as well.
Yes, the pre-show and the post-show for the Flame Trench. I'm a big fan of the pre-show and the post-show for the Flame Trench. That's a new one we recently started doing. We're always trying to add more and make the members happy because, again, we have the coolest dang job, and we could not do this without y'all's support. It's just absolutely insane. The number of people working behind the scenes to make this thing go. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's not just us three here. It's not just the people you hear on streams. It's so many people. It's the chat mods. It's the stream producers. It's the SBL ops. It's the social team. It's people like Alex who not only are on stream but are also writing a whole bunch of videos. Adrian. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And of course, Das, which hopefully we'll get him on at some point tonight. That'd be really nice, right?
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
That sounds nice, yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Hey, quick question. For no reason, is bug spray bad for MacBook screens? Because I think I'm seeing a little. Discoloration here.
It's probably
Anyways.
cooking it off. It'll boil off.
Yeah.
Rocket does that, so it works here too.
It's basically just Windex, right? Okay.
We have the Apple expert in the back channel, Gage,
Saying yes. Great. Let's see. Robert grabbing the Flight 4 patch from the store. They say, love you guys, or love what you guys do. Go Flight Test 4. And while I obscure my face with the merch banner there, showing the Flight 4 patch, which is utterly amazing. It's a really good patch. It's like a stupid good patch. Yeah, you have one. Look how good that looks. Like it's
I actually have 3.
What? I didn't get any. I had to buy mine.
I give to family and everything, So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, the
also
thing about the
meetups,
patches.
if we have more meetups.
Good point. The thing about patches that I want to mention is we are under 10% left. When we buy the patches, we only get so many. There's only so many. And I know a bunch of people were bummed that they could not get the Flight 3 patch, which is sold out and there won't be more of. So
I who recorded that.
This is me right now telling you that if you want the Flight 4 patch, now is the time to get it because there's like 10% left. So, yeah. And you know what? If you don't want the patch, if you're not a patch person, that sick design that Pauline made is on a bunch of other stuff too, including hoodies and shirts and mugs and etc. So go check out the shop. Yet another way you can support what we do. Thank you so much for anybody that even considers doing so. You're the best.
I gotta ask you, Jack, do you have the NSF patches? Because there's these things that I believe some of the people in the field, if you find one of those, sometimes you get these. So I have them already.
Yeah, so I saw RC Horseman today in real life, which is really cool because RC Horseman has been in chat, I don't even know how long, probably forever. So that was really cool to see RC Horseman. I'm out of those patches. Like, I've given them all out. So I was like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know. What do you? Can I give you a Slim Jim? He was like, ew, no.
I could get it here. Look, see?
I'll take a Slim Jim.
But luckily, you want a thin James? You want a narrow Jim?
Yes, I would like one, please. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll see if I can DoorDash you one. But yeah, RC Horseman did find DOS, and I forget who else, maybe D. But RC Horseman got patches, so that's the deal. If you find us out here in the field, you get a patch if we have one on them, and you're not like me and completely out of patches. But yeah, that's a cool thing. Oh man, it's launch day, guys.
It is launch day, my dude.
5.5 hours. It's crazy.
Yeah. I'm coming to terms with this fact. I have a lot of gear to set up still. Go ahead, Alex.
I have a question because we'll be talking about a few things here in a sec. Do we see any cars at the pad? Because I don't see any lights from cars. They usually like wait around in the gates. And this is like a wide view shot of road that is right in front of the launch site. So I don't see any cars right now there, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, Carson in our back channel saying one left. So is maybe just one
left?
Maybe just one car left.
Is that one left the launch site or that there's one remaining? To be fair, it could be both because I think there were 2 cars left. So if one left, there's also one left. But yeah, English, man, it's so weird. As an Spaniard, I can tell you, yeah, it's so weird.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Agreement for me.
Let's do some more questions. How about?
I'm in.
SK is asking, how much longer do you think SpaceX will keep Ship 26 around?
I think after what we saw it light up. That was really awesome. I think it's done. I think stick a fork in it, please.
That's it?
Please.
I mean, another patch to the face. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that is all we see Ship 26 do. At the same time, I won't be surprised if Ship 26 does a lot more. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Alex?
Well, despite a lot of people saying, "Oh, it's gonna fly," I will believe in it flying if yes, Kevin is the best ship, whatever. Because I'm already seeing him in chat and in the back channel. He's typing in both places that it is the best ship. But yeah, there's a lot of changes that have been made. I mean, we've talked about them just this time on all the changes that have occurred on ship 29, but also ship 28 also introduced a lot of changes. And if you compare those two vehicles, 28 and 29 to 26, they introduced so many different changes compared to how 26 is, that is like, I don't think 26 will be able to fly. But it has engines, it has tanks, it has vents, it can fire engines, right? So that's all they did for the the tested masses this Monday. So if it whatever it is good for, sure, they'll probably use it, as long as it is useful for whatever things they might be doing. But unless I see any sort of retrofits or upgrades or anything like it, I don't believe it's gonna fly. Again, if they actually retrofit things to it, then I'll reconsider my position, but I don't think it will fly.
All right, well.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, dude.
We'll see. We will see. I also don't expect it to fly. I never expected it to fly, but at this point, I've said that on stream, like, to lots of people many times. So, if there's one way to make a fool of yourself, that's, declare something with certainty on the internet and then see how that goes. So we'll see. You never know. Maybe I just willed ship 26 into flight.
Only Siths speak in absolutes.
That sounds like something a Sith would say. It's an absolute. It's an absolute.
No, this
you
statement
said
is false.
Only. You said. Oh man, Roland Hines, thank you for the support. The French Taunter, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Nicholas says hello, chat. Bideford, thank you for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Also, hi Bideford. Everybody say hi to Bideford. Thank you for all the support over the years, Bideford. 50 Red Team memberships. That's insane. Like,
Bideford.
Margarita. Yeah. Brandon, thank you for the support. They say for the computing power rental fee fund to compile this 3D jellyfish experience.
Yes.
Orbital bullet time. Orbital Gaussian splatting. Needs to happen. Yeah, Alex is just going to do the pose every time. I'm just going to keep bringing it up so you keep having to do the pose.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anonymous grabbing the Flight 4 patch. Grabbing 2. Wayno with a $50 tip. Wayno, thank you so much. They say, go Starship, go NSF. Thanks to the entire NSF team for their hard work and dedication every day, but especially epic days like today. Also, hello.
Hello.
Brandon, thank you for the support. They say NSF needs more Scott Manley for commentator. Yeah, that was awesome. I was right there with Chris, EJ. I was just listening to you and Scott chat, and I was like, let's go. This is a 5-course meal. I'm tucking in with a fork and a knife. Like, let's go.
I mean, I'm a big Scott Manley fan. He's taught me stuff over the years. I'm not gonna not go and pick his brain if I have the opportunity to. Anyway, Alex, go.
We have an update. It looks like the last car is leaving the pad.
Yeah, baby.
I don't know if we have a view of that. Oh!
Sorry, something just tried to bite my neck.
Oh my lord.
Sorry.
This is what happens when... Look, guys. This is what happens when you're in the field, right? This is like live from the field. So it's
not embarrassing at all.
That's that last car leaving the pad. We believe it's the last car leaving the pad. So potentially we might be then in pad clear ? I guess we'll find out soon once that tank farm starts pulling up, but that could be the last car to leave the launch pad area. Try to focus.
Excellent. Excellent.
Alex, is the pad clear ? Yeah, some people got it. You got it. All right.
I did not. I failed you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We are checking.
Yeah. See,
I'm also pretty sure I'm going to have nightmares about this launch. I'm covered in beetles. Go ahead, Alex.
You really have, you should have done some kind of cleaning around of all the beetle,
No, they
or
appeared.
whatever
They appeared
they
only
use.
after I set up this light. It's the light that's attracting them. Anyways, please
They
continue.
just like you. But yeah, so one of the funny things is that, you know, for every flight, and spoiler alert, for every flight either of a Starship or even Falcon 9, you may notice that we have a timeline and everything, a graphic that pulls up. For this flight, for every Starship flight, is very complicated because there's so many things to, you know, to go through in the pre-launch timeline that when I had to, you know, there's, you know, I'm essentially the guy that helps Kevin set up the list of all the things that need to be presented. The first few items are very complicated because the first three things that we sort of waiting for are the road closure and the launch pad cleared and the tank farm spool up. And the thing is, 3 times are very, very approximate. Like sometimes, you know, the road closure was supposed to start at midnight Central, but I think it started actually like half an hour before that. There were already cars, you know, police cars on some of the roadblock locations and everything.
Yeah, some of the roadblock locations. There was definitely none at the soft roadblock or at the Massey's roadblock, at least not right at midnight, which is interesting because in the past we have seen those all sort of go up at the same time. Anyways, I interrupted you. Please continue.
It's okay. No, that actually drives the whole point that I'm trying to make here, that, you know, the timelines for those 3 first events, so to speak, are very fluid. And so right now, this potential clearing of the pad, which again, we'll probably get a much more firm confirmation once we get into spool up of the tank farm. It tends to happen around the T-5 hour time, so we should be a little bit ahead of time here, which is good. You know, I essentially made the whole timeline. Again, we'll see it later once, you know, the operators have it ready and everything. But once you see it, you see that it's, you know, time's approximate. It's not, you know, for certain. After that, we get the launch pad chill down, like all of the propellant lines to the tank, to the tower, to the OLM. Those are a little bit more controlled. It's usually about 90 minutes before liftoff. Sometimes 100 minutes, kind of depends. But yeah, and then after that, you know, all of the times from the SpaceX website, which are really, really more precise. So yeah.
Well, just inching closer and closer to launch. I'm excited. I'm
very excited.
I'm scared to drink my Red Bull because I feel like it's going to be full of beetles.
No, come on, cannonball it. Come on, cannonball it.
I'm scared.
And if not,
I'm scared.
If not beetles, it's probably full of the anti-bug spray or whatever you've used.
Well, also yes.
They're saying in the back channel that it adds proteins. So
stop.
Yep.
I want to keep thanking people because we're still we're 88 minutes behind thanking people. So let me run through some more of these here, really quick.
Well, actually, Jack, before you do that, I think you know, let's keep on the timeline. I think my time here is done. Actually,
you're right.
Jump into that.
My how time flies. It's already
Thank you, EJ.
It's already 2 a.m. EJ, thank you so much for bringing your knowledge and your wisdom and your fun brain to the stream.
I try. Thank you for having me. It's a privilege being in here, and I don't take it lightly. I say this after every time, but it doesn't mean it's any less true. So yeah, thank you, and I'll see everybody on the other side of the launch.
Absolutely. Thanks, EJ. And once again, EJ has a Twitch. He streams all the time on there. He's an absolute machine. His streams are amazing. It's the same deal I said with Scott, where if you don't know EJ, if you don't watch EJ on Twitch, what are you even doing here? So be sure to check out EJ's Twitch. It's awesome. You're awesome.
Thanks, guys. You as well. The entire team works overtime here. Like
me, no. The team, yes.
Well, you have to pay your dues by the Beatles. You know,
right.
That's your. That's
my face is numb. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to spray your face with bug spray, but my face is numb. Anyways, thank you, EJ.
All right. See you guys. Thank you very much.
There's EJ's info there in the top right, and make sure you follow him on all the things, and make sure you watch his Twitch. All right, I do believe we have another video, do we not?
Yeah.
Starship's fourth flight will feature not just changes to the vehicles, but also changes to the launch pad, which you may see in action today. One big change you might notice relative to the last flight is the removal of a few of the big vertical tanks that were part of the original tank farm at the orbital launch site. These consisted of 8 tanks, and 2 of them had already been removed prior to Flight 3. Another 3 have been removed since then, and the 3 remaining are already offline. To replace these big vertical tanks, SpaceX has undergone a massive expansion of the tank farm to the west, adding 9 extra horizontal tanks for liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen. These are already online and have been used during full stack testing of Ship 29 and Booster 11 prior to their flight. In recent weeks, more work has been done next to these tanks to perhaps add more horizontal tanks to the tank farm, but right now it's very early to tell. We also don't know what SpaceX may do with the locations where the old vertical tanks were located, but they could also take advantage of that to add even more propellant storage at Starbase. Another set of upgrades we've seen during the refurbishment process after Flight 3 was the replacement of the hold-down arm linkages on the orbital launch mount by newer and upgraded ones. Additionally, the booster quick disconnect received a new door that should better protect the booster umbilicals from the fury of all 33 Raptor engines at the base of the rocket. But it's not just the orbital launch mount that's seen additional protections to survive through a Starship liftoff. We've also seen SpaceX teams adding protections to the wiring and piping on the launch tower chopstick arms. The addition of these protections will hopefully mean no major work will be needed on the arms after this upcoming flight. Another change that we've seen for these chopsticks has been the upgrade of the actuator for the left arm. This is translated into a much faster opening and closing movement of this arm compared to just a few months ago. This is potentially one of the many incremental upgrades to allow these chopstick arms to catch the booster in the near future. Another change you may notice at the launch site for this mission is that the suborbital launch pad is no longer there. SpaceX has removed this launch pad and the tank farm that was here as well in order to leave room for the upcoming second orbital launch pad at Starbase. Foundation work for the launch tower is already well underway, and 7 out of the 9 tower sections that make up its structure are already staged at Starbase. The other 2 remaining sections, as well as the chopstick arms and the carriage system, have recently left the Kennedy Space Center and are en route to Starbase. This all but guarantees that perhaps by the next flight of Starship, the skyline at the launch site will most likely look a lot different than it does today.
You're such a good explainer. But you know who's also a good explainer, possibly also in videos? Marcus, how you doing, bud?
Hey, how's everybody going?
You know, no complaints. So far, everything seems to be ticking along, and that makes me a happy guy. How about you?
Yeah. Look, already starting to get nervous. We're 5 hours away now, a little bit over 5 hours away. It's like, whoa, butterflies already kicking in. Don't know what I'm going to be like in about 4 hours from now. We'll see how we go. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Where's everybody tuning in from? Sound out.
Oh, yeah.
How many people from Australia are here?
That's always a fun question. I mean, what time is it for you right now in Australia? Is it tomorrow?
Up to 5 p.m. Yeah, it is. Well, it's tomorrow for you as well.
That's a nice time.
Yeah. I mean, it's yes. We're also in our Thursday, but we are well ahead. It'll be close to midnight by the time we sort of have this thing wrapped up. So yeah, we'll see how we go.
I just realized this is like the deepest space network because Jag is at the US, I'm in Spain, and you are in Australia. So it's like the deepest space network.
If only I was in the Mojave Desert, it would be perfect.
Yeah. Look, I mean, we are literally scattered just everywhere in the world. And it's always such an honor to join here because, you know, you guys are the authority. I'm a huge fan of your work, Jack and Alex. And like, it still blows my mind that we get to do this, that we get to sort of, you know, connect across the world. Like I really couldn't be much further away from where this activity is all going on. So I absolutely appreciate everybody here. I mean, geez, there's over 10,000 of us here. You know, it's the middle of the night in the US. Obviously, what is it, 2 a.m. in Texas? Like it blows my mind how many people come to witness this huge thing. And you know, even though we're still a long way from flight. But I mean, what's going on? How are you, Jack?
No complaints. I mean, it really is cool, and you know, in the weirdest way. the pandemic, as not fun as that was, this program gave us all something to sort of focus on and look forward to, and everybody from around the world could sort of escape into a happy vision of the future. And here we are, all in the after times, and we still get to do this, and it's even cooler now that it's a full stack. It's pretty great. It's nice to have a giant, several 100-foot tall, shining example of what humans can do when they put their minds to something.
Yeah. I mean, this thing still amazes me, just the size of it. I really still can't comprehend it, really. Like the mass of it, you're just talking many, thousands and thousands of tons just being able to lift off the pad. It's hard to believe that it's possible, honestly, to lift something without it all breaking apart. And, there's definitely some more reinforcements going on in the booster and things like that, which I'm sure we'll get to. But just the spectacle of it, it leaves me without words to really. But it's like I'm actually a really hopeless live streamer. That's why I don't do it very much, because I just I get emotional, really, because it's something. Even as a kid, I'm sure it's the same for you guys. Like we've grown up with this dream of For All Mankind, or any of these shows that we've seen recently, and like the start of it really does. And if everything goes to plan, this lowering the mass to orbit cost, to me, is the thing that, number one, makes everything possible. Right. Even failing attempts to sort of go further than that, just to low Earth orbit, putting multiple 100 tons of stuff into orbit for low cost. That's such a groundbreaking thing by itself. To me, it's just this dream, and you just want to hope that we can engage as many people to make them understand what is changing here and what the future could be. So absolutely, it's exciting.
Don't be down on yourself, Marcus. You're an excellent live streamer. That emotion translates, and it's meaningful, because I'm sure a lot of people out there are feeling the same things. And we all want to live in the future where access to space is not an insanely costly thing that is only in the realm of large governments and like a few countries on it. Like, no, we really want to see the opening of space, and there's so many things that we can do with that opening up of space. And the very first little bit of that we can see is, of course, Starlink, right? Bringing internet to people around the world that would otherwise not have access to good internet. Is amazing. And that's just the first piece of what we can do. I mean, I'm really, I don't know about you, really big on asteroid mining. I mean, as much as I am all for Starship and all for getting humans to Mars and having a backup copy of our civilization so that, if anything happens, there's another one. As someone who deals with terabytes of data from cameras, always have a backup. And that applies to civilization just like it does video files.
That's right. Exactly.
As much as I'm all for that, something about Blue Origin's mantra of not using Earth for its resources. Let's go mine some asteroids and make Earth sort of a giant nature preserve, and not carve up this beautiful marble that we have been blessed with. Let's go into space, and that's something that Starship could absolutely facilitate, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the stuff that's going on in the future, just in parallel with all this, the advancements with robotics and artificial intelligence, all this sort of stuff. I think people get a bit skeptical of it, because like, oh, who wants to, as a human, who wants to go out there stuck on an asteroid mining away? It's like, well, yeah, we probably wouldn't be doing it ourselves. Yeah, we'd be doing research missions to these things, but for the most part, these things will be automated, and it's simply a point of getting that low cost mass to orbit down so that we can achieve these things. And you never know just how much valuable material can be pulled, even from the moon surface as well.
Right.
we talk about things like helium-3 every now and again, and whether that might be a future energy source in fusion reactors, all sorts of stuff like this. We're talking a little bit further down the track now, but you just never know. I mean, you can't achieve these things if you can't get to the stuff,
Right.
And
if you can't lift enough mass to do usable things or pull a appreciable amount of material out of whatever surface you're pulling it from, everything after that is moot. Someone much smarter than me recently, I heard them say, someone much smarter than me say, water is the oil of space. And oil, fossil fuels, not great, probably not the best connotation there, but really water alone, like we're not even talking about helium-3 here, we're not even talking about like mining a platinum asteroid or something, just water, like that alone, because you can make your fuel for Starship from water. So that alone is going to be huge. But how do you get all of the power that you need to launch to refine the water into your propellants? How do you launch the propellant factory? You can't do that on a tiny little baby rocket. You need a Starship.
Yeah. It's also interesting talking about the parallels with everything else we see going on with other vehicles. Looking at, say, Nova C just as one example, using the similar propellants, you can imagine that there's a propellant depot in low Earth orbit, maybe another one in an orbit around the moon, a lunar orbit, and you've got Intuitive Machines landers, refilling at these destinations and being able to hop all over the moon because they don't need a lot of fuel. It's only a little baby. You get one
just a little guy.
Just a little guy just hopping around doing research, bouncing samples back and forth to a lunar base. You can sort of imagine just how much can be done when you've got the infrastructure to do it.
Right.
Just having a lunar base there that's got a propellant depot, whether it is even hydrogen, oxygen, which is obviously something we can make out of water ice and things like that.
Right.
The future is just so interesting. We've seen scenes from the show For All Mankind, which I don't know if anybody else is a fan of that. I'm sure they are. They've basically got these little landers that sort of just hop around from base to base and, trade resources and things. I just think these things are so amazing to think about. But, one step at a time. We need to see this baby lift. We need it to re-enter. We need it to be reusable. We need it to get through the other steps. I mean, I guess the most critical thing, and Elon Musk's been saying it lately, is that heat shield needs to hold up, the re-entry needs to hold up. It's probably the number one obstacle, making sure that we can do, what this entire thing is planned to do. And then the next big thing probably is obviously refilling, trying to figure out how we can do it at that volume, because it's all unprecedented stuff, as we all know. And then being able to keep it cold. I've been doing a lot of research lately on the challenges of trying to keep the propellant in a state that is usable. It's
really fun to imagine the different variants of Starship that we'll eventually see. Because right now, the changes from ship to ship are like, oh, they've upgraded this or they've tweaked that. But eventually, there will come a time where we see a tanker ship, and that will be completely different. It'll have some insulation on it. It'll be a whole different beast, and it's got to, because like you said, it's an incredibly difficult challenge.
Yeah. I think people sort of shrug it off a bit, and maybe Elon Musk isn't the best spokesperson for the optimism of the whole thing, because if we'd followed his guidelines, we'd be on the moon by now. But I think people don't really comprehend that almost every rocket development program is delayed because there's many steps that go wrong, and that's right. Whereas this is no different. This is trying to do things that no other rocket's ever done before, it's causing delays. We were all pretty saddened to see the Dear Moon decision here the other day. I would have thought maybe probably could have just kept the idea alive for the next few years and stuff. And if, but that it is what it is. But I think sometimes the over-optimism can almost hurt people's public perception, because this is a hard thing we're trying to do, unprecedented in so many ways, and we've got to look at it for what it is. It's an incredible challenge, and the fun bit for me is seeing if they can do it. It's not a guarantee thing. This is like it's one of the biggest challenges that we've ever tried to attempt to overcome. It amazes me every step of it.
Absolutely. I mean, it reminds me a lot of what you're saying, like with the shuttle, where with the shuttle, we sort of were like, oh, it's operational, we're good to go. It's not a super hard problem. And then it sort of suffered from everyone's like, but this thing's supposed to be flying twice a month. What's going on? It's like, no, this is actually a really hard problem. So that does bear remembering. Alex, do you have an update for us?
Yeah, so we can see there on that feed, apparently they're putting cones on the roadblock at LBJ. So that, I think I'll take that as a, launch site clear. Because otherwise they will not be putting, if they were waiting for cars to come by from the launch site, I'm guessing that'll be, not ideal. So essentially we can now tick off the second line there, path closed, because I think I'm going to call it, should we call it? Let's call it path closed. There we go.
Nice.
So
good job.
Yeah, path closed and cleared. I wanted to actually, mention, going back to this whole conversation, because there's been, this week is actually like super filled with good anniversaries. We usually have, at the end of January, we have the Day of Remembrance, and it's all about, Challenger, Columbia, Apollo 1. They all happen within the same kind of week in the calendar, right? But this week, it's actually kind of the opposite. Good things happened this week. And June 4th, 2010, that was the debut flight of Falcon 9. I don't know. I put a thread on X the other day where it was like all of the different milestones that Falcon 9 has done over the last 14 years. And seeing, we were talking, you Marcus and Jag, you two were talking about how, we're trying to make this so that there's more opportunities to go up there, to be able to do more things. Just imagine when Starship is just launching at the same rate as Falcon 9 is launching right now. Not even, the end goal is even like 10 times faster or even more than that, right? Just the same cadence as Falcon 9, 100 times in a year or more, with such a massive vehicle as it is a Starship. It just changes the game, right? It's amazing. And they're gonna get there, because if they got with Falcon 9, right, it's just applying the same sort of game to Starship. It's obviously a much more complicated vehicle, and there's a lot more technology to figure it out and a lot more things to do, but they're gonna get there. They just need the time to figure it out and just get through all of these test flights one at a time. And now we're on the 4th, but you never know, maybe in 10 years we're like, oh, this is the 4th tanker of the day. Wow, this is so I don't know, like nowadays it's like, oh, this is the 3rd Starlink of the week or something like this, and people are like, another Starlink, this is boring or whatever. It's like, that's great. I was in the early days of Falcon 9 following SpaceX, and it was like 1 or 2 months between flights at best, and now it's like we have now 4 or 3 or 4 launches of Falcon 9 every single week. We're gonna get there with the Starship, and perhaps even better. So just imagine the possibilities from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild, because I really don't doubt that this system will do at least over 50% of the things that they are going to try and do with it. Like, I do think it'll be rapidly reusable. Depends on how rapidly. I think, you can start to split hairs there. I do think that it will change the game. Like you said, like you were saying, Marcus, even if it's just taking stuff to low Earth orbit, strictly that alone is going to be huge. And
massive.
I mean, we have a question/comment here from Ian saying the future possibilities just sound crazy to say out loud most of the time. It'll be hard to say where we'll be in 40 years from now. I mean, really, there's sort of like a things move very fast in Starbase, right? Like, compared to any other rocket development program, it's light speed. Yes, there's still delays. Yes, the timeline still slips like we see with other major aerospace and scientific endeavors, but not as much. It's still moving really fast. And I don't know if you guys experienced the same sort of thing where when you cover this stuff day in and day out, it feels like a really long time. But then, a year or two goes by and you look back and you're like, wow, that was only 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we were looking at flapless ships and, oh, look, they put a nose cone on one for the first time. Like, it's crazy how fast things are going.
Yeah, you can just take the point of like Massey's just as one example. Like Massey's has had all this stuff done just since Flight 2, like it's all evolved out of almost nothing over there, and now they're static firing things out. I mean, if you had NASA doing this or whatever, it'd be sort of a years-long planned endeavor, whereas Massey's just sort of pops up over the course of 6 months. Another great example of that, I think, is, we had the Artemis 1 launch, obviously, quite a long time ago now. But, you've got to look at, we're coming up to the 4th Starship flight, but there's still issues going on. NASA's still repairing launch tower infrastructure and things like that from the first Artemis launch. Like these massive rockets, they cause such huge volumes of acoustic vibration and damage around that just trying to solve the problem of how you make the stage 0 not, require a month's worth, this is SpaceX month's worth, not NASA month's worth, of refurbishment to get it ready to go again. So just trying to reinforce everything at stage 0 so that it can just take the brunt of one of these launches is a huge challenge of its own. And they're getting closer and closer. Obviously, this time they were quite quick at turning that around. It's unreal.
It's actually interesting because I mentioned this on a previous live stream where we were like, this is nowhere near the turnaround time that SpaceX wants for the future, right? But we're getting down because we passed from 7 months between flight 1 and 2, then another 4 months, and now it's less than 3 months. We're getting down. We're seeing those times being lowered. It's like if it were SLS, they would probably be jumping and hollering like, "Oh my God, 3 months between flights!" Right? It will be amazing for NASA to be able to launch SLS this quickly. But then again, also Starship is a lot more experimental and all that stuff. But it's like, all of these things just getting better and better and more. I don't know. It's mind blowing in the whole sense of things. And hopefully we get to see Flight 5 maybe in less than 2 months? Question mark?
Yeah,
We'll
exactly.
see.
Exactly.
But-
I mean, if this one goes well, I don't see why it couldn't. Just depends again how much groundwork needs to be done to patch anything up. But it has been getting better. I know they've done a lot of work around the booster QD and the ship QD to try to reinforce those areas in particular. They do take a bit of a beating still.
That's
I sort
actually
of see
one
the
of
future of some, huge reinforced, steel plated monstrosity as the arm in the future, and maybe something much more robust again for the booster quick disconnect. But they're one areas that do seem to take a beating at the moment, and the tower arms themselves as well, obviously. So it's a big challenge, and I just can't, like, every step of them reinforcing things is interesting. It's an interesting puzzle, even just as an outlooker, as an outside observer looking in, trying to figure out what they're doing. It's interesting for that reason as well.
It's always hard to figure it out. But yeah, I mean, you just mentioned, we were talking before, we played that video with Elisa talking about the changes to the launch pad, and exactly what you mentioned, they changed some of the linkages on the hold-on arms. They changed, they put more protection on certain other places, on the chopsticks and the QD, the quick disconnect door and everything. They just reinforced a lot of places and try to make them stronger to be able to turn this around faster. And I cannot wait to see the next launch pads that there's at least 3 in the works in different stages, right? There's like 39A, they're now working on the foundations. Here at Starbase, they have the second launch pad as well, working also on the foundations for the tower and probably even for the OLM as well. And then, they're already in environmental paperwork for another tower at the Cape, which will be potentially at 37B, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
Maybe within 2 years or so, we might have 4 launch pads for Starship, and it's just mind blowing. I sometimes put this thing of trying. I wish I could have like a remote and fast forward to see how it all looks like, because I cannot wait to see how they solve these engineering problems of trying to figure out how to turn around your launch pad when it's subjected to the most powerful rocket in the world. It's like mind blowing.
Yeah. I'm also interested to see if there's going to be any changes or many changes with Tower 2 and especially around the water-cooled steel plate system, whether it'll be almost identical to what we see on the first tower, or whether they're going to go for something a little bit more evolved from that. So that's going to be interesting. I'm really looking around those foundations for that particular area. We kind of know what a tower looks like. This one's going to be taller, the new one, so that it can accommodate a version 2 Starship and version 3 in the future, hopefully. But yeah, what's going to happen with the orbital launch mount and the protections underneath? It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's always the question, like, will they change? Will they keep the shower head, the upside down shower head kind of thing? Are they going to be improving it, and how is it going to look like? Are they going to put a flame trench, right? Because it's like now they have put one at Massey's. Maybe they got maybe they like the whole
to
idea.
To a degree,
I
sort of like the way they've got it. Yeah, I sort of like the way they've done the steel plate system, because in a way all of that exhaust is sort of being sent out in all directions. Whereas if you've got a flame trench, it's all going to end up, out in one direction, which is obviously a lot of stress in that one direction for whatever system they would put in place. So I think if the steel plate system is working well currently, then there's probably no reason to change it. But I am looking at that because that's interesting. We know that there's probably going to be some, there's going to be surface layers of that steel plate being eroded away for each of these static fires and launches for sure. And whether they want to try something slightly different to evolve that in some way, I don't know. But yeah, that's an interesting thing just by itself.
I have another. Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry, because we were talking about the anniversary of Falcon 9 this week. I have another one, and we're seeing it right now on screen. Ship 29 was fully stacked and completed this day, but 1 year ago. So it's been 1 year since that vehicle was finished, and now it's on the pad ready for launch. I think that's actually the shortest time between a vehicle being completed and then flying on a fully stacked Starship. So if you can imagine, they're now about to build version 2 of a Starship. Let's hope it takes a lot less time than 1 year.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
That's a good point. The other thing, I guess, I think maybe people don't always understand how long some of these vehicles have been in development, because they've sort of had this production line for a while, and a lot of them have sort of been sitting in rocket gardens back and forth and all sorts of things while we've been waiting for the launch infrastructure to really accommodate these missions. Because there's been a fair bit of fair number of people questioning in comment threads that I've got around this hot staging ring system that's now going to be sort of ejected after the boost back burn. So what the heck are they doing that for? That's
not fully
reusable. Yeah, that's exactly. It's like, well,
we all know how those comments look like, right?
Yeah.
We're
we've all got
very
the same threads. It's like, yeah.
I mean, it's a fair question.
It is
a fair question. I suspect the reason why they've had to sort of evolve this area a little bit is because when these boosters were developed, they probably didn't have the correct size header tanks in them. Like, you got to imagine that hot staging ring is a beefy thing. Like, it's got a lot of very solid steel in it. That one of the old threads said, or they had, it sort of comes from the FAA, I believe. The original comment said that it was around 20,000 pounds. That's 9 metric tons. For anybody that wants to know the conversion of that. But 9 metric tons, that's not a small amount of extra dry mass to just stick on the top. So if I was a betting person, I would say, or more of a speculative person, I would say that they've probably not got the header tanks designed quite big enough to accommodate a landing with that hot staging ring on it.
Yeah.
it seems like a reasonable theory. And, so after the newer boosters come online with the larger header tanks and stuff to accommodate the higher dry mass of the hot staging ring, it'll probably all be integrated. But for now, they're just ejecting it, which was a big surprise to us, obviously. There's a few theories out there, a bit of speculation out there about whether the hot staging ring might have just involuntarily come off on Flight 3. But
yeah,
I haven't seen enough evidence of that to really know whether that has got any legs or not. But yeah, it's all very interesting.
It would be amazing if SpaceX were to release like some kind of video or pictures or something like that of, if it actually came off or something like that. Go ahead, Jack.
Hear me out. Put a camera. I know I'm like Mr. Ideas for cameras, but hey, it's what I do. Put a camera on the hot stage ring and shoot the booster flipping while the ring is like whee and launching. That'd be a cool shot. It'd be a really
that's
cool
what I want
shot.
to see. I'm sort of intrigued about
it.
when that's sort of going to come off. Like, does the system have enough pushing power to sort of reasonably, forcefully push it away? Or is it just sort of just going to slowly drift? Yeah.
Yeah, we have a theory that is, it's like 2 seconds after boost back shutdown. So the imagine it's going in this direction at ascent. Hot staging happens, so the booster needs to flip, orient back. But when it comes back for the, after the boost back burn is ended, then it needs to flip back again the other way so that it enters engines first. So on that flip, you could imagine that maybe at shutdown, they're going to be doing the kick and then separating the hot staging ring as it does the sort of engines first approach. That's our theory. We'll figure it out maybe in just less than 5 hours. I really want to see it happening.
Here's my question.
I just don't want to see the hot staging ring come rocketing down and smacking into the side of it. That would be so unlucky.
Yeah, that would be bad. My question is, I wonder if it'll be visible. Like, clouds and weather conditions permitting, will we be able to see the hot stage ring get yeeted? I really hope so, because it'll be cool. It'll be like a speck on even a very, very, very zoomed in camera, but it'll be cool. So fingers crossed it's visible.
Yeah, how's the weather looking? Is it looking like we're going to have a clear day?
I do think there are supposed to be some clouds in the early morning. I honestly, I got to tell you the truth, I haven't been paying close attention to it. So Alex, if you have more updated weather than I do, I'm here. It's hot. I'm sweaty. I'm covered in beetles. But hopefully, I'll tell you this, it looked nice and crisp. It's been looking nice and crisp today in contrast to previous days where it's been kind of hazy and gray. But yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, that is the current weather. Down there, you can see 28.3 Celsius, almost 83 Fahrenheit, 2.3 miles per hour wind from south. So it's not really that big of a wind. Now 2.7, it's updating, I guess. And then, humidity though, 95%. That's actually a dry day at Starbase. Because it's 95%. It's not 99.
It's not 100.
Exactly, or 100. But yeah, that's the current weather. We're hoping cloud cover remains low. The problem with these sort of forecasts is that depending on where you look at, it tells you different things. We were actually, I say earlier today, but it was actually like 8 hours ago on Countdown to Launch, where, we're sort of looking up what is the cloud cover. And on the live update, I think it was from AccuWeather or something like that, some kind of page like that, it said 58% cloud cover at the time of liftoff. But then, the National Weather Service says 20%. So it's like, what is it then? I guess we'll figure it out.
Yeah. It still amazes me that we can have such variation on weather reports. I guess it's a pretty complex problem of its own. So what's the predictions that everybody has for this flight? What do you think? Do you think we're going to get a full re-entry of the Starship? This has probably been asked about 1,000 times already.
I do wish to see that re-entry all the way down and with the Starlink connection. It was so awesome. Like I remember, we were covering the third flight, and we were actually having cameras when the whole thing happened, and we were like mind blown. And people think we were like over exaggerating. I was like, no, this is literally me just trying, because sometimes when we're on these live streams, I try to keep professionalism and try to keep my emotions in check and everything, but that was like, I cannot be quiet or like, oh yeah, the ship is re-entering, we can see the plasma. No, right? It was super amazing that we got to see those views.
Flight 2 was Flight 2 was sort of a bit weird because we didn't really get any of those onboard shots.
Exactly.
As soon as we saw the switch to the onboard shots and cameras on,
it was mind blowing.
Flight 3, it was just like, oh my god, we're going to see all of this. And then the especially during the phase of the start of the re-entry heating, that was something that's never been seen before. Just never, not live. Because, you get the plasma blackout and stuff, but Starship's so big and it's got such great connections with Starlink, the Starlink system, that we could see this thing for the first time ever. Normally you'd wait, several weeks before they could recover some black box or something before you could see something like that. So, this is again, it's all unprecedented stuff. It's always funny watching, there's always like a group of haters out there. It's always interesting watching how quickly they are to sort of jump on anything that didn't go to plan. It's like, man, this is like the fun part of it. Like it's the challenge of beating each of these little milestones that is the exciting bit. They're just not seeing the point. It's bizarre to me. But yeah, I think we could probably nearly. One of the things I'm interested in is the differences between the Flight 3 and the Flight 4 vehicles, because they've had a heck of a lot of internal changes that we don't know much about. We've got the external ones that we obviously do know a lot about, but they've obviously spent a lot of time on Ship 29's heat shield in particular. We saw them for weeks removing them and using new glues and buffing out surfaces and things to try to make sure that they will stick better, because that's where they would have the most tiles lost, presumably. So it's interesting to know, what were those changes? What was what was the difference in the glue and all that sort of thing? These things are interesting questions that we don't know anything about. But in particular, the reinforcements around the booster, they're quite numerous in a way. Like I think the methane tankers, I don't know, something like tripled the number of stringers on there. I think it had 25, and now it's got 75 or something like that. Like that
one is actually interesting because we saw those changes even before the second flight. Like it had all of these stringers even before they had even flown Booster 9, which was like, what? So why? What? So you flew already the first flight with Booster 7 and everything, all the flips. Like, do you really need all of these reinforcements? Right? It's like that might. I don't know. We're guessing that might be some kind of peace of mind, that they are maybe thinking, future proofing the structure. We don't really know, right? At the end of the day, we're sort of speculating, but it's always interesting that they do these changes even before they actually go fly. And we'll wait and see. If they actually work on today's launch. I'm hoping at the very least.
That's it. And, I know that we've seen a lot more support on Booster 11 around the grid fins and things like that. They've sort of doubled up the steel reinforcement there. Likewise with the vents. I suspect maybe in Flight 3 the vents might have just ripped off or something, because they've really they've really sort of reinforced those as well. You can sort of see the attachments right down those sort of cowbell looking things. So I wouldn't mind betting there's a camera somewhere of a view inside SpaceX that just shows them ripping off. And but
yeah,
it's funny.
Oh man.
Man, we've been talking about here. I don't know if we have any questions or something.
Yeah, we definitely have a bunch of really good questions. And y'all, if you have any questions, at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll see your questions pop up in some software we have running in the background. So we're talking about the hot staging ring, right? I don't know how to pronounce this person's name. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try. It's Tur? Yeah, Scarin. I can do that one. The last name. Anyways, I'm sorry for butchering. good question. Do you think jettisoning the hot stage ring is only a temporary solution? I mean, do we thoroughly hit on this enough? I mean, I think it's clear that it's temporary and it'll eventually be integrated into the booster, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's no way that SpaceX can fly multiple times a day if they're throwing a hot staging ring away every time. So unless they're going to change tack on it being fully and rapidly reusable, which I don't see them doing, it would certainly be temporary. And you've got to remember that hot staging at all wasn't really even thought up until after Flight 1. So at that, all these boosters were in development, and this is kind of a bit of a cobbled together solution to add hot staging to the system without it causing a big drama. And I really do think that probably internally the header tanks are maybe just too small, to have the propellant needed to properly touch down with that thing attached. But they'll probably also slim all these things down. Like we've seen them over-reinforce everything. They want to be able to prove that, hey, we can land a booster. And after they know they can land it, okay, where was the stress points? Can we slim it down more and more and more and more? And after, say, version 15, all of a sudden, the hot staging ring and all that sort of stuff has got a dry mass less of what it is right now, a lot less than what it is right now. So that would be my prediction for the whole thing. Yeah, good question.
Sean is asking, Jack, are you in a shipping container? Yes.
Yeah. Shipping, it does not ship anything.
Yeah, right now it's more like a Beetle container, but we'll make do. Let's see. We get this question a lot, and it's a really good question. Tristan is asking, do you think they'll do a simulated catch with the chopsticks while they do the virtual landing with the booster on the virtual tower? What do you think, Marcus? Do you think we'll see a simulated catch?
I'm sort of more... I was interested that they didn't seem to do it last time because it was sort of coming down. I would have thought, okay, the arms will sort of start to move in sync with it as it was coming down, but it didn't seem to do that. So I'm not sure. It hasn't been stated in any of the documentation that SpaceX has put out, so it'd be purely speculation, but I'd like to see them do it. It probably depends a lot on whether they've got good control of the booster on the way into the atmosphere. I think for Flight 3, they probably knew very well that they wasn't going to be able to complete that with the way it was behaving, even a little bit further up in the atmosphere. It sort of had a bit of an erratic behavior, and they may have already had processes to detect whether it was going to be successful or not at that point. So, look, I hope so. I haven't got any information on that myself.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope so. Alex, what do you think?
Hang on, because I just lost the track right now. Okay,
you're good. Will they do a simulated catch with the chopsticks while they do the virtual landing on the virtual tower with the IRL booster?
Yeah, because right now there's like 1,000 things going through my mind because I'm also waiting for like tank farm spool up and everything. That is an interesting question, and Marcus hit a great point of they didn't try it on the last flight, on Flight 3, but also at the same time we're talking at the sort of before Marcus came, we had that video from Alicia talking about all of the changes to the launch pad. We see there, by the way, the new tanks that have been installed, the new horizontal tanks, venting there. That's normal venting. We see them do that whenever they need to outgas and everything, but they have actually installed a new actuator, or more like not a new actuator, but rather connecting all of the hydraulic lines on the left chopstick, I guess. If you wear the tower like this, the left chopstick, it will be that one. And now it moves super fast. Like you see it moving and you're like, am I looking at a time lapse or something? Because it's like whoop. And it's like, maybe a year ago when it moved that same distance, it was like 2 minutes or to just do that. And it kind of looks now that you're looking at a time lapse of that movement. And no, it's actually real speed. And yeah, it's kind of crazy. Maybe they won't try to do that, but maybe ahead of Flight 5, if they actually are going for a catch. We don't know yet. It's sort of pending this booster's landing, of course, but maybe ahead of that, we will actually see them maybe simulating, there's like a virtual booster somewhere else that it's coming back, and they tell the chopsticks, okay, now move, and the booster is coming down this way, and then the software tries to correct and get in the way or something. We don't really know, right? But it's fun to imagine what kind of testing we might see ahead of that first catch.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. We got a bunch more really good questions here. Someone named...
Are those vehicles going to the pad?
That looks like law enforcement and maybe SpaceX security.
That
so
might
maybe
be
they're
good
doing
then.
like a final sweep.
Then that's probably good news, because maybe they are, doing the final few checks. Okay, good.
Fingers crossed. Okay,
Good
questions. Someone named Daniel B. I have no idea who that could be. Is asking, is Jack sitting on the pad I made him during Flight 2? No, I am sitting on 2 large buckets without the pad you made me. In fact, I looked for it like 5 minutes ago, and I can't find it, so I'm just sitting on buckets. Nothing but the best here. Justin is asking, do you think we'll see Starship version 2 by the end of the year? I mean, we've seen little bits and pieces of parts here and there, but what do you guys think? Marcus, I'll throw it to you first. Will we see version 2 by the end of the year?
Probably not in its entirety, I wouldn't think. We've seen sort of parts arriving for it, but they might be more prototype-based things at the moment. We'll sort of have to see. But I doubt it. There's sort of so many vehicles in queue at the moment. And we're sort of starting to see less and less of these vehicles as they get hidden away in star factories and whatnot at this point. So maybe we'll probably catch glimpses of things being built up here and there, but I don't know. I don't know whether we'd have it by the end of the year, like a full vehicle. I mean, not sure.
It's
we'll
curious.
See. SpaceX do move very fast, so yeah, we'll see.
It's curious because we were just talking a little bit earlier about how some people don't necessarily realize quite how long some of these vehicles take to be built, even to the point where, and I've said this many times before, by the time one of these things flies, it's basically obsolete. They do the retrofits that they can on it, they get it up to snuff as much as they possibly can, but ultimately the designs that they're working on and building inside the Star Factory right now are far advanced in what we're seeing out on the pad, just in the nature of how much time it takes these things to get fully built. And yet we've seen them build out these final version 1 ships, and there's sort of a gap, right? There's been a gap in time where they're like, all right, we've got all the version 1 ships we need. We're going to outfit them and get them ready to fly as fast as possible. But I do wonder if we'll have some sort of gap in between flights between version 1 and version 2 just because we don't see a version 2 ship yet. And in theory, they could be firing these version 1s off pretty dang fast. Alex?
Yeah. I know we saw a sort of
go ahead.
A flap, or we might have seen like a dome and a payload bay door piece sections. I think that's really all we've seen publicly at the moment. So, who knows? They might assemble something there in the background and just roll some parts of it out. We'll see.
Certainly possible. I mean, that flap, by the way, is visible on our most recent Starbase flyover, if you want to check it out. That was really cool. I feel like we've all sort of been waiting for flap changes for I don't even know how many years at this point. So that was really neat to finally see the new forward flaps for version 2. They're much thinner. They're much pointier. The bottom of the flap is no longer parallel with the ground or whatever, perpendicular to the... You get it. So that was really interesting. Alex, do you think version 2 by the end of the year?
I think we're definitely, there's a good chance we actually may start seeing stacking of V2 ships this summer. I'm sort of positive of that just because of how the tooling, we recently covered on Starbase Update and everything that they had, done this sort of monstrosity of a test vehicle kind of thing inside of the Mega Bay too. Because it's always like some weird join of different rings and everything. But, we saw like a month and a half ago, they were doing, joining. So there were like a lot of rings, right? And then they joined rings together to do like double rings, right? And then later after that, we saw these development barrel sections going out to the mega base. So the order that we think it's going on right now is that they started qualifying the tooling that they have for the Star Factory. The Star Factory is growing very quickly. It's already fully, the expanded area, it's already completed, but it's not fully kitted out inside. So it'll probably take another half a year or so to be, completely up to speed. But they have to qualify all of this new tooling to make sure that everything is being built at spec. And so we see all of these barrel sections that they have dev on them, and then they have like they join two rings with the welders. They buy those new welders, they qualify them by welding two rings together, and then they have the Mega Bay 2 where they stack these ships, or they're about to stack them. So they need to also qualify the tooling there, and we saw this monstrosity of a tank that they built inside of it. Obviously, it's not really for flight or anything, or even for testing, to be fair. But they did that. They also tested, I believe, installing tiles on it inside of the Mega Bay. So there's a potential that all of that has already been tested and qualified for. And it'll just be a matter of, taking all of those barrel sections out of the Star Factory, putting them in Mega Bay 2, and start stacking. But as I was mentioning before, this vehicle, Ship 29, is flying 1 year after it finished stacking. So it's not for sure that just because they're going to be potentially starting stacking of these version 2 Starships, like in the next few months, this summer, hopefully, doesn't mean that they're probably going to be flying this year, right? It's not a given. So we'll see. Long
I'm
explanation
assuming
as
that
usual,
version 2 would still need changes to the tower and stuff. Things are going to be raised a little more. I can't remember the exact height difference with Starship 2 off the top of my head, but
at least the ship is one ring higher for version 2, if I'm not mistaken. So
they can probably get away with just adjusting existing tower, I guess.
Right.
Certainly not for version 3. Version 3 is huge.
Look, the cars are coming back. Yay!
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
Good. That probably means...
Yeah, look, getting back to your point there, it's so hard to figure out the differences between what are articles that are going to be turned into actual Starship prototypes versus, test tanks and things like that. The more recent changes we've seen with pins, going right up over the main world lines has been pretty interesting to watch. Looks like a test tank at the moment. These are ways that they can not use as much of that glue to try to keep those tiles on, which would be great to see. It does look like we've got good activity going on here.
I'm liking what I'm seeing.
That probably means that they just went out, gave it a little of a walk out there to see how it all is going, and then came back. So good. We're back to path clear.
We're so back.
It's over. We're so back.
Here's a really interesting question. Kabizi, I'm guessing that's how you're supposed to say this name, is asking if they try catching Booster 12, will it delay the licensing? So, Alex, this is the perfect question for you because I know you know these things. The license did say something along the lines of if the subsequent flights after 4 follow the same profile, the license still applies, right? But this would be a change.
Yeah, something along the lines of, for flights with the same planning or whatever of Flight 4. I don't really know the actual, words, but it said something along the lines of for the mission represented on Flight 4 or something along those lines, which is essentially go out, land the booster on the ocean, land the ship on the ocean. That's about it. I don't know. That's sort of the bottom line here. Perhaps it'll need to be changed. Yeah, but
so do you think we'll see a delay if whenever they do end up going for a catch, Booster 12 or otherwise? Do you think we'll see a short time in between a couple more version 1s, and then whenever they go for a catch, there'll have to be like a kind of a fight mode with the FAA for a little bit?
I have a thought though, and maybe Marcus, you can chime in on this. because apart from the license modification, there were a few comments from the FAA talking about how certain mission outcomes will not trigger a mishap investigation.
Oh yeah. This is a good point.
Yeah, where they were essentially saying something along the lines of, if the booster lands, but it's lost on the landing or something like that, and does not trigger an FTS, and the public is safe or whatever, and same with the ship. Bottom line, if something like Flight 3 happened on this flight again, it will still not trigger a mishap investigation, and so they will be cool to just go through and try again. So if you think about it, if that were to happen on Flight 4, then that means they can quickly try again on Flight 5, the same profile with the license, because it will be all the same configuration, the same mission planning. But even then, if for whatever reason they actually land the booster and it succeeds, and then they decide, okay, it succeeded, let's go and land the booster back on the chopsticks for Flight 5, it will still not trigger a mishap investigation, and then they can work through the licensing alone. Like they don't need to do any mishap investigation. All the time between Flight 4 and 5 will just be dedicated to that, license modification, which is miles different from what we've seen recently, where it's like, oh, you need to do this lengthy mishap investigation while also working with a license modification. It probably makes it a lot easier if you just are doing one little thing here instead of the whole investigation and everything. I don't know. What's your take?
Yeah, look, it's interesting. We've seen a lot of interesting information from the FAA over the last couple of years. Most of it's come from your awesome team that have managed to get this out of the FAA, which I'm in awe of, because it's hard to get information out of the FAA like this. But
like
yeah,
boxing
a couple of
a
weeks
glacier.
Back, yeah, it is. That's right. But a couple of weeks back, they had said that that it would be possible if they deemed that there was no safety issue, that in Flight 3, that the Flight 3 mishap investigation can continue on without interrupting Flight 4. So that was one of the big things, and that has obviously been successful because we're watching Flight 4 come down now. We've got the FAA license, we've got all that stuff. So the mishap investigation for Flight 3 hasn't held up Flight 4. The more recent stuff that's just happened over the past few days, and there was three things. The first scenario, SpaceX actually suggested to the FAA, hey, there's these three scenarios that we don't believe should require a mishap investigation. And the FAA agreed with that, which was the critical thing, right? The first scenario was going to be failure of the thermal shield during high heating. It's kind of a given, if it breaks up, this is a prototype, a development of the heat shield. We don't want that to hold up the next flights, because these are things we're tweaking. And let's face it, every other rocket does the same thing anyway, doesn't it? Every other rocket just ditches into the ocean. So why would that be a mishap? The next thing was if the flap system is unable to provide sufficient control under high dynamic pressure. So if the fins rip off, okay, yep, that won't be a mishap either, because, we'll improve it, etc., etc. And the third was if there was a failure of the Raptor engines to land presumably either the booster or the Starship flip burn at the end. So if any of those three things happen, not classed as a mishap, which is great, means they can move straight on to Flight 5. Obviously with the little caveat that as long as there was no, injuries or potential issues that would say otherwise, property damage and so on. I think if a Starship crashed in the middle of Australia by mistake, that would probably be a mishap. So we will we'll see. The great thing is that the great thing is that the trajectory is such that it's basically aiming right for the middle of the ocean, out from the west of Australia. So, I did see a question earlier from someone saying, "Oh, do you think we'd be able to see it from WA?" It's like, no, it's much too far, unless it doesn't quite come in correctly. It's much too far out to the into the ocean to see it. But yeah, it's. I think this has been a huge goal for red tape, because there's been so much red tape around the mishap investigations and stuff, and probably rightly so. We don't want to sort of suggest that they weren't necessary, but now that we've got these flights up into orbit or near orbit and seen that they can do it, then I don't see why any of this stuff should hold up another launch.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I sort of brought up. We had this sort of countdown to launch show yesterday already, and one of the things that I pointed out, especially with this whole regulatory side of things, is that it was probably a lot worse to convince the FAA about all of these things when you had a vehicle that barely got off the pad and tumbled around the air. The FTS failed. The difference between Flight 1 and Flight 3 is like
Alex,
completely.
The appropriate term is it did a Kerbal. I mean, it's a quote from our very own DOS. Yeah, it didn't tumble; it did a Kerbal.
But yeah, it's a lot easier to convince a safety regulatory agency like the FAA when your vehicles are only like being destroyed essentially till almost the end, like the booster, or just a natural reentry from orbit, like the ship. Like it's a lot easier to convince paper pushers, I guess. But yeah, it's sort of that kind of thing with this stuff. Like you go to the regulations and you see things like, they for these exceptions that they submitted, they need an expectance of like what they're expecting if the test fails. And it's like, well, ahead of Flight 1, they were just hoping that the vehicle got off the pad, right? So that is probably not enough for the regulatory bodies to approve a sort of exception for the test flight. But now they have a lot better knowledge about Starship flying and everything, so it's a lot easier.
Yeah. I mean, I can absolutely understand some hesitation around everything after Flight 1. You had huge concrete slabs flying, a kilometer away. I get that some of that looked a bit scary. It's like, yeah, we better make sure that doesn't happen again. And sure enough, they fixed all those problems. But I mean, Flight 1, man, that was entertaining. That was entertaining. Yeah. I mean, so lucky that there was no serious damage there. It only took one of those concrete slabs to go straight into the tank farm. It's like, whoa, that could have been a lot worse. So very lucky, really. Almost reminds me of which ship was it that came down and just landed, crash landed here years ago and just sort of tumbled through. It's like that didn't tumble through the suborbital tank farm. It just tumbled out into
might have been 9
influence sort of area.
Because it like it flipped and then it like bonked upside down.
Yeah.
And then the nose cone just barreled through the flatlands.
Yeah, I mean that would have
some
been
of my favorite remote
crazy.
Some of my favorite remote camera shots from all of Starbase are remote camera shots from back then, because that's when around the time that we got the property that we used for Starbase Live, right, for all those cameras. And so I and Mary and others were able to set some remotes for those, and holy cow, like I have a shot and it's just SN9 like this, like impacting the ground and exploding, and then Starhopper's right here like, I'm in danger. It's amazing. You gotta love it. Yeah, right.
I love that Starhopper is still
I'm a little
survived.
bit bummed. Yeah, it's the best. I love Starhopper. I'm please, SpaceX, if there's anybody at SpaceX that is listening right now, don't ever do anything to Starhopper. Just leave it there. Just keep putting funny hats on it. Like whatever you got to do.
There.
I'm all for it. Don't poke Hopper. No, be nice to Hopper.
That's right. And so we saw them touching it the other week. It's like, oh, don't you move that.
Yeah.
and so that was just something, a weather station or something they were putting on there. But yeah, so don't you dare move that. That belongs right where it is.
When you're tooling around down here, I mean, all the photographers, everybody, we all know each other, right? There's always some gossip or, hey, did you see that barrel section? That kind of thing. And then the day that they started messing with Starhopper antenna on it, everyone was like, hey man, do you know what's going on with Starhopper? Have you heard anything? Do you know anything? Are they going to scrap it? Are they going to move it? I'm so glad it was just like, there you go, new weather station.
I had so many people asking me on X what was going on. It's like, I don't know. I really don't know. Right. That was cool. So what are our thoughts on some of the alts with Ship 29? Do we think that they're going to solve this control authority problem this time? We know they've done a lot of work around it. Really,
that's a really good question.
I suppose the main changes really is that they've had the 2 new thrusters there under the payload bay door for roll, but
Right.
alone that doesn't. It's like, well, if they were clogged, what about the clogging problem? Because if they were clogged last time, presumably they could all be clogged again. So I suspect there's probably a lot of little tweaks inside the vehicle that we don't know about to stop the clogging.
What I want to
It's
know
quite
is
similar,
what
I
the heck
suppose,
is
to Booster 11.
What's causing the clogs? Is it like they're sucking the propellant out of the tanks so fast and it's already sort of densified that it gets even colder and then freezes and clogs the is that even possible? I don't know physics or chemistry or math or anything but using a camera. But yeah, what is even causing the clog? It can't just be FOD over foreign object debris. It can't just be FOD over and over again, could it? Or what's going on with that?
Well, I guess the general frozen substance, no matter what it is, it's sort of hard to see. For me, I would expect that it would be methane that would be the problem, because methane's got the lower freezing point. So
Right.
I would have assumed that if there was an ice problem or frozen methane, it would have been frozen material. It would have been methane that's the problem, not liquid oxygen, like what is claimed to be the issue. So that confuses me a little, because, and this is another thing that I'm working on at the moment. I don't know if everybody realizes this. It sort of surprised me when I sort of really dove into it. But the methane melting point, or the freezing point, is around negative 182 degrees C, and oxygen's boiling point is negative 183. So they're less than a degree apart, a degree Celsius apart. So you'd sort of imagine, okay, you're trying to super chill the oxygen, you're loading that into the vehicle, and you can only bring the methane temperature down so far before it freezes. So you can't bring that anywhere near as low as you can the oxygen. So you feed them both in. There's common tanks; they're not insulated. There's presumably there's a lot of piping around think about the booster in particular. You've got all this intricate plumbing leading to 33 engines, and they're all surrounded by liquid oxygen. So methane lines coming out of the downcomer through the liquid oxygen down into the
transfer tube. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Yeah. But you would sort of think, oh man, isn't the oxygen going to freeze the methane in those pipes? And obviously they've found a way around it. But that's why I'm a little intrigued as to why there's a liquid oxygen problem with filtration, because I would have thought, if anything, it would be the methane.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Because it's on both the booster and the ship, right? Because those roll control thrusters that they were clogged, those are on the liquid oxygen tank, as you were mentioning. Now they have another pair of them above the methane tank underneath of the payload bay, and it's like, so is it that it's something related with the liquid oxygen tank or something? On the booster they have that filter blockage. On the liquid oxygen tank they don't seem to have it. On the methane tank maybe they do, and it's different, or they can solve it better for whatever reason. We don't know, right? This is sort of the thing. We just know the highlights kind of thing, but not the little details.
It's sort of an interesting problem, because you're talking about such huge volumes of propellant, and there's always going to be a little bit of there's always going to be impurities in anything, even if it's just 0.000 something of a percent. If that freezes up and ends up down in the filtration system, or past the filtration system, it could very easily block it up. I imagine it's difficult to get 100% pure oxygen in there. There's probably just a small amount of, maybe there's a little bit of water that ends up in there, or some of it gets converted in some bizarre reactions. I'm not really up with all that sort of thing, but it probably wouldn't take a lot of icy material to clog up whatever it is that caused that problem. So and then I guess that goes especially so for any of the reaction control systems. Maybe it's a similar problem.
Yeah, and so it is essentially that sort of thing with all of these systems, that we really never know fully what is going on. So I believe Jack is currently having a little bit of a trouble with the internet, but he'll be back in a second. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take the reins, I guess, here of the stream. And
yeah, no worries.
I believe we have to bid you goodbye. It's been really a pleasure, man, Marcus. Like, really, it's always such an amazing thing when you are here with us and chatting together and discussing all of these amazing things.
Thank you.
We're essentially like almost 4 hours from the launch, and it's like we're getting there. We're getting close to that tank farm activation, all of the stuff. So hopefully you get to watch that on your own as well. And thank you for coming here. And
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the invite.
See you on the next one, hopefully, and that'll be Flight 5. Let's get you back for Flight 5. Let's try to get you back as well for that catch, if they actually go for the catch, of course. But thank you so much, and I don't know. Good luck. Goodbye. I'm not a host.
No
I'm trying this. But right now, I believe we have a video for you guys to be able to view. So if we can roll it, that'll be amazing to have it.
Catch you all soon.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9.
Real. Hi there, everyone. I am Zoya Rosenstein, and I will be taking over as host here for a little bit on today's IFT4 stream as we get ready for the 4th integrated playtest.
Oh!
There's so much hype that we're going to start the hype up again even a little bit more. I'm Zoya Rosenstein. It is good to see everybody here. I see all those 5x5s in chats. I love seeing that. And wait a minute. There's another new face here, too, also joining it. Adrian, how's it going?
It's going wonderful. It's finally out. I'm looking forward to talk about this because it's, of course, the day we have all been waiting for. Starship to fly again. We now have a clear pad, apparently, again. That's good. Like, I was a bit nervous when cars returned to the pad. It's like, don't like that. But it seems... Yep, certainly car counting here. But I like we are out of the car counting phase here. And hopefully not that far away anymore from the tank farm really kicking into gear. And like we are getting to the final end of this countdown. So I'm really looking forward to talk about Starship here for the next few hours.
Absolutely, as they call it, the business end of the count. So we get to the good stuff here coming up soon. And yes, the car counting, it is nice to see that it is basically 0 at the moment. So let's say I just woke up about an hour ago only, and I'm just trying to get caught up here. Alex, do you mind just keeping us up to date here of where we are right now in this countdown?
Yeah, so hopefully we are 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 10 seconds away for the next flight of a Starship. This is the 4th flight with Ship 29 and Booster 11. The road is currently closed. We have seen already all the cars leaving the launchpad area. We are awaiting for that tank farm spooling up. That's when they start the conditioning of all of the tank farm systems. There you can see that roadblock there. That's one of the 3 roadblocks that they have. They have one soft closure point, essentially in the first intersection between Brownsville, and Highway 4. They're much lower down the road at Richardson Avenue. They have another roadblock. That's actually the launch roadblock. The one that you see in there, that is the LBJ intersection with Highway 4. That intersection, that roadblock will not last. Once closer to the launch, it'll roll back to this one. That's the one at Richardson Avenue. And because they also need to get clear of the the blast danger area, that you can see some of those cars leaving that blast danger area. Some people will still remain. The most essential personnel are going to be remaining, from SpaceX are going to be remaining at the production site, but just a very small team at Stargate to be able to proceed with the monitoring of the launch vehicle and launch pad systems. Speaking of monitoring, visually, us, the people that don't have access to all those screens and telemetries and everything, we need to sort of look for indicators. And so right now, the indicator that we're looking for is that that tank farm's pulling up, and the conditioning that'll be with that Pope vent. We call it Pope vent again. We're sort of joking before that it is because it's like this long white plume that comes out from something that looks sort of like a chimney, and so it kind of looks like when they elect a new pope, and so it's the Pope vent. But that's essentially what we're looking for. Later we'll see the recondenser active and things like that. For now, it does not look like we're getting anything, or am I looking at the right camera? I'm trying to look at other feeds. We have a multi-view for members, by the way. I'm just plugging that because we also have that.
I think we have some venting on the methane side still, but it's nothing crazy yet.
I don't know if we can get maybe hang on, let me see which camera actually. Trailer 1 from the launch side there, because it's a bit better. The one thing is that there's a vent going on there, and I don't really know right now if that's actually the Pope vent, because this view is a little bit further away.
Oh, it might be, right? I see it, what you mean.
And that's the thing, right? We are at T-4 hours, around T-4 hours, and that's more or less where we are expecting that spool up happening.
I think the left one.
That might be the Pope vent. Yeah, this view is a little bit different because it's the SpaceX media site. So it's a bit more complicated to actually look it up, but it could be that Pope vent happening right now. So that will indicate we are already in the chill down process for the tank farm. So that's good. We're essentially in that step that I was mentioning before, of the tank farm chill down. I don't even know if we can even put the timeline and everything. I always like it when we take down something on our timeline graphic and it's like, let's mark it down. But yeah, that is where we are right now. And in about 30 minutes or so, we should be seeing another vent somewhat near that one. That'll be the recondenser activation. There you go. That's the timeline. Sorry, operators. I know you're all
and that's right on time, right? Tank farm chill down 4 hours. That's right on time.
Yeah. These times, by the way, I explained this before. These are sort of like approximate. They're not down to the second or anything like it, but it's more or less around T-4 hours that we expect the tank farm chill down. In about 2.5 hours or so, I believe, doing the math off the top of my head, that'll be the pad chill down with the OLM vent and tower vents and everything. Anyways, lots of vents. We'll overview them later.
I love how Alex just said, yeah, it's more or less that, and he would the timeline was 3 minutes off, and he's like, yeah, more or less 4 hours, and he nailed it. So it's always I love that.
Looks like the Pope vent, by the way, there now that we can see it on the screen. A little hard with the lighting, but yeah, that appears to be the Pope vent, which is a good sign that things are proceeding. And yes, keeping in mind this is not any official timeline. This is Alex's amazing spreadsheet work, and
at least. Yeah, for the first 4 points on that timeline, those are approximate times. The rest is from the SpaceX website. But yes, those first 4 are very approximate and based on previous timelines.
Classic Texas Tank Watcher time. on those and pretty much nailing it, which is great to see. It's also great to see is the support that has been coming in. My goodness, someone yell at Jack. I mean, well, we do that anyway, but my goodness, there's a lot of cool stuff in here of people who've been absolutely amazing. There's one person in here in particular that I absolutely want to address. Give me just one moment to find it here because I think my jaw hit the floor. By the way, while I'm looking for this reminder, if you have any questions for us, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight, and we will do our best to answer as many of them as we can. There it is, RC Horseman, with a $1,000 tip. That is not a typo.
Lord.
That is a
That's 3 zeros.
$1,000 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. My goodness gracious.
Didn't Jack say that they met RC Horseman in person or something like that? Like I think he said before, we were talking about it, I think. Wow.
That's why I wanted to make sure I found this one. This is for dinner and drinks for the setup and camera people in Boca Chica. Thanks for the hard work and the crazy heat and humidity so it can be broadcast. You folks rock. No, RC Horseman, you rock. Wow. Thank you. We will definitely make sure that gets down to the team at Starbase. I mean, that is unbelievably generous. That, like you said, we wouldn't be able to bring this without support from people like you. To be able to have so many cameras out there, to have so many people out there maintaining it, maintaining the networks that bring the feeds, that people that have spent hours without sleep getting this all ready. In addition to the Starliner stream that we just had too, teams on the Cape side and down at Starbase, all trying to do this in less than 24 hours. Thank you. I think that's all I could say right now is just wow and thank you. Whew. Okay. Let's see here. Let's get to some questions that have been coming in here as well. Right as we were coming on, they were kind of talking about the concerns about the ice clogging. And we had Tristan Blizzard saying, if it was just ice causing clogging, would they slowly gain control back as they go through entry due to heating? Adrian, is that something that can happen, do you think?
I mean, the problem is the heating would first hit, well, the outside of the tanks, right? And also they kind of installed a whole system that kind of protects the whole thing from heating. So it's that's two factors here, and basically especially if it's closer to this manifold, that manifold basically sits at the like bottom center of the vehicles. Like it's not something that is just easily touched in the tank farm in the tank wall, sorry. So yes, there's for sure an effect where in re-entry there will be a certain amount of heat going also inside of the vehicle, and with that warming up the propellant. However, basically this like core where probably the filter system and probably the ice sits is kind of the latest thing that would experience heating. So I do not think you can just kind of experience a re-entry and hope the ice melts. That's probably not going to happen. Also, that's another part. If we get to the point where the center ice already melts, you already have significant boil off probably of everything else, and then you have a problem because while ice in your filter system for Raptors is bad, sucking in air bubbles from the gas is basically as bad. So they prefer liquid. They prefer liquid. That's where they really excel. Gaseous, not great. Ice, not great. Liquid, we want liquid.
I was gonna get, my sort of, physics knowledge, I guess. I'm not really that good at physics, but I did study physics. And one of the things that you learn in thermodynamics, like very basic thermodynamics, is that when you have something that is, in boil-off state, or just essentially in one of those transition points between states, the state of like the temperature is always constant until it actually boils off, and then it becomes a gas. And once it becomes a gas, it can then continue getting heated up and everything. But as it transitions, it still continues having the same temperature. So if you have the ice within the liquid, and somehow it that reentry temperature, imagine that it can happen, right? That the reentry temperature can essentially just heat up the whole thing in such a way that it just melts away the ice. Well, that will also mean that the liquid inside, it's essentially boiling off, because it will be sort of like at the boil off temperature, and then the whole thing will just be boiling off and will just keep the same temperature, right? So it's like it's kind of hard to imagine how you will be able to do the whole thing without losing a lot of your propellant out. But also on that same note, we don't really know what is the cause of all of these debris blockage, right? People say ice, but what ice in the first place? Is it really liquid oxygen ice? Is it other kind of ice? Maybe water ice? Might be even CO2 ice, might be nitrogen ice. Who knows, right? We just don't know. This is the sort of big problem, the big deal with this whole, trying to figure out what's going on, which is we just don't know. And so a lot of these speculations and things like that, they're just improving the filter blockage in, so it doesn't look like adding heaters or anything like it will really improve anything.
By the way, I want to point out we did see a lot of cars heading the correct direction, it seems like, away from the launch pad there. In fact, right above Alex's head. So that is a good sign, above my head now. That is a good sign that they're continuing to progress, pads clearing, roadblocks clearing out of the way. The tank farm, as you could see, definitely starting to get active, which we have a question along those lines. Mika Original saying, if they were for some reason unable to launch today after they start fueling, do you think they can try again tomorrow? In other words, does the new tank farm have enough propellant, or do they still have to wait for all those refill trucks that we've continuously been seeing, Adrian?
Well, the new tank farm has a bit more capability than the last one in terms of, but it's not like that it can store like 4 flights or something like that. From what we expect, and this is all very roughly, nitrogen very quickly is probably the issue, because while they can, of course, reclaim a lot of the methane with the recondensing system, and they also can reclaim oxygen using a recondenser, like basically pumping it back, it creates a situation where the nitrogen is used for this. They use the nitrogen to subcool oxygen, they use nitrogen to recondense methane, and they go through a lot of nitrogen. So this is already kind of starting. Like this chill down we see right now, the main commodity that is used in this chill down that is basically that will be used during this is nitrogen. So at some point, there is a point where we don't expect to be a 24-hour recycle anymore. And that is, like, if it's comparable to the first flights, we are, like, as soon as they are moving into tanking, we are kind of already at the point where there will probably not be a 24-hour recycle. Because this is a huge vehicle. It's an enormous endeavor to fuel it up. So at some point, you're just running out of capabilities. So I think it's safe to say, if you have an appointment tomorrow, either way, you should be getting in a fairly safe state right now, because either this launches today, or it probably is more slipping towards the weekend.
Yeah, and one of the things as well to mention here is that, so for example, for the chill down of the liquid oxygen line to the subcoolers, that one, for example, is filled with liquid oxygen because it's from the main tanks all the way to the subcoolers. But those subcoolers, they run the methane and the oxygen through these paths of liquid nitrogen. They load these subcoolers with tons and tons of liquid nitrogen, and all of that eventually boils off. Well, not all of that, but a great majority of that boils off. It is vented, and we see these huge plumes around the launch site at near liftoff, where it's like all filled with these clouds of gaseous nitrogen. and it's just crazy the amount of nitrogen that they have to use. We had this video that went out on Tuesday where we explained that one of the big changes for the launch pad, and we also explained that a couple of hours ago through Alicia, thanks to her, by the way. And there's this new set of tanks that they have added for Flight 4 compared to Flight 3, where they have added, I think it is 4 nitrogen tanks and 5 liquid oxygen tanks. So they have, instead of using the vertical tanks that they were using before, now they're using the horizontal ones. The vertical ones have been, some of them have been scrapped already, and the remaining ones are offline already. So this venting that you can see there, actually the one on the right, that I think tanks, they are the ground tanks that store that liquid oxygen for the vehicle. And so a lot of people asked us, why do they need even liquid nitrogen tanks? Don't they use methane on the rocket? It's like, yeah, they already have their own methane tanks on the tank farm. They are already horizontal. They were already installed in horizontal position. And the thing is, what they have changed is just the vertical tanks were liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen. Now those have been replaced by these horizontal tanks. They use 4 big liquid nitrogen tanks to hold all of that then goes through a lot of the piping. It fills the subcoolers and everything. We see the subcoolers venting and going crazy and all of that. That's one of the other sort of things that we look at for, especially when they get into the propellant load sequence. They get all venty and everything. It's super cool to see that. But at the same time, well, they're venting nitrogen, so all of that gets lost. As you were mentioning, Adrian, they do recapture the methane. Obviously, they cannot vent that out. They have ways of recapturing it. Liquid oxygen, there's some boil-off losses. They can vent that one, but they try to reclaim a lot of it. They just cannot do, it's impossible to do 100% of all of the liquid oxygen. And frankly, if some of it boils off, it's not the biggest of deals. But yeah, that's more or less what with all of these tank farm stuff, and that ties into all of the changes that we have seen as well with a tank farm.
Yeah, and they've been continually upgrading the tank farm, at least, right, Adrian?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the absolute biggest challenges, I think, of this program. Like, yeah, of course, you want to have a vehicle. But we have over and over heard, especially Elon Musk, talk about the stage 0 and making sure that you're able to have ground support equipment that is able to support this rocket. It's a whole thing of yes, you have the biggest rocket of all time, but there's 5,000 tons of propellant you need to move into that rocket somehow, and that's not easy. That's a huge endeavor, because you not only need to move that propellant, you need to store that propellant, you need to pump that propellant, you need to chill that propellant. It's a complex beast, and there's basically 1 million sub-problems inside inside of this that they need to solve on the way to get a rocket in the end that is at the right pressure, at the right temperature, with the right amount of things in it.
I don't think you said propellant enough times, just saying.
I will say propellant again.
There we go, thank you. Let's see here. We have another question from Peter, who's saying, hi guys. Hi. Do you think that OLIT-2 will have the quick disconnect on the other side so it's not burned during liftoff? Has that been an issue that we've seen with there being that much damage in particular to the quick disconnects? Alex?
It doesn't look like it's going to be on the other side. We have seen already the mounting points. Actually, the tower sections that are coming from the Kennedy Space Center to Starbase, or are about to come from the Kennedy Space Center to Starbase, one of them has the QD arm mounting points because it's the level of the QD arm. And so we've seen that it's essentially in the same location relative to the tower. You will essentially have to rotate, I guess, the tower 180 degrees. But also at the same time, there's this thing of the quick disconnect cannot just, disconnect on the other side. If the rocket is here and the quick disconnect is like here, on the opposite side, I guess. Here, there you go. That way, if it's here, it cannot like. There's no vehicle here to feed to, right? It kind of needs to go to the rocket and then pull out, right? That's sort of the whole thing. If you put it on the other side of the tower, then how do you get to the ship, right? It doesn't make sense. So yeah, they'll have to put it in the same place. The only way that they can improve how to not need as much refurbishment is just to figure out ways to protect it, to pull it away faster and things like that. So we'll see what they do with Tower 2, but nowadays Tower 1, this last flight refurbishment on the QDR was nice. I don't know, it didn't seem to be that much. I didn't see a lot of activity on those. I did see a lot more on the OLM and the chopsticks though, but they were also upgraded with new reinforcements and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely the reinforcements are a good thing there. And you mentioned the parts at the Kennedy Space Center, which tower segments 4 and 5, along with the carriage and 2 chopsticks, were being loaded up onto the barge as I was there yesterday for the Starliner launch, which I do want to give a quick update that just came in from the International Space Station team on Boeing Starliner. I know this is a Starship stream, but prior to the crew's sleep cycle, they noticed that there were additional leaks aboard the capsule. We knew of one prior to launch, but it turns out that they were looking into problem 2 helium leaks that were detected in the top and the port helium-1 manifolds. That's different from the port helium-2 one, again, as mentioned, that we saw prior to launch. So they left them in a configuration where they're down a few thrusters, but everything was settled so that the crew could at least get 8 hours of good sleep. The goal for them, of course, docking to the International Space Station 12:15 today p.m., so a couple hours after, hopefully, Starship splashes down successfully. And at this point, it seems that teams are okay to proceed with heading towards docking at the International Space Station. So they remain on track for that 12:15 p.m. Eastern docking. They will do an additional review between NASA and Boeing to review the data prior to rendezvous and docking operations. So just wanted to give that update, as you could see there on the screen, while we were talking about KSC and the assets there and the other Star vehicle currently flying.
Yeah.
So best of luck to Butch and Sunny, and hopefully they will be aboard the ISS, just as this ship will be in the Indian Ocean. Which,
yep.
I actually saw a really interesting question about that with its kind of splashdown point. Attila basically saying, when it comes to landing zones in the Indian Ocean, does SpaceX need to scrub if there's a random fishing sailboat in that area? Who even monitors that? Because we have the NODMARS, the Notice to Mariners, for everything locally during the launch, but what about if someone's just didn't check the paperwork and is out fishing in the Indian Ocean as Starship comes back?
A wayward boat, a wayward boat can definitely, even in these, like, if they are not fully sure that the range is clear, they cannot just easily launch. That's like part of every rocket countdown. You will hear it on every rocket countdown. Is a verification if the range is green. That's an important part of this. And well, it's part of the range here, like recovery zones are. We have heard in the past there were Falcon 9 launches that scrapped due to something in the recovery zone. There are Falcon 9 launches where they said, "Oh, sorry, there's a boat in the recovery zone," and with that, well, it's over. And this would be the case here as well. If the range is not clear, and that's part of the whole thing of making sure health and safety is the highest priority, that would scrap a launch. To be fair, it's not always, oh, there's something in the range, it's a scrap. There are also ways to coordinate with assets. And for example, there could be something in the range, at the recovery zone, but I don't know, the local authorities are in contact with that and can verify, hey, they will clear that by the time the ship will arrive there. We've heard that also before, where basically it was like, hey, there's an asset right now in the range, but it expects to clear before the time. There's basically logic behind this. And if the logic is saying, hey, you could hit an asset, well, then you're not going there.
Plus, I feel like it helps that once we know that it has launched, we have about an hour until it's expected to actually splash down for at least the ship portion of it. So here's a look, by the way, really quickly at the Not Mars. Notice to mariners. You can see this one here, issued by the U.S. Coast Guard. I call this one the shovel, because it does kind of look like a shovel there. That is the keep out zone for boaters for the launch portion here, right along the Gulf of Mexico, as well as hopefully for the simulated landing portion. Now, the part that you were talking about in the question, we've got the re-entry NOTAMs. You could see there the one in Madagascar, the one near Mauritius, and then the one just off near Australia. Those are all the different re-entry NOTAMs. And again, above them, the countries that issued said NOTAMs. So in terms of who will enforce them, hopefully those are the countries that would enforce those restrictions. And in doing so, keep people and boaters and everyone safe out there. And that was one of the big things, again, with Flight 3 and getting to this modified launch license as quickly as we did, was the fact that there was no danger at any point to people and their safety. And that's why those are in place, is to keep people safe. So basically, if you're a boater out there, don't.
Which also confirms like the whole safety aspect they have implemented over the last 3 flights works, right? Because if your conclusion after Flight 3 is, well, there was never any danger to public health and safety, that means, well, the approach you are right now doing is correct. Something is working. So that's, I guess, a good sign off on the so far work of SpaceX and the FAA conducting together. Because again, it's a partnership. It's not just one or the other. It's SpaceX and the FAA who make sure this is a safe operations.
Also, thanks for reminding me of all of the boat in the range scrubs for Falcon. I appreciate it.
Remember cruise ships?
I was about to bring the cruise ship one up.
Didn't we see what was? Yeah, wasn't there like one where we saw a cruise ship leave in the port?
That was the one.
Yep,
that was
it.
the one that Trevor was there at port.
Oh,
it was our
so basically the whole
mission.
The whole story was basically the ship left on our pod cameras, and we were all like, that's an odd timing for that. Like, and we were all like wondering, and like an hour later, it was like, scrub during DOE 2 range violation. Well, saw that coming.
Yeah, we later did find out it was a cruise ship that had violated the range, tried to sneak out of the port a little early and scrub the launch. You said Trevor was there for that?
Yeah, Trevor was out there. He was actually gonna be, if at the time it seemed that like there was gonna be 3 launches, all of them scrapped, beyond the time that he was out there, and he's out there at Starbase. Shout out to him and everything. We love him. So hopefully he will not scrub today's Starship launch.
Would be appreciated. Thank you, Trevor.
Yeah.
I was about to say, it's a good thing Trevor isn't out there. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Let's send good vibes
no
to
cruise
Trevor.
ships
Good vibes
around
to boats.
Starbase, please.
Oh, boy. And then, of course, the other question is about the weather. We have one here from Tristan, who, while he was getting some items in the store, did ask a question here of, do you think that weather conditions in the ship's landing area could affect whether or not they launch? Is that a possibility as well, Adrian?
It's an interesting question, because in the end, SpaceX defines the criteria of what they want to launch in. I wonder if they are already at the point where they are paying super close attention to that, because I feel like right now the focus is not what happens in the let's say aerodynamic phase of the reentry at the end, like in the air flight. I think it's more the part before that in the whole plasma phase that is, and weather is not really concerned while you're in the plasma phase. I don't think that's really where you're like, oh no, we have upper level winds. It's more later than that. The roadblocks, we see more cars departing here.
Yep.
Still some cars here, but they are
A reminder, which
slowly but
roadblock is this?
This is the closer roadblock, basically at the entrance to the Boca Chica village. This is the, let's say, normal roadblock, which we also see for static fire tests. We see this for, all kinds of normal tests at the pad. Every test that includes a further out blast area, which today's test definitely counts because it's basically the highest amount of propellant load you can see in Boca. Then they go to a further down the road roadblock, which we probably is a... There we go, that's the animation. So that's the no standard closure point. And then we will see the further out closure point. We also have the alternate one. Yeah, we saw that a few times.
Boulevard. Yeah.
Yep. And then we see the full stack closure point. That's there. That's where the whole hard block will today. And then there's also, all the way down in Brownsville, we have a soft road block, which basically is a check of like, are you in some shape or form, like, is there a reason why you should go past this right now? Are you like a landowner besides this? Are you part of SpaceX personnel? You need at least a decently good reason to go past the soft road block, because this is already the first check of what are you supposed to be here. So they're clearing this area quite significantly for a flight.
Yeah, and one of the things, we were mentioning that alternate sort of roadblock location, because they have these. So the village is like, you have two main entrances from Highway 4. So you have St. Martin Boulevard closer to the production site at Starbase, essentially further up the road, and then closer to the launch site you have LBJ. That other location, you can also enter the village through there. The thing is, the reason why they close at LBJ most of the time is precisely because it's like the first location, if you're coming from the launch site, the first location where you can enter the village, right? But if you're evacuating the village, you are trying to get through the entire thing up until the last point where you can exit the village before getting into the production site. That's at St. Martin Boulevard. So sometimes they do the roadblock there, and then they move up. They close the road as well at St. Martin so that people don't go down and try to go around the roadblock or whatever, right? So that they can evacuate the village and everything. So I'm mostly sure that's probably what they're doing right now, doing the final few checks and trying to evacuate people and everything. Because everyone, with an asterisk, I'll talk about that later. Absolutely everyone that is not essential for this launch needs to get out of the village and the production site. Everywhere, SpaceX, non-essential SpaceX employees, residents, and contractors, all of those get out of the way, because that's the blast danger area sort of thing. The only people that remained within it are obviously some of the law enforcement officials and people at the Stargate building and the Mega Bay, where they essentially just stay there to track the launch. It's like there's like two launch control centers, so to speak. There's the Ad Astra school that is miles further up the road near Massey's, and then there's the Stargate building at the production site. And so they keep teams on both locations. They also have Hawthorne as well for mission control, but they have shared resources, so to speak. And we've seen that through all of these hype videos that SpaceX publishes after the launch, and you see people in this little room with like little windows on a corner, and we can identify that it's the Stargate building precisely because of the windows are very iconic. Like there's no other building that has those windows, little things. And yeah, it's we know at least that people stay there. And also, I believe for the last flight on Flight 3, Dan, one of the comms person at SpaceX, he was out there at the Mega Bay. So there's obviously some people, but non-essential personnel, they get out.
As EJ would say, you could tell what building it is because of the way it is.
Yeah, you can see all the boosters behind him.
Which, along those lines... go ahead.
Oh,
I love how they didn't mention where Dan was explicitly, but it was like everybody saw that and were like, oh. Yeah.
That's a good question, though, about our teams in the field, Adrian. Do they get to go inside the soft road block or just cameras?
We have some in the soft roadblock because, well, we own land there, so there's a place where our people are. Of course, not behind the hard checkpoint. That's even if you have good, like, there's no reason why you should be there. But yes, we have people behind the soft roadblock, and we have people also at the Margaritaville, and I think we have people at Rocket Ranch. So I feel like there's like you could put like 1 million dots all over the all area basically, and it's like here's where NSF is right now. So if you're at a viewing location that is used, there's a good chance that an NSF person is around you somewhere.
Yeah, usually a good chance. And again, yesterday the teams are out setting up the robotic cameras too. So in addition, there are in addition to the people handing out the patches that you see with Alex in his hand. Which reminder, if you run into any NSF person in the wild, there's a good chance that we will have patches to give you.
I got these from Daz on the Leicester meetup. They are super cool, for free. You just gotta show up and see us in the field. Us, I mean, I say us. I'm not actually in the field. I've never been in the field, but yeah, you know what I mean.
It's like a game of Where's Waldo or Where's Wally, basically. Of find us and you get a patch. Here's where we have our team, by the way. Speaking of, we have our location there along the river site.
Which is right before the hard checkpoint, by the way.
Yep. And camera-wise, obviously now we're talking about inside some of these danger areas too. We have our highway site there. As we continue alongward here.
Launch site.
I love
SpaceX.
I love the spinning X, just saying.
There's the north site.
Yep.
There we go.
And going around all the way to the south, that trail. Yeah, that's south site. It's a little bit complicated to get to those sites. But that's how we cover all of these, amazing, all of these events from static fires to launches and everything. It's crazy, right? And a lot of work has been put into all of this for the last 4 or 5 years. I don't know. It's been a long time already.
They've been working like dogs out there for a long time to make all of this happen, and it's beyond impressive.
Working.
So, but yeah, true. They are still working out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of heat yesterday, especially during caramel deployment. Apparently, like sun and heat and humidity are brutal lately. So also for the warning for today, because there's of course we are about 3 hours away from the sun rising, and depending how late into this windows this goes, there's a good chance that you might get some good sun up during the flight. So all of you that are out there, make sure you have some water prepared, because you want to stay well hydrated if you're out there for a long time. As the Floridian here in that group, he can probably tell you that's a good call.
Yeah, I learned to have cooling sleeves on yesterday for Starliner, which again launched just before 11 a.m. and by 8:30 a.m. it was already 88 degrees Fahrenheit with like 65% humidity there. Not going to be much better at Starbase today, that's for sure.
And I sit here complaining about that I don't have air conditioning. Now I feel bad.
Well, I know some people have been giving support to get Jack a portable air conditioner in his little shipping container where he was earlier for him and his Beetle.
Multiple Beetles, actually. It's like, I don't know. He was talking about, I've been bitten by something.
Yeah. At least at the Cape, we know what's biting us. It's either going to be mosquitoes or alligators. So
I kind of prefer the mosquitoes, to be fair. Call me crazy, but I kind of prefer them.
Okay, crazy. Let's see here. Yeah. In terms of the weather down there, so also just wondering, how is the weather looking for launch? So far, it seems like everything looks pretty good, that there isn't anything that would preclude a launch attempt during today's window, as NASA would like to say.
Yeah, pretty uneventful weather, to word it like that. Some wind, like actually very similar to the wind conditions we had for Starliner. A bit lower actually, even. Humidity beyond the charts, but that's only affecting people, not rockets. With 95% humidity right now. That's insane. Yeah, that makes 28 degrees Celsius is already warm, but that at 95% humidity, that's just brutal.
And at 4 a.m.
Yeah, but yeah, it's 4 a.m. Like, this is the situation right now. So it's not nice right now out there, but nothing that should concern a rocket, to word it like that. This is all this is all very much just people concerned. But for the rocket, we have some cloud covers, but we'll see exactly which clouds we are looking at. Of course, it's always the matter of there are certain clouds, especially clouds that could spark some lightning, which are a concern for rockets, but that's kind of the only thing that could somehow affect us. But everything else, wind, there's basically a 0% chance we will worry about wind today.
Right. In terms of those clouds, it's the only thing I enjoy from the Ares launch was the word tribal electrification, which is the notion that, as you mentioned, with certain clouds, with how fast these vehicles are going and the way they're shaped and all of that, there is the potential that it can essentially create its own lightning cloud as it goes through. And obviously lightning in rockets, as we saw in Apollo 12, doesn't go fantastic. And we'd rather not SCE to aux if we don't have to.
Unless your name is Soyuz.
Well, then Soyuz doesn't care.
Yeah, Soyuz is like, what, lightning? Whatever.
Soyuz is like a honey badger. It don't care.
Yeah.
Here's a question as we continue to look. It's a little bit dark there, but the vehicle, we continue to count down now towards a 7:20 a.m. current T0 target here. We've got All Things Space asking, Alex, when will the chopsticks open?
That's a great question. It normally tends to happen, a little bit after spooling up the tank farm. So we started seeing that Pope vent. We're obviously waiting for the recondenser vent. I've tried to keep an eye. I haven't seen it yet. It takes a while, though. It also depends a bit from time to time. So it's not an exact science kind of thing. But yeah, the chopsticks tend to open around that point, where the tank farm is spooling up. They open the chopsticks, they reveal the full stack, and it is always glorious to see that. But we're expecting those sticks to open soon.
It's something that we'll be keeping an eye on. Again, as you mentioned there, you could see tank farms starting to get pretty active.
Yeah, one thing, I don't know if we may be able to switch to one of the other North cams, because one thing that I'm looking for in this sort of tank farm activation, they have these new liquid nitrogen tanks, right? And there's like this long pipe that goes from the 5 liquid oxygen tanks all the way out to the subcoolers, and it's insulated in some places, but it is not in some others. And so you may you may even be able to see the condensation on that pipe as it arrives to the subcoolers, essentially delivering all of that liquid oxygen to the subcoolers. And they become also very active as they get loaded with nitrogen as well. It's always amazing to see this whole tank farm just coming alive. Right now, it's very, you see it and it's like, well, it's a few vents. It's just very quiet, not a lot of stuff. But it's going to get a lot more active as we progress through this countdown. So keep an eye on all of that, because it's going to get very exciting. I always enjoy the show. It's like, if you watch the whole timeline from road closure to propellant load we have before, it's like I always say, I wrote that video, and there's like a point where we're like, if you see a lot of venting from the tank farm, that is okay, that is planned and everything, that's the chill down and everything, just enjoy the show. For me, it's like a show. It's show of clouds and lights and everything. I don't know. It's always cool. No pun intended. You're the one with the puns.
I'll still give you the pun token, but for those who recall one of the earlier flight attempts, I think it was IFT2 with Kevin and Michael Reed's cloud forecast. These are the clouds we want to see in the forecast, so that's okay.
Good clouds. Good clouds.
Yeah.
Good cloud. Now, you mentioned, by the way, your video there from the roadblock to the fueling. We have a good question here from Aeronautics Space Agency asking, when does the roadblock move back? Because we saw that animation as well just a short time ago that there's the multiple roadblocks. When does it go from that closer upland by the village to that farther out roadblock? About how soon before launch?
Well, it usually is when they move. It's not a 100% fixed point. It's somewhere in when you get into this more propellant flows. Like, it's not yet at tanking usually, but once the whole tank farm conditions, and with that, of course, the risk, because as soon as you're leaving a steady state, right, and as soon as you start to move all of these kind of things through, there's always a chance of something go wrong. And that's usually the point when we at some point see the roadblock departing. So I would expect that around-ish the time that we will see maybe the OLM vent. Somewhere in that area will probably be the part time where the roadblock will also be moved back.
There we go. So we've got a little bit of time there still. And again, that is the closer roadblock that you could see on your screen right now. Thankfully, again, cars continuing to go the correct direction away from the launch pad, not towards it. That's what we like to see. Going back really quickly to the weather, here's a good question. I don't know if we know the exact answer to this, but Michael Pilnick, I'll throw this one to you, Adrian, saying, weather forecast question. How different is okay for Starship conditions versus okay for Falcon 9?
It's a very difficult question right now, because for Starship, SpaceX has so far not really communicated us a good corridor. For Falcon 9, we have a rough estimate because we know what were conditions when it worked versus what were conditions when it doesn't work. So it always helps to get a rough understanding. We know from statements from Elon Musk in the past that down the line, SpaceX wants to get Starship into a situation where it's way more weather resilient versus what Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy are right now. But it could be the case that we are not yet at that envelope pushing kind of situation here, and they are still in the more conservative range for flight parameters. So sadly, we don't know for today. Down the line, Starship again is supposed to be a bit more resilient against especially winds and weather. So hopefully somewhere there.
That is the hope. Also, I apologize to the people who have sent in super kind messages and support and everything and upgraded their memberships. I do really appreciate it. I want to make sure that everyone gets that acknowledgement. So we'll be starting to run some of those just for a little bit here across the bottom of the screen. So I want to make sure we acknowledge people like MMLH there, and Jordan for becoming Capcom members. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord for some awesome behind-the-scenes stuff there. And all of our members get access to the 4K members multi-view. So you get to see all the different cameras around Starbase for this particular flight. So everyone that was either gifted a membership for someone like ActiveX or who upgraded to a membership like Janine, thank you, everyone. And hopefully you get to enjoy the multi-view of our commentary here, as well as everything in Starbase Live, as well as the members multi-view. So there is no shortage of cameras. That is for sure for this particular flight.
We're getting an update here from one of our SPL ops, Neat Pizza, who's paying very close attention here always to the cameras, who's saying that apparently the chopstick stabilizers are starting to retract.
I'm actually doing A/B testing here, and I think the chopsticks have retracted a little bit from the.
It's barely. I'm also doing A/B here, and you can see they have barely swing up a bit. I think
the stabilizers moved, but also like doing A/B testing. You see very small differences, and so the sticks do they're like this, and then they look like just a little bit. I don't know.
They're no longer
When-
carrying the weight. I think what we are also seeing here is like these chopsticks up until a certain point are carrying kind of part of the weight of the stack, and at some point they go down a bit, and like they stabilize as disconnect and they go down a bit, and basically that means they're like no longer part of holding the stack right now. So I think we are starting to see the chopsticks opening here for today's launch attempt.
So here's a question then. Why are the chopsticks closed in the first place if it can support the weight without it? So why have the chopsticks in, and why remove them now, approximately 3 hours or so before the scheduled T0?
I will counter ask by a snarky question. Yeah, my counter question would be, why not? Basically, you have a giant system that you can attach to give a rocket stability, and it's a huge rocket, right? So why not use that system to attach it, give the rocket stability, while you don't need to disconnect it? And it's a very reliable system so far in disconnecting, so you can basically just hold it in place up until the point where you have the pad clear, you're fine with it, open it, and then tank the rocket and go. So just a little additional safety feature here, which is nice.
Yeah.
But there's no particular rhyme or reason that we're aware of, at least, to the timing, is there?
No. Also, to be clear, this stack can very much stand without the chopsticks. We have seen, correct me if I'm wrong here, Alex, but we have seen in the past the chopsticks being open for longer durations, even on non-flight days, where they just had them open, for example, for like other purposes, or just like it's not a requirement, but it's most likely just an extra safety precaution. But yeah,
I guess I kind of think of something like SLS, where it literally can stand on its own. It just has kind of that little swing arm as a stabilizer for when the wind hits.
Which is an interesting part of Starship, which always I like to point out. We will get to this in the terminal count. But the funny thing is, Starship at liftoff doesn't have a hold-down clamp retraction. Yeah. There's no clamps opening at T0, because these open like minutes before any Raptor engine is lit, and the stack is just standing there without any hold down, and they basically first throttle the Raptors to 50%. That's not a thrust to weight ratio where they will reach already going up. And then their liftoff, their T0, is basically nothing else than, okay, let's bump up these Raptors, reach a positive thrust to weight, and here we go. There's no clamps. Nothing holds this.
So there's like the pedestal arms. They have the sort of surface where the booster is sitting, and then the clamp. So the clamp can open, because a lot of people ask, well, if the clamps are open, how is the vehicle still standing, right? It's because the clamps are not holding onto it, as in, that's the thing that keeps it, from falling off. It's just that there's the pedestal, and then it opens. But that's sort of how it goes.
Yeah, that's how it goes. You know what else goes? A surprise camera feed goes live. Ooh, what do we got? We have a wild Jack Buyer. Hi, Jack.
He's orange.
What's up? I'm orange, and I'm wearing merch. But this isn't a merch plug. This is about my camera setup. It's always hard to do these. We want to do more BTS stuff, especially on streams, just to show you all the craziness that's going on in the background. But there's so much to do. Like, this is one camera that I have set up after being on stream earlier. I have many more to set up, but this is the one that I've got up so far that I want to tell you about. So this is, and forgive me if you're not a camera nerd, but this is a 600 millimeter prime lens. That means it doesn't zoom or anything. All you get is 600 millimeters. It is an f4, which means it can gather a whole lot of light, which is good because the launch is happening right around sunrise, hopefully, right? We'll see about the recondenser vent, et cetera, caveat. So it's a 600 millimeter f4. I have a doubler, so that turns it into a 1200 millimeter f8. And that is what I will be tracking the rocket with for launch. If you remember such streams as IFT2, where I stupidly unplugged the Starlink at T-minus 8 minutes, This is the rig that you did not get to see live, but you did get to see in the recap videos on YouTube. So I'm very excited to bring this view to you live, and maybe, I'm not going to spoil anything, I'm not going to leak anything, maybe some other views as well live. But this is this is a $13,000 lens. I don't own it. I wish I did, but I rented it for this launch. I rented about $800 a gear for this launch, which is actually pretty low. Like I think for IFT1, I rented something like $1,500 worth of gear. So yeah, $13,000 lens. The camera body is an R5. It's a Canon mirrorless camera. I will be shooting 4K 120 frames a second, and then outputting 1080-60 for all of you out in Streamland. You can see I have a brick battery, so we don't keep getting the change battery sign showing up in the middle of launch or what have you. I don't know if you can see it over here. There is a monitor, so I have a nice big screen that I can look at, so I don't have to like peek through the viewfinder on the camera. But yeah, it all goes down to this rig right here, which is a LiveView Solo and a setup that Das has built, because Das is an absolute wizard. Shout out to him on top of the hotel. I hope we get to hear from him in a little bit. But yeah, this rig takes multiple different network connections, whether it's Ethernet or Wi-Fi or cellular or what have you, bonds them all together, and then barfs them up to internet land so you can all watch it live. Sorry, I probably could have picked better terminology there. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have any questions coming in about this rig. I love it. It did so well on IFT2. It's some of the best stuff, or at least my favorite stuff that I've ever shot. And I'm so excited to bring you guys this live feed once we get Starship in the air today. Hopefully in like, oh God, 3 hours? Oh God.
Yes. Yep. It's 3 hours
gosh.
from now. Question, Jack.
Okay.
A question, because I bet you have also some stills from some remotes deployed, right? Are there any like special angles you're going for? Any shots you really want to pull off for this one? Yeah,
I am attempting again for the fourth time now a shot that has not worked out at all so far. So we call it the danger lot. That is one of the two locations that SpaceX lets us set up remote cameras. It's right there. I forget how many feet from the launch mount. It's like 700 feet or something absurd. Maybe 1,200, somewhere in there. Absurdly close either way. If you remember Danger Van getting nailed by debris, that's danger lot. And that's why we call it danger lot, right? So there, along with the trailer that we set up, or danger cart as I like to call it, everything has a danger prefix. If SpaceX can do it with Star, we can do it with danger, okay? So at that lot next to the trailer is a camera with a 300 millimeter lens pointed not straight up, but like maybe at a 45-degree angle. The idea is when Starship launches from that particular spot, the plume, right? The plume obscures the view. So ideally, if I've figured things out right, I'm going to be pointing above the cloud of dust, and I will be able to get a nice tight 300 millimeter shot of the engines of this beautiful machine. So I'm really hoping that works.
Jack, we have to interrupt you here. We have cars to the
cars
pad.
going to the pad.
Oh.
Well, sorry to be the bearer of bad news there, but
well, at least car. Like they have a window. We could still be, but
I think I saw more than one, but
yeah,
right,
like Jack, can you see them from your position? Like, can you see activity at the roadblock, or is that too low?
I don't know if you guys have my feed live right now, but if you can, I don't know. Am I still in frame right now?
You're in frame.
Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm going to pan my camera and show you roughly what I can see. This will tell you everything right here.
Look at that.
Sorry, producers. So this is my view, basically. Forgive me. We're gonna do a bit of a whip pan here. Just hold steady. So yeah, right there's Sanchez. There's the Rocket Garden. Whip pan. Sorry. And here is the roadblock at Richardson.
There you go.
So that gives you a sense of my field of view. That's Richardson. I can see down Highway 4 all the way, whip pan again, sorry, all the way to the production site, but I can't see really down the road after that where the roadblock is. You can almost see, do you guys see the lights there? The flashing lights that are at the roadblock? That's basically so I can't see the cars to the pad. That's my very long-winded way. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyways, no. To answer your question quickly,
it wasn't super dizzying.
Okay, excellent. Well, I don't know if you guys have any questions about the rig. I'm happy to answer it. Otherwise, I'm going to keep setting up some other cameras here while we figure out what's going on with these cars to the pad. But if Chad is asking anything about these, I'm happy to answer.
Why inferior Canon as opposed to Nikon?
Oh.
Next question.
Has the war begun?
Next question.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Actually, yesterday I was shooting with a Sony mirrorless with a 600 as well with a doubler. So
how do
you deal with the fact that for those who know cameras, when you add a doubler, sure it adds the zoom, but it also means you need more light. How do you deal with the light adjustment as you get through the different parts of the window?
Look at that.
Chopsticks are opening?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, they are.
Opening.
I love conflicting. I love conflicting information. It's like, oh, cars to the pad, that's bad. Oh, chopsticks opening, that's good. It's like it's a roller coaster of you sitting here and be like, am I supposed to be happy right now?
What's the Simpsons reference? Like, that's good, that's bad. So how do I deal with the loss of light from a doubler? Here's the thing. This is an f4. So worst case with the doubler, I'm an f8. That's not, super sensitive to light, or it doesn't let in a whole lot of light. It's not as good as f4, but f8 ain't bad at all. Another lens that I use a lot, I actually own one. It's only $1,000. It's a Sigma 150 to 600, and that I think is a 5.6 to like 7 something if you zoom in all the it's variable depending on how far you zoom in. And if you throw a doubler on that, one, you lose some image quality for sure, and two, it ends up being like whatever it is, like an f14 or something like that. It's just like extremely dim lens. You need a lot of light for that. So I get around the doubler problem with renting a $13,000 f4 lens. That's the answer. Anything else?
Someone wants to know what tripod you're using.
This is basically a bog standard Kayer, I believe is the brand. We use them a lot down here in Starbase. They're not super expensive. They're not super cheap. They get the job done. If I had my choice of tripod for something like this, I'd probably have a big, beefy video tripod, like, some kind of 50-pound sort of thing with a giant video head. But those are many thousands of dollars. And, we get so much support from y'all, but at the same time, we have a lot of things to spread that support around on, and I can't go frolicking through the camera store and just buying everything I want. So we make do with what we can, and this tripod is plenty serviceable.
And last one, Kushal wondering, by the way, what ISO you shoot at?
I mean, it varies depending on the situation. I anticipate being at 1600 tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, it really depends how far into the window Starship goes, how much light we get on it, and yeah, I mean, if this is getting really into the weeds, but I'll be shooting log, and with Canon log, you need to expose to the right, which means you bias your exposure to being extra bright, because the camera retains more data in the brights than it does in the darks. So if I need to bump up to 3200 or even 64, the R5 is a great camera. So if I have to deal with 6400 ISO to get f8 1200 millimeters, I'll deal with it. But I'll ask me on Twitter or something, and I'll tell you what ISO I ended up shooting at. I have no idea, because the conditions are going to change so rapidly at sunrise.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, the field from the field. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jack.
None of this would be possible without y'all, without all the support. It's incredibly awesome to get to play with gear like this and do what we do. And, I know I complained about the Beatles a lot earlier. I'll eat 1 million Beatles if that means I can keep doing this. Please don't hold me to that. But yeah, thanks everybody. Why did I say that?
Good thing it's not recorded or anything.
I'm looking forward to the next episode of the Flame Trench now. I'm not sure how we get so many Beatles until then, but
also RP1 for
great.
this truck.
Oh yeah, we want to. By the way, We didn't tell you yet. We want to. Yeah, we discussed. Can you put RP1 in like any car? And we were like volunteering your truck for putting RP1 into it and see if it works.
Let's go. Let's do it. I'm in.
Cool. Perfect. Somebody gets RP1 and yeah, we'll do it. Cool. Perfect. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you indeed. Again, the chopsticks continuing to move as Jack moves to set up more cameras there. Thank you, Jack, and allowing us camera geeky people as well to nerd out, in addition to the normal Starship nerd out stuff too. And I do want to thank Peter Gosling here really quick with 60 gifted Red Team memberships back. So 20 followed by 20 followed by 20. Thank you so very much for that. And if you did get one of those memberships, definitely make sure to give them a thank you. And check out the members multi-view as well while you're at it too. Multiple monitors, multiple multi-views, win-win. So let's see then. If the chopsticks are opening at this point, as they are, how are we looking then timeline-wise, Alex?
Well, right now, we should be within 3 hours of that launch if they're still targeting 7:20 a.m. Central for liftoff. And, you know, the chopsticks, as we're actually talking about them, you know, supposedly opening around this time in the count. And indeed, they are opening around this time in the count. So that's good. My main concern right now will be the tank farm splitting up. We spotted that Pope vent earlier in the count, but we haven't really seen any other indicators such as the recondenser activation and everything. I believe even the Pope vent is currently off. So something is going on there. Might explain why those two vehicles went to the pad. Might be sort of the red team kind of thing, going out there to maybe, you know, tighten some bolt or something like that to be able to get everything to work. It's not the first time we've seen this. To be fair, it's not being the first time that we've seen them, you know, having to go to the launch site and fixing stuff right before launch, and that happened, you know, all the way back to Starhopper. That also happened. So it's not our first rodeo with this kind of thing. They still have another. So it's essentially a 120-minute launch window, but they delayed, sort of they moved 20 minutes into that window. So there's still 100 minutes remaining on that window. Plenty of time to solve any issues with the tank farm. And yeah, we'll see where, you know, where we end up with. Maybe they can even resolve this and still launch at 7:20 a.m. Central. So, you know, there's no reason to lose any hope or say, oh, it's scrubbing. Every time there's some kind of, you know, thing that we don't expect, there's always the usual troll in chat that is like, oh, it's a scrub. But, you know, we have the mods to deal with that kind of people.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Jack's now going to have a hard day's night the next time that he comes on stream when we talk about him having to eat beetles.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
We're going to have to bring it up to him probably
On
8
top of
days
that-
a week, make sure he eats it.
You know, it will be probably copyright infringement, but it should also be while listening to the Beatles.
Almost like I was making Beatles song references. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure the bugs will be twisting and shouting in his mouth. So anyway, let's continue along here. As we continue to keep an eye, as you mentioned, the car is heading out towards the pad while the chopsticks are continuing to open here. Adrian Jason wants to know, what is the jellyfish chances? Could we see a Starship jellyfish?
Well, so I looked up sunrise, and usually you have good chances if it's like launching right around sunrise, maybe even like a bit before sunrise, right? Because then it's still dark and you have like light conditions up there. That's the optimal that we want to have. Unfortunately, right now sunrise is roughly 1 hour before launch. So at that point of launch, the sun will be up. And it will be up, not a lot, just a bit, but quite significantly. So while I would love a Starship jellyfish, I feel like this today might not be the case. We are just missing it by an hour right now. And still, we could get some amazing views because we might get still into being like in the sunrise area, somewhere in the very like burning off the early fog kind of thing. So
Yeah.
I feel like there's a good chance that we will still get amazing views, especially with the cloud cover. Alex and I talked about this earlier on Countdown to Launch. It's kind of cool that we have some clouds apparently, because that's always cool for give photographers and tracking like this context, but and like depth. But you don't have like this just giant blue canvas. But it's not enough that it's annoying. So it might just be a very nice launch from a viewing perspective. Also from the humidity, right now it doesn't look like we will get like a crazy fog layer. It's we are kind of out of this phase in Boca Chica. That's more like 1 or 2 months ago, where we are getting more fog in the morning. We are kind of in the area of the year where the fog in the morning is it's a bit more kind to cameras. So yeah, but sadly no jellyfish probably.
Yeah, it's a shame. Eventually, though, we will get a Starship jellyfish, and it will be absolutely insane, and I'm ready for it. Here's an interesting question. You mentioned the potential of a red team going out to the pad. Luke, wondering what is a red team and what does it do?
They're the ones that have to go out there and do the final checkouts, but also stay on standby, essentially, to have to go out there to the pad and be able to fix things. We all have in memory from Artemis 1 when the red team, I don't even know if it's called the red team for SLS, but we all know, there was this team of people that went out while SLS was fully loaded on the pad, huffing and puffing and everything, and it was there, and they were trying to fix one of the valves on the mobile launcher. It is, it is quite crazy that there's people, that are specifically trained and employed in order to be able to work in these quite risky environments, to be fair.
Yeah, I'd imagine they get some hazard pay for that. For SLS, yes, it was the red team. Yeah. For Starliner, we had the blue team.
Blue team.
So all the colored teams out there, yes. The teams of the rainbow that make sure that everything is ready to go at the launch pad when things are at their most dangerous.
Yep.
Here we go. And confirmation, by the way, that sunrise is at 6:38 a.m. local time. And again, as of right now, targeting 7:20, I believe it was, local time. So,
yep, 20.
Yep. So that is something to keep in mind in terms of the jellyfish possibility, unfortunately. North Advantage, by the way, asking, is the payload bay welded shut? Or could we see the payload bay door test again?
It's not welded shut, but it is also not able to open because they have locks that keep it in place. There's no going to be any test of that payload bay door. And frankly, even if they change their minds right now, well, they will have to destack Ship 29 and remove those locks. So, yeah, that's not going to be happening.
Now, also happening, and we're not as big a fan of there, another car heading out towards the launch pad.
More team members going out there.
And as we were discussing, I think it's important to mention, again, this doesn't mean that the launch is delayed. This doesn't mean that the launch is scrubbed. This doesn't mean anything in terms of affecting the actual T0, as we're still just under 3 hours away from launch, right?
Yeah, we'll see. It's a long window, right? We were talking about that just now, that they still have 100 minutes in that window, so they could shift a little bit if they needed more time. And it's just a matter of seeing where they land on. There, no pun intended there as well. But you can see the chopsticks not only open, but they are also going down, so they are revealing the full stack. That's also good, right? Because it doesn't mean that they are going. That sort of part of the timeline, it's already out. They're sort of preparing that, and hopefully we can get a launch. At least in a few hours. Again, that T0, that launch time may change. We don't really know. We have not had any official update from SpaceX, but we may have later down the line. So we'll get to there when we get there.
Exactly. And again, as you mentioned, the chopsticks lowering currently. You see it moving down the stack there. Again, as the vehicles continue passing by with a very artsy shot there by the SpaceX side. Shout out to the team there.
Oh, is that the Pope vent returning?
It is.
I think, yeah. That's good news. That's amazing. They may have solved then whatever issue. Yeah, looks like it's going out to the tank farm. They may have had an issue with the tank farm. It's super complex, all of these systems.
Also, I appreciate the time they took to move the berries out of the way, not just knock them over and drive over the... Oh, wait.
It's a SpaceX, come on.
That is true. And if anyone would track that kind of stuff, that would be you, Alex. And Alex, I know you've been on for quite a bit here, so we're going to give you a little bit of a break. Thanks for joining, and we will see you more in the broadcast, I promise, right?
A little bit later. Yeah. I'm going to be taking a break, and I know there's a very big person right now coming here, so hopefully you guys have a great time with him. See you later. Bye.
Yes, there's a lot of exciting things coming up next. We have an exciting guest coming up next. But first, let's take a look at what we can look forward to for the next year for Starship.
It's been a little bit over a year since the first flight of Starship, and SpaceX has made quite a lot of progress since. Can you imagine how many things Starship could be doing a year from now? Well, we kind of have an idea about what's in store for the future, so let's take a look at the next year of Starship. As you probably know, this next Starship flight is all about the return of Ship 29 and Booster 11. This is crucial in order to demonstrate that Starship can eventually become fully reusable. Elon has already mentioned that if Booster 11's landing is successful, SpaceX will try to catch a booster on the Starship flight following this one. That means we just could be a mere few months from seeing a super heavy booster coming down for a landing back at Starbase. Whether it's successful or not, well, time will tell, but that's how SpaceX works. Try, fail, fix, and try again. The next few flights of Starship will also feature the end of the current version of the rocket. Coming up soon, SpaceX will be starting up a new version of Starship, which has many names like Version 2, Block 2, just Starship 2, but you get the point. It's essentially the next big incremental change of Starship. This will feature slightly taller ships and boosters with more propellant capacity, more thrust, and high reliability. We've already started to see barrel sections and hardware for version 2 of the ship, and we're probably a few weeks out from seeing the first sections of flight hardware being assembled. For the time being though, we have yet to see any new booster hardware that resembles what we expect to see for version 2, so perhaps this transition to version 2 will be for the ships first and later for the boosters. We now know that with version 2 of Starship, SpaceX will be able to fully realise Starship's original goal of sending more than 100 tons to a useful low Earth orbit. This means it's the most likely candidate for SpaceX to start sending Starlink satellites into orbit and begin on-orbit testing for Starship's future ambitions. Going into next year, SpaceX hopes to perform a ship-to-ship propellant transfer demonstration, which will need the development of a longer endurance Starship that can stay in orbit for not just an hour or two, but rather for weeks at a time. This will likely take a few missions and iterations within version 2 as SpaceX develops the first Starship propellant tankers and flies progressively more complex missions. All of this technology should then serve as the basis for SpaceX's lunar lander for NASA's Artemis program and will pave the way for Starship missions to Mars much further down the line. Eventually, SpaceX hopes to perform an uncrewed demonstration landing on the moon with its Starship human landing system prior to it being used with humans on board. This uncrewed demo is currently scheduled for late 2025, but given the long development path ahead, there's likely going to be some delays. While booster recoveries are likely coming somewhat soon, ship recoveries should also be coming up in the next year, albeit a lot later. SpaceX plans to continue testing Starship's reentry until it has demonstrated that ships can reliably survive reentry. Once that's done, it'll be time to return ships back to the launch site for landing. It'll be interesting to see how SpaceX will design the landing mechanisms for the ship, as it's supposed to land on the chopsticks just like the booster. As you can see, there's definitely a lot of hardware changes already expected for just the next year. With boosters and ships returning back to the launch site for landing, this means SpaceX will have the privilege of inspecting them, improving their design, and most importantly, reusing these vehicles. Starship's reusability will enable a much higher cadence than we currently see, which will be crucial for SpaceX to support the over a dozen flights needed to support a single landing of a Starship HLS lander. Of course, for that cadence to be realised, SpaceX will also need a lot more places to launch Starship from. The company is currently in the process of building 3 additional launch pads for Starship. Yes, you heard me right. 3! The one furthest along is at Launch Complex 39A in Florida. SpaceX already completed the structure for the Starship launch tower there about 1.5 years ago and installed the tower's chopsticks. The company is currently working on the foundations for this launch pad's orbital launch mount and hopes to start launching from here by the summer of next year. This is not the only work that SpaceX plans at the Kennedy Space Center though, as it also plans to expand the footprint of its Roberts Road complex and potentially create a Starship factory of its own. The timeline for that though is a little bit more flexible. The next Starship launch pad in line is the second one that SpaceX is building at Starbase. Foundation work has already begun for the launch pad's launch tower, and work is about to begin on the orbital launch mount foundations for this pad. Most of the tower hardware is already at Starbase, with some other pieces about to be en route from Florida. And coming back to Florida, SpaceX is already in the paperwork phase of preparing a third additional Starship launch pad, but on the Space Force side of the Space Coast. This Starship pad will be located at Space Launch Complex 37B and would allow SpaceX to have 2 separate launch towers in Florida as well as at Starbase. While construction will probably take some time to start, the gears are already turning and the environmental review process has already begun, so we're hoping we'll get to hear a lot about that progress as well. As you can see, there's definitely a lot to look forward to, well beyond this flight, and it promises to be very exciting. You can count on NSF to cover all of this as it happens, so we hope to see you there.
Exactly. We do hope to see you there, and there's a lot of excitement about liftoff, and in particular about reentry, which I believe happen to be the names of some of the books related to our next guest joining us right now. Joining us is literally the man who wrote the book on everything SpaceX here, Eric Berger. Eric, thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
It is an honor and a pleasure to have you here. I got to start with the obvious question, of course, of how you feeling on flight morning.
I'm feeling great. You guys have had some coverage of the activity at the pad, but this is the 4th launch, so you would think that they're getting their operations down. So I'm very excited to see it launch this morning.
I think we are all very excited to see this launch. That is for sure. Is there anything in particular that you're really looking forward to on this launch, especially compared to, say, Flight 3?
I'm hoping to see a successful flight. We've had 3 test flights now. They've made a pretty nice progression in what we've seen, getting to the point where we're starting to see a Starship reentry. But it's been more than a year now of this test campaign, and you would like to see them starting to land the booster. In particular, I think it's really important for them to show controlled flight of Starship this time. They don't necessarily need to get all the way through reentry, I think, but it's important to continue to show progress as the politics of the Artemis program, is unfolding in the background, and there is an increasing amount of pressure, I think, politically on SpaceX to deliver.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I think a lot of people don't realize is the politics behind it as well. I know it's always a touchy subject, but can you kind of go into the significance of the political side of the importance of getting Starship up and running and flying here?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a noticeable, I think, in the last several months of criticism and concern of the Artemis architecture, right? It's fairly complicated, particularly with the activities involving the human landing system. And there's a long technical roadmap still ahead of SpaceX, as you just laid out in that video, to get to the point where you can store and transfer propellant in orbit, and then to the point where you can land Starship. It's still a very significant challenge with the very tall vertical structure of the vehicle. You need a really flat surface on the moon, and so you need to do some landings on the moon, and you need to take off from the moon, which is going to be a very significant challenge with cryogenic propellants. We've never launched really from the surface of the world like this before with these kinds of engines. And then obviously coming back and rendezvousing with Orion. And there's just kind of an increasing realization now that Starship is the long pole in the journey back to the moon. There's obviously been a lot of hullabaloo and noise about the Orion heat shield in the last 6 months, particularly after the Inspector General's report came out. And I do think we're still a ways away from Artemis 2 happening. But after that, it's really going to be all about Starship and the spacesuits. And while the spacesuits are a challenge, I think technically they're quite a bit easier to pull off than the development of Starship. And so I've definitely seen increasing amount of concern from people in Congress, from people inside NASA, people inside the astronaut office itself, about this plan. And it would really be a major plus for NASA, I think, if SpaceX could continue to show progress with the Starship vehicle in these flight tests.
And I have a follow-up question here. Of course, Eric, you have talked with a lot of people involved with Falcon 1, with Falcon 9 in the past. How does these kind of SpaceX engineers, or the SpaceX DNA, how they deal with this political pressure that they maybe have also experienced in the past? And do they kind of just focus on their goal, or is that something that totally affects the company?
I think the people working on the vehicle in South Texas and a factory in Hawthorne understand the stakes, but I'm sure that they have so much technical work on their plates that they're not really focused on the larger political challenges. That's the focus of Gwen Shotwell and other leaders of the program and on the regulatory side, who are dealing with those stakes on a much more daily basis in interactions with the FAA, with NASA, with other government agencies, that are kind of all pulling together to try to make this program happen.
Yeah, again, those watching, we do see that there are the cars still continuing out towards the launch pad there, but at the same time, we've also seen the chopsticks open and move. You can see there's still plenty of cold temperatures there with the frost, and it looks like that vehicle turning around, thankfully going the other way. So lots of excitement activity on a launch morning, to say the least. And a reminder, if you have any questions for us or for Eric in particular, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight. It shows up in special software that we have here behind the scenes, and we will do our best to answer as many of them as we can. Now, in terms of, you were kind of talking about the future here, obviously you mentioned Gwen Shotwell playing a major role now in SpaceX's Starship development here. How much of this do you think is Gwen's show versus how much of this is Elon's show at this point as we continue in development?
Elon has always been the visionary leader of SpaceX, and to some extent the technical leader. But he's obviously very involved in his other activities, whatever you think about those. And so he's not entirely focused on SpaceX. It's more of the Gwen and Mark Troncosa and Kathy Leaders, who are really pushing forward at Starbase and on Starship. But Elon's role is really essential. He is the one who ultimately makes the final decisions, and he plays a really important role in that. There are lots of risks that these flights entail, and one of the important roles that he plays is he makes those decisions, he accepts those risks, and then if the company fails, he says, okay, we made mistakes, we're going to fix them, and we're going to move forward. And that's really important, because if you look at a large government organization like NASA, or a more traditional space contractor, no one really wants to accept the failure, right? When you go back and look at the James Webb Space Telescope, think about how complicated it was for that vehicle to get into space, to unfold. It had taken 2 decades, of development time, $10 billion plus. And someone had to say, okay, we're ready, we're going to go, and I'll accept that risk. And that happened to be Thomas Zurbuchen for the Webb Space Telescope. But you have these similar sort of challenges where you have committee after committee, and if you're thinking about longevity in your career, do you really want to be the person responsible for the failure of the Webb Space Telescope, or the potential failure of the Orion heat shield, or for the failure of the helium leakages on Starliner? So what you do basically is you study those problems more and more. You do committees, you do tests, and it just kind of drags the process out. At SpaceX, the role Elon fills is, okay, I have decided that that's a technical risk we're going to accept. And if there's a failure, as I said earlier, he'll learn from it. Now, he's not happy that problems fail. And if people make dumb mistakes or if they make errors, he lets them know in a very direct way. But his role in that process is really essential, like in keeping things moving forward. And really, his presence is pushing things forward as rapidly as possible. So the only reason we see this insane activity at Starbase, which really is pretty insane, what we've all watched over the last 5 or 6 years, is because of that driving force of Elon. So while I don't think he's involved day to day on all of the technical questions and all the problems, he's sort of providing that major force pushing all of this forward.
Yeah, and things definitely seem to be pushed forward at quite a fast pace. I just want to point out for people joining there, you can see the Pope Fence, we like to call it, continuing to be quite active there, as we are approximately 2.5 hours away from the scheduled T0 at the moment here. Now, in terms of the future, because we saw that video just before he came on about the future of Starship, one of the big things, of course, is that rapid reusability, being able to catch it and then turn it around and fly it again. What are your thoughts so far on the progress in terms of being able to catch a booster and then catch a ship? What are your projections/predictions on that?
So I think the most important thing for SpaceX right now is getting the booster back, because that has, the vast majority of the engines. I think the majority of the costs in the vehicle development are in the booster. And so I think there's going to be a lot of focus on the ocean landing. As you mentioned, potentially on the next flight, although I'm not sure about that, catching the rocket back at Starbase and then getting into the process of reusing them. Now, if we look at Falcon 9 as an analog, they ultimately landed on the 20th flight of Falcon 9. But as early as the 6th mission, they were kind of performing the first controlled landing of Falcon 9 into the ocean. They didn't get as far as they got on Flight 3 with Starship. So I think that by Flight 6-ish to 10-ish, they'll probably be landing the first stage boosters for the first time, and then they'll take a while to look at those before they start reflying them again. But the second Falcon 9 booster that landed ultimately reflew. And so I think, we're probably within a year or less of them successfully landing a booster and then, reflying it perhaps within a year or so of that. And that will really help their production process once they get that happening. And I have high confidence that will happen, since they have, they have experience with 300 Falcon 9 rockets or more now, the first stage landing. And so I feel pretty good about that, and I would be surprised actually if they don't get pretty close to sticking the ocean landing today of booster. The upper stage is a much different question and a much more difficult problem. Fortunately, I don't know what they're building the Starship upper stages for with their 6 Raptor engines, but as I said, it's not as much as the booster cost. I do think sort of figuring out how to get those through the atmosphere, landing them, and then ultimately flying them is going to be a longer process. Difficult for me to put a number on it. I will say Elon's comments on Twitter/X this past week about all of the work that they put into the tiles and the heat shield system, but they don't really have a solution yet. is a little bit concerning. The tiles were a huge part of the refurbishment process of the space shuttle at NASA. You had a standing army of tens of thousands of, or not tens of thousands, but thousands of people who worked on that vehicle between flights, who touched it. And there were so many, man hours of labor and costs in refurbishing that vehicle. And Starship is going to face some of the same challenges, So I think the process of getting to the point where we're rapidly reusing upper stages is going to be a while. They're sharp engineers. I have confidence that they'll solve these problems as they start flying the vehicles, and getting data back today from this test is important. But I think the good news is that the bulk of the Artemis program and the Starship program can go forward with expendable Starship upper stages, and I do think that will be kind of the case for a while as SpaceX starts flying these vehicles to deploy Starlink satellites, and also to really start getting into the nuts and bolts of refueling and transferring propellant in orbit.
Absolutely. And I have a question also kind of like, because of course you have your book Reentry coming up, which is diving more deep into this journey to developing reusable rocket. And I'm curious, especially with context of Starship here, and sorry, my Alexa just started because that's the time to do it. With the context here to the Starship, what did you learn about how SpaceX got to develop a reusable Falcon 9 that you now also see like the implementations now on Starship? Is there something where you look at Starship and be like, oh, I exactly know where they learned all of this?
Yeah, they learned obviously a ton of lessons with Falcon 9, and I don't think it was just with the hardware, right? Obviously they went through 3 or 4 iterations of Falcon 9 to get to the Block 5, the sort of the final version of the vehicle that we're seeing fly just so remarkably often today. And so it's not surprising to me that we're looking at Starship 2, Starship 3, and they'll kind of continue to iterate on that vehicle. And I think maybe Starship 4 or something like that will be the vehicle that starts flying much more regularly and approaches rapid reuse. And so I think the development of the blocks is one lesson that is very applicable from Falcon 9. They just learned so much from those early flights, and they were able to incorporate those lessons. The other thing we learned, I think, just kind of the underappreciated development of Falcon 9 was the ground systems side of it. They had, for a time, they had, Slick 40 was their pad in Florida, and then they had a pad at Vandenberg, and then they had L39S, Launch Complex 39A in Florida, the second pad. Then they blew up Slick 40, and 39A wasn't ready, and they were still transitioning Vandenberg to an upgraded Falcon 9. So, they had a lot of opportunities to build and rebuild launch pads during the Falcon 9 process. They ultimately built 4 Falcon 9 launch pads, if you count Slick 40 twice, in Florida. So they garnered so much experience from that process. And actually John Murator, who actually oversaw the 39A build and the rebuild of Slick 40 after the Amos 6 accident, was the guy who came down and led Texas for a few years in the initial development of Starbase, before it was known as Starbase. This was back in 2017, 2018 timeframe. And just sort of the way they were able to turn those pads rapidly. Because, like today, an Atlas V rocket or SLS, there are months between launches, and so all of the work that goes into refurbing those pads, changing out fixtures and things that get burnt or singed between launches. I mean, a lot of work goes into the pads and the launch infrastructure between launches. Well, if you're ripping off, launches every 4 days from a pad, you can't have, you don't have much time, right, to do all the launch pad repairs, because you got to get a new rocket in there and prepare it and launch it. And so I think they just learned a ton about ground systems. Everything from the production of super chilled liquid oxygen, right? For Falcon 9, they put that knowledge into Starship on a much bigger scale, and even sourcing all that liquid oxygen. You would think at Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Center, the largest spaceport in the world, they would have adequate lock supplies, but no, SpaceX is having to completely revamp that supply process there, because if you're flying rapidly, you need to quote someone from Liftoff, a shitload of locks, right? And so you need a double shitload of locks for Starship and Super Heavy. So it's just, they learned kind of all of those lessons in Falcon 9. So Starship is an order of magnitude more challenging on so many levels with Falcon 9, but they learned the basic lessons during that program so that they're able to, build not one, but 4 launch pads for Starship and really have a sense of the ground systems that they need to support those vehicles.
Talking about the liquid oxygen, by the way, I do want to point out the liquid oxygen subcoolers now starting to come to life at the pad. And we're also getting a report from Jack out in the field that there are a lot of cars leaving the production site, which is clearing out very quickly. So a long line of cars leaving production site, liquid oxygen subcoolers coming to life. All of that a very good sign as we continue to count down. So here's an interesting question then from Shanonymous, saying that, is there a case for a Falcon 9 methodology here? In other words, operational rocket first, reuse iteratively developed while operating, making money, gaining flight experience, etc.
I do think that that's ultimately what we're going to see, pretty quickly, potentially even this year, perhaps early next year. They're going to start putting Starlink satellites on these Starship vehicles. And I think there will be kind of multi-purpose tasks, you'll fly Starlinks to orbit, but then you'll also do some testing required for in-space refueling, and I don't quite know what that will look like, but that's clearly what we saw with the Falcon 9 program, right? They would launch operational missions for NASA, the early CRS missions, and then they would do landing tests. I mean, the very first Falcon 9 mission, they tried to land the booster, or tried to get pieces of it back, and they realized that, hey, this parachute is not going to do much with this massive rocket. And it was, they on most of their early flights, they got data or they made changes to the grid fins, to the way they steered the rocket, to the types of fluid they use, and just kinds of all sorts of iterations they were making on the rocket. And the really cool thing about NASA is that they supported that, right? And even the Air Force supported that on some of the very early missions that they flew for them when SpaceX was making pretty key changes to the booster in short order. And if you know the Air Force or Space Force today, they like to see a rocket fly in its final state before launching any payloads, but they were accommodating for that as well. So SpaceX had good customers in allowing them to continue to iterate on Falcon 9, and I think since NASA has comfort with that, they'll sort of be very happy to see that process continue. So I think even as we see some operational Starlinks get into orbit, we'll see some fueling tests and so forth in the next year or so. Yeah.
I want to go quickly back to Artemis, because that's also a thing I'm starting to wonder, because right now, of course, the Artemis timeline is looking around a moon landing around less than 30 months from now. That's roughly the ballpark. And you've also talked about earlier about potentially spacesuits or Starship being kind of on the critical path here. At least to me, this feels rapidly approaching. Certainly in terms of timelines. How do you see Starship where do you see Starship in September 2026?
Certainly not ready to support a moon landing. The timeline is Artemis 2 in September 2025 and Artemis 3 in September 2026. I think there's a chance they get to Artemis 2 next year, depending on the resolution of the heat shield issues. I think ultimately they develop some flight rationale and fly as is, but that's going to be a long and interesting battle. The September 2026 timeline for Artemis 3 is completely fiction. I don't think NASA is going to acknowledge that this year. It's an election year, not that space matters really in presidential elections, but NASA's not going to want to delay that again after just announcing the current timeline at the beginning of this year. I think, really 2028 is the realistic earliest possible date, and I would think a more likely time frame for a human landing on the moon is 2028 to 2032. And I think a very realistic possibility, I wrote about this maybe about a month ago, is that Artemis 3 transforms into a non-landing mission. And that's simply because there are so many steps still that have to take place before you get to the test landing of Starship on the moon. And you talk about one test landing on the moon. I think there could be two. There could be issues with the first one if they try to go as fast as possible. So, the architecture is what it is now, but I do think there will be changes going ahead as NASA feels the pressure to fly and SpaceX solves some of these technical challenges, but has to work through others.
Got it.
So then, along those lines, where do you see the future of crew flight with Starship? Because obviously there was the unfortunate announcement with Dear Moon. You're talking about the potential delays to the HLS lander, obviously a major part of crew flight in the future. Where do you see the future of Starship crew flight?
So one of the interesting things when SpaceX got selected in April of 2021 to be the human landing system for NASA's Artemis program, which was just a monumental event. I'm not sure the space community really understood how significant that was when NASA put Starship on the critical path, which basically said this revolutionary rocket, which is experimental, has to work for us to put humans on the moon. That just was such a significant moment for both NASA and SpaceX, and recognizing this future of fully reusable flight, launching, and in space refueling, and just that was a game changer. And I think what we saw in the months after that was NASA really focusing on, and SpaceX really focusing on delivering for the Artemis program. And so in the last year or two, SpaceX's priorities for Starship have been basically two. Number one, get the vehicle operational. That's why we've seen this cadence of flight test. That's the purpose of Starship Flight Test 4 today, is sort of moving the vehicle along toward some operational capability. And financially for SpaceX, it is very important for them to continue to fly larger Starlink satellites to get to direct-to-cell service. That program, I think Starlink being operational is huge, and profitable now for SpaceX is huge, and so they're going to want to continue to build on that to pay for the massive investments they're making in Starship. And the second goal is to deliver for Artemis. Like that is, SpaceX has long-term Mars plans, and those are still very much on the table. That's the reason the company exists. That's the reason, Elon made that clear 20 years ago. He makes that clear today. But there's a general recognition that sending humans to Mars is kind of in that fuzzy future, and you've got these near-term problems you've got to solve, which is making Starship fully reusable, delivering on Starlink, and delivering on Artemis. And so as part of those, the prioritization, the human launches on Starship, and so that's like, getting on board the, Starship in Florida or Texas, launching from there, going up into space and doing whatever you're doing, and then coming back and landing on Earth. That's kind of been pushed out into the future. And so we had roughly 3 missions sort of on the docket. You had Polaris 3. This was Jared Isaacman's mission. He would be the first person to launch on Starship, and that's probably an orbital mission, although potentially that could change over time. And then you had Dear Moon, and then you had the Dennis Tito mission, the second lunar mission, and I don't know what the status of that is. He's not young, so how long he'll be able to wait for that mission, I don't know. So the one mission I feel pretty confident that will happen at this point is Polaris 3. with Jared Isaacman because obviously he's flown on Dragon. He's very committed to the program. But I certainly wouldn't expect that mission, before 2030.
Yeah, I feel like, with the recent news about Dear Moon, that's actually interesting. Like, did that surprise you when you saw the news about Dear Moon cancellation? Was that like a big shock for you, or were you already feeling that goes into that direction?
I had expected it. Honestly, I hadn't expected it to be made public, but in my mind, the mission had already been canceled. And there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, Elon unfollowing Mizawa on X was a clear signal that there was some problems in that. And so I did a little bit of digging after that and basically found that, the two sides had sort of reached an agreement that, initially they weren't going to, so Polaris doesn't happen until 2030 or later, then Dear Moon doesn't happen for a couple more years after that, probably. And so that was a decade after Mizawa had initially believed this might happen. I'm not sure about his financial situation. It's certainly not as great as it was in 2018 when they announced the mission. He'd already flown to space on Soyuz. And so my sense a few months ago is that quietly they'd agreed not to fly the mission, or at least prioritize it. And that just got formally announced, a couple days ago. Not a surprise to me, given that, again, SpaceX's priorities really for Starship are Starlink and delivering on HLS for NASA.
While we have a moment here, just want to point out to people who may just be joining us as we approach the T-minus 2 hour, 15-minute mark to the scheduled launch of the fourth flight of Starship here. We've got a bunch of tank farm activity going on. We saw the LOX subcoolers. At this point now, we have the methane subcoolers also becoming active as well. A little bit of venting coming from that. So the countdown continuing at this point to launch. Let's see. Now, your background originally, as we get close to the launch here, I believe you were in meteorology, right?
My background is in journalism. Been a journalist since the late 1990s. Got interested in meteorology in the early 2000s, watching hurricanes. I live in Houston, and so we had a series of hurricanes and hurricane threats with storms like Katrina, Rita, and then Hurricane Ike hit the Houston area, and we've had other systems. And so I eventually got a meteorology certification. So I'm a meteorologist. I write about that. But I also got really interested in spaceflight, particularly with the rise of SpaceX, 10, 15 years ago, when we started to see the initial successes with the Falcon 9 rocket. An interesting thought exercise is to step back and say, imagine, the world of U.S. spaceflight today if SpaceX didn't exist, right? And so the space shuttle still would have been retired, but we would have had a sole source contract probably to Boeing, right, to replace SpaceX, and there would have not been a whole lot of pressure on Boeing because there wouldn't have been competition in that contract. Or if the competition had been Boeing and Sierra Nevada, I think both of those companies really would have struggled technically. And so you look at where human spaceflight in the United States would be without SpaceX, and it would be problematic. And then, if you look in the disruptor space, Blue Origin would kind of be the edgy, new space company out there really making waves. And it's not clear to me they would have gone any faster than they have, because they've certainly felt pressure from the success of SpaceX as well. What they've done, to transform U.S. spaceflight in a positive way over the last 10 to 15 years is remarkable. And so I just got really passionate about SpaceX and the potential for commercial space industry. And so I had been a science writer by training, but really started focusing on space. I was working at the Houston Chronicle at the time. Left there in 2015 to focus on space full time at Ars Technica, because they offered me a great opportunity to do that.
So then I'll play off of that. I just want to play off of that then really quick. So if you have SpaceX and Falcon 9, let's say, being the kind of disruptor then for Boeing and things like that, how do you see Starship's role in potentially being a disruptor for something like New Glenn or these other vehicles that are just starting to come online now?
You know, it's funny. I in reentry, which thank you for mentioning, it comes out in September and chronicles kind of the rise of the Falcon 9 and Dragon programs and the struggles really that SpaceX went through to develop those and ultimately. But you know, the classic characterization I think of SpaceX is a French space official went to Hawthorne about a decade ago as Europe was looking to replace the Ariane 5 rocket, and you know, ultimately obviously they settled on the Ariane 6, but he saw the factory at SpaceX where they were building all these Falcon 9s and Dragons and basically called it a steamroller. And he was right, because over the last 10 years the Falcon 9 has steamrolled over the global launch market. I don't think there's any question about that. You know, you look at all of their major competitors are struggling to build vehicles that could potentially compete with Falcon 9. You know, you got United Launch Alliance, Ariane, Japan's, Mitsubishi's Heavy Industries with H3 rocket. I mean, all of those vehicles were sort of built to fly more frequently at a lower cost in response to Falcon 9, and none of them are flying really with any kind of regularity yet. H3 and Vulcan have both had a successful mission, but they've got to scale up their cadence, which is a huge challenge, and we're going to see Ariane 6 hopefully next month. But they're all sort of tracking toward a future that exists today, right? And like their best hope could be to come close to matching the cadence of Falcon 9 and the price of Falcon 9. I don't think anyone will be successful at that, because SpaceX has flown that vehicle 300 times or more, and you know, you can't really compete with that. And so what does Starship mean for that? I mean, it's a huge challenge, right? I mean, if Starship works, and I think that is still an if, but if the booster works, right, if they can start reflying boosters, that is the game changer already. I mean, reflying upper stages is going to be great when they get to that point, but reflying and landing booster means you could probably fly Starship missions for on the order of $30 to $50 million, right? That's about a Falcon 9, less than they're selling Falcon 9 on the market for, and that's 100 tons to low Earth orbit, 150 tons eventually. I mean, how do you compete with that if you're the Vulcan rocket and you can do 30 or 40 tons for 100, 150 million? How do you compete with that if you're Ariane 6 and they don't publish the price, but it's 20 tons for 100 million? In New Glenn is they're heavily subsidized obviously by Bezos, so they can offer a low price like they did for the Escapade mission. I think the published price on that was $20 million or something like that. That certainly is not their cost. You know, the upper stage on New Glenn is really expensive. I think that's why they're going to experiment with reusing the upper stage of New Glenn. But you know, the internal cost on New Glenn, and it's going to, I think it will take them at least several missions before they start launching and reusing those vehicles. And so if Starship works, none of these rockets can compete with it. And that's the huge challenge, right, of the launch industry is like, you had the steamroller last decade, so what do you call the steamroller part 2 with Starship? And the fact that those programs have all slowed down, right? You know, New Glenn was supposed to launch in 2020 or 2021. Vulcan was supposed to launch in 2020. Ariane was supposed to launch in 2020. H3 was supposed to launch in 2020. And here we are in 2024. And those are still developmental programs, and Starship is still a developmental program. So I think, you know, we're going to see some of these rockets become operational even as Starship becomes operational. And it's going to be a very challenging environment for them. Now, with that said, I am very excited about, you know, you mentioned New Glenn. Blue Origin is making substantial progress on that vehicle. And that is going to be an incredible rocket when it launches, hopefully later this year. We'll see. And then they get into a more operational cadence. I mean, that brings a second heavy lift vehicle, reusable heavy lift vehicle, onto the stage. And I think that's the point at which we're never going back, right, to expendable rockets. You know, we'll see whether Vulcan reflies its engines. I have some doubts about whether that happens. I hope it does. SLS is going to fly for a while longer because it works. It fulfills a need. But once Starship and New Glenn are operational, the U.S. has 2 reusable heavy lift vehicles. Why would you fly an expendable rocket that costs you $2 billion just for the rocket itself? So the future is clear. I'm excited about that future. But if you're a competitor to SpaceX, you've got real challenges.
For sure. Quickly, I'm curious here now, because with also your fascination for meteorology, do you look around these launches around like weather and wind data? And I'm just curious in terms of how does it look from a weather perspective?
I do. It's a challenge because with the space shuttle, you had very clearly defined flight rules, like all the reasons that they would scrub. And so you could look at the weather data and say, well, this condition is likely to be out of family, or they're not going to be able to fly because of upper level winds, or because of the flight cloud rules, low clouds or anvil clouds, or because of all sorts of other factors. With Starship, we really don't know the wind constraints. I mean, do you know the upper level wind constraints on Starship? I don't. And kind of other flight rules that they have. And so far, weather really hasn't been a major impediment for Starship launch. I mean, that's one of the nice things about South Texas, especially during the summer months. If there's not a hurricane, you're more than likely sitting under high pressure. And that's pretty uncomfortable for people working out there. I live in Texas, so I know what it feels like in summer outside, and it's not pleasant. So I have a lot of actually respect for the people who are out there working on Starship and every day, because it's hot, sweaty work exposed to the sun. But it's pretty good launching conditions. And certainly you do not get the daily storms that you do in Florida in the summer and in South Texas. It's typically hot and sunny weather for a lot of the year.
Yeah, definitely different from Florida, but as you mentioned, there's always still that hurricane concern, as we are actively in hurricane season starting 6 days ago now.
And it's a legitimate concern. I mean, historically, South Texas has seen not quite as many hurricanes as the Florida Peninsula, but it's very open. The Gulf of Mexico gets very warm, and you get systems that come in, can develop even the Bay of Campeche, in southern Mexico, move north or move in. And this is going to be a very busy Atlantic hurricane season. There's no question about that. And so I do think we'll see disruptions in Florida and or Texas, or potentially both. Like we saw a couple years ago with the SLS rockets, first launch attempt.
And I guess, is that something then that if you have that weather threat, is that something that SpaceX destacks and rolls back? Is it something you think that the stack might be able to handle? Because obviously you're talking stainless steel here right along the salt water of the Gulf and or the Atlantic here.
Yeah, one of the things to really think about is that, as you get even 50 meters or 100 meters above the surface in storms, winds are much stronger. So like with a stack as tall as Starship at the top of that vehicle, it's really exposed to high winds. Now, 120 mile per hour winds, it sees greater forces, much greater forces than that during launch. And I think one of the truly impressive things to me about the SLS program is that vehicle rode out hurricane force winds and then launched a few days later. Now, it was a pretty baller move, I think, by that vehicle. So I think there is some robustness, but they have lots of tents, lots of ground infrastructure in Texas. I don't know how well hardened that is for hurricanes, but it's certainly something I'd be concerned about if I were, watching progress of Starship. Is the potential for disruptions in, August and September of this year. After September, Texas threat of hurricane really falls off.
We have I'm curious about this question. This is kind of out of Starship again, more moving to the Falcon, and the Jared Isaacman area here. But the question is basically, what was your whole take on the study of the Hubble servicing mission, which was now declined, of course? Like, what was your take on that? With NASA not going forward with that Jared Isaacman proposed servicing mission?
So, I think it was a a missed opportunity. I mean, let's face it, Hubble its altitude is decreasing every day a little bit, and as it gets lower, its observational opportunities are going to be reduced because other satellites will be, higher and I think interfering with its observations. Obviously, we saw they're down to 2 operational gyroscopes, and instead out of 6, since they're going to function on 1 and keep 1 in reserve. These are very serious problems to the vehicle, and NASA had a couple of options. Like it could let the telescope age gracefully, and that's clearly what they're going to do, and try to get the best science they can out of it over the next decade. And the other choice they could have made was to take some risks, right? Work with SpaceX, work with Jared Isaacman to develop a mission that could add a lot more robustness to the vehicle. So you could add star trackers, you could potentially add external gyroscopes, you could put Starlink capabilities on it to really increase communication and data rates between the spacecraft and the ground, and you could have reboosted it. And so instead of Hubble lasting maybe for 5 or 10 more years, it could have had a longer a longer life. And I think there were a couple pressures on NASA to not do that. Number one is if SpaceX had gone up there and something bad had happened to Hubble, kind of a low probability thing, but if they broke something or bumped it into the wrong orbit and couldn't fix it, then that's, public relations wise, that's a huge problem for NASA. It's like Congress will be, SpaceX has some friends in Congress, but it has lots of enemies in Congress, and so there would be a ton of blowback on NASA for letting, quote, reckless SpaceX go on up there and mess with the national assets of the Hubble Space Telescope. I mean, you can imagine how that would have played out. And the other pressure came from the astronaut office, who felt like only trained NASA astronauts ought to be going up and touching a national treasure like the Hubble Space Telescope. And so there was lots of pressure from current and former NASA astronauts kind of against that mission. And so I think it was a good faith effort by Jared to do something meaningful with his second Polaris flight. And ultimately kind of the politics of it all prevented NASA from taking that opportunity. I think it's a real shame, because I love the optics of NASA, working together with the private industry, commercial and space industry, to make something really special happen, which would be a meaningful extension of the Hubble Space Telescope's lifetime, not just into the 2030s, but throughout the 2030s, and potentially beyond. Because, excuse me, at this point, NASA is going to have to think very seriously now about, building some kind of mission to go up there to make sure that Hubble has a controlled entry into Earth's atmosphere, a decade from now.
Right. Oh, we love Hubble here. We did see, by the way, I want to point out, the last of the cars, it appears, leaving the pad. Another good sign, as we are under the T-2 hour mark. Hopefully we don't see any re-entry to the launch site until after a liftoff, which, speaking of re-entry, I feel like that would be a good name for a book. Am I right on that, Eric?
You were right. So I really struggled with the name for the follow-up to liftoff, because I wanted it to be one word. But what is the one word that sort of encaptures what SpaceX did between 2008 and about 2020, right? And they did so much. So for a while, the internal title was Touchdown, because there's such a focus on landing and reusing rockets, but that felt like too much of a sports title. So I hit upon reentry pretty late in the game, but that kind of is the whole ballpark, right? Because they figured out how to launch with Falcon 1, but the challenge of Falcon 9 and Dragon was sort of nailing, and ultimately Starship, I think we'll see, is nailing the reentry process into Earth's atmosphere. Huge challenge for Falcon 9, huge challenge for Dragon, with the heat shield and parachute development issues, and clearly going to be a monumental issue for Starship when you have this upper stage coming back, this large upper stage coming back at such a high velocity.
So if people want to get your current book or pre-order Reentry, where can people go?
Anywhere they want. I mean, it's at bookstores everywhere. So Liftoff has been out for a few years. I've been very pleasantly, surprised by all the feedback to that. And Reentry kind of picks up the story, where Liftoff left off at the end of the Falcon 1 program. So it starts with the very first all-up test with Falcon 9 in Texas, which woke a lot of people in Texas up that night. Let's put it that way.
That's definitely a great way to put it. Eric Berger, I know you've got other things to attend to here. We very much appreciate your time and joining us here at NSF. Thank you so much for your insight into Starship, both on stream and on X and across all the platforms as well.
Well, thank you guys. I mean, NSF does such a fantastic job of tracking all of the activity in Florida and Texas around the Starship program. It's kind of mind-boggling for me to try to keep up with it. So I leave that to you guys and focus on the bigger picture. You guys do a fantastic job, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that praise.
Yeah, that absolutely means a lot. Again, Eric Berger with Ars Technica, author, Starship, and Falcon extraordinaire. Thank you for coming on and sharing your time. And for those who don't know, again, his book's taking a look at the road that we have taken so far to get to this point of reusability and vehicles that, again, we're getting to the point where we're landing and launching in a matter of weeks for the same booster, in a matter of days for the same launch pad. Hopefully, we'll get to that point soon with Starship as well. I mean, if nothing else, the road so far has been pretty quick from Flight 1 to Flight 4.
It's been a little bit over a year since Starship's first flight, and it has been quite a long road for Starship to reach where it is now. To understand what's coming up on this fourth flight, we have to take a short trip down memory lane to see where we were and where we're going, especially since Flight 4 shouldn't be repeating any of the older failures. We all remember how on Starship's first flight, the Raptor engines were shutting down left, right, and center, leaks developed on the engine section, fire started due to those leaks, and the vehicle eventually lost attitude control during flight. What's more, the automated flight termination system activated but didn't destroy the rocket, essentially failing at actually terminating the flight. On top of all of that, the lack of a water deluge system on the pad meant that Starship wrecked the ground underneath the orbital launch mount. SpaceX took 7 months to be able to fly again, and this time things went a lot better. All 33 engines ignited on the booster, the pad was not wrecked thanks to a newly installed water deluge system, and SpaceX performed the first ever hot staging of Starship. This meant the ship's engines were ignited for the first time in flight, and Starship reached space. That being said, there were still a number of issues and more learning to be done. The booster broke up while attempting to perform its boostback burn, and the ship suffered leaks and fires on its engine bay that triggered the vehicle's flight termination system before it could complete its ascent burn. 4 months passed until SpaceX launched Starship again, and it finally was able to complete a full ascent burn of both booster and ship. Hot staging was successful once again, and the booster was able to survive through its boostback burn. The ship also reached its intended near-orbital trajectory and performed several secondary tests while in space. This included the opening and closing of the Pez dispenser door and transferring liquid oxygen from the header tank down to the main tank. However, once again, both vehicles suffered issues that terminated the flight earlier than intended. The booster survived through the boostback burn, but 6 engines shut down early, and the burn was cut short from what was planned. Even with that, the booster still managed to go through atmospheric entry, making use of the vehicle's grid fins for aerodynamic control. With 6 engines having shut down early, the computers decided to not relight them for the landing burn, which was supposed to ignite all inner 13 engines of the booster. However, when it was time to ignite the remaining 7 engines, only 2 reached main stage ignition. This meant that the booster couldn't slow down and the vehicle was lost. In a recent update, SpaceX claims that the reason for the early shutdowns during the boostback burn was continued filter blockage on the oxidizer inlets to the engines. This was already an issue on Starship's second flight and was what caused the breakup of Booster 9 during its boostback burn. As for the ship, while the vehicle completed its ascent burn and later performed a few milestones while in space, it lost attitude control during this coast phase. This loss of attitude control meant that the ship couldn't attempt a planned relight of one of its Raptor engines, which was another test that SpaceX was hoping to perform during the mission. This also meant that when it was time to re-enter the atmosphere, the ship wasn't in the right orientation for this and broke up due to the heat and the forces of re-entry. SpaceX says that the most likely reason for the loss of attitude control was clogging of the valves that are responsible for roll control. Today, Ship 29 and Booster 11 stand tall and proud at Starship's orbital launch site at Starbase, getting ready to push the envelope once again like all previous vehicles did. Regardless of the outcome, history has shown that Starship's fourth flight, just like the previous three, will be filled with excitement, lessons learned, and lots of progress for the world's most powerful rocket.
As it has said many times and continues to ring true. Thank you very much, Alicia, for that, catching us up on the road to where we are today, where we are, as of right now, under 2 minutes from the scheduled launch time of the fourth flight of Starship. Again, for those just joining, I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host for the last little portion so far, and will continue to be with you for a little bit longer here as we continue our countdown to launch, and joined by a fantastic team who will be helping you all the way from now through launch and hopefully successful landings, with Adrian Bile on my left and Alejandro Alcantarilla Romero, Alex, on my right. So, for those just joining us, wait a minute.
There's another person there.
Wait a minute. There's speaking of just joining us, we have, it appears, a wild Das from the field. Das, how's it going from on top of the roof of Margaritaville there?
Yourself on the monitor. But we're all set and ready to go less than 2 hours before launch. Hope it clears up a little bit.
Yeah, what's it looking like from on the roof where you are right now?
It's not bad. We can sort of see the blinks on occasion. It is better than last time when I could not see the building next to us, but I do hope that it clears up, because right now I don't think we would have a great view, but as the sun starts to come up over here, hopefully it burns off a little bit and we have a better view. What are we, about 7 miles away up here, I think, so that's where we're at right now. How y'all been doing?
Well, we've been doing great. I know you're out there in the heat and humidity, so we appreciate that. In terms of setup, I know Jack was showing off his $13,000 rented lens. What kind of setup are you running up there today?
Oh, geez. Well, I got a headset that I've had for a good while. This shirt is nice, actually. I don't have any 13,000. Well, I don't actually know what the lenses are behind me. We have a few different cameras. We have sort of a wider shot that we're going to use over here, sort of like a cover shot. And I know that when we zoom that camera all the way in, the rocket fits at liftoff. So the rocket and the flames sort of fill the screen. And that ends up being a little bit wider. I don't know what D is running. That looks like some sort of glass cannon behind me. And then down here we have another one of the tracking cameras like we use down at the Cape. If you've seen our coverage from the Cape with Max and Sawyer, y'all down there, we have one of those longer lenses there that will be more zoomed in during liftoff. And then there's more stuff hanging out over there as well. We've got some friends up here with us too. I don't know what they're running, but maybe you recognize this guy. John Krause is up here with us as well. But we've got multiple different cameras that we're going to be tracking from, multiple different views. We've got some behind-the-scenes stuff rolling as well that we'll share with members and stuff like that probably afterwards. But that is our plan from up here. Microphones, cameras, audio, roof of hotel.
I don't think you have enough cameras up there. I think we need more cameras, Das.
You know, you say like, oh, more cameras, more better. Like, always need more cameras. I have set up so many cameras in the last 36 hours. We have enough cameras. We're good. I'm done with cameras for now.
So Kevin is for once not allowed to say he has no cameras.
There's lots of cameras. Hopefully they continue to work during liftoff. But we have plenty of cameras that are deployed all over Starbase. Y'all know how it goes. Hey, I got to say thanks to everybody that was helping us out, because we have a fantastic team of people. I know I've heard y'all say it over and over again, but big thanks to some specific people in the crew who have been helping me out. Andrew has been out here, and Andrew and I sort of divvied up the work. Andrew went to our north sites and handled all those. I went down to the south sites and retuned the point-to-point and did a couple things down there. But we were sort of doing a divide and conquer sort of thing. And then Jason is over here behind the camera. I don't know if we can get a thumbs up or anything. He's holding the light so the light doesn't blow over. There we go. He exists. But Jason has been up here, and I, for the first time ever in Flight 4, or in any flight, I got to get a little bit of rest this evening. Which was amazing. I took a nap, and Jason handled the entire setup here. All the cameras ready to go. woke up from my nap and came up to the top floor and on the roof here, and I was like, wow, it's all set up. So massive thanks to Jason and Andrew specifically, of course, everybody else out here helping as well. But it was hot today. When we deployed the live stream trailer, it was very, very hot. Y'all are lucky in the air conditioning.
Wait, I think I misheard you. That you said you actually got sleep.
I did get a little bit of sleep. Like I got an hour nap or something like that. It's the first time during any Starship launch that I've had any chance to rest at all between like 2 days before the launch and the actual launch.
It's these are the kind of stories that you only notice when you're like talking with the people in the field, because you basically go from waking up to remotes to checking out the sites to setting up for the stream. It's like it's a constant just running around and making sure everything is set up to go. It's crazy.
Like what I've been saying is it doesn't matter how much time there would be before launch. Like it could be 24 hours or it could be 2 weeks, right? And we would fill every available minute with stuff to do before launch. Like I don't remember last time, right after Flight 3, I was up here on the roof of the hotel. Flight 3 was gone, downrange, and I was already looking at some of the infrastructure here for Flight 4, and I posted up. I was like, they don't even know that I'm preparing for Flight 4. However much time, I don't remember the fantastic beast that fills the available space. Like preparing for Starship is the fantastic beast that fills all available time. It doesn't matter how much you have, you will spend it all putting out more cameras for Kevin.
I'm sure Kevin is very appreciative of that too.
Good deal. How do I look, by the way? Am I soaked? Do I look like I'm absolutely... Oh, look at this! That's the behind the scenes, isn't it?
That is a view of what Kevin is seeing behind the scenes. Yes, it is quite busy, quite active, lots of cameras. So if he screams, "I have no cameras" again, then we're in serious trouble.
I'm concerned about all those NSF logos in the upper left. Are there cameras offline, or is this from earlier? Hopefully,
I think this is earlier.
I think it was
Is
earlier.
Also
okay.
Unity in a corner.
Is it Unity in the corner? Good grief.
Kevin is saying cameras offline still.
Yeah.
But
so what's next, y'all? What's going on here in the count?
I think Alex, you mentioned that we got a very good sign just minutes ago.
Yeah.
Because after the teams worked on something, they performed some sort of magic at the pad. We now see the recondenser being active, which indicates they are moving deeper into the count. So it seems SpaceX is still on track for today. Bear some work on the pad, but looks good again.
Yeah, it looked like there were an awful lot of vehicles going back and forth, but that looks like it may have cleared out some, Alex?
Yeah, one of the things, I don't know if we can maybe go to our highway cameras here, but because it's precisely, I think, the best view that we have of those two vents that are ongoing when this tank farm is pulling up, and I'm sort of stalling for the operators to change, but essentially, the whole tank farm comes alive, and there's two specific vents: the Pope vent, as we mentioned at the beginning. That is sort of the vertical one on sort of the middle where it says integrated Starship test, where the Starship word is on the ticker. You just go a little bit higher up, and that's where that Pope vent is located. We call it like that because it kind of looks like when they choose a new Pope. And then the other vent to the right of it, exactly, it's the Space Pope. And to the right of it, there's like another one that is coming out sideways. That was not there like 20 minutes ago. That is a new one that is a recondenser, and that is the second one that we always want to see to fully confirm that they are indeed into the tank farm chill down process, and it's gonna become a lot more active. We're already seeing both subcooler sides of the tank farm already getting venting everywhere. That means they are getting active and loading that liquid nitrogen to be able to subcool the propellants. We had Eric Berger just very a few minutes ago, and one of the problems with Falcon 9, we were talking about the history of Falcon 9 as well in that segment, was precisely the subcooling of the liquid oxygen and the RP1, right? So for Starship, it's pretty much the same. You subcool the propellants means you condense, you essentially just cool down those liquids below their boiling temperature so that you can make them more denser and essentially pack more of it onto your same volume of tank. So that's a very important thing to do ahead of the propellant load sequence. Of course, we're waiting for that as well, and that'll be preceded by the chill down of the propellant lines to the tower and the Olin vent. But I know, Adrian, where you're looking at, which is the load of the CO2 tanks on the booster. Because we see that venting on the booster there, that is the load of the carbon dioxide tanks that are used for the fire suppression system on the engine section. Essentially, they have its own fire extinguisher, so to speak, right? Not like Wally, but you know what I mean. And so they have those long, big tanks. They have 2 on the booster, and they get loaded with CO2, with carbon dioxide. And so the vent, because I believe that carbon dioxide is actually loaded probably in liquid form, and then sprayed out in gaseous form. And well, liquid CO2 is a little bit chill, so it vents. And yeah, that's essentially where we are right now. Road is closed, pad is clear, tank farm is pulling up. We're seeing already CO2 loading onto the booster. That is great signs that we are proceeding into the count today.
As long as it's not solid CO2, in which case, well, then we can make Dippin' Dots, but that's about it. Ice cream of the future, right. But anyway, Das.
I want to quickly use this situation because everybody of us has to always answer this question while we're on commentary here. What do you expect today? Where do you think this will go today? That's the question we get like all day. So while Das is here, now I want you to ask question. Hey Das, how far do you think Starship will go today?
Well, Adrian, Starship had a solid showing last time. It actually got pretty far down range there. We're waving at some folks. Oh, hotel folks are here. It got pretty far downrange last time, so I'd expect to see a repeat of that. I imagine Starship will continue going until we can't see it anymore from here, and we hop back over to the onboard views. Now, is it going to splash down or not? I'm actually really curious about some of those test tiles that they had in there. We were looking at those, and were they like trying to force some burn through or see what happens when tiles are intentionally left out? Those tiles are still missing, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes, they
are.
Two are missing.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Adrian. I've already talked too much.
2 are missing. Was like a little thin or something.
Yeah, it's like it looks like almost like a half cover. Like if you look like a half tile kind of thing.
Gotcha. So I have a feeling that if we get a liftoff today, Starship will leave our view successfully. I'm super curious if we'll be able to stay a hold of the booster because the booster doing its thing, going for the splashdown. I wonder how long we'll be able to keep an eye on that. And we'll have to divvy up the effort, have somebody continue tracking the ship as it goes downrange, and have probably a couple cameras trying to stay with the booster. But I have a feeling that if we get a liftoff, knock on wood, I do hope we get a liftoff here. We will have a good show. What's the saying? Excitement guaranteed, huh?
Yeah, that's a problem.
That is very true.
Good deal. Well, hey, if y'all don't mind, I'm going to hop off here for a little bit. I can come back in and check in with y'all later, but good to hop in and say hi to everybody, and thanks for keeping the show going, y'all.
Thank you. By the way, you don't look like you're drenched in sweat from the humidity at all. So
Hey, I hope this time. Last time there was a comment after the stream, and it's like, "Hey, that guy in the hat, he looked tired." Hopefully, with the additional team here helping out, this time the guy in the hat doesn't look as tired on the Starship coverage marathon live stream. So
you look a bit red in the face, like sunburn potentially.
I think it's just a camera white balance. We're fine.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
All right. The Das in the hat, a.k.a. John Galloway. Das, thank you.
That's me. All right, y'all. We'll be here listening in.
All right.
You said sunburn, and now I'm thinking, wasn't supposed to be sunrise like 1 hour from now? So that means
just about.
These night views will not last too long because we're going to get sunrise really soon.
Thank goodness. And there's another view that people are asking about as well. Robin72 asking, will there be a WB-57 in the air today? First off, will it? And second off, for those who don't know, what is the WB-57?
The answer, I will skip to the first one. the WB-57 has just lifted off and is on the way. So yes, it's in the air, and it's
I
basically
just saw that and decided to ask that question.
That's such a like you're like a natural. But it's a highly equipped tracking plane. It's used for these for special interested mission, where in this case, for example, NASA would probably like to have, and with HLS involved, and SpaceX would like to have some footage maybe a bit higher up and a bit more with using very expensive camera and tracking devices. So that's what the WB-57 is in the end. And that's what's happening here. We have that plane apparently airbound and on the way to Starbase, which usually is a sign like they wouldn't do this if SpaceX already is done for the day. Like this is a sign. Yep, they just got the we're still on track sign. So that's good. That's good.
That is what we want to see, and I'm sure as we get closer to launch, once the daylight comes up, we'll actually be able to see the contrail of that WB-57 flying at such a high altitude, as we've seen with past launches with said vehicle. They're usually not as quick at releasing that footage to the public, but once they do release it, it's pretty darn cool.
Yep. Absolutely, and you know what's also pretty darn cool? Our merch.
Ooh.
I want to also get a service announcement here, but I first want to also show you some things here. That's the patch. That's our Flight 4 patch, which is in the last 5% of available stock. We are basically clearing the last few patches here. So if you want this patch, and I don't want to hear because we said this a lot for the Flight 3 patch, and then a few months later, people were like, oh, where's the Flight 3 patch? Well, it's gone. And I don't want to hear anybody being like, oh, I missed this. We ordered a certain amount. We are at the end of that certain amount, and we are almost done. But we also, if you're not maybe a patch fan, maybe you like shirts or hoodies or zip-up hoodies, everything of that we have. And we actually added something new because there was a request from some team members here that they like a more sleek, more maybe like a subtle day-to-day design of the patch, and that's what we did here. This is a embroidered version of the patch in a more maybe a bit subtle version here. But if you really like that style, that's also now available on shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So just giving you the roundup here. If you like that kind of style, that's also now available as a shirt or a hoodie. I think it's pretty neat. I like that style. And again, thanks to all of these designs to Pauline. Oh my god, what?
This is the first time we're seeing this image, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not my first one because I had to review this, but yeah,
I was not expecting at this moment.
No.
Yeah, totally, 100% actual picture from Jack.
Jack, we don't get Jack in the guild, but we do get Jack in embroidered merch.
Thank you so much, Jack, for volunteering for modeling this for us. And with that, that's concluding our merch overview here. Thank you all for the support. And again, if you want the patch, please get it soon because I will probably disable it as sold out before flight.
I like the video of the patch though. I wonder who recorded that one. I recognize that desk where that patch is located.
Well, apologies for the Jack jump scare, everybody, but there you go. That is available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
This got me by surprise.
I guess the question is, did Jack know that was coming?
Yeah, no, he didn't. I can tell you by a reaction in the back channel that Jack was not aware this was coming. Which is hilarious.
Oh, okay. I gotta compose myself here as we are now an hour and a half from the most recently published T0 time of 7:20 a.m. Central Time. My goodness gracious. All right. So
Alex,
for those just joining us, we hit the 90... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm curious because I don't know. Alex, are we on track for the T0? Like, based on the indicators we see, would you say that T0 is likely, realistic?
I will probably have to wait until the tower and OLM vents come up. That's essentially, I guess we can go in and take down, what that means. So essentially, we're seeing all of those vents on the tank farm. It's coming up to life, and what that means is, they have these big subcoolers that I was talking before to subcool that propellant to pack more of it in the tanks, and those use a really big load of liquid nitrogen each. There's like 8 on the liquid oxygen side and 4 of them on the liquid methane side of the tank farm. So they need to fill all of those with liquid nitrogen, and then they flow liquid oxygen through to condition essentially all of the lines through the subcoolers and everything. And once the tank farm is conditioned, then it is the time for the pad lines to all of the lines that go up to the launch mount and to the launch tower to be conditioned as well, essentially chilling them down, putting them to a nice cold temperature to be able to load propellant onto the rocket. So that's when those vents come up. That's essentially gaseous oxygen escaping both, on different vents, both on the OLM and on the launch tower. So we're waiting for those to come up. They usually come up around this time of the countdown, so they could come up at any point right now. And then after that, we should have the go-no-go poll at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes to proceed with the propellant load sequence. We don't have, sadly, a mission control audio net or something from SpaceX, so unfortunately we will not be able to hear that live, but we will probably have some confirmation via social media from SpaceX, so hopefully we get that update from SpaceX. And with these tank farm work and everything, there might be some kind of slip to the window. It's a 2-hour window. The latest T0 that we heard from Elon was 7:20 a.m. Central. That is already 20 minutes into the window, which means there would be only 100 minutes remaining, but only in quotes there, because 100 minutes is still quite a lot of time to be able to go into the window. If you remember from flight 3, excuse me, I was going to say 2, we're already on 4, so the last one was flight 3. I do know math, by the way. In the last flight, it was a 110-minute window, and it launched 85 minutes into the window. So we were essentially not even halfway. We were a little bit over halfway through the window by then, but it launched. It was a long window. There was time, so let's get onto it and see what happens. Again, we're just gonna watch those vents from the tower and the OLM. If you all remember, if you watched our stream from Flight 3, which you should have, we all noted, Adrian and I, that they were behind the timeline precisely because those 2 vents didn't come up, and when they came up, they didn't do the normal sequencing and everything that we see, like the normal behavior that we're used to. And so we were already able to spot that they were not going to go at the expected T0 that they have that they had already announced back then. And every single time they delayed, we called it out before it was officially announced. So I was gonna say, hopefully we also get ahead of things and call out that stuff, but I don't want to get ahead of things. I don't want this thing to slip. So let's hope that it all keeps on track, keeps being on track, and we don't have any delays.
That is indeed what we are hoping for. Now, I know many of you were hoping for Jake to make an appearance. I promise he is behind me. He has been joining me this whole time, and I appreciate you for joining me as well for the last couple hours here on the countdown. But I think it's time to hand it over to the man, the myth, the legend, your host for launch, Lon Seidman. Thanks, everyone, for allowing me to join you for the launch, and take it away, Lon.
Thank you, Sawyer. It's always good to start with high expectations, so hopefully we'll deliver here. But it's a good sign when they bring me out, because that means we're getting closer to something happening here at Starbase. So yeah, I'm excited. It's funny. Every one of these feels like the first one, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and I always love these moments. Like since I think we have now been doing the setup since Flight 2, so this is the third time we are doing terminal count here together, we three. So it's always cool when I see this lineup, because then I know, oh, it's about time. So,
it's coming, or it's going, one or the other.
I sometimes make the joke, because obviously, launch segment, it's like countdown to launch, because now we're in the terminal count. Of course, you come in here with us and commentate the launch. It's it's a bit of a play on words, but it's fair.
Well, I run on coffee and not methane, but I am all fueled up and ready to go here for the duration. So so maybe we'll start with Alex. Where are we at? I see venting. Things are happening. So yep. we're fueling.
Not yet. Not into fueling yet. We're still waiting for that chill down, as I was mentioning, of the propeller lines to the tower and the OLM, and hopefully we get that sign through those vents that was mentioned before. And we get confirmation that they're going for propeller load sequence. Again, we don't have any audio nets, so we have to rely on social media X essentially to be able to get those updates.
And I see, Adrian, that WB-57 is in the air. So I'm when I come out, it's a good sign. But when WB-57's in the air, that's also a good sign. What is WB-57?
It's basically a very, very capable equipped tracking plane, which took off from Houston just minutes ago, and right now is on the way to, well, most likely Boca Chica. It's kind of a giveaway. It's like from Houston, basically flying straight down to Boca. So yeah, this tracking plane powered by NASA will be used to kind of track the flight from the air, and use like high altitude assets, which sometimes can help you understand something better, get a better shot of, I don't know, the heat shield, get a good view into hot staging. Like it's helping them to understand this program better, and that's an asset that both NASA and SpaceX tends to use. So good to see it in air indeed, because they wouldn't send this if this launch is not on track right now.
Yeah, we got to get on that plane one of these days. I bet you they get the best seat in the house for these events when they occur. So yeah, we're back again. This is flight test number 4. Alex, what did they learn from 3 that we're going to be seeing applied here to this mission?
Well, unfortunately, there was, I guess, a repeated issue that had happened already on Flight 2 that was already on Flight 3, which was the continued filter blockage, as they mentioned in sort of the latest update about the Flight 3 mishap, right? And so that meant that filter blockage on the, and there's the map, as you can see there, of the WB-57, that NASA reconnaissance airplane heading to Starbase. So hopefully we'll get, after the fact, some kind of views as well from that. But yeah, so essentially that was, to me at the very least, that kind of felt probably the most disappointing kind of thing, because you remember very well, right? We were on that live stream watching the booster, doing the boost back burn and coming back down. And there was one moment towards the end of the boost back burn where you see 6 engines shutting down, and then the rest shut down, and I was thinking, is that planned? Is that right? Because it's this thing of maybe they're planning that so that, you know, by shutting down half of them, then they can turn the booster and do the flip and not having to use thrusters and things like that, and they save some of that as well. But no, at the end of the day, we learned through that update that it was just filter blockage on the liquid oxygen inlets to the engines, just like what happened on Flight 2. The only difference is that on Flight 2, it was so severe that the booster just broke up because the engines, you know, those filter blockages, they were blocking the inlets to the oxidizers, and in such a way to the oxidizer side of the engines that one of the engines just exploded and ripped off the whole of the booster, and so it just basically caused a dramatic explosion of booster 9. Booster 10 was a lot more lucky, and it survived, but still that the reentry, some good control of the grid fins until it hit around 6 kilometers or so. Then the landing burn did not work as well. Only 2 engines out of the 7 that were available for the landing burn. They were, the original plan was 13, but 6 of them shut down early on the boost back burn, which meant that only 7 were available for that landing burn, and essentially, they could not get that landing burn because only 2 of those 7 engines reached main stage combustion. So that is sort of probably the most disappointing thing to me at the very least. Nobody probably expected at SpaceX that the ship will lose control, reaction control thrusters and things like that, the roll control thrusters in this case. But now they have added redundant roll control thrusters. So hopefully later today, in less than 1.5 hours, we'll see the ship in that near orbital trajectory, controlling its own attitude and then re-entering a few minutes later through the atmosphere. And that's the goal of this flight, right? That the goal is being able to control these 2 vehicles through space, being able to not just control them, but also return them to a landing. The booster will attempt sort of like a virtual catch, that landing burn on the ocean, hopefully this time completely successful. And then the ship will try to re-enter, try to prove that the heat shield works, that essentially Starship can become fully reusable by being able to get that second stage through orbital re-entry. And if it survives, there's the extra sort of perk with this flight, which we didn't have on the previous 3, which is the ship will attempt a flip and landing burn. But yeah, there you can see the roadblock, the main one at LBJ and Highway 4, that intersection between those 2 locations. And there was 1 cop that has just left, and I think they're removing the cones. So maybe that other car that is there is about to leave as well, which is precisely what we are always expecting at this time of the count. They leave that area and they go up the road, and you just get out of danger, because this is very close to the launch site. They go away.
Yeah, and as our danger van found out, it can be very dangerous that close to the launch pad. So it's great to see signs that all things are pointing to a launch in a little while. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about this mission, because a lot of going to space now is probably going to happen. So it's really about the coming back part that we are hoping to see here insofar as measuring success. And Adrian, one of the things that I read, I believe in your article, was that hot staging ring that we've always been talking about that got added onto the mission last time, that proved to be part of the problem, and I guess this time it's going to be jettisoned?
Yeah, so we don't know 100% if it was part of the problem. However, it will be jettisoned, which means SpaceX is tweaking something here, which at least gives us some indication. By the way, we see more of the giants venting here, just quickly pointing that out. That's more of the CO2 load, which is used as a fire extinguisher in the engine section. This is not yet thrust-like propellant load, just pointing out while we see it. The difference is that SpaceX this time, basically right after the boost back burn, will jettison.
There you go.
The cars. Oh, there we go. The car's leaving.
The car's leaving.
The roadblock is clear. That's good. That's
it still probably comes there though.
Interesting. Maybe they block it off.
Well, yeah, it's okay. There comes.
But yeah, the hot staging ring will be jettisoned after the boost back burn, which most likely is coming down to the fact that the hot staging ring is a very heavy object. It's heavily reinforced. It's basically built to withstand a lot of thrust, because, well, that's what it's supposed to do, right? So that's a very heavy object at the very top of the booster, which is kind of like the opposite area of where you want your weight to be during a landing. Like that's basically shifting the center of mass a lot higher than SpaceX probably wants. And with that introduces a lot of instability to the booster. So why they probably do this is to give this booster a higher chance of success and a higher chance of stability during the final moments of landing. But again, this is not confirmed in like any SpaceX report. It's just us and everybody in the Starship community basically looking at the indicators we have, and then from there out puzzling why they would do that.
And Alex, when we think about SpaceX and how they design things, they tend to launch often and see how far they can get with a particular design thesis, if you will, until it fails, and then they go back to the drawing board and look at it. And this hot staging ring was added after the initial design of booster. So do you think we will see an updated booster at some point that perhaps integrates this hot staging ring or whatever it might be in the future in a way that would allow it to be more integrated into the design and less likely to have to jettison something on the way back down?
Yeah, that is one thing that we have seen in recent months. Elon made that presentation in early April where he was like outlining sort of the upcoming updates to Starship, right? Starship version 2, Starship version 3, or Starship Block 2, Block 3, whatever you want to call it. I'm seeing a lot of people saying, oh, one is better than the other, or whatever. It's like, well, we have Falcon 9 V1.2, like version 1.2, Block 5, full thrust, whatever. Like, it's such a long name. But anyways, coming back to Starship, it is true that, we have that upcoming Starship version 2, and we have seen already parts, at least for the ships. We have not seen yet, or at least we believe we have not seen yet anything related with booster version 2. That may be coming down the line. It's not unheard of for SpaceX to do first changes on the second stage of the rocket and then the booster. We have seen that on Falcon 9 as well. But the expectation for that is that the booster will eventually get an integrated hot staging system, and sort of like very similar to Soyuz, for example, if you can think about that. And it'll also get taller, it'll have more propellant capacity, so overall it'll be, probably able to compensate the added mass from all of the retrofits, because as you were mentioning, it's not just the hot staging that they have added. We were having many hours ago, we were talking about all the changes on the vehicles, and one of them is precisely the many reinforcements that they have added to Booster 11, not necessarily as a result of Flight 3, because some of them were even present before Flight 2 happened. And so a lot of these are essentially adding a lot of weight, a lot of mass to the booster that was not planned when, this kind of landing tank, for example, was designed and things like that. So, hopefully we see in the future something like that. Maybe we'll see some kind of V1.5 version of the booster. I talk a lot with I'm sure a lot of people in chat probably know the Ring Watchers. They follow all of these tracking of different sections and things like that out at Starbase. And there's upcoming changes, right, to boosters and things like that. One of my theories, at the very least, this is not anything but, that they have thought or anything, but at least one of my theories is that perhaps we're going to see some kind of 1.5 version kind of thing of the booster where it's very similar on the outside, but then on the inside it may have like a larger landing tank, for example, that can accommodate a landing while it has that hot staging ring. And then eventually we get that integrated hot staging ring with the version 2 of the booster, upgraded Raptors, like all of that jazz, all of the full kit essentially of upgrades that Elon promised for version 2. We'll see. It's essentially a potential way of them to not have to eject the hot staging ring every single time. We'll get to see that. That's the exciting thing of this program. Getting to the things.
Alex, I'm putting you on a spot here, by the way, and I'm totally injecting here, Lon, for a question, but we are now at 1 hour and 12 minutes before T0, and we have not seen, if I'm seeing correctly yet, either tower or pad vent. I don't want to be the bearer of at least potentially bad news, so I'm throwing it to you for doing it. But this okay, I will say it. This T0 most likely won't hold, right?
It doesn't look like it. Normally, the tower vent and the OLM vent come up around 90 minutes, 100 minutes before launch. Essentially, 1.5 hours, 140 hours before launch. I don't know if we can maybe pull up the timeline. Hang on. Oh, well, there you go. SpaceX is now saying now targeting 7:50 a.m. Central for launch of a Starship's fourth
there we
flight.
go.
Weather
You
conditions
heard it
are
here
90%.
first.
Yep. And this is why
I
you have
literally
to.
got the notification right now. Weather conditions are 95% favorable. The webcast will go live 30 minutes. Yeah, whatever. So the thing is, we had that indication of, we are T-minus 1 hour, 11 minutes, supposedly, from that first T0 that Elon gave at 7:20. Now they have delayed 30 minutes, which means the two vents, the Olin vent and tower vent, will not come up then until at least minimum, at the very least, 1-2 minutes from now. So just because we didn't see the tower vent and the Olin vent at the times that we expected, we already predicted that this was going to be delayed. And well,
Here we
there you
go. Well, this is why you watch NSF, because everyone here knows what's going on and what's supposed to happen and when it doesn't happen, you know something's going on. There you go. So these are the things that we look for here at NSF to get an idea as to where we are at in the countdown. So in case you have been watching that clock up there, you did not enter a time dilation field. We actually had to increase the timer by 30 minutes to account for the new T0. But Adrian, there is a 2-hour window here that started at 7 a.m. Central Time and goes to 9 a.m. So there's some cushion here. Less of it now.
Yeah. With this delay, of course, already we knew from an Elon Musk tweet very early that they were already 20 minutes basically behind the opening of the window as early as this day started. So that was already confirmed. And now with them delaying another 30 minutes, we are 50 minutes into the window, but they have another 70 minutes in the window. So we are still fine. We are still fine. This is not yet a moment of panic, I would say. Again, we saw people going to the pad. We saw them at least performing some work. I think we saw a potential delay for a few minutes coming now for a few hours, where it was kind of always be like, yes, they are on track, but it seems like they're working on some things. So I think really this is expected. And don't be nervous yet. It just means we get to talk about Starship longer before it flies.
And there's a lot to talk about with Starship, isn't there? So there's always something new. And for those of us who've been following these events, when you look on the pad, it looks like the same Starship we have seen the last 4 times. But this is obviously a very different ship, a different booster. So Alex, what's significantly different here?
Well,
or is it all inside, obviously?
Yeah, a lot of the changes for this flight in terms of the booster, as I was mentioning, they had that issue with the filter blockage again. They have also those upgrades, those structural upgrades. They have changed a bit the hot staging ring. They have a 4th pin. Essentially, it's like a guiding pin that allows them to be able to, or we think that it allows them to be able to stack better. If you remember from flights 2 and 3, they had a few attempts to stack ship on booster where it didn't go well, let's put it that way. And this pin in particular, so the hot staging ring up until this point, before this flight, it had 3 of these pins, and inside of these pins there's a clamp in the middle that joins together the 2 vehicles. On flight 1, there was no hot staging ring, but the top of the booster also has those 3 pins with the latches, and we all saw that those latches really do work because they kept together the whole stack as they tumble through the atmosphere, right? So those work. It's not held by gravity or anything like it. There's clamps. The thing is, the fourth pin that they have added on this hot staging ring, though, it does not have a clamp on it. So we think that it's essentially just for guiding, because that it's like a triangle shaped kind of pin, and that helps them to be able to settle the ship in position. And well, in the 4 times that they have stacked the ship on top of the booster, I didn't see anything weird. I didn't see any restacks or resettlings or something like that. So, it might be that the reason why it's been so smooth in terms of stacking the ship this time around. So that's one of the changes that I think it's interesting. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's funny how those little things get learned as they continue to develop these things, and why these test flights are so important, because this is how they design. They don't put it all in the computer and spit out a fully functional rocket. This is the process, and little things can lead to big problems too, I guess, along the way. And Adrian, a big part of this mission here is testing the thermal system. In other words, the heat shield tiles. Elon posted the other day that he said there's a lot of things underneath those tiles that are quite sensitive, and they don't think that losing a tile is obviously not a good thing. That it's one of the big challenges here in making this rocket not only reusable but rapidly reusable. We had noticed there were some tiles missing in the run-up to this week. Are those still not there?
Yeah. Yes, and it, I believe, was confirmed on an account on a. I think there was it's a secondary account of Elon Musk he usually uses to talk about Diablo 4. That he confirmed that this is indeed for experiments. They are leaving them open on purpose to basically conduct experiments with the heating. And it's an interesting spot because these 3 open tiles, they are not in front of a tank section. Because that's, if you have a breach and you have an open hull in front of a tank section, well, that's bad, probably. That's you're basically, at that point, you have a leak in your tank, it's over. Right. But they are testing this in front of the engine skirt, which is an interesting, because they can kind of gather some data here, and they maybe have some more wiggle room for the mission to survive a bit longer, transmit that data, maybe get even a bit further, because the first thing they will hit is a Raptor vacuum. A Raptor vacuum at the point of reentry will no longer be needed. Raptor vacuums are only needed in the orbital phase, or in the space flight phase. During the flip and burn at the very end, the Raptor vacuum will not ignite anymore. So maybe they're hoping that it will work in some way, and they can experiment some sorts of some data out of this. So yeah, quite an interesting thing going on, and once again showing really the emphasis that SpaceX puts on this heat shield, which is just basically the key aspect of what they need to get to know here. It's all about reentry. Actually, this flight is kind of all about reusability. The second stage is mostly about, it's like the second stage is mostly about surviving the thermal heat. The first stage, it's all about the landing burn. So we are really in this part of the mission where SpaceX is like, okay, we got it into space, let's understand how to reuse it.
And it's easy to fling things into space, relatively speaking, but it's a lot harder to get them back and turn them around and relaunch them again, as they've been, as they found with the Falcon system, where that second stage, they initially had plans for reusing the second stage, and they haven't been able to get there. So this is the path to do that. We got a few minutes here, as we obviously have extended out our T0 time. So I thought I would acknowledge some super chatters real quick and maybe take a couple questions from the audience here. We're looking at our panel. So Steve Pollock here with a $20 super chat. Thank you for the coverage, and thank you for your super chat here. I just lost another one there. I think it just popped on and popped off. But JC Davis here, there it goes. Thoughts on SpaceX creating an abort mode by introducing hot staging? This is a good question, actually. Eventually the plan is to put humans on these things, and there's no way to obviously eject from one of these rockets, and there's certainly no abort system in the sense that the entire system is largely integrated. So do you think the hot staging ring is for an abort purpose also? I guess it would be. I'll toss that one to Alex.
Go ahead, Alex.
Well, I was going to say, you can go.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Whoever wants to take it.
Yeah. So the hot staging and everything around that, I do not think will have a big impact on any crew, because after all, it's just part of the mission profile, right? SpaceX tries to prove a certain vehicle here. That vehicle now includes hot staging. It's kind of it kind of becomes very important in the essence of how Starship works, that it's not easy to to just get rid of that anymore, because they are solving quite a lot of problems with hot staging. For example, propellant settling. That's a big thing. They're basically solving with that kind of thing. It's it's becoming a very elementary part of the vehicle. I do not think it will be different on crewed vehicles. I think SpaceX will go more down the way of flying this enough to fully understand it, and then making it just part of the identity of the vehicle. But I mean, in the end, it's just another way of staging, and as long as you're building it properly and proving that properly, that can work also for crew.
So there you go. And hot staging has been a hot topic here, and I think we'll be seeing a lot more of it. And we'll have some hot staging to look for today also. Not only the hot staging, but the jettisoning of the hot staging ring, too. So we'll be looking for that in a little bit. Hey, I want to thank Ali Demercy, who just gifted 200 Red Team memberships. And whenever we do these Starship streams, we get a lot of new people tuning in. So a lot of you will be brought into the Red Team today thanks to the generous contribution here from Ali. So thank you very much for that. I'm trying to get it up on screen here. Once it pops up, there we go. So that one is 50, but he did 3 more of those. So thank you very much for your support of the efforts here on NSF, because everyone works incredibly hard to bring this to you. All of these views that you see are from our cameras. So there's just so much that goes into it. I heard Das talking earlier about how no matter how much time you have, you fill it up just trying to get all this stuff going and bringing more and more views to Kevin and his 3,000 screens that he monitors this on. So it is pretty crazy. So good stuff, and thank you very much for your support of NSF and our efforts here. So thank you again. So we are about 90 minutes out. And Alex or Adrian, I guess I'll ask Alex this question because you've been keeping track of this this venting or lack thereof. We're hitting the 90-minute mark here. Should we see some activity soon?
Yeah, we should be very, very close to that. I'm carefully looking here, all of the cameras that we have. Trying to spot any sort of changes in activity on the tank farm. That's why you see me like looking to one side, or like maybe looking at my phone or something, because I also pull up like other feeds. Yeah, like it's not that I'm not paying attention. I'm actually looking at the activity right now on our own feeds. Trying to check for any updates on the activity, because other than SpaceX, on X saying, hey, we're delaying the launch and things like that. Other than that, the only way that we can guess whether we are on track or not is actually, keeping track of these different steps in the count. And one of those is precisely what you were mentioning. The tower vent in OLM vent should be coming up. The first one is the tower vent that comes up first, but the distance in time, I guess, it's very close. Like it's first the tower, and then a minute or so later is the OLM vent. So it's going to be very quick. And once that happens, it's about 45 minutes or so until we go into the propellant load sequence, which is T-minus 49 minutes for the ship and T-minus 40 for the booster. So
which is still crazy.
It's
just
crazy.
to totally piggyback on that comment here, because we are talking about a countdown of fueling as fast, basically somewhere between Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, for a vehicle basically like how much, like 3 times, 4 times the propellant, and they are fueling this in basically 49 minutes. That's insane pace for such a vehicle.
It is 10 times more propellant. Yeah. It is 10 times more propellant than Falcon 9, and it gets loaded like just 10 minutes longer. Like it just takes 10 more minutes than it takes to load a Falcon 9 rocket. So it's just crazy. It's mind-boggling how such big of a rocket like this can be loaded so quickly. Like we were talking on Flight 3, they upgraded the tank farm. Flight 1 and Flight 2 actually took about 90 minutes for propellant load sequence. So they cut that approximately in half, not exactly in half, but more or less for Flight 3. And we were talking about all of the additions that they had added, all of the pumps and subcoolers. And there was one comment that I made that was, even the additions that they made in terms of the subcoolers and pumps for Flight 3, those will have accounted for something like twice the size of a tank farm for a normal rocket or something like that, right? Normal rocket, meaning something like Atlas, Falcon 9 or something like that. It will have meant something like that, like about the same size or even twice the size of any of those tank farms. So, and that's like just an expansion of the tank farm for Starship. For Starship, it's like, yeah, it's an expansion. It's not a big deal. It's crazy.
It is crazy, especially the scale of Starship, right? I mean, this is, you look at it on our little screen here. I've got like a little window up that I see all of you in, and it looks like a rocket. But I don't think people can really appreciate how big it is until you're standing next to it, right? I mean, it's what, 30 feet in diameter?
Yes, that will be 9 meters diameters for.
Yeah, sorry.
for the metric guys, which is us.
It's always the problem if because rockets have the tendency to stand next to big things. So, for example, this rocket stands next to a giant tower and giant tanks. So, how to understand the scale is completely impossible sometimes. You see that OLM at the bottom. There's a fair amount of houses, like normal size houses, that you can basically fit below this OLM. We are not even like at rocket level yet. We are at like, that's the pad ground equipment, and that's
what are we doing
there
here?
We go.
There you go. I see what they're doing, but
they got something backstage that's gonna be it's gonna be great.
But the size is and I think this is now, because this is the OLM, 18 meters. That's a London bus. That's a van. That's a fire, and that's a 2-story house. For some definition of 2 stories.
Yeah, 2 stories.
Because we found out that 2 stories apparently is a very wide range division. But look at that.
I mean, poor Jack. It's like, big. What about all the bacon that Jack eats? Is there a graphic for that? And by the way,
I can confirm Jack Bayer is actually not 2 meters, by the way.
And that's what he runs on. He runs on bacon. I run on coffee, and and Starship runs on methane. But that's a great example of just the scale of what we're looking at here. And
that's the OLM. That's
not
a rocket.
That's just the
top of
that's not even the rocket.
That's just the launch mount.
Can
you imagine having to get up? Like the whole reason we made this, it came up on the Leicester meeting, because we were talking about the scale, right? And we were showing the scale, and we were seeing all of the little people around the OLM. We were showing live views on the meetup, and one of the things that we talked about was precisely that there's stairs to get up to the top of the OLM. There's not like an elevator or anything like it, like on the tower. You gotta actually go up the stairs. And it's probably like 7 stories or 8 stories. I cannot go more than 3 to be fair, without just going all tired and everything. So it was like, wow. Imagine just going up to the launch mount. Let's not talk about the rocket. The rocket is like much taller. So yeah, that's how we came up with that idea of smaller things next to that big rocket. It's amazing. And big things next to the big rocket. There you see more other types of rockets as well. The Starship.
And that's the equivalent if they were standing on that mount, right?
Yep. It's all adjusted with the mount, but also once again showing that New Glenn very much is not a Falcon 9-like rocket. I always love when people are like, "Oh, New Glenn's like a Falcon 9." No, it's not. It's much bigger.
And that gives you a good sense of that scale too. But this is pretty remarkable. So that's how big it is, and it is bigger than even the Saturn V, or it's equivalent, right? But it's even bigger. Yeah, you can fit it in the VAB though. That's good. Maybe they have to do a little bit of trimming on the top, but wow. So that's how big this is, in case you're wondering. And we did have somebody asking in the chat about whether or not they'd be able to see it from where they are located. And the bigger the rocket, the more likely it is you will see something going up for sure. I remember I was down at KSC for the launch of Artemis 1, where the SLS was obviously taking that mission off the pad. And I was surprised by how large it looked 3 miles away. And so this rocket's even larger than that. So those of you who are lucky enough to be in Texas right now, hopefully at the safe distance that you need to be at, are going to get quite the show, because it's so big that it is quite visible from where you might be located there.
Okay, I'm seeing some comments about the Big Ben.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say there's a caveat here. The guy that did those graphics, he's a British guy. So just saying.
It's the Elizabeth Tower, right?
Yeah, something along those lines. I seen the comment already.
Yeah.
It was a British guy, the one that did the graphics. So
also quickly pointing out the diameter of the rocket also gets quickly lost in scale, because it's such a high rocket that you think it's rather thin, right? It's like not that big of a diameter. And then you notice standing next to, when I was in Boca last year, there was a ring section outside of the rocket garden, that like a scrap ring section that was laying there. And then you notice these are 9 meters in diameter. Like the diameter is also crazy. It's completely insane how wide this rocket is. Well, also and there we see, by the way, I see it.
Fuel vent and tower vent. We have both vents already coming up.
And so that gives us some confidence here that this 1 hour and 20 minutes countdown here to a T0 is on schedule, if we're seeing that.
At the very least, within 10 minutes, yeah. It might still shift a little bit, but, we have that OLM and tower vents already going off. So that is really good.
And that also means we'll start seeing a lot of frost building up on the side of the rocket, and we will therefore see a nice cloud of the humidity there, right? We're going to be condensing a lot of the humidity in the air back into basically a foggy mist at the base of that in a little bit. But that's good to see some venting happening there. So we are about 1 hour and 20 minutes away from the announced T0. And what we are seeing insofar as the venting is concerned right now is a good sign that this T0 time is somewhat on track. But there's a 2-hour window this morning that began at 7 a.m. Central Time. So we still have some budget for slippage.
Yeah.
What do we see there, gentlemen?
And they could still be in this conditioning, this tower and OLM vents for a while. Like it's not always a set time. I'm actually, always kind of checking my spreadsheets and sort of what is the usual time. Normally it's about 45 minutes, more or less, a bit here and there. But yeah, it's never, exactly one single time, because sometimes they need a little bit more conditioning, a little bit less. The things that actually are more on time, or at least within a minute, are when they go into the propeller load sequence, and then we start seeing those signs of propeller load. And so that is one thing that we're hoping to see here. One of the signs that we get for the propeller load sequence is that OLM vent eventually stops. Before that, it grows in intensity, becomes more and more powerful, and then we see that sort of waterfall mode, as we always see before any propeller load sequence for the booster, and then it stops, and that indicates they've started the liquid oxygen load sequence, which for this, I think it is T-minus 37 minutes for Flight 4. So we're going to see that. Also, the subcoolers here in view, well, not in view right now, but it's like behind there. We will see lot of venting coming out from them when they start the methane load as well. The tower vent will continue venting for a little while, then sort of like weaken a little bit, stay there like idle, then come back very powerful, this big plume coming out of the tower. Once it stops, then that is liquid oxygen load onto the ship, which I think it is T-minus 47. I don't have it in front of me, so I'm doing off the top of my head. But I wrote about it like 3,000 times this week, so I think it's starting to get tattooed in my brain, so to speak.
And here's a question that came in via a store message from Trapper about the cadence we might see rolling forward here. Because, Adrian, one of the things that I read about this week is that the FAA is redefining or perhaps reinterpreting what a mishap might mean insofar as what SpaceX would have to do to investigate something going wrong on this mission. So we might see probably a faster cadence to ship or to Flight 5 here, given what we're seeing from the FAA.
Yeah, so the correspondence with the FAA on this flight has been a bit different from previous flight, and the latest update we got is exactly that there are certain circumstances, especially during re-entry, where the FAA would not conduct a mishap investigation and do not consider this as a mishap. This comes down also after this whole safety investigation they had instead of closing the mishap report. So it seems that the FAA is kind of clearing certain patterns and certain things for like as a non-danger to safety. So that's what apparently is happening here. And yeah, that seems to be the case also for these certain re-entry patterns where they would lose a ship, which would technically always by standards trigger a mishap investigation, but they are basically excluding certain scenarios as the mishap.
And Alex, as I'm watching some boats float around here, it looks like they're clearing out some of the area there to keep the boaters away from potential mishaps that might occur. You are our FAA whisperer. I know you've been, obviously keeping track of a lot of the regulatory matters here. The FAA was actually pretty open this week in responding to questions. I thought that was a bit of a change too.
Yeah, they were, they also were very in touch with Adrian, by the way. Thanks for that, because we got to know about the whole, mishap investigation stuff where, SpaceX said to the FAA, hey, there's this other way to return to flight. Let's choose it, where essentially in the regulations, there's like a potential for you to be able to, if you are a vehicle operator, to be able to return back to flight for your rocket without completing the mishap investigation if the FAA determines that we are essentially, that the public has that the public safety has been guaranteed all across the flight, even though there was a mishap, right? That is at least one of the things that they can do. And SpaceX requested the FAA, hey, can you check on that we actually complied with all of the safety requirements and everything? And the FAA said yes. So those two are the things that Adrian got from the FAA. The part where the FAA said, yeah, SpaceX asked us to do this, and then it was precisely on May 27th when they told us that they had concurred with the SpaceX that no safety violations were presented on the mishap on Flight 3, and therefore they could proceed with the return to flight, with the condition that the launch license had to be modified and everything. But we got that launch license on essentially this Tuesday, and it's been pretty much almost 48 hours already with that license. That's actually a lot more than on Flight 3. And Flight 3 was like under 15 hours or so after the license dropping. That's when they launched. This time around, it's being a little bit more calm in that sense. But yeah, we've been getting some nice feedback from the FAA this time around.
Yeah, quick note here as a quick note here as a media organization, especially here. The FAA has been nothing but fantastic, especially leading up to this flight. They have not only responded quickly to questions, they have not only kept us up to date even without asking questions. Like, they knew we were interested and they sent out stuff. They also make sure that we understand things. They sometimes send secondary material, which really helps to understand the context of certain informations given, because we are talking about regulatory things, and these can be bit on the trickier side sometimes. And again, the communication from the FAA, at least to us as a media organization, has been nothing but exceptional for this flight. Just want to point it out because there's always this, when something goes wrong, people are like grumpy, and I think it's also important to be happy when things work well.
That's right. And I think, too, to some degree, the FAA had to figure out how they regulate this, because this is not like any other spacecraft or any other aircraft, for that matter. You're launching, as we just saw, one of the largest things ever. The best way that I can interpret this is if you were to walk down in New York City where they got all these new like little thin buildings, it's like launching one of those into orbit and then trying to get it back. So there's a lot of certainly issues that are easy to regulate, but how do you regulate this vehicle, especially when it's at this point designed to destroy itself in some way? And we're hoping today that the destruction part is as planned and not a rapid unscheduled disassembly, which we will be seeing hopefully a little bit later here, about an hour and 10 minutes away.
That's precisely one of the things that I argued both yesterday on Countdown to Launch and also earlier today when we had Marcus House, where we talk about all the regulatory side of things, where, you know, if you look at the regulations from the FAA, there's this sort of, you know, there's this definition of what a mishap is, and then there's like an exception to the mishap that a launch vehicle operator can apply for, and the conditions for that exception, one of them is like the operator needs to know what kind of expected failure might happen, right? Like what kind of risks may happen on the flight. If you go back to Flight 1, there was not a lot of knowledge, right, on what will happen there with a vehicle. And actually the hope for SpaceX was, well, we'll ignite the engines, try to see if they all light up and see if they you know, the rocket gets off the pad. Flight 2 was sort of the same, right? Flight 3, though, it went much farther. The ascent portion was completed on both the booster and the ship, and they just were lost essentially on the way back down. So that is something that it is a lot easier to convince a regulatory agency like the FAA with sort of the what is the potential for the risk for the mission, right? So yeah, it's a lot better when you know your rocket.
And we are about an hour and 10 minutes away from seeing a rocket that we know a lot more about now than we did on the first flight test, from hopefully lifting off the pad. And what you're going to see down below, we're getting so much support this morning that we can't possibly acknowledge everybody, but what we're doing is we're going to be running all of the support that you're providing to the channel down below there, and we will try to acknowledge as many as we can as we're going, because we just can't read them all out, but we do greatly appreciate everyone contributing today, because that really does help make coverage like this possible. You have no idea how much goes in to this behind the scenes as I'm keeping an eye on things on the Discord here. It's amazing how many folks are working hard today for this coverage. These cameras are all ours, so this is not easy to do. So we've got a special camera. I don't even know what this is, but I was told in the back channel that there's a special thing out there. So I don't know if they're ready to cue that special camera or not, but I'm going to look at this.
What's this?
Are we airborne?
That's very much airborne. I think this is, if I interpret this correctly, this is a drone outside of course, the area where you're not allowed to fly a drone, just to the west of the launch site. This is basically from Jack, a feed over our riverside, which basically looks into the direction of the launch site. So basically this looks into the direction of the Gulf of Mexico. And this is amazing.
Yeah, it's very amazing. That's awesome. And we are keeping this far away from the danger zone.
Is it tilting down to our site?
I think it's tilting down to our side. I think we are about to see where our folks are.
Oh, almost. But yeah, it's outside of the danger zone of the TFR, the temporary flight restriction for this flight. So yeah, we're trying to play by the rules, folks. So, but you know, if this works, that direction that you see there, that's where the launch pad is. There's a little bit of haze, but should be clearing up.
So
I don't know if
remember
it'll
this
work
whole
live, but we'll see.
Remember this whole thing that Lon just said about the crazy things we can do because of your support? Well, how about that? That's one of these crazy things that we can do.
Exactly.
And it gets crazier each time. And it's I got to spend some time with Das. And we were at KSC. The amount of work that goes into keeping all this stuff running is insane. So again, thank you all for that support. And we'll keep running everyone's names down here, and we'll definitely take some more questions and acknowledgments as we roll our way through here. So I was looking. If you look on this drone footage, gentlemen, there we go. Is that danger trailer? So that's our spot. So
that's our site. That's the river
site.
site, as we call it, where we now fly. Oh, this is interesting.
Ooh, we're flying.
Oh, this is cool.
We're coming.
We're
in
gonna
hot.
have like a in the field flyover.
You can see the amount of cars here from the team that are there. This is just
Is the van still there?
Yeah, I think so. This is just behind the behind the hard roadblock. Basically,
Lord,
and there you can see them all.
Wave at the camera if you're listening to us. There
we
you
go. Hey, they're waving. Hey, there they are. And they've been out here all night. They have not slept. In that, I imagine it gets pretty hot in that container too. So,
yeah.
Look at that. Now I want to go visit. Put me over there. I'll spend some time in that container.
That's
Look
the
at
production site. You can see all of the base and everything. That's the scale.
That's your launch simulator. Look how fast that goes.
Yeah, this is just to confirm. This is outside of the TFR and operated by a commercial drone pilot. So we did our homework here. Everything is exactly as you're allowed to do it, and this is outside of the TFR with a commercial drone pilot. So just to confirm that here on air.
And we're going to get some awesome footage from that drone, no less, and hopefully in about an hour and 6 minutes. So we're getting closer to T0. Alex, what's going on at the pad right now? We see venting. Are we fueling now, or are we in that pre-fueling phase?
Well, right now we should not be in the fueling phase, even if they were to still target 7:50 a.m. Central, because that would mean we will be very, very ahead of the game. So if they are tracking 7:50 a.m. Central, we will have had the go-no-go pulse sequence for propellant load from the flight director about 10 minutes ago at the T-minus 1 hour and 15 minute mark. And the thing with the Starship and pretty much every other SpaceX flight lately is that we don't have an access to the countdown feeds, right? And so we are right now just waiting either for certain vents and other indicators to come up, essentially saying, okay, now it's the time to go for propellant load and things like that, or SpaceX themselves posting on X that they are indeed going for propellant load. If they don't do that, though, we have those signs, those different vents and everything that we can look for and try to figure out whether we are indeed loading or not. The first time that any propellant will be loaded onto Starship will be at T-minus 49 minutes. That is when the ship fuel load will start. That is the liquid methane load onto the ship. And so we are essentially, in theory, and the Starship team is go for prop load from SpaceX just right now. So we have confirmed
probably
that
means they're still load. Which probably means they're still on the T0 because that poll for propellant load was at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes, right? Can I have...
Yep.
Do I get the timeline? But I think that was 1 hour and 15 minutes. So with that, they are moving through the timeline here. Yep. And it seems we are on for in 1 hour and 3 minutes. So what will happen now is we will see one more drastic increase in the chill down of the lines, which will be signified. My God, my German coming through. Signified by the tower, by the pad vent becoming completely crazy. And there's the timeline, by the way, amazing. I love it. And then we see all the steps going through here. And we can check off one more, which is the verifying for propellant load. And again, this pad vent will become what we call waterfall mode, where it goes basically completely insane. It will be a lot of oxygen. Oh, God.
The tower vent has become weakened, which is a normal thing,
is good.
Right? Mm-hmm. Exactly, because the tower and the tower and OLM vents both have different behaviors, as I was explaining before. The tower vent comes up first. It's very not a crazy vent kind of thing. It's just normal. Then it dies off a little bit, just like now. It's like idle. It's not venting heavily or anything. But then a few minutes later, I think in about 10 minutes or so, it'll come back again and it'll be very, very more active, become very powerful, and you'll see like this sort of cape coming out from like a plume of venting coming out from the tower, and it's super amazing when we get to see that, by the way, because it's very epic. It's a very big rocket, very big launch tower, and of course, very big venting coming out from that tower. We'll see that hopefully in just a few minutes. In the meantime, the OLM vent, the behavior of that one is it starts very weak and then it starts growing and growing and growing, and then it just begins this, it just becomes this big waterfall of venting coming out from the OLM. But I believe we have something.
And weather
no,
today
we don't have
is
it. We don't have
we'll
it.
have it soon.
Exactly.
Weather
We're
today.
about to, but not yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment quickly on the weather because as we saw from that drone shot and here looking at this, excuse me, I have Connecticut allergies here, so I need to go to Texas. What we're seeing is a bit of an overcast sky, but I'm guessing that's going to burn off because the weather is, 95% favorable here, so the weather's an issue.
Yeah, the SpaceX has confirmed that the weather is all no issue. We have talked a lot about it, like a bit earlier. Looking at all weather indications, we look to be good on the overall flow of what's happening here. The wind is very much shut down. There's some clouds in the area, which could be interesting, but usually so far we have not seen an indication that's like, I don't know, like completely crazy lightning storms in the area. So based on anything we have seen and also this confirmation from SpaceX, weather will indeed not be a showstopper for today.
And it looks like we are go for propellant load. We are 1 hour now out from the new T0 time, which I believe is 7:50 Central. Which still gives us about 90 minutes or so, give or take, of margin if they need to push back at all. But it looks looking pretty good here, everybody. So this looks very much the same as what we've seen on prior test flights. And, we think about this as being Starship Flight 4. But as far as this exercise of fueling and stacking, this is probably in the dozens already, Alex, isn't it? Insofar as that routine is concerned. And Alex is checking something. I'll toss it to Adrian.
No, it's because I had to reach for the mute button.
Sorry.
Yeah, when I'm doing 1,000 things at the same time, trying to track multiple stuff, it becomes a little bit harder to go to the unmute button. But yeah, the thing is this whole procedure of loading propellant. It all began, the first wet dress that we saw was January, I think 23rd, 2023, with Booster 7 and Ship 24, and that was a long time ago, right? And they have modified so much the tank farm, the vehicles, the propellant load sequence. Even though they have done that, right, today we could still see some kind of issues with the propellant load sequence, and so far Flight 3 was very smooth. The only concerns at one point were the winds and the range. Those were two concerns, but not the vehicles, so that was good. For Flight 2, I believe there was like a small hold at a T-minus 40-second point, right? We'll talk about that later. But there was like a very small, it was like a few minutes, and yeah, that is, by the way, I'm just seeing the tower vent is coming back, so that's a good sign that we're proceeding. We should be having that propellant load sequence starting in less than 10 minutes. So that's on track, essentially, with what we've seen in previous propellant loads. That's also one of the things that we get to see, is that because we've seen already wet dress rehearsals for this stack, actually 2 times, we've seen these 2 vehicles proceeding with a full stack propellant load sequence. We know already when things are going to happen, so we can adjust and being able to know what's going on.
All right, and I think we might have something now that we did not have a second ago. So I'm being cute here. So we are less than 1 hour to launch, and I'm curious. Are you guys both ready, Alex?
Well, I'm ready to go. I mean, yes, let's do it.
How about you, Adrian?
I mean, it's honestly getting real again. It's this moment when you look at the countdown clock and you see there's no hour anymore at the first.
Yeah.
There's double zeros at the beginning, and that's always when I'm just ready. I want this to fly.
I was thinking, should we do like a go poll? I'm go.
I absolutely go, but I think I would rather have some propellant into that stack first before we send it.
A vehicle needs to be go, of course.
Let's
get to that.
But I'm always go. So when they bring me out, I'm the go. Like when I'm out, that means it's getting close. So so we've and I think Kevin in the back production room there. Are we ready for the thing? We are. Excitement guaranteed, everybody. We are under an hour now to the T0 time. That pumped me up. I'm ready to see some rockets launching here.
That was cool.
That was really cool. SpaceX should use that. Let's get pumped up here. So we've got our ship 29 on the top of the booster there. We are just under an hour now to the announced T0 time. We don't get SpaceX comms anymore, so what we've been relying on is the expertise of our panel here, Adrian and Alex, to look for milestones that we're seeing here at the pad. We're seeing a lot more venting. Alex, I'm going to toss it to you first, and then to Adrian. What are we looking at here at 55 minutes down? I see a lot of fog. That's a good sign.
Yeah, that's always a good sign. You know, cloud report. There's a lot of clouds, and they're coming all from the tank farm. That's always good. You can see there that tower vent becoming more active, becoming more powerful. We are 5 minutes, 45 seconds to go for the ship fuel load. That is the first step on the propeller load sequence for Starship Flight 4, where they load first methane onto the ship, and then that will be followed by liquid oxygen just a few minutes later. That'll be evidenced by that tower vent that we see right now, essentially going away. Once they start loading that liquid oxygen, that vent will disappear, and that'll be our clue. The booster load will begin a bit like a few minutes later at T-minus 40 minutes. Also with the ship, excuse me, not the ship, the booster fuel load, that'll be at T-minus 40 minutes, and then followed by the liquid oxygen load at T-minus 37 minutes. So that's where we're heading to. Less than 5 minutes to go for propellant load.
And Adrian, this is like the best way I could describe propellant load is high velocity plumbing. This is the largest rocket ever, and it's 45 minutes to get it filled up and ready to go.
That's what they will do. They so basically they're kind of preparing this operations, of course, over hours. We have to emphasize that, because the thing that has happened over the last few hours is nothing else than getting this tank farm, getting this vehicle, getting everything ready for this super fast fill. And now they're arriving. Yeah, that's the sun that will hopefully help us to clear some of this humidity. And in 5 minutes from now, all of these preparations are kind of wrapping up. And then they are in a state where they're like, okay, it's pre-chilled, it's ready, let's just flow propellant into this and let's get this ready. So it's kind of like we covered all of these little steps on the way here just to now experience this super fast fueling, and we might just be about 10 or so minutes away from seeing frost on these vehicles. So it's getting very, very real.
And and what's amazing is and we mentioned this at the outset here, but every time I watch this, it feels like and it kind of is the first time, right? We don't know what's going to happen. Falcon 9 is a very tried and true tested system at this point. This is completely in the test phase, and a lot of what these launches are for is for designing the future iterations of whatever Starship will end up being in its final state, and that's what makes this so exciting. So, Alex, today what we're going to see is Starship lift off the pad. A lot of what today's mission is about is not necessarily going to space. It's the coming back part that they're trying to get worked out here. So what should we be looking at?
Yeah, we'll have that return of Booster 11 and Ship 29. We'll have those landing attempts. So hopefully we get to see that. Also, I got reminded that Ship 29 has dust from the mid-bay, so we'll see also the mid-bay going to space in some shape or form. But yeah, that's essentially where we are right now. I mean,
and hey, we've got a special guest joining us from the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel, where we've got another one of our areas set up for monitoring activities at Starbase. John Krause is joining us. John, can you hear us?
Absolutely. 5x5, guys. How are you?
Excellent. You sound great up there. You're like in the next room. So we've been talking about this Starship as being, it's almost like watching it for the first time every time. You photograph just about every rocket that takes off anywhere you can get to. How does it feel for you? I mean, you've seen this before, but does this always feel this way to you too?
Yeah, I mean, Flight 4, it's still early on in this program. It's a developmental program, and every flight they're making progress, they're trying new things. So it still feels like we're in the infancy of seeing these vehicles fly. So I'd say it never gets old. Falcon Cape we're seeing every 2, 3, 4, 5 days, maybe one a week at worst lately. So the cadence here, it's ramping up, but it's still every couple months we're seeing a flight. So it's definitely exciting and fortunate to be here.
And you've photographed quite a lot. And let me ask you this: you see one rocket launch, you've seen them all. Creatively, what do you think about when trying to come up with some new idea to share with your audience?
I always look for if there's some sort of novelty in any given launch, right? So. Just as an example, Artemis 1, right? It's our sort of beginning of our return to the moon in the 21st century. And the moon was out for that launch. After it delayed a couple times, it slipped into nighttime and the moon was up. Mm-hmm. And I thought, why not incorporate the moon? So I was able to line that up and get, the rocket crossing by the moon. So anytime I can sort of tie in an obvious novelty or aspect of a mission, that's great. For Starship specifically, one thing I'm trying to do is, and I may not be able to do it in these coming flights, but I'm trying to watch everyone from a new spot. So for the first one, I was down near Isla Blanca Park. The second one, I was over on the other side with the NASASpaceflight team. The third one, I was actually up in the air. And now this one, I'm fortunate to join the team in SPI on a rooftop, thanks to you guys. So we'll see if I can keep that up. As a non-local, it's a little bit hard because I have to travel here, not always time to scout spots. But creatively, specifically, it's going to be a little hard today. Can't see the launch site right now due to some ground haze, clouds, and fog, but we'll see what I can get.
And from an exposure standpoint, methane rockets are a little different than the type of rockets you've mostly been shooting. How's that been insofar as your planning and workflow?
For sure. I'd say for Starship, it has not been a major consideration in terms of the technical execution of the photography because these have been essentially all daytime launches. Flight 2 was just after sunrise, but from an exposure perspective, it was very close to daytime. Same with Flight 1 and Flight 3, they were both well into the morning hours. When we see the first Starship night launch or pre-dawn launch where you're really viewing the main light source as the rocket rather than the ambient light from the sun, that's where you'll really have to start to think about exposure settings differing from typical Keralox vehicles or vehicles with solids. The one thing that's really unique about methane is it's much dimmer than these brighter, sooty burning Keralox vehicles. For example, Relativity, Launch Tran 1, about a year ago now, a little over a year ago from the Cape. That was a nighttime launch, so we didn't have the ambient light from the sun in the atmosphere sort of washing out that dimmer color. So we saw blues, purples, pinks, even a bit of white, maybe some orange in there. I'm not sure why the colors changed so drastically as it moved through the atmosphere. With Starship, I'd say Flight 2 in particular, beautiful pink burn all the way from ignition to most engine cut off at hot staging. That was really great. Flight 2 is the first time we saw 33 of 33 Raptors burning on Super Heavy, and that pink flame was beautiful. So hopefully we see that again today.
And I think we might. Adrian, we got some news from the pad, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They have started propellant loading. SpaceX has confirmed that they are starting propellant loading into Starship. So we are into the business end here. We will see a Frosty ship and booster very soon.
All right.
If you see, the tower vent has also stopped, so that means both, not just methane, but also liquid oxygen is flowing into the ship. We should be coming up on the booster a few minutes later, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It is a T-minus 40 minutes, so 6.5 minutes from that.
All right, so the high velocity plumbing has begun. So we'll be keeping an eye on things over there. We're talking to launch photographer John Kraus, who does some amazing work, and you have undoubtedly seen his work published across many different areas in print and digital and everything in between. John, also, one of the things I like about your work is that you cover the human aspects of it. I know you did a lot of work on the Inspiration 4 mission, but I also see you zeroing in on the people involved. What drives you there?
I'd say my start with that was definitely Inspiration 4, and before that campaign I was not well versed in photographing people at all. I've always liked rockets because they can't tell you that they don't like how their face looks or whatever in a given photo, right? But the opportunity to work with various astronaut crews over the last couple of years has been great, and with that I've dived a bit more into just the general human side of spaceflight. It's just important to remember that people are doing this, right? It's easy to get attached to the spectacle of a giant rocket the size of a skyscraper flying into the sky, and it may sound obvious when you verbalize it, but people build these things, and there's a human side of the story of the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into making this happen. So anytime I can have that sort of human for scale in a photo, or people cheering at a launch or whatever it might be that involves the human element, it's just an exciting way, again, to remind folks that people make this happen. A lot of hardworking people at SpaceX and really the entire industry that makes this possible. So fortunate to tie that in when I can.
And what do you think is going to happen with this flight, John? It looks pretty good.
It's hard to say, right? You could lean either way. I think it's very promising that we haven't yet seen a regression in terms of the progress they've made each flight. That may be a little bit harder this time, right? Because they've really sort of gotten through some of the biggest hurdles. So you can kind of look at it like if there was a payload on board the last one, and could they have deployed it? Probably could do the same this time, but getting through the sort of parts of the flight that are key to reuse is going to be important to see this time. But I don't think it's the end of the world if they don't nail it this time, right? We want to see them make progress, but this is a developmental program, the scale of which we've not seen, and it's being done by a commercial company, which is pretty amazing in and of itself. So fingers crossed we see a ship make it down to the ocean in mostly one piece. I think getting back telemetry through that max heating is going to be critical. But again, I don't think it's the end of the world if we see a slight regression or if it's not a perfect flight. This is a developmental program, and they've made that very clear for a reason. So, as they say, data is key, and hopefully they learn a lot, whatever happens.
And
hopefully we see it.
That's right. That's right. It looks like it's still a little foggy over there. So the weather, nonetheless, is 95% go. So the slippage of the T0 time here might be burning some of that fog off and giving you a better view. But we know you've got planning to do here to get your shots, because you only get one shot every time one of these goes up, or maybe a couple of clicks of the shutter before it goes out of sight. So we'll let you get back to work there. Where can people find your work if they wanted to check out some of the things you've photographed?
Thanks for the opportunity to plug. John Cross Photos on X, and then johncrossphotos.com is where you can see my work both from today and the last decade or so. And I just want to say thank you guys both for having me and for the incredible work you do. Hearing you guys talk about, when the venting stops on the tower and when stuff gets loaded, it's just incredible that you guys track this stuff. And being around your team today and seeing the stream architecture you have to enable this is inspiring. And it's a great service to the community, as I think Eric Berger wrote earlier. So just want to thank you guys, and good luck with the stream today.
And thank you, and we look forward to seeing what you captured today. And that fog will be gone. Trust me, it'll be clear. Hopefully,
it's clearing as we
clear
speak.
Skies. All right, we'll let you get
guys.
back to work there. And thanks for joining us, John Krause, launch photographer, does some great work, and it's always great to have all the different folks who make up our fun community of space enthusiasts join us to talk about things. So it's kind of fun, and I really like. I've taken attempts at launch photography, and it's kind of like fishing. it's difficult, and sometimes you get a real good one, and other times not. So it's not an easy task. Alex, have you ever tried? You haven't been down here yet, have you? To see a launch.
I haven't. I haven't seen a launch, and I'm itching to get to one.
We got to get you to one.
Yeah, I learned from myself. It's very much like fishing, because the one time I saw a launch, I very much also just there's like this shaky video of me with my phone camera, and that's it. And I believe we have a frost ring on
All
Starship.
Right. There it goes. You can actually almost see it moving up the side there.
Yep.
So we've got a very fast rate of fill. Now, what goes in first, Alex?
Well, on the ship, it is first the fuel, essentially the methane, and then the liquid oxygen. This is the frost that you see there. It's in the liquid oxygen tank. It is the bottom tank of the ship, and we should probably see a similar frost ring already on the methane tank, if I'm not mistaken. Also, very soon we shall see the same on the booster, and then the last tank where we'll see any frost will be on the liquid oxygen tank of the booster. So that's sort of the order of frost. We also get to know, from previous tests, where to see things first, and then later, and the rundown of events, essentially. But yeah.
Now, Adrian, I remember going to the Artemis launch, and fueling was an hours-long activity, and we had all the drama related to leaks and frozen valves and everything else. This happens a lot quicker.
Yeah, it's also a bit of different philosophy that SpaceX has versus a lot of other rockets, because SpaceX has this almost load and go philosophy, where they basically they load the rocket, and as soon as it's ready, let's send it. Where other rockets, Atlas, also SLS, enter top-off stages, where they just basically they cycle through a top-off sequence and basically make sure that they are at the same level for a continuous amount of time. So that's a bit different also philosophy. And yes, the countdowns of other rockets, basically kind of all other rockets have a longer countdown almost than Starship. This is almost like one of the fastest countdowns in rocketry, which is insane.
It is pretty insane. And as fast as it is fueling, it expends that fuel even quicker. So the amount of I keep using this word high velocity plumbing, but that's the only thing I can think of to describe it. I mean, these pumps they need to use to continue to supply fuel to get all 33 of those engines lit has got to be pretty immense, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw them starting to at some points replace some of these pumps and getting them and also adding more of them. The amount of pumps they have, it's quite an endeavor. We also saw them in the past removing some of them after they have maybe not been up to the task fully. So yeah, the whole plumbing and the whole subcooling system has undergone a lot of changes and also a lot of different iterations. And it seems like they're getting there. I mean, this fueling is now 10% faster than the last one. We'll see where it ends, right?
Right, and 10% at this volume is not insignificant.
No, that's like when we are talking like 10%, like you're already in the point where you go from like 40 like 50 to 45, and like that's the area where we talk about here. There's no longer room to optimize this by, I don't know, 50%. That would be they're already there. So we are probably not gonna see like jumps in the above a few minutes anymore, because at some point you're basically
hit the limits of physics, right?
Yeah. Like at some point you basically would have to have a quick disconnect as big as your rocket. Like
right.
That's a problem.
But I guess you work towards it. You know what your physical limits are in theory, and you try to get as close to that as possible. So we are about 37 minutes out, and we've got something to play back. We got some more goodies for you all. The team has been busy ahead of this flight here, and I guess, Kevin, we've got some behind the scenes from DWise. So we're going to roll that and show you how what goes on around here behind the scenes, I believe. There we go.
Set, though, and we have hitched up the mobile live stream trailer here to the truck. Safety chains, we checked the lights, brakes, and stuff like that. Locked in, good to go with all of that. Sorry for the shake. Don't forget the socket set. Don't forget the socket set.
I'm going for a tight, edged shot. It's one that I've always tried here at this spot, but so far it hasn't completely worked. But I just figure you keep trying it, you'll be able to break through eventually. So just gonna make sure it's in frame. Good there. Check our settings. Don't want to go too high with it. You know, they told me I'm a rocket photographer, but my real forte is cleaning solar panels. It's going good. I've got a lot of cameras that are going down, but at this specific location, due to smoke from the rocket, you know, the thing that's launching, it's mostly obscured. So this is kind of more of a, you know, it's a risky shot. But if it works, it'll be really cool. But the rest of my cameras are going elsewhere.
What sort of shot is this?
This is a 16 millimeter, just a really wide shot. It's gonna have this tree in frame, it's gonna have Star Hopper and Hopper, and ideally, the idea is it's wide enough that we want the ship to be a full ship above the tower, and you know, get it above the plume.
Sean, how's the trigger working?
Great. Ah! Okay, so I just set a GoPro on the scheduled capture to start at 7 a.m. It'll be recording 4K 120, and we're kind of just deliberating, do we want more cameras in the frame? Because then we get, you know, the camera's getting obliterated. Or do we want more sky in the frame? Because then we get the potential that it clears the plume and you get like Starship in the air, yada yada. So that's the deliberation. But I think that's what we're gonna go with. I don't know if you can pull focus on that. Here, I'll take a screenshot right now.
So it is the night before launch, and so the activity out here at the launch site has picked up a ton. There are a ton of space fans filling up, actually not right here, but everywhere down there. The highway is full of people who want to see this rocket up close, and then bright and early tomorrow morning want to see it launch. It's currently golden hour, so we've got the sun nice and low on the horizon, casting some excellent light on the rocket. So everyone's trying to get the best photos they can before the sun sets, hopefully for the very final time on this stage.
Just give one last look here before he hopefully goes up tomorrow. Just kind of taking it all in, taking in the sights, the sounds, everything. Trying to catch the sunset.
sun has set, so I'm trying to get some time lapses. The beach closes at midnight tonight. There are still a lot of cars out here, as you can see. These are pretty great moments, being able to stand right near the world's largest rocket.
That was awesome. And we were just talking to John Krause about passion and the people, right? And there's so much passion of the people here at NSF to bring these images to you. And I think that really, I want to see more.
Yeah, this felt like a cinematic intro to a documentary. Like, this is the kind of things you would see of like a complete crazy produced documentary. I love this. I have a new favorite video. D, absolutely amazing work from you. Thank you so much for putting this together.
And the best part is it features the people we love, the people that we know and love here at NSF that work so hard to bring this to you, and you can really feel why they're there. Looking at, I think it's more than just the rocket. It's the people and everything that goes into what spaceflight represents, which is trying to find the next chapter for our species here, and that's what this is all about. And we're about 30 minutes away from the next test flight. And one thing to note, how close those cameras get. Now, everybody who was, where danger trail, that's that trailer, we call it danger trailer. That trailer is called danger trailer because it is that close to the rocket. Nobody can be near it when that happens. So all of the equipment there has to operate off the grid autonomously. It has to go off at the right time. We have some ability to remote control things, but a lot of it goes into the setup. And you saw Jack kind of planning out his shot there and the things he wanted to get into it. It's amazing. So it's just something else. So I'm excited to see what happens here. And Adrian, I wanted to chat with you a little bit about the landing attempt that they're going to make. Obviously, after the booster and ship leave the pad, that will be the last we'll see of it intact. But the plan is to try to get the booster to simulate getting grabbed by the arms on the pad, even though it's landing in the water. This is like a software simulation that it's going to run.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we don't know the exact circumstances of how they want to perform the software, but I expect it's some sort of verification. Hey, if this telemetry would have basically be the tower, would have theoretically fulfilled our expectations of where to land. So yes, the super heavy booster for this flight will be, as both ships, both parts will be expanded for this mission, just to point this out. But the booster will at least try to perform the profile that it would perform on a booster catch. And we have heard hints and talks from Elon and everything that if this goes well on this flight, the next flight might see a catch attempt. It's there's still some question marks about it. There's also some regulatory question marks about it, because that's probably needing another license modification. But the same goes for the ship. The ship is also going, if possible, quite further than we thought, because it will also, if you remember these early situations, these early flight tests, the flights of these, just the upper stages. The main goal of that was to demonstrate the capabilities to glide, to reach this terminal velocity, and then perform a flip and burn maneuver, where they ignite the engines and then basically bring the ship from a horizontal to vertical orientation. And if they go all the way through reentry, that's a big if, that would mean that they are also trying to perform this flip and burn maneuver and vertically soft splashdown on the Indian Ocean. So
and I guess,
it's quite interesting.
And it would give them some confidence to know that if they were to attempt a landing in a future mission, that it might work. Emphasis on the might. And I guess that brings me to this question is, attempting a landing, obviously we're not going to try to grab anything on this flight, but if Flight 5, the desire is to catch the booster, that's a significant risk to the launch facility if it were to go wrong, and that could really derail the program, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's the topic of some debate inside of the NSF team as well, because at liftoff you have a booster producing roughly 70 meganewtons of thrust. It's already built for quite a lot of energy. Of course, this energy will be, in the case of a booster fallback, differently built on the launch pad, but the booster will just be in the ballpark of like 300, 400, somewhere in that tons of weight, and it will only ignite a few Raptor engines. So basically we are talking about a kind of an empty can that is coming down, and this infrastructure is sturdy. Like the pad is extremely sturdy. It even survived the rock tornado of 1. The tower is sturdy. I think we are more worried about the smaller parts, like the chopsticks, for example. I do not want to see like the booster, I don't know, landing on one chopstick. I don't think that would go well. I think that's more like the smaller details, the cables, the carriage system. These are the kind of things we should be worried about in case of a missed booster landing. The overall infrastructure, like the tower and the pad, that's probably fine, pending how bad this could go in the future flight.
And again, we're not going to be attempting any kind of grabbing of anything today, but the plan is just to see if they can get a controlled entry into the ocean in such a way that the arms would work if they were there. So the booster will think it is going to get grabbed, and then unfortunately that will be it for the booster. Sad for the booster. Like you think, hey, I'm gonna survive this, and then there's no arms to catch you. How sad. But that's development for you there. So we are 25 minutes and change out from the T0 time. Adrian, everything we see indicates that we're on track there, and you can see that frost line growing on the outside of the booster and the Starship, which shows us kind of where the fuel situation is at. And as we were mentioning earlier, SpaceX's approach is kind of a load and go. So when we're watching the SLS, for example, we're fueling for hours. Here, it really is just a matter of minutes to get the rocket fueled up and ready to go. And you mentioned earlier, Adrian, that this is actually 10% faster than the last flight?
Yes. There's also some interesting capability which could be coming into play at this late phase, because we observed something on the wet rest rehearsal, which was the SpaceX on the wet rest rehearsal was conducting a roughly 30-minute hold, which the question now is that also the case for a flight situation? But that was something that was observable on one of the wet rest rehearsal scenarios. So if they should run into an issue here, it seems like they can hold for roughly 30 minutes or so before they at some point will run into a scrub scenario because of boil off and because of just certain limited conditions of the rocket. But that's just an interesting side note here, which we observed on the wet rest, which apparently has some capabilities here to hold.
And we have some updates from SpaceX as to what's going on. First thing we've been talking about a little bit this morning was the hot staging ring, which was a bolt-on, if you will, from the original design. Created some weight for it. Will in fact be jettisoned. The jettisoning procedure will be temporary, but future boosters will be integrating the hot staging ring directly to better balance out the weight. One of the things we talked about earlier is that the ring not only adds weight that creates complications for slowing the rocket down on the way back down, but it also kind of changes the center of gravity. So the plan for this mission is to jettison the hot staging ring on the way back down, but in the future they will keep the entire stack intact, just in two different vehicles. And reuse everything. So that is one piece of news that just got talked about from SpaceX. And the other is that the red team did have to go out to fix something at the pad quickly. Adrian, we saw some cars heading out there a little while ago, but they've of course cleared. So
yes, it seems like they had to go out there. I mean, it happens from time to time. This is a relatively new tank farm with all the changes. I wouldn't say new. Okay, let's say it's a constantly evolving tank farm, and there's always a chance that something comes up that they didn't expect. It looked like more of a tank farm than a vehicle thing that they worked on, because they Yeah, they were more on. It was not on the vehicle stage yet. Let's word it like that. And we're also getting more news here that the ship is now past 70% prop load on the main tanks. Header tank will be a bit later in the count, and the booster is at 38% LOX and 46% liquid methane. Right now, they're working no issues with the vehicle, the range, or the weather.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear. So those are the three things that'll mess you up. And so far, all are green here. And if you are just tuning in, we are about 21 minutes away from the launch of Starship yet again. This is flight test number 4. And although it looks very similar to the last 2 or 3 that we watched lift off the pad here in Texas, it is actually a very different rocket. These unfortunately get destroyed after every flight, but the hope is to have a very controlled destruction there. So hey, we've got to run out to Das real quick. He's in Texas on site. What do you see, Das?
Well, Lon, currently not much, unfortunately. We're over here at South Padre Island. We're on top of the Margaritaville Resort over this way, and we can currently not see the rocket. Now, last time, Flight 3, I couldn't see the rocket at liftoff. I was at the same location, but it was clear above it. And so I got the experience of the rocket coming out of that low-hanging fog cloud, whatever you want to call it. And then I saw it clear all the way to the horizon after that. Today, it does not look like that might be the case here. Y'all were saying the range is green, the weather's green, the visibility from over here on South Padre Island is currently not green. It is very gray, actually. And I'm wondering if we're going to see it. Hopefully we see it burn through because that exhaust plume is very bright. But right now, it is not looking good for our visibility over here on the island. 20 minutes coming up, right?
That's right. We're right at the 20-minute mark. And you know what? This, though, shows you just why all of the work that you do ahead of these launches is important, because there are cameras that we have that see very nicely, thanks to all the work that you did. We saw the documentary that Dee put together a few minutes ago. So that's what it takes. It was awesome. But that's what it takes, right? You could get fogged out if you only relied on one location. So how much sleep have you had in the last 24 hours?
Some. Actually, I'm not operating on zero sleep. Hopefully I don't get any comments down below that the guy in the hat looks tired. But no, actually, we have crew here that we're setting up on the roof and handling everything. And I rolled up here like I'm ready to hop on camera. But we will see what happens. That is the truth, Lon. Like, we put all those other cameras out. One way we sort of approach is we just put so many cameras at so many different angles. Hopefully a lot of them have views. Right now, the ones over here on the roof, none of these cameras behind me can actually see the rocket, the blink of the pad, or anything right now. But I'll let it go back to you. I just wanted to let y'all know how it was going. All these feeds are live. Hopefully y'all will see something. Hopefully we'll see something. But clock is ticking.
Clock is ticking. You will hear it, though, and that's pretty cool in of itself. So we will get your your reactions when it's all said and done here. We'll let you get back to work, Das. Thank you, you and the team, for all that's been put together here. And we'll catch up with you in a little bit.
All right. Thanks, Lon. Take it easy.
All right. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. So, yeah, sometimes the fog there can be crazy. So you can see our view here is perfect. We can see everything very clearly. The only fog we've got is rocket fog from all of the condensing from the rocket. You know, this is very much like a cold soda can. You're filling it up with super chilled liquid. Adrian, why does it have to be so cold?
Well, if it's colder, it's denser, which means you get more into the rocket. Which increases performance. It's basically a decision that SpaceX has done already with Falcon 9, with going with super chilling their propellants, and they're doing that here as well to make sure they are increasing density, and with increased density you have basically more propellant. And you want more propellant because more propellant means you can burn more, which means you can go faster, farther, and with more payload. That's the quick answer here. What we are doing, why they're doing it.
Got it. Density is your friend here in this case, and you can pack more energy into the same space, and there you go. So we are about 18 minutes now out from the launch of Starship, and we are monitoring things here at NSF. We've got cameras all over the place that will deliver some spectacular imagery of the launch here as it progresses. But so far, everything is green. The range is green. Fueling seems to be going on schedule. There's no issues with the vehicle, at least not that we've seen. So we are good to go, and there's still some margin in the launch window. So the window opened at 7 a.m. Central Time, and that window continues to 9 a.m. Central Time, and we're looking at launching just after, about 7, right before 8 Central Time, so 7:50, I believe. So they still have some margin if things were to introduce some issues there. So there you go. We've got Booster and Starship ready to get moving here, and Alex has been monitoring things at SpaceX, and his heart rate is up.
Also,
as all of
also
ours
his
is.
heart rate.
Yeah.
I'm so anxious right now. I'm like, boy, we are under 17 minutes.
I'm
I have
beating
had
you,
too
Alex.
many emotions back to back. I haven't slept, so my mind is still on Starliner from yesterday, right? That highly emotional flight with people on board going to the ice test. And now we have the world's most powerful rocket lifting off again. So of course my body's just like, I'm a wreck, right? Right? It's like so filled with nerves and yeah.
It is a lot. It is a lot.
Yeah.
And you know, when you think about just how busy it's been around here, you know, space events used to be once a quarter if you were lucky, right? And now we're looking at every couple of days something significant happening. You know, this is obviously not a show or a stream about Starliner, but they did, I believe, clear it for docking or berthing with the space station a little later this morning. So that's happening today as well. So all sorts of things going on here as we count down in the last 15 minutes here.
SpaceX is confirming that indeed they are flying without those two tiles to test the heat shield, try to see what's going on when you have no heat shield on certain parts, and also testing new materials as well. So that is why it is missing those two tiles. That is something that we sort of expected already. They're not silly people, of course. They know that two tiles are missing, but it's all very well instructed. They have sensors everywhere, and they have data for that. So, you know, it's a test mission, essentially.
Absolutely. Test of the reentry component of the mission, for sure. And we're going to toss it to Jack now, who is joining us out in the field. Jack, how's your beats per minute? Do you track that?
I do track that. Give me a second and I'll tell you what it is. Right now, my watch is telling me the range is between 92 and 130, so a lot.
Wow, yep. That's passion for you. And that, you know, what we need is actually like those astronaut biometrics that we can put up on screen for all of the hosts here. So, so there's the crew, and we saw you all from the air a little bit earlier. So, Jack, we've got some airborne assets today too, right?
Sure do. If Andrew would move his stupid face, he could see the drone sitting there. Yep, there it is. But yeah, that'll be up in the air in a second after I'm done talking to y'all. But just wanted to check in from the field. We got another camera up here on the container. That'll be shooting a time lapse. We got, of course, the rig I explained earlier. We've got Andrew, we've got Adam, and we've got Sean. Look, the gang's all here. Oh, and Roger is over there. So yeah. But yeah, that's what we're looking at from River. A lot of clouds, but we'll see what we can see. There's a couple holes, so fingers crossed.
All right. Well, we will be keeping an eye on things. And Jack, thank you for all of the work that you all did over there to get things ready for us. We were just talking to Das, and it was all fogged in over at the hotel. But you've got some views there, so hopefully things work out. And we will let you get back to work because I know you've got a lot to do here as we enter the last 13 minutes of the countdown. And yell at those clouds. Maybe they'll go away.
Fair enough. Andrew, can you not? All right. Thanks, guys.
We'll talk to you later. So there you go. Jack is out in the field, and again, this is what it takes to get these things to you. You saw how Das was all fogged in over there, and Jack's got some somewhat better views there, but our cameras over by the pad are super close, so you will see this rocket launch without fog in the way. The only fog, again, is rocket fog. So we are going to keep an eye on things as we enter the terminal phase of the count. So, Alex, I know what your heartbeat is. What do you think the heartbeat is of those responsible for launching this rocket might be right now?
I could not imagine. I'm too, like, I don't know if I'm this nervous and anxious and everything. I cannot even imagine how they are. With all of their hard
Although,
work and everything. It's crazy.
I feel like it's like astronauts. I feel like every time I talk to these professionals, they are way calmer than we are. Like they're like, oh yeah, going to space today. And we are like completely nervous, panicking, like completely excited, and they're like, it's just another day at the office, launching the biggest rocket of all time.
And that's one of those things where you really can't appreciate what goes on with these rockets until you see one launch in person. So I saw my first rocket launch in person was STS-133, the Space Shuttle Discovery, and I have to tell you, my feeling, what I felt was almost like not terror but fear. Like, whoa, like this is crazy powerful, and just the amount of control of that power is what is. I think something that I think is what makes this feel the way it feels for us, especially because we didn't build this thing and we are just observers here, but very, very trained observers of this process. And Adrian, I noticed at the top of Starship there are some Starlink antennas, aren't there?
Yeah, which were very important in bringing us back these amazing views we completely freaked out about the last time, because Starlink apparently was used to transmit these re-entry views. So yeah, it seems, and of course the hope is that at this point, this time this will work as well as it did last time, and we get some amazing re-entry views again. And also some updates here. The ship main tanks are at this point holding at 85%. The header tanks are loading, is underway. Weather, range, and vehicle are still go, and boosters at 75. So everything basically progressing as normal.
All right. That is good to
normal.
hear, especially as normal as can be, launching something like this. And that's it. I mean, this is still an experimental, in development spacecraft. So there's a lot that will be learned here the further they get. And each launch has been incrementally getting closer to full reusability, which is part of the mission here today. So we learned just a little while ago that not only is Starship missing tiles on purpose to see how the stainless steel underbelly there behaves in re-entry, it also has tiles that are thinner to see if they can get away with something less robust than what they have currently. So they're going to learn a lot on the way back down. And all of that, I'm assuming, was informed by the prior flight, where we saw some control issues and things breaking up on the way back down. But they did collect a lot of heating data on that flight too. So that's the mission here really is not necessarily going to space, obviously, is the mission, but a big part of this is figuring out how to get things back down. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on things, and we're going to get, if the last launch is any indication, Alex, we're going to get some great views of plasma building up on the spacecraft as it re-enters the atmosphere.
Yeah. Hopefully we get to see all of those views. I'm kind of waiting to see what else we get on this flight. Yeah, we're essentially right now on those few final minutes of the count. I'm like looking at all the feeds and everything. You can see a very frosty ship there. Lots of venting from the tanks as they are very, very cold. Propellant load sequence is essentially in the final few minutes, the final few percentages of those tanks being filled. The OLM, the overall launch mount, is configured for liftoff with the opening of the clamps on the base of the rocket rotor. The rocket doesn't really, it's not clamped at engine ignition. It just lifts off as soon as the thrust of the Raptors is higher than the weight of the rocket. So that's why they ignite the engines around T-3 seconds. It's staggered ignition in 3 banks of engines, and then at T0 they throttle up those engines, and once the thrust is higher than the weight and the rocket starts moving, that's approximately 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds after that throttle up. So that is going to be the liftoff point for today's mission. But we still have another 7 minutes and 49 seconds to go until that, and a lot of excitement building up. Not just the propellant is building up inside of Starship tanks, and also the excitement everywhere. I'm trying to contain a little bit more my excitement, I guess, in my anxiousness. But there you can see regular venting from
hold
the from the yeah from the venting, that we see there from the header tanks, from the main tanks as they keep being loaded. You kind of need to depress a little bit to be able to allow that liquid to be continued to be topped off and everything. So yeah, we are in a really great situation here, with a countdown. So far so good. Like, I've been listening to the updates from SpaceX, and they're saying weather is green, range is green, everything is green. So far, smooth countdown. They had that little issue at the beginning, trying to ramp up and spool up the tank farm. That's why they had that small delay. But so far so good. Ever since, very smooth. There you can see all of the people waiting to watch the launch.
Yeah. And it's a little foggy there, so it's going to be hard to see things necessarily right on the ground there. But it looks like,
Ooh, look at that.
It's a go here.
I know
Lots
that
of
face.
people out. So it's a little foggy there, but they'll still get a show. They'll at least be able to feel that rocket when it lifts off. And it looks
As
like
they
the
say in
header tank.
Vandenberg, they'll hear a very beautiful launch.
Right. Yeah, the fog is part of the routine, and sometimes it burns off, and this time it didn't. So we'll see. But our cameras are close, super close, so close that the fog won't be an issue for catching this liftoff, and confirmation that all 33 engines will be lighting up simultaneously there, or in the order in which they're supposed to light. So we'll be able to get a good view of that. The header tank looks as though it is venting. We're at 90% fueled up for the ship and 88% for the booster. And you almost don't need a fuel gauge because you can just see that frost going up there. Adrian, what does the header tank do on Starship?
The header tanks are for the landing portion of the Starship flight, because the advantage of that is basically at the landing part you would have a very empty tank, right? And as we know, Starship does a very, very violent maneuver at the very end, where it goes from horizontally to vertically. Now imagine a bunch of liquids inside a tank while you do a 90-degree flip. You would basically have that propellant would be everywhere except where you need it. So what they do is basically they have a very compressed header tank where they can extract from, and that header tank is basically just there to help them during this landing and prevent sloshing. They have other sloshing prevention as well. For example, in the booster, we believe there's some sort of slosh baffle, which basically also prevents some sloshing at the bottom of the booster as they are going for different maneuvers. So there's basically all kinds of prevention that they also have learned from Falcon 9, where they have implemented now into Starship and Super Heavy to prevent the sloshing of liquids inside of the tanks.
And I'm just thinking about the future crews that will be on this mission and the sloshing that they may experience going through that kind of maneuver. So that's what I think is so exciting about Starship, is that there are so many more milestones to cross here. Of course, we're not going to be grabbing the booster on the way back down, or Starship. It's all going into the ocean, but they're going to be making another step closer to being able to recover one or both of these components of Starship in future missions, and that's what today's mission is all about. Alex, we are just about at the 3-minute and 30-second mark. What are we hearing out there?
Well, so far so good. It looks like we are heading into the final few seconds of the propellant load. The propellant load sequence should finish on the ship at T-minus 3 minutes and 20 seconds, essentially 10 seconds from now. And 30 seconds later, that will be for the booster as well. Then, they're going to be ready in the rocket for flight. FTS arm, the bend down sequence, the QDs and everything. They're going to be ready in the whole launch pad systems as well for liftoff. And hopefully we're going to get that engine ignition at T-minus 3 seconds, followed with throttle up and liftoff at T+2 seconds. So, boy, I'm
this is it.
I'm so nervous right now. We are under 3 minutes.
I am too. And
right now,
Adrian,
they have no plans to. Just a quick update as well. They have no plans right now to hold at the usual T-minus 40 second point that they have for a hold. There's always automatic systems that could prevent that and like automatically hold at T-minus 40 seconds, so you never know. And yeah, we saw that tower event coming back. That is essentially confirmation that propellant load has wrapped up on the ship.
I'll tell you one
there's
thing, that
the
camera view we see here is not going to,
right there.
that camera's not going to survive long after.
No, that camera is very much like, that's what's the next level of danger? That's like
danger. Death cam.
Confirmation that indeed propellant load is complete on Starship. So, 5,000 tons of propellant on board this rocket, about to lift off in less than 2 minutes.
And we are once again here, everybody. We are at below 120 seconds to a Starship potentially launching.
And we just got word that prop load is complete. Yeah, prop load is complete. I think it's happening. So we are about 1 minute and 40 seconds out. Adrian, when does the Starship's computers take over the launch count at this point?
Which will be, once again, similar to Falcon 9 at 1 minute. And going forward from that, if we go down the countdown, we also have a few more minor steps that we will observe here. We will have the verifying go for launch at 30 seconds. Then we have the flame deflector, the giant flame deflector system at the bottom of the rocket, which will activate at 10 seconds. And then the Raptor ignition ignite at 3 seconds. That will be a staged ignition. And then at 0 seconds, they will throttle up the Raptors above 50%. And then basically achieve a thrust-to-weight ratio of over 1. And as soon as they achieve that, it's go.
That's it.
After that, we're going.
We're going. And we are at the just about the 40-second mark to launch. And if they were going to hold, we would probably get word of that right now. But it looks like we're passing through that. We were listening for that hold to happen. It doesn't appear to be happening. So we are 30 seconds out now from the launch.
No hold.
They're going. All right, so that's it, folks. We are going. So what we're going to do is at the end of the count, as we always do, we will be keeping quiet.
Go for launch.
And my heart rate's starting to go now, guys, too. My watch is about to notify me.
Watch for the deluge. Watch for the deluge. We will. The next thing, we are 10 seconds. We should see the deluge now. There it is.
And we got ignition.
And lift off.
Successful liftoff, gentlemen, but it looks like one engine is out, Adrian?
Yeah, it looks like they lost one Raptor engine so far. They are flying with 32 engines uphill so far, which is good. Like, there's some engine out capability on Super Heavy. They should be still fine.
Going through max Q.
Yeah, max Q.
Oh, boy.
Oh, there we go. There's the... Oh, it's looking beautiful.
Passing through the
especially at this hour.
The engine that they lost is also on the outer ring of engines, so in theory that should not affect the return of Booster 11.
Good. Because only the center 16 started, right? Hey, looking good so far. Going down range.
Yeah. Looking good.
There we are. In the interface there you can see the one engine on the left. You can see it out.
Yep.
Yep.
So let me grab the timeline here as we are going through this here.
And for those who watch Falcon launches, you'll see that those grid fins are always out on the booster.
And the
I think this is engine
that
chill,
you'll be able to see those grid fins actually rotating ahead of hot staging because they help on the rotation of the booster. So watch out for those grid fins. They will turn. Well,
30
they might
seconds to
even
that maneuver.
already be turned.
They can see the engine chill, I think, right? Going on still
Yep.
on the vacuum engines.
Should be coming up
Kind of
on the
a-
hot staging in just a few seconds.
And the good news is
there
we
it
still
is.
have 32 engines lit, so
That's good.
we haven't lost
Might
any
change the
further
timeline
engines.
a bit, by the way. Don't be worried
Yeah.
if the timeline change a bit, because the one engine is out. That might change a bit of the
There we
events.
go.
As we can
Grid
see,
fins are rotating.
Yep.
Booster engine cut off.
hot staging.
And there's the ship ignition. And hot staging.
Look at that!
All right.
Look at the grid fin rotating back.
And booster now going for the aggressive flip and boost back burn.
Yeah, looks good.
I
on
see-
the boost back.
I see all the engines so far good. That's good.
The ship also
And
all
all-
6 engines are lit. Going
Yep,
into
and this is already better than the.
Oh, boy.
Well, the boost back is already looking good, right, Alex?
That's
like
right.
the last time.
Let's see what happens. Also, watch out for the hot staging ring jettison as well.
Oh yeah, I want to see if that happens during the flip.
Let's see what happens. We're coming up on that end. You can see there on the speed. It's now coming back.
3
Shutting
engines.
down.
All right.
Yep.
I love that
And-
sequence of how they shut things down.
And
Right.
shutdown of all
Shutdown.
engines. And now let's wait for if they actually deploy doing a rotation. You can see the start of the rotation.
Oh, there you go. Look at that.
There we go. Yes, exactly that. Because
That's
that
staging
means
ring.
they're doing that because the difference in like mass makes it now float away. It's kind of like a Starlink deploy.
And it's flipping.
That is awesome.
You can see there the thrusters firing on the methane tank on the top as the booster rotates. So it's essentially sort of what we expected, right? That it will be jettisoned during the flip. Meanwhile, the ship is going into that near orbital speed. So everything, we had just that one single Raptor on the way up, but it still can do the job. It's a multi-engine vehicle. It can still do the job even if it loses one engine on the way up. Boost back burn looked to be good so far. I don't know about you guys, but
Yeah.
look well. Starship,
So
Ship
now-
29, continuing with its burn.
Now the important next question will be, of course we had a successful boost back burn.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
there will not be an entry burn. That's the one thing we need to point out here. Super Heavy does not perform an entry burn, but there will be a landing burn. And this is the simulated catch. This is what they are wanting to try here. So get ready for that simulated catch. And we want to see, correct me if I'm wrong here, Alex, all
Yes.
center engines, basically everything but the outer ring should ignite.
Yeah, exactly. All 13 engines will ignite for the landing burn. Just real quick before we go into the super heavy action, I gotta acknowledge the fact that I don't see any major tile loss on Ship 29. By the way,
Oh, true.
It's very clean.
Everything. This is amazing.
we should be seeing
I
already
mean-
those grid fins on Super Heavy starting to wiggle as the booster is already passing through 60 kilometers. So it's about to hit the super parts of the atmosphere.
The timeline is a bit later than
Oh,
it
look
was
at
initially
this.
planned. Oh,
Look at that.
That's
Whoa.
that's
That's
the
a
that's
cool
the
view.
forward
Ooh,
that's the
see
forward
the
dome,
motor-
right?
You can see on the right above the engine,
The
way
Griffin
for,
motor.
for the ship, you can see the motors turning. Oh my lord!
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Look at that.
That's the Griffin motors, right? That's the steering.
Oh, look
Whoa,
at that!
Look at that one.
Look
Outward
at
facing
that.
camera. Woohoo!
So every
Oh,
time
look at the speed. The speed is going now down as it hits the
Landing
atmospheric.
landing burn should start up very soon here.
Yeah. Watch out for that engine.
And we want to see
graphic.
13 healthy engines.
Yeah.
I think.
Look at that contrail.
Oh, look at that.
Come on. Booster 11.
1,500.
That grid fin's working really hard there.
It's giving it everything, and I think yes,
okay.
we have.
There we go.
I see 13. I see 13.
No, there's one out.
Oh,
12.
One out.
Down
12.
to
12.
three. Down to 3.
And
And
there was some.
That's
landing.
water. That's water.
It's landing. It's landing on the water.
Splashdown.
Jeez. Oh my lord. Booster 11 landing on the ocean, and there goes the tumble.
There it goes. But that was what they were hoping
Amazing.
for, right? So that result was what they were hoping for.
Landing of Booster 11.
Ship has entered.
And somebody
terminal
asked
gate.
earlier, where does
General guidance. That means it is now on close guidance, trying to target that near orbital trajectory. Whew.
Okay,
Safety
that's
first.
that's half the stage so far
okay.
down.
Right.
RVAC shut down.
AVAC shut
and
down.
these centers.
And the centers burn a bit more.
Yep. And
So if we can
And
unpack for a
we
second
should
what we saw.
and
Oh, there we go.
shut down.
Shut down.
Once again, Starship makes it into, well, not full orbit, but near orbital trajectory.
Right. Close enough. And
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 that
second time
means
over.
got.
Oh, there you go. Nominal orbital insertion.
yeah.
Maybe a bit too early to celebrate, but if everything goes well now, we have a high chance of once again seeing some spicy re-entry.
There's definitely, it's already committed to a reentry, right? Because it's already in that trajectory. Now the point of Ship 29 is to control its attitude. It's probably like me right now that I have to control my excitement, I guess, my attitude as well. This is so exciting. We had that booster splashdown, and now that ship back in orbit. Boy, that's amazing.
Now I did see some debris coming off of that booster on the way back down, so I'm sure they'll be looking at that. But it looks as though if they were trying to catch the booster, they probably would have been able to there.
Yeah, I mean, we had one engine out. Sorry, there's always this, there's this wave energy.
That's also the thing with the booster landing burn, that it lost one engine on the landing burn. It had 12 engines actually instead of 13, and still it made it. Oh, are those tracking views of the chip from the ground?
That's
after
sick.
that, the booster was able to do its boost back burn. Oh, this looks like we're actually getting some views from the ground still, potentially from Florida, of the ship as it's up there.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's a view from some of our tracking cameras on the ground in Florida. But the ship, we just heard successful orbital insertion, so it's right where it needs to be, and is now going to continue on its way to coast until it comes to reentry. But I mean, the booster, successful boost back burn, jettison the hot stage, and then a landing burn. It looked like we saw 12 of the 13 engines light up, and then that first ever soft splashdown in the water. So a whole lot still to come. Ship now on its way to its primary objective of entry. That's going to be coming up in just under 40 minutes from now. So a lot still to come, but wow, what a 9 minutes to start this mission off.
And
So SpaceX sounding pretty positive there. Yeah, go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a treat for you, everybody, because we like
More
to
treats?
celebrate special milestone with special clubs. You know, our clubs are here, and this time we go swimming because it's summer, it's hot. So with the splashdown of the booster successfully in the water, we have some released merch that just popped up. I'm waiting for it to pop up here. Okay. But we have. Yep, I'm waiting for it.
What's also coming? The ship is coming down, right? Because it's already committed to that entry.
Oh yeah.
I cannot wait for those views of reentry.
We are. It looks good so far. Well, talking about commentary things.
We were
that's
talking
normal.
about
That's normal. Don't worry about it.
Yes, it's okay. Sometimes they lose a bit of signal here and there. It's also using Starlink, right? So it's very experimental. I guess today was like a testament of the engine out capability of a Starship. We saw Flight 1 engines being lost left, right, and center, and that was bad. Today is an example of, okay, they lost one engine on the way up, they lost one engine on the landing burn, and still it did work, right? That's the whole point. Falcon 9. So the thing with Falcon 9 is it could lose an engine on the way up, and it will still do the work on the way up, but not on the landing, whereas Super Heavy can actually do both. And
here we go.
It did the landing. So here is the merge celebrating that landing. Go ahead.
The Super Heavy Swim Club. If you want to join that swim club, it's now available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you, production, for bringing that up. And we still have a very, very, very small amount of Flight 4 and Flight 1 patches still. So if you want to grab the last few ones of that while you get this, make sure that this is the way how you can support us, then how we can do it. Again, this is just about to sell out. I'm basically probably removing this like after I say this. So thanks everybody for supporting us. I don't want to talk too long about the merge here, but I want to make sure that yeah, it's the way how we can make sure everything in this works. Again, shirts, everything available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com if you like this, and that's the way how we can all keep doing this. Thank you so much, and let's get back to do we have some re-entry views again, like some ship onboard views, or is this oh god. Okay, we have no views at this moment. They're still waiting for the acquisition of signal.
Right, but we have data.
Signal, yeah.
And if we can, maybe we could go back briefly to that booster side of things. So this mission really was more of a test of returning versus going, and it looked as though the booster returned successfully.
Yeah. So they still, again, just because they don't have video doesn't mean that they have lost complete signal. You can see there the speed and altitude is changing. That is live telemetry from the ship. They just don't have live video. So those two things go in different channels. So yeah. Did we see the chopsticks move at all? Now that I'm seeing the chopsticks, yeah, they closed.
Ooh.
Because they are closed.
So was there a hardware demonstration on the chopsticks as well?
Probably calls for people operating to pull it.
It was low, not fast enough for catch. I'm hearing from the voice of some presence in my head.
But I would imagine part of the software simulation of a catch was moving, right? Like that's part of the system.
Yeah, the point that I will make here though is they moved, which they don't normally move. This close after a couple of hours, at least in previous in previous attempts. One thing that you could see, I'm scrolling through right now, is that they closed at the time of the booster catch of when that will happen. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that they were indeed testing the catch on those chopsticks.
Yep. So
because they closed, I mean, like I'm looking through. And yeah, they closed at the time of the catch.
I feel like the odds of seeing a catch on Flight 5 are like I'm not saying it's confirmed yet, but they're certainly rising.
They're a lot closer, right? Because we have not seen a controlled landing into the ocean before, so that was a major milestone reached here. And for those of you just tuning in, we are T+ now 17 minutes. From a successful launch of Starship, and we have already witnessed the controlled re-entry of the booster section into the ocean, where it landed on the water and stayed upright for a period of time, and that part is complete. Now, Starship is essentially in a suborbital zone here. It is essentially in space, more or less, and we are waiting now for the next stage of this test flight and reacquisition of its video signal, although we have data coming in there at the bottom. Alex, what's going to happen next with Starship?
Yes, right now it's in that coast phase, heading on its almost orbital trajectory to the Indian Ocean. It should re-enter over the Indian Ocean about let me see, about 47 minutes after liftoff. So essentially 30 minutes from now, it still has a bit of a trip to get to that place. They keep not having video link, but they still have telemetry, as you can see there on the bottom. Speed and altitude is still changing, so they still have data. But hopefully we can get back that video. They can get that, and we can see those awesome views from space. But on flight 2, if you remember, we didn't have any onboard views pretty much after T+1 minute or so. So hopefully we get something this time around. Ooh, what's this?
Is that? Oh, that's
Is that
the
a
moment
replay of?
That's the replay of the team reactions.
Oh my lord. That's me saying 33, but then I look at the telemetry.
Yeah, that's my shock. You can see the shock.
and I'm trying to see how many are lit. That was what I was doing there.
That's cool to see.
Yeah.
It's okay. Super Heavy can lose an engine as a treat.
Yeah, I'm counting.
I'm looking forward to see our reaction to the landing, Bernd. That was a bit more violent, I can tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw some debris kicking up there towards the end. So I don't know, that may have been when we lost that engine as it came in.
That was this is just us being very
jumping. He was
Look
probably
at the team
telling
tracking.
the rocket, "Come on, move to the other side."
And again, we don't have signals right now from space. That's why we can show this because
yeah. As soon as we see SpaceX receiving video telemetry back, we'll put it here. But right now they don't have it, so.
Look at the team on the hotel, like 4 or 5 people just standing next to each other tracking.
So I'd love to check in with Dawson a little later to see what they could see, because he was quite concerned with the level of fog that they may not have been able to see much, but maybe they saw it punching through the clouds as it went up. I see Dawson looking for it.
Yeah, you can see them looking for it and like.
Right. I remember the last space shuttle launch that I went to, it went right into the clouds. So you saw it for about 4 seconds before it went up there. Hey, and while we're waiting for telemetry or visuals to return from Starship, I want to continue to thank everyone who's supported our efforts today and always. You've been seeing messages from people who've purchased merch in the store, and also those who have gifted memberships to others, and those who have generated super chats for us as well, or donated super chats. So thank you all for your support, because capturing the views that you just saw takes a lot of effort and a lot of equipment, and that's most of what you saw on liftoff was from our cameras. So it's an amazing effort. We had an awesome mini documentary that kind of showed you the passion of what our team has for this effort, and it was really fun to watch that. So Adrian, why don't we recap where we're at right now? We are T+20 minutes. Starship is in a suborbital trajectory in space, and what else is going on?
Well, we have. We are waiting basically now for the ship to reach that re-entry part, which is expected about 26 minutes from now. The interesting thing now that SpaceX will at some point hopefully confirm is if the I'm
Apparently-
losing my train of thought. If the attitude control system is still working, Alex, go with that update.
Yeah, apparently Elon is saying that they do have acquisitional signal in terms of the video. They have 11 internal cameras are transmitting, figuring out why external cameras aren't. So it seems like they do have video signal. It's just that the ones that are working are only internal. So yeah, they don't have any of those amazing external views.
And last time we were remarking how amazing Starlink was to not only give us those external views so well, but also to have them continue to work right through the reentry process. And that's what we're holding out to see that. Because what we should see, just like we saw last time, was the plasma building up on the side of the spacecraft or underneath it as it enters the atmosphere. So hopefully they get everything working before that point. So, Alex, what's going on right now as it coasts? Because there's obviously things they're doing, collecting data. What is Starship doing right now?
I think. Sorry, just a quick interrupt. I think there's a check-in with the Margaritaville. Hello, D. How was it?
It was loud. We could not see anything. But the audio experience was there. It was probably about 30 seconds to launch. The fog just barely started to clear enough that we were like, oh, wait, I think the pad is right there because it was the slightly darker spot of fog. We're all readjusting our cameras at the very last second. And, we had some glowing for about, at most, 10 seconds. That was... the totality of our launch experience. But I will say up here, I do believe that I heard something with the booster well after we watched the stream as it came down to do that soft touchdown. We were trying to listen out, and I thought I heard a noise coming from the water.
So maybe a sonic boom.
It's what, 20 kilometers away? That's not like... That's not impossible to hear as a rocket, right?
Yeah, I have definitely heard like Falcon 9 launches from the St. Cloud area or around Orlando if it's a really quiet day. So I totally believe that we could have heard that. Yeah.
And
I'm doing the math.
And D, this is Lon. Sorry, go ahead. So D, this is Lon. I wanted to get your feeling on what it felt like, because obviously you could hear it, but could you feel the shockwaves coming down?
A little bit. So this is the first time that I've been sort of around a larger structure. So this is my first time really at least hearing all the different objects around me being vibrated by it, and then feeling the ground move just a little bit more than you do if you're standing on the solid ground.
Right. Yeah, you're on the roof there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So D, I just did the math, by the way, and 12 Raptor 2 engines are even louder, or should be more powerful, than a Falcon Heavy. So if anyone can hear a Falcon Heavy 20 kilometers out, you should be able to hear that super heavy landing burn. So
well, there we go.
Yeah, I believe you probably heard that.
Fantastic. Glad to have that confirmed.
Can we just put that quickly into context? The landing burn of this rocket is more powerful than Falcon Heavy. What?
Yeah, it's equivalent to 32 Merlin engines at full power. Elon says external camera comes online in 11 minutes. So there we go. We'll have cams back.
And the next major event is at T40, so we should see some video right as things are happening.
Yeah, T plus 47 minutes and 25 seconds. That is the ship entry on SpaceX's timeline. I have here the whole thing, so that's why I'm not looking at the camera. Don't worry, I'm not, ignoring you guys out there. I gotta keep track of where we are and everything. It's complicated to remember everything.
And we have a lot of information flowing at us at the same time, so it's been
I have
great.
a question for D though.
Okay.
You heard Super Heavy coming back for a landing. Are you going to be there for Flight 5 for the catch? Do you think they're going to be doing a catch on the next one? Because, woo.
I don't know. I hope so. I will try to be as close as possible and have as many cameras as close as possible around the pad, because the last 2 launches for me have been mediocre, I will say, camera view wise. So if I can get all my cameras up close to try to capture a landing attempt whenever that happens, I'm in. I'll be there.
I cannot wait
Quickly-
for your footage. Go ahead, Adrian.
Quickly want to also acknowledge your amazing behind the scenes video. We
Yes.
saw that earlier,
Yeah.
and this was
amazing.
probably one of the closest I ever came to tearing up on an NSF stream.
Wow.
So
Thank you. Thank you.
That was an amazing video, and I really enjoyed that. So thank you so much for that.
Oh, of course.
Zach.
I'm glad to share those moments.
Less than 30
It looks
minutes
like
after launch, people are back on the roadblock.
On the pad. Yeah. So the cops are back on the LBJ road there. So it looks like they're getting ready to inspect the launch site post-launch. And now this is the fourth launch from here, and the third one where there was. We'll get the full damage report in a little bit, but it didn't seem to be all that much debris kicking up from our cameras when we watched things. So it looks like a lot of those early issues that they had with Starship destroying most of the surrounding area has been rectified here. So we'll be seeing people moving in pretty soon, it looks like. So if you're just tuning in, we are T plus almost 29 minutes. We do not have video imagery from Starship just yet, but we're going to be getting it back shortly. And what we should see when we get that footage back is really the primary goal of this mission, which is to test all of the re-entry systems of Starship. That includes the thermal heat tiles, looking at how the ship can maneuver on its way down and hopefully have a controlled splashdown, if you will, in the Indian Ocean. Now, we did see earlier a controlled splashdown, if you will, of the booster, which did make it back, and it looks like achieved most of what SpaceX was hoping to, which is to kind of simulate a grab of the chopsticks over at the launch site, which is ultimately what they want to do for reusing this enormous launch system. So far, one part of the mission seems to be mostly successful, definitely a step along from where they were last time, and the jury's out right now on what will happen with Starship's re-entry, which will be a much more violent maneuver here. So Dee, thank you very much for joining us out there, and hopefully you'll get a better view on the next one. It was a little foggy. Thank you so much for what you put together, kind of really what the team puts in to make these launches possible. Hopefully we can see more of those in the future. I know everybody here loved it. I'm sure everyone in the chat did too. So thank you, everybody.
Of course. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. And yeah, I'll definitely be making lots more of those, and I'll see you next time.
All right. All right, well, hopefully the fog clears a little bit so you can see the aftermath there, and we're looking at it right here. Granted, we're pretty far zoomed out here, but everything looks intact. A little crispy on the pad there, but otherwise pretty
I think
clear.
the best testament of how well this pad fared after liftoff was that movement of the chopsticks. That I'm already calling it. They were testing the catch there. It was right around
Alex is calling it close the case.
Yeah, it was around 7 minutes when they started to close. So yeah, that was at the time of the landing burn of the booster. But yeah, it seemed fine. I see the OLM is also fine as well. People came back to the roadblock less than 30 minutes after liftoff. So so far so good. Maybe they can launch really fast.
And we're about 9 minutes away from the next major milestone, which is the beginning of re-entry. So there we go. And I have word from the control room that we have another special guest joining us by popular demand. So why don't we pop up that surprise guest? Oh, look, it's Das.
What do you mean surprise guest? How is it a surprise that I'm on the stream, Juan? How does that work? Surprise. Hey, I love hearing a great rocket launch. I know you already heard from Dee, and we heard from Starship as well. It lit up. We saw the flames at the base. we sort of saw it going. The plume is so bright, like it burned through the fog just a little bit, but we only got a few seconds of visibility. But the sound, I don't know, this is like a thing that it's a theme for rocket launches, but sometimes when your visibility is not as good because there's fog or there's clouds or whatever, that additional mass of humidity in the air transmits the sound better. So when you sort of get like you lose out on the visuals, the auditory experience is enhanced sometimes. And let me tell you about the auditory experience we had, because that was the experience we had, was the auditory experience today. But anyways, that was fantastic to hear. And we were talking up here. The NSF team that rolls out and does all of these different things. We've got people all over. We've got cameras all over. So I'm sitting here, and on the one hand, I'm a little bummed I didn't see it. I'm excited that I got to hear it because it sounded really amazing. But we had fantastic views because there were so many cameras and so much work that went into it. So I'm torn. I'm a little bummed. I'm not going to lie, right? But I'm also excited because we had a fantastic launch, and it's still going right now. Like, Starship is still on its way, isn't it?
It sure is. Yeah. We are about, about 7 minutes away from the next milestone at T+40, and we hope to reacquire some signals there. And Das, I hear that our rapid turnaround on photography is still rapidly turning around, and we actually have a metal print already of Flight 4's liftoff at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So the team is cranking away here. Even though you guys didn't get a good view, we did get views from other places that we were there. So good stuff.
That's okay. We supported, if that's the close-in view of the liftoff that Sean got from a Danger trailer, we supported that. Like, we got the trailer out there. We got the uplinks all ready to go. The power, like everything, it's all a team effort to get that stuff working. So the metal print exists because we all work together to make it exist. So I keep turning around to see if we can see the metal print, but...
Yeah, it looks great. I'm seeing it in the chat room here. I'm sure we'll get it in. There it is.
There it is.
Already available. So
nice.
That's how quick it turns around. This is why it's so important to get things like Danger trailers so close to the pad, because with the fog being what it was, we couldn't get that from a distance there. So you can see the level of detail that came out of that. It is beautiful. So rapid turnaround here. I'm sure we've got more in the hopper already. So good stuff from Sean.
Definitely going to be more coming, and that's another trick. Like, one of our NSF party tricks is being able to get those shots back before you can access the camera. Like, back in my day, you had to go physically to the camera and get the SD card out, and then you could look at it, and sometimes that was the next day or hours after launch or whatever. So one of the party tricks that we put a lot of resources into working on is the ability to get those shots off the camera before we can actually get to the camera. So we still have more things coming in from other shots, other cameras that were out there, and we'll share them as soon as they come in.
All right, we'll keep everybody posted on that. And Das, I am sure you are super busy out there getting everything broken down for the mission, so we can let you go. But I know the chat wanted to make sure you were okay. So
we are fine. So we think we heard the landing. The booster soft landing. We were hanging out. We were all trying to be quiet. We were like excited that the launch was still going, but we were also sort of like listening, and we're like, oh, be quiet. So our mics recorded. I don't know if our mics actually recorded it, but here on the roof, some long amount of time after everything had happened, we heard a rumble, and we think that what we were hearing, we need to do the math. But we heard a rumble, and we felt like we might be hearing the booster doing booster things, I guess inaugurating the swim club out in the Gulf of Mexico. But I don't know. We'll have to see if we actually heard the booster or not. I like that design, by the way. That design's fantastic.
Yeah, it's like, help me. And Alex did the math, and I believe you did hear it.
Really?
Yeah.
He believes you heard it.
You should have heard it, because I did the math, and it should be equivalent to 32 Merlin engines. And you know what other vehicle has an approximate amount of Merlin engines? It's Falcon Heavy. So if you can hear Falcon Heavy 20 kilometers out or 20 miles, like at that point, Falcon Heavy doesn't really matter if it's 20 miles or 20 kilometers, because it's very powerful and it's very loud. And 20 miles or 20 kilometers is still hearable, I guess is the word, right? You can still hear it. So if you could hear that, you should be able to hear Super Heavy boost, landing burn with 13. Well, it had 12, but it's still it's like 32 engines. It will have been more powerful than if it had been 13. It will have been even more than Falcon Heavy. But yeah.
We were torn going back and forth because we had the stream up on the screens here, but we're crewing the cameras over here, and they're like, "Oh, come back and look at the screen. Oh, go back to the camera. Oh, hey, wait, maybe we should turn this. Maybe we should turn the microphone. Okay, back to the screen, back to the camera." And there's a cable here, and I had to go around this cable every single time so that I wouldn't, tear the camera off the tripod, and then just that would be an interesting view to see. I'll let y'all get back to it though.
SpaceX has external camera views back.
All right.
Nice.
So we should be seeing those very shortly. So yeah, we're about 3 minutes out. There we go. So we are 3 minutes out.
Yeah, this is actually one of the cameras that is not on the flap. The ones that we saw from Flight 3 was one that was in the flap. This is in the body of the ship near the nose cone. Actually, it's below the nose cone section. There's like a box with multiple cameras looking in different directions, and there's one looking at the forward flap. This is the forward flap there of the ship, the one on the right hand side of the ship, if you can imagine.
Okay, this might be me looking for things, but this ship looks stable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not spinning.
Yeah,
right.
No spins.
Well, I remember last time I had asked both of you if it was barbecuing because it was spinning last time. This is a much different profile, isn't it?
It's holding, it's holding attitude. You know what is also holding? I was going to mention this before with Daz, but because he was talking about the cameras and everything that we have in the field, I've been told that our trailer cameras and everything are all in good condition after liftoff.
Survived.
So they all survived, and our connections and everything. So, hooray!
All right.
Danger trailer lives to see another launch.
That's right, and there might be a very short. There might be a short turnaround this next time, right? There seems to be. So far, it's not. Things are in good shape.
Of the launch pad and of the trailer.
So with the booster touching down, I would say the booster has not triggered a mishap so far. Based on my knowledge about mishap investigations, the booster probably did not trigger a mishap so far, and they have a lot of outs on the ship. Oh well, engine outs. Well, we'll see. But the ship has a lot of outs on mishaps where they don't trigger a mishap, and so
if you remember the new rules, an agreement with the FAA that if Raptor engines fail on the way down, they don't really count as a mishap if it's like within safety corridors and things like that.
But one failed doing up.
That's right.
That's like I'm pretty sure it's not a mishap yet. I feel relatively okay that this might not be a mishap yet, and the ship is now the interesting part, because if the ship fails normally during re-entry, basically through failure of heat shield, that should not trigger a mishap based on the FAA updates. So that would mean they could launch as early as they have the next stack ready, which, I mean, let's be real.
They got plenty of rockets.
3, 4, 5 weeks from now, we could see another Starship. So I hope everybody in the team is ready for another good time of preparing more assets.
Right. That's right. It's going to become a very busy cadence here. And they build these rockets faster than they launch them. So they've got many more ready to go, or close to ready to go. So we're going to bring Jack in a minute, who's out in the field as well. So I think he's going to be audio only for the initial go around here. I'm not sure if Jack is with us just yet or not, but when he is, he can say hello.
Oh, I'm with you. Can you hear me?
There we are. Yes. So what was it like out there, Jack? Can you hear us?
The sound was exceptional. I will say that. The sound was really delightful. We had a few isolated little holes in the clouds, so we did get to see it ascend and pitch down range. It was pretty amazing, honestly. But right now is, in a lot of ways, the most exciting part of flight. Starship is about to start re-entering the atmosphere, and the big question is, will it make it? I'm excited. I'm excited to see that pink plasma glow start forming around the flaps. Go ahead, Alex.
I want to point out one little thing that we're seeing here. Did you see that attitude that it has right now? It is positioning itself on a high pitch angle for that reentry. It is bonkers.
Oh, there's the
And this looks
animation.
like,
with
That is
Right.
the animation from SpaceX of what we should expect.
It's like 60 to 70 degrees inclined, right? That's about the angle of attack we are looking at.
At least, as of a few years ago from Elon, it was like 70 degrees or something like that. So that's what we're expecting in terms of the angle of attack of the ship.
Then that maneuver.
I can't wait to see if they get this far. I really want to see if they get that far, and I really hope that if they do get that far, there are some epic views from SpaceX of that maneuver. Because it's been, I mean, what? How many years? 2 years? 3 years since we've seen a Starship do a flip and burn.
Man, I can't
Exciting!
wait. I'm being reminded in
completely
that channel.
crazy.
This is like the shuttle, also with a high angle of attack.
That's right. Well, the good
It's a
news
very
is that
subtle reminder, but yeah.
when we watched this the last time, we were seeing a lot of rotation. This is, it looks as though it's entering the atmosphere very close to the way that animation just showed us. So that's a good starting point. It's always good to start with a stable profile. And it looks like that's what we have here.
There's
and
the flap
there we
cam.
go.
The other camera.
Yeah, look at
And
how
we should
stable
start-
it is. Like,
Yeah.
it's just gliding, basically heat shield forward here.
Right. And
Watch out for the
want.
altitude. You remember on the last flight, we saw plasma as soon as it hit 100 kilometers, right? So we'll see.
Yeah.
And the
Huge
ocean
shout
below
out
is the
to the
Indian
AVI
Ocean.
and the software teams and everybody that's been working with us. We're getting more cameras on Starship, not just because it looks cool, but this provides an incredible insight into reentry, which is, historically a really tough window to look
Starship is
through.
approaching entry
The
interface.
physics of reentry are insanely intense. One of my favorite NASA astronauts, Victor Glover, recently described it as with the forces and the flows and the temperatures, it's like pointing at a raging river in one spot and saying, tell me exactly what's happening right there. And that's what a ship is experiencing as it goes through, as it's moving through the atmosphere at, more than 5 miles a second and heating up to thousands of degrees. So just having visual representation, just being able to see what's happening is incredibly valuable. So these views are going to be through Starlink. We've got this one. This is in one of the forward flaps looking back. So if you see it rotating around, that's because, again, it's embedded in one of those forward flaps. So as we get through and we start to build up density in the atmosphere, this view is going to move around as the flap does. And then the other one we had a little bit earlier is looking at one of the other forward flaps on the other side. Eventually, we're going to keep adding more cameras to Starship, get a couple of different views from the outside of all the different areas. And then also eventually to be able to see payloads once they're deployed.
There we go. Yeah.
There it comes.
Here it comes.
Oh,
This
we
is
are in
looking-
for something here.
Yes, we are, and this is looking a lot better than it did last time. So we are stable.
Stable. It's very stable.
It was
That
very
is 3/4 of
interesting.
the battle here.
It was very interesting to see already, the effects of the atmospheric drag very high up.
Build as the ship is getting closer to the Earth's atmosphere. Now, how let's talk a little bit about how Starship will survive
Yeah, that's a lot
reentry.
better.
And itself.
Exactly. We've been talking about this entire flight test. There's 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles surrounding the bottom portion or the Earth-facing side of the ship.
100 kilometers altitude, good altitude for entry.
Great call outs there. Now, during atmospheric reentry, the vehicle is going to see temperatures as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit or over 1,400 degrees Celsius. So those tiles are there to help protect the vehicle from this extreme heat.
Yeah, and the flaps will help control it. Now, one noticeable difference I see.
This is insane.
And remember last time when we watched this, a lot of that plasma was building up on that fin that we're seeing currently against
so
the body
far
of
so
the
good.
Starship. So now we're seeing it on the belly, which is where you want it to be.
Yeah,
look at that.
Are we calling this stable? This looks really stable.
This is
Yeah, they're
This is
confirming
stable.
stable
Yeah.
reentry.
Yeah, like, look, there's no movement.
Whoa.
Yeah.
This
And
is
what's amazing...
Wow.
And,
That's so
and we're getting
beautiful.
video.
That's
so beautiful.
Yeah.
I wish there was a camera in front of it filming it. Jack?
Hey, man, you launch me into space, I'll do it.
Hey, you know what? We could all fit on this
going
one.
up the nose, and it is within expected numbers.
Oh, so we good? So you're saying we good?
We might get to see a flip and burn.
Yeah,
I mean,
think it's looking...
Don't get excited yet. The hard part is still to come.
Right.
This
try to
goes
see
on
that
for
speed going
20
down.
minutes.
Because that speed
This goes
needs to
on.
go well down, right? It's
Yeah, this
still
goes
near
on
or-
for 17 minutes.
Wow. That is a lot of... a lot can go wrong in that in that time span, but this is what this mission's all about. This mission was exactly what we're here to see right this minute, which is, can Starship survive a reentry and have a controlled, in this case, a controlled splashdown, but in the very near future, a controlled grab.
Oh, look at how hot it now gets. Like, you can
It is
see how
hot.
the plasma gets more and more dominant of the exposure. Ooh.
Oh.
Wow.
Awesome view that we have here.
Starship remains
This
on a
is
good
the-
entry trajectory.
This is the same view that we had when we first returned from the coast phase. Again, this is looking at the side of one of the flaps. It's incredible that literally at the bottom of this picture, we're basically looking through plasma, which is just absolutely mind-blowing.
Wild, very wild. Now we
is
are expecting
ridiculous.
entry to begin here in about 30 seconds or so. Entry to splashdown is expected to last about 6 minutes long. And that flip maneuver should occur around about 10 minutes before splashdown. And such incredible views that we're
Starship
getting.
approaching peak heating region.
Ooh.
Great call outs there.
And
yeah, these views are absolutely
Look behind
astounding.
it. Look
Nose
behind
temperatures
it.
continue to rise within expected region.
And in your bottom right-hand corner, you can
You can see
also
the
follow
leading
along with the
edges there.
altitude of ship as it's returning back to Earth.
Look at that plasma building up on the flap.
So once again,
And
this
now
view
you
is-
see, look at speed. Look at the speed. It's
Yeah,
now
the
starting
speed
to
now
bleed.
It's going down. It's going down very, very fast because now it reaches peak heating, converts all of that speed into heat, and it goes down and down and down in speed. So, fingers crossed.
And it's still, I mean, we're not seeing a lot of reference points here, but it still looks stable.
Yeah.
I mean, at least from the
This is
telemetry data.
insane.
Oh, there we go. Peak heating
All right,
region.
great news there, telling
Heating
us
region.
that this is basically the hottest point that Starship should get during its reentry. Now, the heat shield is working with the atmosphere for some free braking. Okay, the atmosphere is helping to slow the Starship down.
Yeah, exactly. We're not using any engines or thrust to slow the vehicle down. Exactly what Kate mentioned. We're just using the atmosphere and those heat shield tiles protecting the vehicle as it's coming through that high heat temperature.
Yeah. Now, this is another one of those moments that we have been waiting for. Right now, the ship
cannot
is
believe.
currently re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, and by all looks and all call-outs that we're hearing on the net, it is doing pretty well. Now, we do not
How is
plan
this
to recover
working?
the spacecraft
Look
today,
at those
but
tiles.
rapid and reusable...
Because SpaceX, baby.
rapid and reliable
I mean, this is insane.
Look
It's
at that
bleeding
smoking.
off
Look at that.
speed.
Oh,
Look at that,
that is-
speed.
It's already
every
past
time-
the point of flight
Every
three.
time I think I've seen the most beautiful image that they've ever broadcast live, somehow they show
up-
another
they up
more
it.
beautiful image. Yeah, this is absurd. This is absurd.
This is the first time we see something like this. Every other spacecraft that we have seen is you see just plasma passing by a window.
Right.
This is actually the plasma interacting with a flap in the body of the vehicle.
Look at that.
This is-
Look, this is
Remains
almost
on
like
a good
these.
entry trajectory.
You know, it's incredible
Acceleration
to
and
look
good
at this photo
re-entry
and
trajectory.
wonder, wait, is it real? Is it frozen? We can see so I was just going to say we
Nose
can...
temperatures have stopped increasing.
Ooh, Oh, that is great news. The temperature is no longer building.
Yes!
But I was saying, like, we have a little bit of indication there. We can see that streaking that occurs and tells us that this is indeed a true view. So once again, we are looking basically through the plasma that is building up around the exterior of the ship.
And look at the vapor. Oh my gosh. Wow.
I mean, just to recap what we just heard, they confirmed temperatures are no longer increasing, which means they are at peak heating.
Look at the altitude. It's been very stable so far. I think they're just holding it at that altitude and just slowing down as it keeps being at 68 meters.
Yeah, you can see the speed just scrubbing off.
They're kind of using the upper parts of the atmosphere where it's not as thick, because if you go lower, of course, the drag would increase, you would get more heating. Right. So they're kind of like surfing. They're kind of like surfing all up here and just get the speed lower. It's insane.
And that's one way to manage this, right? Is to control how quickly you re-enter the atmosphere to keep the heating under control. I remember the shuttle would basically skid into the air, right? And on the way down to
it would do those big S-turns.
Right.
You see some sparks sometimes.
So it's like super stable.
What a gorgeous machine. Just using its size to its advantage to bleed off as much energy as possible.
How are we seeing this? How is this real?
Yeah, can we comment on how utterly rock solid this is? I mean, obviously it dropped out for a little bit, and then Elon tweeted that it would be back in 11 minutes, and then it came back, and holy cow! I mean, I presume. Wow, that blue wisp or whatever that just came off.
It's only blue. It's no longer orange.
It's purple. I stole that from Sean. Holy cow!
Ooh, look at this one.
Holy cow!
Oh, look at the flap! Look at the leeward side.
Whoa!
It's like a rainbow. Look at that.
Oh, it's doing
rainbow effect.
Yeah.
We talked about this. We have talked about this for years.
And now we're seeing. Now you're seeing it live.
Oh my gosh! What is it? Oxidation.
And Chris in the back channel saying it's the sparks like the shuttle did.
Look at the leading edge of the flap on the aft flap. It's like glowing.
Is that burning through?
Oh my god.
I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but I like it.
Raptor engine chill.
Raptor engine chill?
Yep. They're going.
How long until the flip? I mean, I guess we're still at 65 kilometers.
Yeah, it's still pretty high.
This is still 10 minutes away.
Yeah, this is going on for 10 minutes more. By the way, I want to apologize for being completely unprofessional in this commentary here, but how can you not?
I mean, there's a time for professional and there's a time for unmitigated awe, and I think right now we are
at unmitigated awe.
And we this is something that you could never see live on a spacecraft before. I mean, the last time we saw this was just the last Starship flight, and I think that it shows you just the resiliency of Starlink here. We're in plasma right now and transmitting. It's amazing.
Right now they're encountering, so they have already passed through the maximum heating. Now they're through the maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Whoa!
Look at that.
That's the prettiest color. It's green.
That's the most awesome. Look at that green.
Wow.
I might have a new favorite color. I might have a new. Even if it's a bad thing, I might.
Trajectory.
Good trajectory.
Wow.
Good trajectory. So this is planned. This is all good still.
If you're seeing little camera moves, that's the flap moving as it continues to maintain.
It's so beautiful.
The attitude of the vehicle as it re-enters.
I mean, they still have control. The flap is moving. The flap is moving. They still have control during this.
And we're also
put this
seeing
in a movie,
the altitude.
it will be like, oh, this is so unrealistic. No, this is like.
This is real.
Real. Yeah.
This is happening right now, right this minute. And if you look at the altitude now, the atmosphere is getting thicker, right? We're seeing that interaction. The altitude, the speed is reducing. The altitude is now coming down. So
it's already
using the vehicle's mass and speed to its advantage, and that's what we're getting here. Wow.
I think
really scrubbing off speed.
Yeah.
I'm calling it now. I have a new favorite color. It's plasma green.
Yes, I'm with you.
Adrian, when plasma green shirts?
Oh, I'm seeing
There you go.
the liquid oxygen tank there. So probably preparing for.
Well, I think we can say at this point, certainly there's a 57 kilometers to go here, but the Starship's launch here has exceeded what happened on the last one. So this is that incremental step
This is
every
already
time.
a win in my book. Whatever happens after this.
Yeah, it's far up the winning scale. Everything after this,
right?
Whatever.
And it's everything's bonus now. It's house money. So this is the wow. Look at that.
Yes.
Now am I seeing? What am I seeing it on the other side of that that fin there? Did it burn through, or is it just coming around it?
It might burn through.
Well, they have talked about in the past that the flap hinges specifically.
Yeah.
Okay. External tip.
This camera view is looking right at one of the forward flaps.
Oh, that's definitely starting to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're strategically putting some cameras around the vehicle to just look at the different areas.
There goes the pieces. Yep.
Looks like we got the flap starting to come apart a little.
Yeah.
You can do it, Flap.
Lose that flap in a minute.
You can do it,
Yeah,
Flap.
it does appear that we have a little bit of burn through there. We can see pieces of the vehicle flying off.
Just
What
a
a
bit
show
longer.
it has been. It's been like watching Interstellar.
15,000 kilometers. Come on, you can do it.
I think we have a new T-shirt. The little flap that could.
Look at that.
It's hanging on though. So Jack, you were saying the hinges were an area they were concerned about.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Oh my gosh, how can I even focus? I'm sorry, Lon.
Sorry.
Yeah, the hinges are hard.
How are they still here? It's true.
Yeah, this is still.
It stopped.
No way.
Wait.
It's
no way. I don't see plasma anymore.
Yeah.
You're right. 53 kilometers, 14,000 kilometers an hour. Rapidly scrubbing off speed. Oh, give us another camera.
That really could.
Give us another camera. The best flap there ever was.
Right.
This
oh
was.
My goodness.
I'm
this
that they may have also lost
this single flap was the best flap ever.
Yes, it hung on. And you know what's great about what we just saw is that I think they probably collected a lot of good visual data on the failure point to know how to address this in the future, especially the parts that hung on too, not just the ones that
they
burned
still
through.
have telemetry. They still have telemetry.
And look at the attitude. Look at the attitude of the ship. It appears, at least if the graphic is to be believed, the attitude is still, and we're rapidly scrubbing off speed. Did the glass just shatter? That's amazing.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Protection glass.
I wonder if that's thermal shock, like it was very hot and now it is descending into the lower atmosphere and it's becoming much colder and it just suddenly shattered. Okay, so yes, a failure of the flap hinge. Oh,
telemetry is still going. I still have data.
Still got telemetry, right?
And
and it's back.
We're back.
And it's back.
How is it back?
SpaceX
It's hanging on.
excited, as you can tell by the cheering behind us.
Jack, this camera
There's
needs
still
cleaning.
a sizable crowd here at
I'll get on
Control
it.
Center, Hawthorne.
Get that squeegee out.
Splashdown
We are
is
so back.
expected
It's
in
like
just
the
about
graph.
4 minutes from now.
Yeah, right.
We're still
And we're getting it all
still have
streamed
live
live via
views.
Starlink, which is
Starlink is doing
insane.
an incredible job.
Maximum
It's
entry
crazy.
dynamic pressure. External temperatures are dropping.
Max re-entry queue.
Wow.
Okay, good news. Those
Yeah.
external pressures
Already
are
well
dropping. The question is,
down.
how much of the ship is left? We can't really tell. We can still see
How much do we got
some of
left
that
here?
particulate coming off.
Can they do a
and
flip and
we
burn without
do
one
have
flap?
a
If
tracked camera lens.
if we see a Raptor ignite, I'm gonna lose it. I don't care if it's one single Raptor igniting would be insane.
And you can see that the
Right.
speed is rapidly slowing down. That's actually really
44
great news for
kilometers.
us. We
And
want
that should
the
be coming
vehicle
like
to be slowing down.
this, then start the belly flap.
Yeah, it's basically transitioning more and more to a complete horizontal.
Right.
Yeah, at this point, the most important thing on screen in a lot of ways is that attitude indicator for ship. We'll see if it can still maintain control with that poor busted flap.
I see more sparks. Yeah. But it's still going.
very.
It's just a little sparky. It's still good. It's still good.
It's okay.
It's good.
Oh.
Up.
No big deal. Still data. Still data. Look at the telemetry. Still data.
We
now
good.
The altitude hasn't changed all that much here, so I wonder.
That is great news.
Okay.
Maximum dynamic
Maximum.
pressure.
They
being the moment
reached
in
maximum
which the
dynamic
vehicle
pressure.
experiences the greatest amount of aerodynamic
Now the
pressure.
altitude's coming down again.
Speed still dropping. We're now at 37 kilometers above the ocean.
Let's go.
I do wonder if with one
down
flap
in the water
like
in the
this,
Indian
they
Ocean.
probably cannot move. I
Right.
do
We
wonder
don't
if
have a live view right now, but because we're still getting data and telemetry.
I feel like the forward flaps do more for the flip than the aft flaps. I base that on absolutely nothing. I could be completely wrong.
They still cameras.
Yeah, that's-
Very excited to see that view.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jack, but there is still cameras.
No, don't interrupt, please. This is insane.
Yes. And
How?
Insane.
We are 31 kilometers away from the ground.
Closer to Earth.
2.5 minutes to flip.
30
Flip and burn,
2.5
baby.
minutes to flip.
above the Indian
It's tipping forward. It's tipping forward.
Mach 2.
Mach 2.
Mach 2.
It's
Sounds
still
like
going
vehicles
so
traveling,
slow.
As we just heard, Mach 2.
It's
which
so.
is,
Look at
There
that
we go.
velocity.
Forward.
oh,
It's going
We're in
horizontal.
belly flap. We're in belly flap. Do it.
here up. It is a little bit.
Like the whole days.
Now T plus 1 hour.
It's
3
going a
minutes
bit
All right,
way
this is engine
forward.
flight.
into
Starship
Starship Flight 4.
It's a bit forward.
The ship.
All right,
this
is the part where we listen to the SpaceX
probably
crowd.
hanging on by a couple of bolts and threads, but it's still going, and that is excellent news.
That
Through the speed of
deceleration
sound,
is
it looks
looking
like?
incredible. We're about to go under 1,000 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
Starship is at 20 kilometers altitude.
Now, keep in mind that even though we can't see anything, the data itself is what we
still
really
moving?
are.
I still see some.
Subsonic.
Subsonic.
Is traveling
Subsonic?
below the speed of sound.
I see control.
He's moving.
Maybe.
You just missed. The flap is
That
still
simply means the flaps are actuating. I think we can see something.
What? Almost destroyed. The flap is
This
still
is a
moving.
nail biter. But we are, unfortunately, we can't see through the
That an
the
engine
lens, but
chill?
We're still getting the feed.
11
Starship is now,
kilometers.
11 kilometers over the ocean. All this data is incredibly important.
600 kilometers
We are
breaks up right
the
now,
same
Wow, it's still
altitude as
moving.
Yes
It's stable.
actuating through the glass.
Unbelievable.
We are the same altitude as Yes
8 kilometers. 8 kilometers.
10 kilometers altitude.
I love
Okay,
the
next
possible.
milestone will be initiation of the flip maneuver and landing burn.
I can't
No
believe
way
they're
this
still trying
works.
to
I
flip.
can't believe
On
this.
the
This
I
is
can't believe
No
they're still
way
trying to
this
flip.
works.
Screen for those 3 center engines to relight. They will gimbal or angle.
No way
so
this
that
works.
The ship flips itself back up vertical.
I believe in you, ship
and hopefully lands
29.
in a
I believe in
vertical
you.
You can do it.
And the crowd is very
at
excited
that.
to get this view of that flap still maneuvering.
That flap is just
5 kilometers
beat up.
altitude.
This
we're
might
still
be the
stable,
best
guys,
thing I've
right?
ever seen.
This is incredible.
Still stable.
Well, for sure.
2 kilometers,
close.
less than 400 kilometers an hour.
Fireflies are such
Do it.
a good sign of life right now.
Yep.
Come on, buddy, you can do it.
Take it.
You can do it.
You can do
25
it.
minutes to go. You're almost
Starship
there.
at 2 kilometers altitude, terminal velocity.
Landing beam startup for Starship.
Let him burn.
Oh my God!
All right, good news there.
What?
What?
Oh my God!
It did it.
Look at the. Oh my
It's
God!
vertical. It's vertical.
It did it!
Look at this
It
speed.
did it.
No way.
And
The
there's
water.
the, that's the
Was
water.
that the water?
I think that's the water. And it's floating.
No
Wow.
way!
The landing burn shutdown was
They did it.
commanded.
There are no words.
They did it.
They did it.
Those
Fourth
crazy,
time's the charm.
hardworking people They did
Yep.
it. Yeah, 4 times for
They pulled it
SpaceX.
off.
4 times the charm.
Yes.
Wow. I mean,
Wow.
it was a little bit of use your imagination as you were going down with what we could actually
It did
see,
it!
but we were able to hear the
So-
ship did its landing burn.
Wow.
Wow.
It did
So,
it. Huh?
Did we lose Jack? I think we lost Jack, but that was something. So this, I guess you can't characterize this any other way than a successful flight from start to finish.
Yes. Success
I mean, the ship was a
is
little
the
beat up
wrong
on the way
word.
down.
Success is not enough for what she's achieved.
Right.
Hey,
you know, I was watching.
Hey, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. That was amazing.
Yeah.
The road's open. I gotta go. The road's open. I gotta go.
Jack.
Go get those cameras, Jack. We'll see you. And by the way, that's another milestone. How quickly did they reopen the road? Yeah.
Yeah. So this was the peak, right? Right here, that was the peak. Nothing after this, it's downhill.
Right. It's all gravy, as they say. So what we just witnessed here was the successful launch of Booster and Starship. We saw Booster successfully do everything it needed to do to come back into a simulated grabbing landing, essentially. And then we saw Starship continue on to its suborbital trajectory. It survived re-entry. Even with a fin that was penetrated by hot plasma, it still managed to maintain controlled flight right to the ocean where it made a soft landing. This thing is built like a tank at this point, and I think to a large degree this really validates that this design is viable from a reusability standpoint. I'm sure they'd love to get their hands on some of those tiles to see what they look like. But remember, they had some tiles missing on purpose to see how just the material of the rocket would fare. Some tiles were thinner, and it all worked. So this is amazing. I think Flight 5 will not be far around the corner, and we may see some grabbing. So it's amazing.
I don't even know how to process this. How am I going to be recovering from this? It's like I just did the most insane thing in rocketry in the last few decades. I don't know.
Forever. How are we analyzing this? How are we putting who's writing Starbase updates this week and has to put words on what just happened?
Forget about Starbase update.
Right.
I have a twist. This week is spaceflight going out tomorrow. It's like I have 3 major headlines already. There's been 3 historic things this week already.
I'm sorry, by the way, for the
Fungus 6 and then Starship. It's like
Right.
We are officially in Tears territory because the return to the moon for humans was never closer than this.
Yes,
it's
and I think
man.
that's an important point to make because NASA's future and is really dependent on this system working, not only for the lander. But just the fact that just to get the fuel up to that lander requires this system to do what you just saw, minus the burning through the fin part. So this is a major milestone. Go ahead, Alex.
I was just gonna say, part of these. I'm trying not to tear up, but it's just also the emotions coming through, because I also know some people, at SpaceX and really like, holy cow, that ship re-entering and doing the flip, even with that flap being melted over. Obviously, they're going to be improving that, of course. They're going to be getting much better re-entries in the future. This is the worst that these re-entries are going to get.
Right.
And we got the landing burn and that flip and everything. And I was just going to say, man, huge congratulations to everybody that I don't even know if they're watching or whatever. I don't care. I just feel the need to say that because so many tears, sweat, blood, whatever, all the hard work that they have been doing. 4 flights already in the bag for Starship. I don't know what's going to be in store for Flight 5 or 6 or whatever. But I do know that this man here, Das, is going to have a lot of footage for the future flights of the Starship. We have him from the field.
Have some words
I have work to do here.
I don't know.
we weren't live for that. We weren't piping you our commentary, but we were doing our own commentary here on the roof. We were all crowded around the little screen, like squinting at what was happening. We're like, sparks! There's plasma! Like we were watching it. We recorded it all. So we will try to release some of our real-time reactions in the future because we had a ball.
I think we need like an NSF reacts to this, and it's like not even given. Don't even write what it is. Just NSF reacts to this.
Right. If they do it for movie trailers. Why not this? Right.
Yeah, for movie trailers, we'll start an NSF reacts channel or something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Do it. We got plenty of team members.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go back and watch it when it's darker because it was so bright out here. But we were like crowded around the little screen like monkeys screaming at a campfire or whatever. And we had a ton of fun watching that thing come on. That flap was the MVP. That flap was hanging in there.
How? That flap was like falling apart, and they had like you could see it. They had stable control at the end. They were in the glides.
I thought it'd be all welded together.
Yeah. Like it was half broken and it still moved. Like when I saw it through all the junk that that had accumulated on the camera, I was like, wait, is it moving? Like, what?
Think of the aerodynamic
camera glass
pressure. Yeah. Think of the aerodynamic
so much
pressure that was under.
We were looking at the camera glass, and the camera glass took a couple hits, and we're like, oh, the camera glass got dinged. And then it got totally cracked, and we're like, oh, is that thermal cracking, or what? Like, did it just take a bigger hit? And then we were like, hey, we should send somebody out there to clean that camera lens.
We'll send Jack.
Who wants to get out and
Jack
do that?
out
Right.
there. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
anyways, go ahead, Adrian.
I'm sorry, but like, if somebody are like, some people maybe in the comments be like, oh, why were you screaming during this? And like, I'm sorry, there was no hold. There was no filter.
You got it. Anyways, y'all, I look bad right now because everybody behind me is helping pack up stuff while I hang out on camera having fun.
We'll let you get finished up there. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna go ahead and pack up the roof because it's like now I can see the sun just in time for it to get hot when we need to pack up.
Yeah, right.
But we'll get all this packed out. Y'all keep on going with the stream. But thank y'all so much for watching. And everybody, I'm not gonna talk anymore. But thank y'all for supporting what we do. This is crazy. Like we would have never thought that this was a thing that so many people could be involved with. But we keep showing up as long as y'all keep showing up and support what we do. So we're out for now. Roof of the Margarita Hotel Resort over here at South Padre Island. And my part of the team, will see you nerds later.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawson. Great work out there with all of the the many things that had to work right today to deliver this coverage, which I think all of our stuff worked just as well as Starship did, which is great. So, yeah, this was an amazing thing here. I see in the back channel, Daniel B says we just witnessed history today, which I think we have.
Yeah.
Because there's been a lot of doubt, right, as to whether or not this system is going to do what it just did, but it did.
Yeah. There's one thing that I just I was DMing people and everything, and there's this thing where it's like, you're not supposed to do that, you're not supposed to survive that, right? It's like, how can it be that it went through all of that and somehow it did all of the stuff, and it's like, how? Right? But then I remember, and then we had Booster 7 on the spin prime test, and it survived that explosion, and then we had the whole flip, stuff. Like there's been so many examples of Starship somehow surviving really silly, issues during flight that it's like, how did that happen?
you know what was going through my mind as I was watching this? You ever watch these science fiction movies? It's almost like it's just a standard meme in a science fiction movie. The spaceship gets like totally destroyed, but still manages to keep everybody alive. Like that's what I saw today, right? Like it's the Starship Enterprise getting pummeled with phasers and photon torpedoes, yet it still survives to take the crew to victory. And I think that's what we saw today. Is just this, this system clearly has some ruggedness to it, and if you can keep it stable, which they did this time, I bet you we would have seen this on the last flight if the stability issues hadn't popped up. So I'm eager to see what they learned. And what we didn't see today is all the data that they've been collecting specifically on reentry, that they had a complete profile for from the start of interface to the ocean. They've got the data. So there's I think going to be a lot of improvement moving forward very quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, still in the damn. I really would love to have words situation here.
I just want to reflect on another thing. This was the first real attempt, I guess, to do a reentry, because Ship 28 doesn't count. It lost attitude. Its reentry, sure, it gave them some test data validation and everything, but this was the first time that they actually went through the reentry with attitude, holding, and they got through. They got all the way to the ocean, to the landing burn. We saw the speed going down. That landing burn, actually, probably the engine layout thing didn't work on this time around, but you could see that speed going down. That's not just because of the ship just flipping over or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You need engines to be able to go down on speed at that point. So those engines were active, and it was doing the landing burn. It was the first time they tried this, and they got there. This is gonna get better. Like it's just, I don't know.
Yep.
It's my
no. It's and you know what though? What's been great is that this has been a real progression. You know, we saw obviously from Flight 1 to now.
Yeah.
Quite a number of improvements, and every step, you know, Flight 1, it was getting all the engines to light, right? Flight 2 was, was what it was. Flight 3 was all of the, the stability issues that they ran into, and now all of those things have been solved. And even with a dead engine on the way up, no problem. They were able to demonstrate that too. So I don't think, we were talking about the new definition of mishap. I threw out to either one of you here, I don't think we saw any mishaps here that would trigger an FAA investigation to slow things down here.
Yeah, no, this is all within the established agreements, right, Adrian? Like, this is all what we expected to not trigger any mishap investigation.
Dare I say this was the first time a Starship flight will not trigger an FAA mishap investigation? So...
that's progress too.
I
mean, I still think, like, when people are saying like this was successful, I still don't think the word is enough, because if you have asked, I think, every any person before this flight, I think a lot of people just voiced, yeah, it'd be nice if the booster goes through. Maybe peak heating, that would be nice. This was so much more. This was so much more that they just achieved. And again, this is just not a win for SpaceX. This is a win for everybody that wants to see humans go back to the moon, that wants to see humans potentially go to Mars, that wants to see this capability. They're not there yet. There probably some work here with the way that the ship was basically falling apart. Let's be fair with that. This is not the final. Yeah. But as Alex said earlier, this is the worst re-entry probably they will perform. After this, they learn, they improve, they just got so much more data. So
yeah, and another thing, up until now, you could say, oh, it was a successful mission because SpaceX likes to say that it was a successful test and whatnot, right? Because they gathered data and all that. You could put all the asterisk you want of, oh, engines went out on the way up and on the way down for the booster, and then the flap burned through. I don't care. It was a complete success. Like, there's no ifs or buts or whatever. It did the thing. It went up, landed, booster, and ship. Both. End of story. Things are going to improve from here. That's it. Like, it's just going to get better.
And we're seeing our replays here right now. Some amazing shots from all the different angles that the NSF team has set up around the Starbase environs there. Look at that shot. And it was pretty foggy, so you have to get close to see it, right? So this is what all of our supporters helped do today.
This is absolutely insane. This is absolutely.
Yeah.
Can you rewind 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 12 seconds? Can you imagine that the least exciting thing you saw today was the Starship launching?
Right. Yeah, we're not even talking about the launch part.
Yeah, it's like, oh, by the way, and Starship launched before this.
Right.
And This is incredible.
You never want to say
I believe-
spaceflight is routine, but the launching part has become like, okay, we know what's going to happen there, but the rest of it, and we're not done here. I mean, we've got, now that this has happened, I would say the next step is to try catching that booster, right? I mean, it could very well be on Flight 5.
Yeah.
And we have a confirmation from Elon Musk here. Despite loss of many tiles and a damaged flap, Starship made it all the way to a soft landing in the ocean.
So it looks like they lost some tiles on the way down.
We have audio on this one. Wow.
It gives you a real sense of the power there. Very cool.
Here's
another angle. And these cameras are as close to the pad as it looks. These are not zoomed in all that much.
I'm just seeing a post by our fellow Chris
Look at the
Bergen saying, "Let's see a road closure for Booster 12, right? Come on, let's get the next one out the door."
Yeah, everybody at NSF get ready for the content meeting for Flight 5 as early as Monday.
Monday 4 p.m.
Yeah, Monday 4 p.m. It's time, guys.
Look at the shockwaves. I
mean, we are joking.
Look at that.
But it's crazy.
I mean, it just gives you those shockwaves just really give you a visual representation of the amount of power getting unleashed to lift that thing off the pad.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
Do we have... I think Jack is already at the pad? We'll probably show that later, though.
Here's another angle. That's a cool shot. That is amazing. It looks like something just happened there. And I guess we got a tweet from Jack, who's already back at the pad. We're working on getting some images put up as we watch some of these replays here. But Jack says in his tweet that the pads are not looking too bad post-flight.
I mean, I believe that. Everything looks good. From every single perspective we can get here. The Ascent, besides one Raptor engine lost, looks relatively as normal as a Super Heavy hull gets.
Right.
But yeah, I believe that. I believe that everything is in relatively good shape.
And I'm sure they'll be investigating the cause of that that engine failure, but the color looked different. But I think it might just be the fog conditions that led to that looking differently. And here's Jack's tweet. A little crispy, but that's about to be expected after what we just witnessed.
It's definitely in a lot better condition than the previous flights.
Here's our wider shot here. Very orangey this time.
Yeah. They had that single engine out, but,
Yeah.
Again, proving that Super Heavy can lose one engine, still do its job.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the whole point of multi-engine vehicles. Falcon 9 can do the same. And as we saw today, Super Heavy has the extra added bonus that it has redundancy also for the landing burn. Falcon 9 only uses one engine for the landing burn. sometimes 3, but that's less common. But yeah.
Some nice mock diamonds in there.
They lasted very
And by the
little.
way, folks, these are all the cameras from NSF. These are ours. So we got a lot of people out there that work very hard to bring these to you.
Yeah.
A lot of batteries to charge, a lot of a lot of logistics to manage, but we want to get every angle we can. And just wait to the landings. That's going to be a whole other challenge.
I'm completely. Whew.
And while we're watching some replays here, we have a tweet from Gwynne Shotwell, who is the president of SpaceX. Is that her title?
Yeah.
Who says,
Chief.
Congratulations and a huge thank you to our extraordinary SpaceX team. Successful Super Heavy launch and landing orbital ship. That's one tough cookie. It is. Entry, engine, relight, and splashdown. Hope you enjoyed the views, the music, and see you back soon for our next flight. And soon might be really soon, gentlemen, right?
I mean, I wouldn't rule out like a 4 to 6 week or so turnaround. Like that's at this point seems relatively believable.
Mm-hmm. So buckle up.
I cannot believe what we just saw. Like I'm still still in a condition.
And I think one of the benefits here of it was funny listening to the SpaceX commentators who weren't sure how much of their ship was left, right?
Yeah.
I think they were slightly surprised, right, by what they got. But this is the data they were hoping to get, right? I mean, if that hinge was weak and it took 3 more flights to figure that out, the fact that they got so much flight time out of this, I think, is going to dramatically speed up development here.
They also probably have data on that test that they did on the engine skirt. It went all the way through, so they have plenty of data. And that is essentially, a very important thing to have for this test flight. Like that was the whole point of this flight, right? The reentry of both the booster and the ship.
Right.
The booster got through, controlling with the grid fins. It did the landing burn. It landed softly on the ocean, tipped over, of course, was lost. That was expected. Then the ship re-entered. It got cooked and still did the landing burn and the flip and everything. It's like, wow, I don't know. It's and they're gonna be learning from all that data. They have many sensors and cameras and transducers and you name it. And so they're gonna be able to go through all the data. I just cannot imagine. Like I'm not an engineer. I've studied physics, so I'm not really an engineer or anything. But I do know that, the feeling of being like taking that data and taking it together and processing it and like seeing all your graphs and all your things like coming together, that I do know because, I've done lab stuff on my own. And it's like, it's so great when you get that data and you can process it and you can put it together and see the results of your work. I cannot imagine how they must feel about this test flight and seeing all of these work. It's just crazy.
Quickly announcing, by the way, here from the store team as part of that, we are seeing first off, thanks everybody for supporting the store today. It's greatly appreciated. We are seeing some people sending in quick messages about their store purchase and maybe they need adjustment. The store team, as you can maybe tell, is incredibly busy right now. So we will get to you in the next 24 hours. If you don't get a reply in 5 minutes, that's to be expected right now. So
half of the store team here.
Yeah, basically, when I said the store team, I mean literally Chris Bergen right now, who is working on your responses here. So just as a reminder, if you send something, we read it, we will work on it, we'll get to it.
The team is very much busy right now trying to break down and already getting out to the pad too. So it's but we appreciate everyone's support and everything you saw today came as a result of that support. So thank you all so much. And I'm sure you've all been seeing down in the ticker, we've been running all of the supporters that have been contributing to our effort here today. So many super chats and store purchases and membership donations. We really appreciate everything that everyone has been doing today to help us bring this coverage to you. And guess what? There's going to be more and more and more and more. And it's only going to get more exciting because soon we're going to be wrapping up here, and we'll have a booster on the little grippers there, on the arms. That's going to be exciting.
Speaking of booster back to certain places, you can see there, and you can actually see it behind me. But you can see in the big screen is better because it doesn't have my face on it. So you can see there, that's the Scorchy OLM. You know, Adrian, I think we have the headline for Starbase Update this week.
Work continues on the orbital launch mount.
On the orbital launch mount. Yes.
Imagine after all of this, we make that the title.
Do we want to make like a poll in chat or something like that? I don't care now. How long will it take for them to put scaffolding back on the orbital launch mount? Because I think last time was the day after. The day after in the morning, they already came to the pad and put scaffolding on it to start working on it and be able to turn it around. I don't know. We can make like two polls, maybe one. When are they going to be putting scaffolding back, and when are we going to see a booster back on the orbital launch mount? Because booster 12, it got engines. It needs to come here, do its static fire, and then, they're going to be working on those two babies, Ship 30 and Booster 12. Hopefully those are the two and not, SpaceX could still change vehicles, to be fair. But so far, as far as we know, Ship 30, Booster 12, hopefully they come back here in just a month or so for a launch again.
So how much work had to be done on it last time?
Well, they added a lot of protections to, like, even the booster door, the booster quick disconnect door, that little thing that swings over to close the umbilicals, that was also changed. There were also changes to, like, the hold down arms, the plates on top. There's like protection plates on the top of the OLM. They did a lot of work on the protection to the OLM, to the chopsticks, a lot of that. We'll see if it worked, right? We see right now it's scorch and everything. The proof is in the pudding, I guess, as the saying says, and then we'll see in the next few weeks when we can see a booster coming back here for testing, and then later when a launch might happen.
So we will keep you posted as to when the next one will be. My prediction is it's going to be a lot sooner than the cadence between the last couple, right? I mean, we have no mishap here. Everything went as planned. This was a, Adrian said the word success is probably not enough to describe what we saw here. So, wow, it was quite a show. Well, I think we're pretty much getting to the end of our coverage here. The Starship is. At the bottom of the ocean or on its way, but it's there on purpose and as intended. I think we're running out of steam here too. I know you guys have been up for a long time, not only with Starliner but with this. So
it's this adrenaline roller coaster, because you build up adrenaline in the coverage, and you build up like hype, and also if you're low on sleep, because I can tell you both Alex and me tried to sleep this night, and there's other members of the team who tried that, and it didn't work particularly well because because it ended up like us talking and chatting with each other about like 2 hours after we tried to sleep. So yeah, once again failing to sleep before Starship flight, but once the adrenaline is out, which we are now rapidly approaching, there's a crush coming for all of us.
Oh yeah. Well, hopefully you all will get a hopefully you get a little bit of sleep. Yeah, we still have. We got Starliner to follow today too, so there's a lot going on here. But So it looks like that's coming up in just a few minutes. So all sorts of stuff going on in space, which is exciting. That there's so much to cover. So it's good stuff. So there are the chopsticks, and I want to thank first of all everybody who tuned in today. First of all, we had hundreds of thousands tuning in. Excuse me, losing my voice, and I'm losing my voice. How about that? So, but I also want to thank the entire team who put this together today. There's so many people we couldn't name them all, but if you watched the documentary a little bit earlier, you'd be able to see that. And also to my co-hosts here, the hosts that came on throughout the day or in the evening. This has been like almost like a 12 or 13-hour effort here. So, so Das, Kevin, Jay, Carson, Ryan, all the commentators, the people out in the field, and before my voice goes, the SBL operators, everyone, and of course SpaceX, who launched the rocket today. So,
Well, just
everyone, before my voice goes, why don't you take us out?
I want to quickly also thank our four guests because we had John Krause, of course, on. We had Scott Manley on at the beginning. We had Marcus House on, and we also had Eric Berger on. All of these four, thank you so much for being on, and also for the very kind words and your amazing knowledge you shared today. It's not only our team; it's also these amazing guests that made today's coverage so great.
Alicia. Alicia, she also appeared on the videos.
That's right.
That we played behind, before the launch. She's also going to be recording tonight, Twiz. And yeah, everybody, man, Jake, Sawyer's cat, Jake Keegan, livestream operator, developer. There's so many people that have worked. Das, of course. You'll see all of the names rolling. I don't even need to mention them. But
right, they're all there. It's and it takes a lot, and all of this comes from all of you.
26 fan club president, CEO.
But it all comes from all of you who watch and those of you who become members and contribute to the effort here. We thank you all for everything, and this is just, I feel honored just to be a small part of it, and I really enjoy helping the team out here, and I'm happy to keep going. So
I will let you not only escape like that, Alon. It's amazing always to have you on here because with Alex and me completely going bonkers here, it's always good to have at least one person who tries to be close to sane. It's always good to have this triple combo here. I really enjoy these coverages, doing these streams together.
I really enjoy it. We should all do this in person one day. I don't know where in the world we would do it, but let's make that happen before the next year down or whatever. Yeah.
I guess this is a bit of a spoiler, but I may be in the US next month. So if they launch by then, I don't know. I'll walk around Starbase and see what's going on. I don't know, but
you need to see a launch, my friend. We got to make that happen. So
that's my goal.
We can build these rockets at this point. So good stuff. All right, everybody. Well, I think that's going to wrap up our coverage of Starship Flight 4. Flight 5 is around the corner. We will be back with that, no doubt. And we've got more and more toys that we're playing with to get you different views and all sorts of cool stuff. So stay tuned. Thank you all for your support and for watching. We'll be back again very soon right here on NSF. And we've got our 24/7 live cams going if you can't get enough of that. So all in, we are out. And thank you all for tuning in. We'll catch you next time.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, with planet. Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight down to SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange! R45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! Look at that! Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go. Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.